Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 2252 to Chapter 2335. The first move was a big move. He was probably retarded. Or he had a lot of money. Everyone just thought for a while and did what they were supposed to do. It was a good thing that someone was willing to spend the power of faith to kill the enemy. Xianxia stared blankly as the ball of light grew bigger and bigger. All the rats that came into contact with the ball of light turned into ashes. Xianxia had heard Mo Ming say that it was a big move, but he didn't expect it to be so big. Moreover, the power of faith was like a flood. With just one shot, 200,000 power of faith was gone. However, 200,000 power of faith was very destructive. The ball of light grew bigger and bigger and finally exploded, forming a ripple of light that directly wiped out all the rats on the battlefield. It was very destructive and fast. No matter how much power of faith there was, it couldn't withstand such a waste. Xianxia didn't think that he was rich. It was the Xianxia man next to him who was rich. It was mainly because they saw the monster with tentacles all over its body. With their ability, it would be difficult to resist. If they were broken through, their souls would be eaten by the rats. Therefore, they decisively fired. Although Mo Ming said that it was a waste of power of faith, Xianxia didn't believe him. As a result, his heart bled. Although the big move dealt with a wave of rats, there was still a steady stream of rats running out of the black hole. Some of them were very powerful. There were also some strange and disgusting monsters. It was unknown what direction these monsters were going to evolve. They were either covered in hooks, had wings, or had sharp claws. It was a mess and so ugly that it hurt the eyes. Previously, he thought that rats were very scary, but he didn't expect these things to make him feel numb. At least they had a direction to develop. Such a messy evolution was really unbearable to look at. There were more and more monsters, and the firepower was getting stronger. Xianxia used the law and said to the Xianxia man, "You shoot later. I have to slow down. My heart hurts." The Xianxia man was speechless. Everyone tried their best to block, but these monsters were getting closer and closer. Even if Xianxia's water turned into countless water droplets and smashed on the backs of these monsters, there was still a steady stream of monsters coming out. There were more and more of them, and they were very crowded. People like the Lord of the Taishu Palace could kill a large number of them. Moreover, these monsters didn't even have corpses. They were directly turned into ashes. All the rats that got close to him were turned into powder. They couldn't even get close to him. Xianxia was very envious. He had arranged a barrier around his body. If he was bitten by a mouse, he might be able to last for a while. However, Xianxia did not have much confidence in the wizardry barrier. After all, it was something that could even chew through a bit wall. Her wizardry barrier was probably not comparable to a bit wall. The monsters were getting closer and closer. Many people began to use their ultimate skills. The balls of light gradually became bigger and bigger. Everything that came into contact with the balls of light was turned into ashes. Xianxia kicked the man in the Xianxia. "Why don't you open fire? If we fail to defend this place, the consequences will be dire." "My weapon is still on cooldown," Xianxia said. "Xianxia man, cool down your head. Do you think that there's a cooldown period when you're playing games?" The man in the Xianxia fired a shot at a monster that was dripping saliva and had a long tongue. The monster roared in pain and turned into powder. As the balls of light grew bigger, a group of rats were turned into ashes. Under such a series of ultimate skills, the rats on the battlefield were wiped out completely. However, there were still many monsters coming out of the black hole. Moreover, their bodies were getting bigger and bigger. Xianxia wanted to curse when he saw this. There was really no end to this. Who could withstand such a tag-team battle? Even with all kinds of advanced weapons, there were still people who died in the mouths of the rat monsters. There were even a few law incarnations who died. They were all killed by the rats. When the law incarnations died, the law imprint on their bodies would float out. Some greedy law incarnations wanted to snatch the law imprint, but they were bitten by the monsters. Life and death were extinguished, and the imprint on their bodies floated out. The death of the law incarnations caused some chaos in this corner. The man in the cheongsam scolded everyone with a solemn expression not to snatch the law imprint. However, the temptation of the law imprint was too great. Not only would it allow one to control a law, but it would also be an ultimate law. There was also a city. This city would bring him a lot of faith power and merit points. It was a huge benefit. As more and more law imprints floated in the air, the law incarnations became more and more impulsive. Some people could restrain their greed, but some people wanted it. It was not that the temptation was not great enough, but the price was not high enough. Obviously, the value of these law imprints was great enough to tempt people. Ningxu hurriedly fired a shot and killed the monster that was rushing toward the chaotic team. If this side became chaotic, there was no telling what would happen when the investigation was carried out. With this shot, another 200,000 merit points were gone. Ningxu bit his lips tightly. Fortunately, a large number of monsters around him had been reduced to ashes by the power of faith power. Without the attacks of the monsters, the several law imprints floating in the air were particularly attractive. Everyone did not move. They were ready to attack, and then they swarmed over to snatch them. Ningxu stood still. The black hole monsters and rats rushed out again like water being released from a dam. However, the attention of the people here was on the law imprints. These people were loners and were used to being free. If it were the spirit army, there would definitely not be such a situation of looting. The law imprints were really too precious. Not everyone had the ability to comprehend the laws. Therefore, the law imprints were very precious. There was also the value behind them. A few people snatched the law imprints. Before they could be happy, the law imprints floated away from their hands and into the hands of the Grand Elder, who had a solemn expression. He stretched out his hand, and the law imprints fell into his hand. With a squeeze of his hand, he directly crushed a few law imprints, turning them into specks of light that dissipated. The law incarnations, their hearts hurt. If there is a next time, you will end up like these law imprints. The Grand Elder's golden glasses refracted a white luster. If we can't defend this side, I don't mind throwing you to feed the bugs. Everyone trembled. They were more distressed about the law imprints. How much tax would they have to pay? Oh my God, Ningxu felt that these people were not as important as the billions of planes behind them. No, there was no comparison between the two. The billions of planes were countless times more important than them. Ningxu's face was cold. Damn, how long has it been? 400,000 merit points were gone. She only had about 2 million merit points in total. At most, she could use 10 shots. Damn, please allow her to go back and collect taxes. Otherwise, she would not be able to survive. There were so many monsters, and she could not use her ultimate move casually. /BK whether or not there was a weapon didn't consume that much faith power. Although this kind of big move was very cool, the amount of faith power consumed was very painful. These law incarnations that were in a hurry to snatch the law imprint made her waste another 200,000 faith power. It was so dangerous. Not to mention that they did not get anything, they would die first. So what if they got something? Ningxu felt that he was already very satisfied with a water law imprint. As for the other law imprints, Ningxu did not want to be greedy. Even if he wanted to, it was not something he could do now. Ningxu was really afraid that he would not be able to go back. The cheongsam man also had a cold face. His expression looked especially scary. The aura around him was cold. He said to everyone, since you guys don't listen to the organization, then there's no need to team up. No one said anything. After a while, a dense group of monsters came over again. No one said anything and quickly started to attack the monsters. These monsters were getting stronger and stronger. Ordinary weapons were useless against them. Their defense was getting stronger. Ningxu and the cheongsam man worked together and killed a lot of monsters. Ningxu saw that the cheongsam man used the law of time to make the monsters very weak in an instant. He remembered that he had a ruby ring that was also a law of time attack. Maybe it would be useful. Ningxu asked 2333 to teleport the ring to him. The ring fell into Ningxu's hand. Ningxu injected some energy into the ring. With a thought, a huge monster that was the size of a big house was shot at. The monster's body became a little hunched. It was skinny and shriveled into a skeleton. It looked very weak. Ningxu was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. What was shocking was that if it was an ordinary time ray, it would definitely turn into ashes. However, this monster was still able to persevere. This meant that this monster had a very long lifespan and a strong physique. The pleasant thing was that the ring was useful. Although it could not directly turn the monster into ashes, it could make the monster's skin become brittle. A drop of heavy water could smash it to death. However, this kind of attack consumed a lot of mental energy. Ningxu usually dealt with bigger monsters. With the law of time next to him, it was safe. Moreover, if the monsters ran in front of them, the Xianxia man could reverse time and make the monsters move further away to buy time for everyone. Under the bombardment of all kinds of laws, these monsters were dizzy and were barely able to resist. The Xianxia man looked at the ring on Ningxu's hand curiously, but the situation did not allow him to ask. The Xianxia man just glanced at it and looked away. Squeak squeak. Ningxu heard the squeaking sound again. He thought it was a signal to retreat. After all, the monsters had retreated when they squeaked before. However, the situation this time was a little different. Hearing this, the monsters became even more violent. Their fur stood up, and they attacked even more ferociously. Not only that, but the monsters that came out of the black hole were even more horrifying. These monsters were like giants, and their appearances were indescribable. Some were humanoid, some were animal-shaped, and all of them were very ugly. Suddenly, he felt that the silver-white mice from before were quite cute, unlike these monsters that were beyond recognition. More and more giant monsters came out, and it made everyone's eyelids twitch. Ningxu only wanted to ask how many monsters there were and what the world on the other side of the black hole looked like. Could it be that there were billions of planes, and that every plane was filled with these monsters? Could this be a planar war? Ningxu used a lot of energy to use the ruby ring. Fortunately, there were many law incarnations around him with guns in their hands. They could resist for a long time after firing a shot. However, the person who fired the gun did not feel the pain. It was so painful that 200,000 faith power was gone. Ningxu saw that the military was also attacking, but the things they were attacking were a little strange because they were throwing out the world's origin. As soon as the world's origin was thrown into the pile of monsters, these monsters seemed to have gone crazy. They desperately gnawed at the world's origin and began to kill each other. It seemed that the world's origin was a fatal attraction to monsters. Pfft! Ningxu almost vomited blood. What was going on? They were actually using the world's origin as an attack weapon. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? No wonder there were so few world's origins. There were billions of planes, and at least one or two world's origins were produced. With so many planes, there would be a lot of world's origins accumulated. Some of the world's origins with offensive power, such as the metal attribute, were directly cut in half by the metal attribute world's origins. The metal attribute was the sharpest world's origin. If one wanted to swallow such a world's origin, even if it was swallowed into the stomach, the metal attribute would fly out of the stomach. Some world's origins with no offensive power would be killed even if they were swallowed by monsters. However, monsters really liked world's origins. Ningxu's heart ached. He did not know if there were any light and darkness world's origins. If he got 2 of them, he would be rich. Previously, even if there was a law imprint in front of Ningxu, Ningxu was not tempted because he had the law of water. Now that he saw the world's origin, his heart ached and he wanted it. He did not know if he could get a light and darkness world's origin from the military. Ningxu's throat was choked with blood. He could not spit it out or swallow it. It was very uncomfortable. He did not even dare to look at the world's origin. Otherwise, Ningxu felt that he would go crazy. Moreover, the world's origin had been swallowed by a powerful monster. Its power had merged with the monster, and it felt like it was helping the enemy. However, the monster that had merged with the world's origin's power would be quickly eaten by rats. Of course, they would be eaten by their own kind. Of course, it was also to obtain that power. Ningxu's heart was very complicated. The dazzling attacks were endless. The other party attacked day and night, and there was no day and night to defend. Ningxu felt very tired. He had been tense all this time. Moreover, because he had used the ruby ring, his mental power had been severely depleted. However, he had no choice but to be alert. The attacks of the law incarnations were not very methodical. They could only defend. Moreover, they had to continuously use big moves. Especially when they could not resist, they had to use big moves. The law incarnations who had guns took turns to fire. This way, everyone was exhausted and could last a little longer. The attacks of the spirit army were especially methodical. They were not messy at all. A regular army was indeed different from those who had joined the army halfway. As the battle progressed, everyone's expressions became more and more serious. Even if they died, they had to hold on. There were billions of planes behind them. /BK If the line of defense was broken through, these rats would be like locusts entering a field of crops. It was impossible to imagine what the consequences would be. More and more monsters rushed out of the black hole, mixed with the squeaking sounds of rats. The squeaking sounds were very sharp, with a sense of anger and impatience. Hearing this sound, the monsters' bodies trembled, as if they were very, very afraid. Their eyes were red, and their attacks became faster and more ferocious. Ningxu had no choice but to fire 2 shots to maintain the defense on this side. Such large-scale lethality really consumed too much faith power. There were also casualties on the law incarnation's side. The law imprint was floating in the air, but this time, no one snatched it. Firstly, they were afraid that the judges would crush it again. Secondly, the attacks were too dense, and there was no time to breathe. If they were not careful, they would be broken through. The Xianxia man shot with a cold face, temporarily dealing with a wave of monsters. However, the monsters soon swarmed over again, covering the sky and covering the earth. There were so many of them that it seemed like they would never be able to kill them all. It made people feel desperate. If it weren't for the fact that most of the mission enforcers were tenacious, ordinary people would have run away or given up resisting when they saw this. Killing was not scary. What was scary was not seeing hope. Ningxu's body was splattered with fresh blood. The stench of the blood was unbearable. Fortunately, he did not need to breathe as a soul. Otherwise, he would have been dizzy from the smell. Ningxu put away the ruby ring. He could not use it anymore because it consumed too much mental power. Ningxu felt that if he continued to use it, his mental power would be exhausted, and he would be eaten by these monsters. A black hole condensed between the Grand Elder's 2 hands. The black hole slowly expanded, spinning at an extremely fast speed. It became bigger and bigger, strangling the monsters on a large scale. His Excellency was very ferocious. He held a fork and put it on the ground. A ripple-like attack rippled out, directly annihilating the monsters within the ripple attack range into ashes. Ningxu looked at the attack methods of these 2 people and seemed to understand something. How did such a large-scale attack happen? Was it a law? Ningxu tried to amplify his law attack. In an instant, he froze 1,000 miles. Many monsters were frozen by Ningxu's ice. In an instant, a fiery red light lit up. This kind of flame directly caused the ice to explode from the extreme heat. The ice exploded into fine powder, and the frozen monster also turned into fine powder. It couldn't be more dead. Ningxu looked at Awan. Awan smiled at Ningxu. Awan's flames could burn everything in the world, even planes. Of course, this was dependent on the increase of her cultivation. Ningxu felt that he should find a way to develop his law's attack power to the extreme. The law of water could suppress softness, but against this kind of monster, a flood would be useless. After all, these monsters were not afraid of floods at all. The flood was a terrifying natural disaster to ordinary humans, but it was nothing to these monsters. Ningxu's head was about to explode. He used up a lot of his spiritual power, and his soul was a little dim. This battle was especially difficult. Everyone used their lives to resist. A few more law imprints were floating in the air, and a few more law incarnations died. They didn't even have the chance to reincarnate. It wasn't easy to become law incarnations, but in the end, they were buried here. Ningxu was really scared. He really wanted to hide in the black hole. He wanted to immediately open the world of reincarnation and crawl in. But he couldn't. Speaking of the world of reincarnation, Ningxu found that these monsters didn't have souls. This was the first time he encountered something without souls. Perhaps these monsters didn't rely on souls to support their lives, but on another life system. Could it be that the other side of the black hole was a different world? Ningshu attacked with difficulty. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer. He took out his gun and planned to shoot. This was already the fourth shot. 800,000 faith power was about to be used up. What a terrifying consumption. War burned money. No wonder the judge and the silver-haired man could force him to donate. GGG. The sound of rats rang out. Ningshu thought that the monsters would attack with all their might. He didn't expect it to be a signal to retreat. When Ningshu saw these monsters crawl into the black hole, he instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't shoot. Otherwise, 200,000 would be gone. Although these monsters had retreated, all the attacks didn't stop. Now, killing one more was one more. These monsters came quickly and left quickly. In a short while, they crawled into the black hole. They couldn't retreat in time and were all eliminated. I survived again. Ningshu sighed. He didn't know how long he could last. He didn't have much faith power left. It turned out that faith power was used to attack. Its lethality was really high. It was so tiring. The law incarnations looked at the law imprints floating in the air. Now that the battle was over, it was time to divide these law imprints. As for the law imprints that died, the others didn't have time to reminisce. The most important thing now was the law imprints. No one dared to act on their own. The atmosphere was tense. Ningshu still wanted it, so he directly rolled up a law imprint. Only when Ningshu made his move did the others react and start fighting over it. Those who didn't snatch it were furious. They looked at the people who snatched the law imprints with fierce eyes. It seemed that after repelling the enemy, an internal battle was about to begin. Ningshu pinched the imprint and fused it into his body. A sapling-like imprint grew from the web between his thumb and index finger. It was the law of wood. The wood attribute was a very lively attribute. After fusing with the law imprint of the wood attribute, Ningshu felt his soul become more refreshed. The feeling of fatigue was swept away. The wood attribute seemed to be very excited. Ningshu's soul had turned into water. The wood attribute needed water, so it lived in harmony. Ningshu didn't expect to casually snatch a wood attribute world origin. The wood attribute wasn't bad either. As long as it was a law, there was no bad law. Ningshu touched the sapling-like imprint between his thumb and index finger. The imprint was exuding vitality. Great, there was another law imprint. War burned the most money, but it was also the most profitable. Although there was danger to one's life, all the hardships were worth it to obtain a wood attribute law. Although it was a dead law incarnation that was snatched. The Xianxia man also snatched one, but his expression didn't seem to be excited. After all, his time law was a high-level law. Although the other laws were precious, the Xianxia man wasn't too excited. The remaining law imprints were snatched by others. Thinking of the law that was crushed earlier, everyone's heart ached. Because there was an internal conflict during the battle, the judge directly crushed the law imprint. Now that the battle was over, the victory spoils were divided. This time, the law imprint wasn't crushed. /BK it seemed that if something went wrong during the battle, the result would be tragic. Because of the law of wood, Ningshu had recovered from her previous half-dead state of exhaustion. Now, she was full of energy and full of energy. Those who didn't get the law imprint were unhappy. They stared at those who got the law imprint and felt indignant. The atmosphere was a little tense. Some people focused their gazes on Ningshu. Ningshu smiled with his hands behind his back. Are you sure you want to focus your gazes on me? It was a good opportunity to test the power of the wood element laws. She didn't snatch other people's laws, but if it was in her hands, it was hers. No one could snatch it away. But when they met Ningshu's gaze, these people suppressed their restless hearts and scanned the others. In any case, it was easy for anything to happen if they fought. These people who had snatched the law imprints might die in the next battle. Ningshu grinned and waited for the next wave of attacks. This kind of attack that didn't know the time and didn't know whether it was day or night was simply asking for his life. Ningshu stared at the demon. Thinking of the gentlemanly demon and then looking at the current demon, Ningxu only wanted to cover his eyes. Boss, 2 of the reincarnation worlds have been broken. A skeleton with golden bones ran in front of the demon. Its jaw opened and closed as it spoke. The abyssal prefect stomped on the golden skeleton, causing it to fall apart. How did you do this? Did you kill those bugs? The skull that rolled far away said, the bugs are dead, but their souls have all escaped. The demon crushed the skull under his foot. The skull opened its jaw and panted. Boss, be gentler, gentler. The sound of her panting could be heard in every corner of the room. Abyssal Prefect Xianxia kicked the bone away. Ningxu, they were clearly on the battlefield. Was the demon caressing the bones? What a terrifying hobby. The demon disappeared. He should have gone to deal with the reincarnation worlds that were broken. The golden bones slowly pieced together and chased after the demon. The panting caused the entire scene to be silent. Ningxu felt that the image of the demon's gentlemanly appearance had collapsed from her mind. The devil knows what's inside that gentleman's skin. When the abyssal prefect returned, he was a gentleman in a tuxedo with a bow tie. His skin was frighteningly pale. Ningxu looked at him with a strong sense of dissonance. I can't get rid of your image as a Xianxia in my heart. Even if you look like this, it's useless. As soon as he saw the abyssal prefect, the image of a massive mist-shrouded Xianxia surfaced in his mind. His Excellency walked to the Grand Elder's side. The 2 of them were talking about something, and their eyes were still looking at Ningxu. Ningxu immediately hunched his back like a cowardly dog. Why would he look at her? He was sure that nothing good would come out of it. I'm as quiet as a chicken. Please let me fend for myself. Please don't look at me. It was definitely not a good thing to be scrutinized by a powerful figure. She wasn't a bonehead who could withstand being trampled by an abyssal prefect. Presumably, they had said something, and abyssal prefect Ningxu walked over. Ningxu's hair stood on end as he looked at the pale face of the abyssal prefect. Come here. I have something to say to you. The abyssal prefect said. Ningxu revealed an awkward but polite smile. What's the matter? Let's talk in the tent. The abyssal prefect turned around and said to Ningxu, follow. The surrounding people stared at Ningxu with a complicated expression. There was also a kind of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Ningxu only wanted to say, what's there to be envious of? Being associated with such a powerful figure is definitely going to be played to death. Ningxu followed behind the abyssal prefect to the tent at the back. Inside the tent sat the Grand Elder, the silver-haired man, and Fragrant Wind. The silver-haired man said to Fragrant Wind, I've given you the military funds. I'll think of a way to get more. Fragrant Wind, who was wearing a military uniform, nodded. Think of a way to get more. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold on. I've already taken out all my assets. The silver-haired man said helplessly. Fragrant Wind also knew that he was forcing the other party. The silver-haired man glanced at Ningxu. Without saying anything, he took the book and left. Ningxu felt that the silver-haired man was so stingy because he was worried about the military expenses. What did the silver-haired man do in the organization? Was he in the logistics department? The abyssal prefect sat down. Between his pale fingers were 2 pure black beads the size of glass beads. He handed them to Ningxu and said, take them. What are they? Ningxu asked. He didn't reach out to take them. Good stuff. The abyssal prefect said lightly. Ningxu didn't believe that the abyssal prefect would give him good stuff. The Grand Elder said. Coldly, take them. Ningxu thought, damn it. You have to let me know what the hell they are. What are they? Ningxu asked. A bead is the soul of a world of samsara. A world of samsara has been breached. The abyssal prefect said. Ningxu immediately asked, why are you giving them to me? Why did she need so many souls? Put them in your world of samsara for the time being. The abyssal prefect said. Ningxu's brain was working very fast now. He said, you should know the situation of my world of samsara. It's still in a budding state. What if something happens when you put these souls in my world? And there are billions of worlds of samsara. Why do you want to put them in my world? Ningxu finally figured out the cause and effect of this matter, as well as the secrets behind it. It was related to her own world, so she couldn't carelessly put it in her own world. The other worlds of samsara are full. They can't bear the weight at all and will collapse. That's why I gave them to you. They don't have to be put in your world of samsara. Don't you have a mountain in your world? Put them in there. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Isn't it like sitting on a horse with something on your back? The horse is the tired one. My world of samsara has to bear the weight. No, the weight is borne by the world in the mountain. I compressed all the souls in this space. They won't run out for the time being. The abyssal prefect played with 2 black pearls in her pale hands. Ningxu asked, in these calamities, sacrifices are inevitable. Why do you want to keep these souls? There would definitely be sacrifices in a world that was broken through. The abyssal prefect glanced at Ningxu's face. They didn't jump into the reincarnation pool. They didn't go through the reincarnation pool. These souls are filled with resentment and memories of their previous lives. They entered the world of samsara and reincarnated. What do you think it will do to the world of samsara? Moreover, the number of souls in a world of samsara isn't small. Ningxu nodded. The abyssal prefect stretched out her hand. Take it. Ningxu could only stretch out her hand. 2 shiny black pearls rolled into her hand. Pooh. Ningxu was directly pressed down by the 2 pearls. She was directly lying on the ground. So heavy? BK Ningxu held the pearls with both hands, but he was pressed down by the pearls and couldn't get up. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't get up. Everyone face-bombed, the scene was very awkward. Ningxu said to His Excellency, I can't get up, take the pearls away from my hands. The abyssal prefect stretched out his pale hand and picked up the 2 black beads. He held them in his hand like he was holding 2 marbles, but Ningxu was well aware of the weight of these 2 beads. 1 bead was equivalent to the weight of an entire samsara world soul. Ningxu said, look, it's not that I don't want to help, it's that I can't even pick up the pearls, I'm helpless. Also, I don't understand, other than my world, there are many other people with worlds, right? Why put this in my world that hasn't fully developed? Ningxu was really confused. That's right. Everyone has so many worlds, but no one has constructed a world of reincarnation. Furthermore, each and every one of them has constructed a world of reincarnation. My world is already overloaded, alright? The abyssal prefect sighed, looking like a melancholy gentleman. Ningxu couldn't get rid of the image of a giant Xianxia holding a fork out of his mind, causing him to feel awkward looking at His Excellency's gentlemanly appearance. But my reincarnation world hasn't been built, and it's placed in 9 Palace Mountain. 9 Palace Mountain is a separate world, it can't hold the soul pearls. To be honest, Ningxu didn't want to put this in his reincarnation world. If something happened to his reincarnation world, he would be the one feeling the heartache. There is a reincarnation world, the peak of your mountain is a reincarnation world, but the reincarnation world is the living world of 9 Palace Mountain, it's a simple reincarnation world. His Excellency said. Ningxu, why didn't I know that the 9th level was a reincarnation world? No, she didn't even know what the 2nd level was. You don't know? His Excellency asked, but he changed the topic, put these 2 pearls inside. Ningxu's mouth twitched, will this affect the reincarnation world outside? There's no effect at all. What's the difference between worlds that exist independently? The abyssal prefect replied. You've already said everything, so what should I say? It looked like he couldn't escape. Ningxu thought about it and said, I can release him, but I have a condition. Conditions? The grand uncle's eyes glowed with a cold luster. Ningxu asked back, can't I make a request? You can mention it. The abyssal prefect is very rich, so it's not wrong to mention it to him. Fragrant Windman said. What do you want? The abyssal prefect looked at Ningxu. You said that you owed me a favor. I want you to return it now. Ningxu was speechless. *CK, that old bastard was too cunning. However, I'll see if there's anything you want. If there is, I can give it to you. The abyssal prefect tapped his finger on the table. Give me light and darkness attribute world sources. Ningxu directly requested. From the looks of it, the military had quite a number of world sources. Using the world's origin to lure the enemy. That can't be done. Change it. Fragrant Windman said directly, I won't give you this kind of thing. Why? Ningxu asked. Fragrant Windman suddenly sneered, then why should I give it to you? You don't have to help me with this. Do you know how many lives a world source energy can save? In such a situation where resources are scarce, every world source energy is precious. When the time comes to negotiate, these world source energy will be the basic bargaining chip. Fragrant Wind said directly. His military style was very cold. Negotiation gold with monsters? World sources are the negotiation gold, what was this? Ningxu's brain was a little muddled. Of course, if you don't have the world sources, you can give up half of the plane for these bugs to gnaw on. When they're full, these bugs will naturally retreat. You have a world. Why don't you take out your world and give it to those bugs to gnaw on? The silver-haired man looked at Ningxu coldly. His aura was very strong. Why are you so agitated? She's just a little girl. She doesn't know anything. His Excellency said to Fragrant Windman, looking at Ningxu, who was as quiet as a chicken. He said, I can't give you this kind of thing. It's related to billions of planes and billions of world of reincarnation. Ningxu looked up indifferently. Don't accuse me. I'm also asking. If you're going to scold me into a sieve, can I still snatch it? How about this, I'll give you flowers. His Excellency said gentlemanly. Ningxu's mouth twitched. What did she want that for? She needed to absorb soul energy. How could she have so much soul energy to water the flowers? She only wanted the light and darkness world sources. But looking at Fragrant Windman's expression, she probably couldn't get it. If she really can't bear it, then you eat it. His Excellency said to His Excellency, in order to not let these souls wreak havoc in the world, you eat it. This war has just begun. You can't expect me to eat every world of reincarnation broken one by one. His Excellency frowned. The gentlemanly aura around him became even stronger. Ningxu, kneel down to the big boss, wearing the skin of a gentleman, he wanted to eat the souls of an entire world of reincarnation. How terrifying. Fragrant Windman looked at Ningxu coldly. If you really don't want to help, which of the mission enforcers who didn't fill up their worlds with souls? Then they didn't mention any conditions? In any case, this was a world that she had painstakingly built. If something really happened, she would be the one feeling heartache. Tisk, you're really hopeless. Of course there are conditions. Fragrant Windman said. Ningxu was also a little angry. I'm just asking, why are you looking down on me? You speak as if you're so selfless. I've done what I should do. What's wrong with me mentioning it? You won't even let me speak. His attitude was as if she had done something extremely evil. All right, what's the point of arguing? Granduncle adjusted his glasses and said to Ningxu, these souls have all been compressed. The souls inside are all in a state of deep sleep. If they don't sleep, they will take up a lot of space. As for the reward, I'll give it to you in the future. All right. Ningxu looked at His Excellency. I'm not doing this for any reward. I'm doing this to return your favor. All right, let's go. The two pearls moved back and forth in His Excellency's hand. With one hand holding Ningxu's collar, he disappeared in a flash. Ningxu and His Excellency appeared in front of Nine Palace Mountain. His Excellency looked at Nine Palace Mountain. It's not easy for a mountain to form a world. It's not just one world. It's 9 worlds. Nine Palace Mountain was used to train disciples. Disciples entered to train, but once they entered, they basically couldn't come out. His Excellency carried Ningxu like a chick to the 9th level of Nine Palace Mountain/BK. When Ningxu heard His Excellency's words, he felt that he was too narrow-minded. Ningxu didn't want anything to go wrong with his world. If that happened, all his efforts would be in vain. Ningxu tried to imagine if the world failed. Would she be able to accept it? F***ck, just thinking about it made her heart ache. She felt like she had nothing left to live for. Ningxu felt that he hadn't reached the realm of letting bygones be bygones. If he wanted to be strong, he wanted to get rid of the situation of being obliterated at any time. His Excellency had hundreds of millions of reincarnation worlds. Even if one or two of them were damaged, he wouldn't care much. Oh, then I'm leaving. Ningxu turned around and left. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and said, "Can you give me some weapons? They don't cost so much. One move cost 200,000. It was too powerful and too expensive. It was like a nuclear weapon." "I want to go with an he," senior uncle said. "Who's an he?" Ningxu asked. Senior uncle glanced at her and said, "He's the one who sat here before." Oh, so Fragrant Wind's name was an he. The problem was that Fragrant Wind's man was gone now. Where could she find him? "Where can I find him?" Ningxu asked again. It was a matter of life and death. She had to ask clearly. She had to put down her face. Senior uncle didn't even look at Ningxu. He said to His Excellency, "I'm a little tired." "You tell her." His Excellency stood up and buttoned his tuxedo. He said to Ningxu, "You go and guard the battlefield. I'll give you weapons if there are any." "Let's go." Ningxu said, "Oh." Then he turned around and left. After leaving the tent, he parted ways with His Excellency. Back on the battlefield, Missouri Ming, who was dressed in military uniform, stopped Ningxu. Ningxu felt that the golden and purple light on Mo Ming's body were almost blinding her eyes. "Get out of my way. You're blinding me." Ningxu. Mo Ming took out a gun. "This gun consumes a little less faith power. You used such a big move before, so it won't consume much faith power. You mission enforcers shouldn't have much faith power, right? No need. I've already gotten the weapon. You can keep it for yourself." "So, you know about quest enforcers?" Ningxu asked. "Yes, the military knows a lot. Many mission enforcers don't know about the military, but the military knows about mission enforcers. A lot of our merit, faith power, and soul power come from the mission enforcers' contributions. They do missions, and we guard billions of planes." "Oh," Ningxu replied. He didn't take Mo Ming's hand. "Someone will send me a weapon. Keep it for yourself. Just take it. Mission enforcers can't compare to soldiers who have been on the battlefield for years." Mo Ming stuffed the gun into Ningxu's hands. Ningxu was speechless. She looked like a weakling, and a real weakling was not qualified to be here. "Why are you giving it to me?" "I don't need it." Ningxu stuffed it back. "Someone will send me a weapon." "Are you sure it's okay for you to give me a weapon like this?" "It's okay. Kill a few more insects and you'll get a reward," Mo Ming said. "I think you're a strange person. Why are you sending me something like this? I don't know you well. By the way, thank you for the previous weapon, but I don't want it anymore." Ningxu rejected him directly. Her relationship with Mo Ming was just a mission. Here, everyone had abandoned their past. Mo Ming's actions didn't mean that she would accept it. "Okay, then be careful." Mo Ming didn't force Ningxu. Finally, he said, "No matter what, thank you." "Why are you thanking me?" "I don't know you well." Ningxu said goodbye and returned to the corner where the law incarnation was guarding. The man in the cheongsam sat down and fanned himself. When he saw Ningxu return, he fanned himself furiously. "Where did you go?" "Something happened." "It's already settled." "Is it very hot?" "You can't even feel the heat." "Why are you fanning yourself?" Even if he was pretending to be cultured, there should be a limit to it. "I fan myself when I'm nervous." "You don't understand." The man in the cheongsam fanned himself and stared at the black hole. Ningxu sat down and asked, "You haven't constructed a world yet?" "Not yet." The man in the cheongsam said casually, "I'm not interested in ordinary worlds." "Ning K, don't waste your time. It's really boring to construct a random world." "Are you sure you're not bragging?" Ningxu rolled his eyes and said. The man in the cheongsam looked at Ningxu with disdain. "Even if you want to construct a world, you have to use a medium like the tree of world. A medium can only form one world. It's a waste of the world's origin." Ningxu was speechless. Formless bragging was the deadliest. He was still working hard to construct a world. For example, she and Mei Ziqing had already owed a lot of debt for a world. The man in the Cheongsam despised all kinds of mediums. Was it really so easy to find a medium like the Tree of World? Every leaf of the Tree of World was a world. His ambition was not ordinary. Ningxu was too lazy to talk to the man in the Cheongsam. He sat further away and fanned himself, making people feel irritated. Ningxu touched the mark between his thumb and index finger and began to familiarize himself with the wood elemental law. Water elemental law was wood. The vitality of the wood elemental law was refreshing. Most importantly, it could ensure that he was in his best state at all times. He did not know how the incarnation of the wood elemental law died. He had to live well. If he died, the mark of the law of water and the law of wood on him would be taken advantage of. Ningxu was now more worried that his power of faith was not enough to last until the end of the war. He did not know if he could collect taxes now. Ningxu even wanted the merchants in the City of Water to pay taxes in advance. Only when he stood here did he know how important the power of faith and merit were. He actually understood the feelings of the judge and the silver-haired man. It hurt to be stabbed with a knife. With a little more power of faith, he might be able to survive. Perhaps there would be one less plane to be conquered and billions of lives would be saved. Ningxu sighed in his heart. What was the use of just exploiting the law incarnations? He should exploit the rich merchants more. Moreover, the exchange store should have a lot of merit and power of faith coming in every day. Moreover, the task takers who built the world could get a lot of merit and power of faith without doing anything. Ningxu found it strange. Before he became the incarnation of the law of water, he lived a tight life. But now that he had a city of taxes, his life was still so tight. Ningxu said to 2333, "Is it time to collect taxes?" "No, it hasn't been long since taxes were collected," 2333 said. Ningxu, dead, where was the person who gave him the gun? Who knew when the monsters and insects would start attacking again? If he had known, he would have asked for the weapon before agreeing to give him the bead. Maybe he had already forgotten. Ningxu, dead, the heavens did not give him a way out. After coming into contact with these big bosses, he realized that they were more shameless and thick-skinned than he thought. Ningxu's palm sprouted tender shoots. The tender shoots grew rapidly, and many vines grew. These vines were full of vitality. The Cheongsam man raised his eyebrows. "You got the wood element?" "Yes." Ningxu shook his head proudly. The Cheongsam man muttered to himself, **T. Ningxu was familiar with the wood element law. Ripples began to ripple from the black hole. Squeaking sounds rang out, and an overwhelming number of monsters surged over. They were attacking again. Ningxu's expression turned bitter. They had already started attacking, but the gun had not been delivered to him yet. This time, the attacks were all from huge monsters. There were also some very small mice sandwiched between them. These mice's purpose was to take advantage of loopholes and not be easily detected. Ningxu used the water element law to freeze the monsters into ice cubes. Then, the ice cubes exploded and died. Ningxu stretched out his hand, and a vine stretched out from his palm. After the vine stretched out, it continued to expand its branches and leaves. Suddenly, it looked like a dense patch of vines. The vines wrapped around the monsters, and some of the sharp vines directly pierced into their bodies. Like a tree root absorbing nutrients, it absorbed the strength of the monsters' bodies. The energy was transferred to Ningxu's body through the vines. Then, this energy was fed back to the vines. The vines grew more branches and wrapped around more monsters, sucking them into mummies one by one. Ningxu was speechless. This was a little shocking. Ningxu felt that it was because of the water element law's nourishment that the vines could be so vigorous. These two laws complemented each other, and the power that erupted surprised Ningxu. The monsters that were sucked into mummies and tied up by the vines were smashed into meat paste by Ningxu's water droplets. They couldn't be more dead. However, some of the vines were directly gnawed by the mice. Although there were losses, they were quickly replenished. In general, they were evenly matched. Even though he had to control the power of two laws, Ningxu was still full of energy and did not feel tired at all. The healing and growth abilities of the wood attribute were simply too powerful. However, there were simply too many monsters. They were like an unstoppable tide, and it was very difficult to stop them. Even the law incarnations looked exhausted. Although their souls didn't feel tired, their mental states weren't always at their best. Furthermore, Xianxia discovered that the rat that ate the vine seemed to have grown a little bigger and stronger. Could it be that it had stolen her energy? The vines became even more ferocious as they wrapped around the monster. Moreover, it was a huge monster. They pierced into the monster's body and desperately absorbed its energy. Pull back the vines, I'm going to shoot. The Xianxia man gritted his teeth and said. Their corner was about to break through. Xianxia instantly retracted the vines, and the tender bud in his palm melted into his flesh. The Xianxia man fired a shot, and 200,000 faith power was gone, but even more monsters and insects died. By the time the effect of the ultimate skill wore off, the monsters had started to swarm over again. The ultimate skill was completely useless. Although it could hold them back for a while, there were still an endless number of monsters. Everyone fought tirelessly. Every battle was like experiencing the cruelest torture in the world. They were also in their soul state. If they were in their physical bodies, they would have died from exhaustion long ago. Even if their souls were overly exhausted, they would become dim. Because of the wood attribute, Xianxia's condition was slightly better than the others. They hadn't rested for long, and they didn't know when the other party would attack again. Their minds were constantly in a tense state. Xianxia didn't know about the situation elsewhere, but the law incarnations were very tired. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to hold on. Xianxia thought about it and decided to fuse the law of wood and the law of water together. A drop of green liquid filled with vitality formed on Xianxia's fingertip. Xianxia raised his finger, and the green drop of water flew into the air, scattering into countless tiny droplets that dripped onto the law incarnations' bodies. Everyone felt a cool feeling flow through their souls. Their minds shook as if their exhaustion had been swept away. They no longer felt powerless. Seeing that everyone's faces were much more energetic, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Now, everyone's fate was tied together. No matter what disagreements they had in the past, they had to be in the same boat now. The Xianxia man looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. In the end, he sighed. Would attribute. Hurry up and shoot. They're coming, Xianxia said to the Xianxia man. The Xianxia man said, why don't you shoot yourself? I'm out of money. I'm a nanny. You have to protect me. Xianxia said. I'm out of money too. It was said that the war had just begun. She only had a few bullets of faith left. She had to save them for when necessary. The Xianxia man was speechless. Before the Xianxia man could shoot, another law incarnation opened fire. The big move was very cool to watch. Everywhere it passed, there wasn't a single hair on the monsters. When the monsters were used again, Xianxia opened her hand and vines gushed out from her palm. They covered the sky and covered the earth, wrapping around the monsters and absorbing their energy. After absorbing the energy, she stored it. When the team members were tired, she would give them a buff. He developed another skill and mixed it together to create an effect that could speed up the recovery of health. It must be because of the boundless vitality of the wood attribute. Wow, the wood attribute was also so awesome, he wondered what kind of effects the other laws would have. In order to save the power of faith, Xianxia simply played with these two laws. If he could use the laws to kill enemies, he wouldn't use the power of faith. At the same time, he would let the team members recover their health and then kill the enemies. This way, they would be able to defend this corner. With one more law, Xianxia clearly felt that his combat strength was much stronger. Here, he could use the power of the laws to the extreme. It was unlike when he was doing quests, where the power of the laws was almost completely suppressed. It felt like he was in someone else's territory and had to abide by their rules. He just didn't know if there would be any side effects after using these two laws together. Xianxia even swallowed a mouthful and felt that there weren't any side effects. It was a very pure power. A very pure law power. There shouldn't be any side effects. Xianxia also added a buff to the team next to him. No need to thank me. When it's time to show off my ability, why don't you give me a gun? Only those with ability would be valued. They're coming again. Hurry up and protect me, Ningxu said to the Xianxia man. Get lost. It's not like you don't have a gun. The Xianxia man gritted his teeth. Have some shame. It's not like you don't have any combat strength. Why are you pretending to be weak? I'm a healer, Ningxu said. The Xianxia man, F*CKU, the battle continued, but Ningxu felt a little more confident. After all, with the support of the law of wood, his mental state wasn't bad. His strength was also a little stronger. He was a little more confident and didn't feel uneasy. He had to try his best to conserve the power of faith. During this time, Ningxu still fired a shot. 200,000 was gone. /BK compared to the rookies here, the Soul Army's attacks were much more varied. There were all kinds of weapons, and their attacks were very orderly. They were not as flustered as the Soul Army's. Where's my gun? I promised to give you a gun, but now I don't even see a shadow of a gun. They're here to fight, so I'm not afraid that they'll really break through. If I leave them here, I'll at least give them a weapon. How can they defend when they're so unarmed? In order to absorb the energy of these monsters, Ningxu spread out the vines in front of him. Countless vines spread out, and these vines were like snakes. They cooperated with each other and wrapped around the monsters individually, piercing into their bodies. The energy shuttled into Ningxu's body. Ningxu felt like his body was on steroids and was about to explode. The energy was transferred into the vines, and in addition to the law of water, the vines grew at a frightening speed. The neighboring teams looked over. The vines in front of them were too big. Ningxu absorbed the energy not only for his own use, but also for buffs to the people around him, allowing them to recover their health. Ningxu did this because he wanted to shoot as little as possible and save as much faith power as possible. I've already healed you, and you still have the nerve to ask me to shoot. You have to protect the healer, understand? Furthermore, the range of Ningxu's buff was increasing. Other than the Law Incarnation, the other Law Incarnations could also be within the range of the buff. With the accumulation of energy, he might be able to add a buff to the entire vast battlefield, and the amount of energy required would be astonishing. The people who were being healed were a little confused and looked around. Ningxu almost jumped up and said, "It's me, I'm the one who healed you. Look at me." To be honest, Ningxu really wanted to be a healer at the back. There would be people at the front to protect him and buff him from time to time, but buffs required energy. Absorbing the energy of the opposing monsters to increase the energy here was great. She could use the power of the Eye Gate to destroy them, so she still had to fight on the front line. Perhaps it was because Ningxu was able to relieve the fatigue of their souls, but the way the members of the team looked at Ningxu was different. Some of the Law Incarnations did not think highly of Ningxu, who had just become a Law Incarnation. Now, at least, they were looking at him at the same level and would not look at him with their chins. Therefore, respect was earned through strength. Although one didn't necessarily need the respect of others, it was still more comfortable than just looking at someone's chin. The monster's voice became louder and louder, and its appearance became more and more ferocious. To be honest, this war was really unsolvable. This side could not retreat. Behind them were billions of planes. Without a plane, there would be no place to live. Without a plane, there would be no need for mission enforcers like them to exist. There would be no more. But now, the monsters on the other side had reached their breeding period. In order to survive, they would also fight together. But why did they have to devour the plane and devour the heavenly axiom? The things they ate were too high-end. Therefore, both sides had to give it their all. According to these monsters and insects, they would definitely destroy a tree and not leave a single leaf behind. However, there were still many who relied on this tree to survive. Not to mention the billions of living creatures in the leaves, even the people who relied on this tree to survive would eventually die. Ningxu's expression was cold. He gritted his teeth and used the two laws back and forth. In order to conserve the power of faith and save it for life-saving use, Ningxu felt that he was about to kneel. The battle this time was very difficult. The monsters' levels were very high, and their bodies were much stronger. Some of the monsters grabbed the vines and tore them apart. Moreover, it was not easy for the vines to pierce through the monsters' bodies. It was as if the vines had pierced through a piece of metal. The defensive ability was really too strong. Ningshu poured water into the vines, and the vines grew thicker. Each of them was as thick as a person's thigh. It was not so easy for the monsters to tear them apart. The Xianxia man was speechless. In order to save money, this guy was going all out. Was he so poor that he had gone crazy? However, with the vines blocking a wave of monsters, the other law incarnations attacked together. Before they opened fire and used their ultimate skills, they could barely resist these monsters. In addition, after a few battles, everyone had some tacit understanding with each other. They barely had the strength to fight. Moreover, this was not the main place to attack. However, the other party seemed to have realized that the guards here were very weak. More and more powerful monsters, like monsters that were 3 or 4 stories tall, came over. Ningshu used the vines to wrap around the monster. The monster roared and broke the vines. The vines that were as thick as a person's thigh were cut into pieces. Even if they were broken, a large wave of vines still wrapped around his body. Ningshu said to everyone, "Use the power of law to attack together." For a moment, all kinds of attacks landed on the monster's body. Moreover, some laws countered each other and exploded. The monster fell down and was dismembered by other monsters and smaller rats. In just a short while, the monster was completely devoured. Not even its bones were left behind. It was as if the monster had never appeared in the first place. This was 2F** keen terrifying. This race really did not waste food and advocated frugality. They did not even let go of the corpses of their own race. Wave after wave of monsters came endlessly. Ningshu condensed a fist-sized green liquid. The green was very pure, making people feel relaxed and happy. The water droplets rose into the air and finally divided into countless small water droplets. They drenched everyone like a drizzle. As the water droplets were very big, the area of the rain was also very large. These raindrops fell directly into their souls. It was like drinking a mouthful of clean and clear water in the desert. It was very refreshing. Ningshu tried his best to store energy. The seedling between his thumb and forefinger revealed a majestic vitality that was even stronger than when he had first obtained the wood attribute. On one hand, it was nourished by the law of water. Water absorbed wood. In addition, the vines absorbed the vitality of the monsters. A portion of this vitality was fed back to Ningshu, and a portion of the law was stored. The seedling between his thumb and forefinger seemed to have an additional leaf. When the time came, would it bloom into a flower? Ningshu was very much looking forward to it. He had just randomly snatched a law. He did not expect it to be such a compatible law. Anyway, no matter how she chose, she could not find an attribute that countered water. After all, the fire attribute was in Awan's hands. Speaking of which, her 2 attributes countered Awan. Fire countered wood, while water countered fire. If water was strong enough, it could extinguish the fire. On the other hand, fire could burn water dry. Squeak squeak. The sound of a rat was heard. It was not loud, but this sound could be heard on the vast battlefield. It sounded like a rat, but at the same time, it was not. Ningshu was alert. Generally speaking, this sound was either an attack or a retreat. Ningshu hoped that this was a signal to retreat. After all, they had been fighting for a long time. In any case, Ningshu couldn't remember. Just the healing alone, Ningshu remembered that he had done it several times. Every time, the water droplets were the size of a fist and contained boundless vitality. Even if he was in a soul state, he still needed vitality to support his soul. His soul also needed vitality, and his soul would be consumed. Fortunately, they were retreating this time. The monster surged forward like a tide. Before Ningshu could rejoice, he suddenly felt himself being enveloped by a hurricane. He was directly swept out of the team and flew towards the monsters. Ningshu. F***ck, what are you doing? The man in the Xianxia looked fiercely at the person who used the law of wind. The man with the law of wind was a long-haired man. He said guiltily and rudely, "Don't you want her law of water and law of wood? Lunatic." The man in the Xianxia attacked and turned back time. The sudden situation here attracted many people's attention. Food suddenly appeared when they were retreating. These monsters didn't have enough intelligence to think about why the food appeared. They swarmed forward to eat Ning Shu. Ning Shu sneered in his heart. Many vines surged out from his body. These vines lifted Ning Shu high up and threw him back to the team. A mouse bit on Ning Shu's body, but it couldn't bite it. It wasn't that it couldn't bite, but that Ning Shu's soul had already turned into water. How could water bite? Ning Shu directly crushed the mouse to death. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the throat of the law incarnation. The man's face was livid. He used the law of wind to sweep Ning Shu away. Ning Shu passed through the tornado and flew towards him with water all over his body. He grabbed his neck. You want to kill me? You have to see if you have the ability. Ning Shu extended a vine from between his thumb and index finger and pierced directly into the man's soul. The man immediately wailed, and his painful voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Ning Shu's face was still cold. The Xianxia man wanted to say something, but he didn't. Aren't your laws also stolen? Why can't I steal yours? The man said in a panic. Of course you can, but only if you can kill me. If you can't, you'll be the one to die. Ning Shu sneered. The vines directly absorbed this person's soul force and vitality. He died, and the laws in his body floated out. Just as Ning Shu was about to grab the law imprint, the imprint floated away and into Grand Elder's hand. The Grand Elder sneered. His golden glasses glowed with a cold luster. If a person can feed all the bugs, I don't mind feeding him to the bugs. Now that we have to fight for something, we have to push people to feed the bugs. Interesting. Whenever a law incarnation dies, the law imprint is kept by me. If something like this happens again, all of you will be fed to the bugs. After leaving behind a warning, the Grand Elder floated away. Ning Shu's face was cold. Why did he not come earlier or later? Why did he only appear when she took the law imprint? Your sister. Thank you for your help. Ning Shu thanked the Xianxia man. Others had wanted to kill her to get her law, but the Xianxia man had saved her. It was said that a friend in need was a friend indeed. Out of so many law incarnations, only the Xianxia man had taken action. The others hadn't taken action or helped. Perhaps they were thinking that if she died, they would have a certain chance and opportunity to get her law imprint. Ning Shu had directly killed the person who had attacked her and made him wail for so long. Did he really think that she was easy to bully? If she didn't show some attitude this time, this kind of thing would never end. Thank you for saving my life. The Xianxia man opened his fan and fanned himself coquettishly. He straightened his chest. Ning Shu nodded. Okay. The fan stopped. The Xianxia man couldn't help but ask, really? Of course it's true. Ning Shu smiled. The Xianxia man avoided Ning Shu's gaze. With his back facing Ning Shu, he fanned himself. TSK, TSK. Even if you want to repay me with your body, I don't necessarily have to accept it. You don't look good. Forget it. Ning Shu despised him. He knew it. He only dared to talk coquettishly and didn't care about playing for real. Coward, the Xianxia man looked back at Ning Shu. When he met Ning Shu's gaze, he immediately looked away. Ning Shu was speechless. The Xianxia man was more suitable to find a boyfriend. With his cowardly personality, he was more suitable to find a strong and domineering boyfriend who would use all kinds of methods to push him against the wall, kiss him forcefully, and flirt with him. Ning Shu walked over and squatted down with the Xianxia man. The Xianxia man moved to the side. Ning Shu moved over and asked, "Are you also coveting my law of water and wood? Who doesn't covet good things? However, these two laws of yours are indeed eye-catching. Not to mention the taxes of these two cities, just the effect of these two laws combined is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. In particular, the two laws promote each other. That's why people can't help but want to take action. Wealth moves people's hearts. At our level, things that can increase our strength are more tempting than wealth. It's normal for people to want to take action against you." Ning Shu nodded. That's right. That's why I let him die so miserably. He screamed so miserably. It's good that everyone heard it. The Xianxia man glanced at Ning Shu and moved to the side. Ning Shu moved over. What law did you get? What law I got has nothing to do with you. Don't come near. I don't like people like you. I won't ask you to give yourself to me. Just give up, the Xianxia man said. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. He deserved to be alone for life. He couldn't find a girlfriend no matter how hard he tried. Ningxu. Mo Ming came over. Ningxu waved at him from afar. You know people from the military? The Xianxia man asked. What do you want? Ningxu asked. It was a little troublesome to meet someone on a mission in a place like this. Do you know each other? The Xianxia man asked. Just so. We were married. Ningxu, the Xianxia man chuckled and pointed at Ningxu. You want to get married? Ha ha ha. Mo Ming ignored the Xianxia man who was gloating. He asked Ningxu, are you okay? I'm fine. It's someone else who died. Ningxu said casually. Anyway, he had already exposed himself. Marriage is the client's wish. Don't take it to heart. I don't need you to take responsibility. I know. I'm not here to talk about marriage. Were you bitten by a bug? The bug's saliva has a strong corrosive power. It will slowly erode your soul. This is medicine. Apply it where you were bitten. Mo Ming took out a blue medicine. There were specks of light in it. The medicine looked pretty good. Ningxu lifted his skirt and looked at his calf. There were no bite marks. Ningxu checked it and found that it did not corrode the soul. He said, thank you. My soul is special. Insects can't bite it. Then give it to me. I'm scared, the Xianxia man said. Anyway, you're here to deliver the medicine. You can't come here for nothing. Give it to me. Okay. Mo Ming gave the medicine to the Xianxia man, then looked at Ningxu and said, you seem to be very impatient with me. I don't mean anything else, and I don't want to have anything to do with you. I just want to thank you. Ningxu said, I'm not impatient with you. The past is gone. Mo Ming laughed. I don't think about the past, and there's nothing I can't let go of. But you seem to care about the past. Don't worry about it. I won't talk about marriage. Ningxu, you are not the Mo Ming you used to be. Alright, thank you. Have a safe trip. Ningxu gestured for him to leave and respectfully sent him away. Mo Ming said to the Xianxia man who was holding the medicine, use 1 drop each time. Don't use too much. It's a waste. The Xianxia man nodded and waved at Mo Ming with a smile. The Xianxia man put away the medicine and said to Ningxu, he's a general, a second lieutenant with 1 bar and 1 star. Since he can give you medicine, just take it. Besides, you're married. Ningxu looked at the Xianxia man with a strange look. The Xianxia man was confused. He waved his fan and said impatiently, what are you looking at? For a moment, the way you gossiped made me feel like you were my best friend. Ningxu shook her head. What are you talking about? I'm straight. I just want to have a girlfriend, the Xianxia man said. It's a little difficult, Ningxu said. Oh, right. Mo Ming, who came back, said to Ningxu, General, and he wants to talk to you. I forgot to tell you. Oh, okay. Fragrant Wind finally called her. It was probably about the gun. She finally remembered to give him a gun. Ningxu saw that Mo Ming's soul was a bit dim and said, you have a lot of troops to take care of? Not much, I'm just a lieutenant, Mo Ming said. Ningxu condensed a green water droplet. This can relieve fatigue. Take it as a thank you for the gun you gave me. Thank you. Everyone in the army is talking about the wet nurse. The general and I are probably looking for you because of this. Mo Ming took the green water droplet, and the water droplet merged with his soul. Ningxu was speechless. F*CK, isn't this about guns? What happened to you? Mo Ming asked when he saw Ningxu's expression change. He comforted Ningxu, General Anha is easy to get along with. She knew very well whether it was easy to get in touch with him or not. Mo Ming sent Ningxu to the tent and said to Ningxu, don't be afraid. Do I look really fragile? Like I'll break at the slightest touch? No, you're different from what I imagined, Mo Ming looked at Ningxu from head to toe. You should be a wantonly bright and beautiful girl. You're much thinner than what I imagined. Ningxu grinned, opened the curtain and walked into the tent. The tent was full of people, including Fragrant Wind and Grand Uncle. The ones sitting below should be the main leaders in the army, including some powerful task takers, such as Awan, young Master Rong Hua, Wen Yan, and so on. In short, there were many task takers, and there were many people that Ningxu didn't know. As soon as Ningxu came in, he was baptized by the eyes of the big bosses. Sit down. Grand Uncle pointed to a seat at random. It was in the middle, below Awan, and in front of young Master Rong Hua and Wen Yan. Ningxu sat down. Awan looked at him and smiled politely. Ningxu smiled back. Many people focused their gazes on Ningxu, but Ningxu pretended not to see them. She just came to ask for the gun, not to participate in the meeting or participate in the battle plan. His Excellency was not here. He probably went to water his own flowers. Fragrant Wind talked for a long time, basically talking about the military and various kinds of military resources. In the end, he said to everyone passionately, "Dear friends, hold on for a few more 100 years, and the war will be over." Ningxu, a few 100 years, but seeing that everyone's expression was normal, Ningxu swallowed the old blood in his throat. That means this war is not over. No matter how much merit and power of faith I have, it won't be enough to burn. Ningxu couldn't help but ask Awan, who was next to him, how often does this war happen? Since they wanted to reproduce, those monsters must have a cycle of estrus. In order to evolve and reproduce, this kind of war would not be rare. In the past, when she was lying on the hospital bed, she didn't know that there were people guarding and stopping these monsters. Many creatures didn't know that there were people guarding them and billions of planes. If we calculate according to the system's time, about once every 3,000 years. This time is a bit different. The other side has no intention of compromising, Awan said. Peace talks are not working? Ningxu asked. Awan shook her head. Maybe peace talks are no longer enough to satisfy them. They want to take over billions of planes. Ningxu, then this war will be hard to fight. Ningxu was so dispirited. He couldn't guarantee that he could survive this war. He was really depressed. Ningxu thought it would be over soon. But hundreds of years, how many monsters were there? How many monsters were there? It was enough for people to kill for hundreds of years. Even if Ningxu came to this battlefield, he didn't know how many monsters and insects he had killed. What a headache. After Fragrant Wind's mobilization meeting and various arrangements were made, the Grand Uncle pushed up his glasses and said to Ningxu, "How big can the range of the sowing be?" Ningxu knew that the Grand Uncle was talking about the HP buff. He said directly, "I don't know." Then go out and sprinkle it. Come back and tell me, the Grand Uncle said. Ningxu went out of the tent under everyone's gaze and condensed an emerald green water droplet the size of a wash basin. The water droplet flew over the army. Finally, the raindrops fell from the sky. The souls in a large area were touched by the raindrops. Their souls seemed to have been cleansed. It was very comfortable. Ningxu estimated that the bigger the water droplet, the larger the range it covered. The range should not be small. However, to cover the vast and boundless war, it would take several attempts before it could be completed. After leaving the army, Ningxu saw a densely packed skeleton army. They were all golden bones, holding rusty swords in their hands. Could they be the subordinates of His Excellency? To be honest, Ningxu always felt that His Excellency's aesthetic was different from that of ordinary people. However, he couldn't make things too difficult for him. After all, non-humans had weird aesthetics. This time, the interval between the attacks was longer, but it gave people a very bad feeling. It was like the calm before the storm. The atmosphere became more and more stagnant. Everyone's expression became solemn. It was very depressing. This time, Lord Taishu and Fragrant Wind appeared at the same time. They floated in the air and stared at the black hole. The surface of the black hole was rippling. Some strange sound came from inside. It was like the roar of a beast, but it also had a gloomy feeling. The things inside must be very terrifying. Under everyone's gaze, there were monsters more than 10 meters tall. They were like the Hulk. There were strange bulging muscles all over their bodies. They had no eyes or facial features at all. There was only a big mouth. When the big mouth opened, there were sharp saw-like teeth inside. And it was endless. There were many monsters coming out of the black hole. This batch of monsters was even more terrifying. Fragrant Wind ordered to attack. For a time, all kinds of attacks were launched. Xianxia wanted to test out her new gun. She aimed the gun at a huge monster and fired a shot. A pale white light shot out and hit the monster's body, directly annihilating it. One shot could only kill one monster. It only cost 1,000 points of faith. Compared to 200,000 points, 1,000 points was so cheap. Xianxia stretched out her vines. The vines wrapped around the monster and absorbed the energy in the monster's body. However, these monsters' defense was very strong. The vines couldn't pierce through. She had no choice but to keep stabbing. Xianxia kept transferring energy to the vines. These vines slowly turned from light green to black, shining with a faint metallic luster. It was obvious that the vines had become harder and more resilient. This time, the vines could pierce into the monster's body more easily. Xianxia quickly absorbed the energy. She still had a mission, which was to heal the people on her side, except for those who liked to pant. Fortunately, those bones didn't need milk. Otherwise, the workload would increase several times. If a monster came too close, Xianxia would shoot. It was worth it to use 1,000 points of faith to destroy a huge monster. This time, the huge monsters were overwhelming. It was just that they looked too scary. These evolutions had no concept of beauty. It was reasonable to say that the more they evolved, the more beautiful they would be. After all, genetic defects would be made up. But, why were they so ugly? Or did these monsters have a special sense of beauty? The uglier they were, the prettier they were. This time, the attack was very powerful. Although this side was full of vitality, it was very difficult to resist. Everyone clenched their teeth and tried their best to resist. Some people even groaned in pain as they were bitten by the monsters. A drop of emerald green water condensed on Xianxia's fingertip. This drop of water grew bigger and bigger until it was the size of a wash basin. The drop of water continued to grow until it was the size of a water tank. The water droplets floated high up in the sky before exploding into mist and spraying out, drenching a large area. After adding a buff, Xianxia hurriedly absorbed the energy. The people who were hit by the raindrops were in a better mental state. Even their attacks were more accurate. On the battlefield, everyone was in a tense state. Even the soul would be tired. In this case, the effect of these water droplets was to make the soul more empty. Xianxia used the vines to absorb the energy while firing. The main reason was that there were too many huge monsters. It was not enough to rely on the vines and the power of the law. Even with such a small consumption of guns, Xianxia lost more than 20,000 faith power. Someone in the team used a big move. However, there were many huge monsters now. It was very satisfying to use a big move. After firing a shot, the huge monsters were all gone. It was more satisfying than killing those small mice. A big move should be used at this time. It was very satisfying. However, the person who fired the shot was very distressed. Squeak squeak. The mice squeaked. The monsters' attacks became more violent and their movements faster. They began to attack as if they did not care about their lives and roared. Xianxia had no choice but to use a big move. He lost 200,000 faith power in one move. Although he could get a temporary respite, endless monsters poured out of the black hole. This time, the monsters looked more strange. Some flew in the sky, some crawled on the ground, and some ran. There were also high-altitude attacks. The battle was getting more and more difficult. The other side was constantly changing their strategy. They could only passively defend. When the other side moved, they would passively defend and take measures. She was so angry that she directly went through the black hole and used a big move on the other side. Then, she immediately retreated. It was too stupid to be beaten like this. However, this was not something that a newcomer like her could say. After all, she had guarded the realm for so many years. She should be very familiar with the other side. If they chose to be passive, they must have a plan. Perhaps they had entered the black hole before. Damn, there were too many monsters. They were as dense as buildings. Ningxu felt that his trypophobia was almost cured. After all, he would become numb after seeing too much. There were monsters in the sky that wanted to fly over. Ningxu floated up and blocked the monsters in midair. He released vines that covered the sky and pierced into the monsters' bodies. In addition to using the wood precept, he also used the water precept. The two precepts strengthened each other. In addition, he had guns. Together with the other precepts in the sky, it was very difficult to resist these monsters. Floating in midair, Ningxu glanced at the Soul Army and found that their movements were exactly the same. They were very orderly. Their movements were like robots. Everyone was very calm. If the person in front fell, the person behind would be expressionless as if nothing had happened and would replace him. Ningxu could not describe his feelings. He only felt that it was very complicated. When he thought that his life was very sad, there were people who risked their lives to protect him. This included the people in the realm who thought that they were living in the abyss of suffering. They were very sad, as if all the misfortune in the world had gathered in one person. However, they were still protected. Ningxu shot and killed the monster that had wings and was breathing fire. This kind of battle continued until now. Ningxu felt that his soul was about to explode from the energy. A water droplet condensed. The water droplet grew bigger and bigger. It was filled with pure vitality. The water droplet that was the size of a desk exploded, forming a mist that was full of vitality. The mist was like a drizzle that drenched everyone. After adding a UFF, Ningxu felt that the energy in his body was not so full. To be honest, he was about to explode from the energy. This was king joke. The biggest characteristic of the wood attribute was its ability to absorb energy. Trees could take root in the ground and absorb the power of the earth, turning it into their own power to strengthen themselves. Earth, shouldn't he create an earth-type law? Forget it. What if the law of earth didn't recognize her? The law imprint had a temper too. If it didn't recognize her, even if she got the law imprint, it would be useless. If it was a law that countered, then it was even more impossible to get it. Of course, the premise was that there had to be a law before considering whether the law recognized her or not. Otherwise, with Judge Taishu's ability, he could get a lot of law imprints. Wouldn't he just use all the laws on himself? Of course, it didn't exclude the possibility that he looked down on these laws. Also, the law of destruction was enough to destroy other coexisting laws. Damn it, with me here, these flirtatious B***Gs still want to snatch places from me. He just didn't know what kind of law Fragrant Wind comprehended. He probably walked the path of violence. After all, he had to protect billions of planes. Was he supposed to comprehend some kind of law that was as gentle as water? In front of protecting the country, there was only killing. As for His Excellency, he didn't know what kind of path he took. After all, the power system of the world of reincarnation was different from the world of living beings. Ningxu thought about the law of earth, but it was just a thought. He didn't want to get it at all. Moreover, the law incarnation of the law of earth was still alive. Was he going to snatch it? What if he was killed instead? Just like the wind law attribute from before, he would end up dead and his Tao would vanish. If there was an internal conflict, he would probably die a rather rhythmic death. Ningxu didn't want to provoke the tiger's whiskers at such a crucial time. He would definitely kill without mercy. Billions of planes were about to be lost, and he still had to talk to you nicely and give you ideological education. The overwhelming number of monsters made Ningxu's heart drop. This level would continue for a few hundred years. Damn it, how many species did the other party have? Their reproduction ability was simply heaven-defying. There were so many monsters. Why did they have to come and gnaw on the plane? They could just gnaw on each other and then give birth to a large nest. When the time came for them to reproduce, they could then gnaw on their own kind. The weak ones would be devoured and the species would be optimized. Of all things to eat, they just had to treat planes as food. Each one was stronger than the other. When will it end? Xianxia felt that he had been fighting desperately for a long time. Even he was a little tired, let alone the others. Xianxia added a HP recovery skill so that everyone's condition would be better. Actually, most of them were blocked by powerful generals, mission enforcers, and abyssal prefects. Some of them were blocked, while others were blocked by the troops stationed behind. These monsters were like a tide. Even if one wave was blocked, there would be another. If one were to cut the water with a knife, the water would continue to flow. Everyone was putting their lives on the line. He did not know what kind of existence was hiding on the other side of the black hole, nor did he know what kind of monster was commanding it. Xianxia looked very tired because the winged monster had not only evolved wings, but it had also evolved various attacks, such as spitting magma. This type of magma was not ordinary magma with a very high temperature. Instead, it was mixed with saliva. The saliva of these monsters could corrode one's soul. If it was serious, one would be corroded on the spot. If one's soul was strong enough, it wouldn't be corroded on the spot. However, it would slowly corrode away. In short, one couldn't escape death. He felt that these evolutions were all aimed at the Soul Army. It seemed that they all understood each other. As for using people with bodies to guard, it was needless to say. It was easier to get tired than being in a soul state. Moreover, they would die after 100 years. Their bodies were all weak. If they were hit by such magma, they would be directly vaporized. Therefore, the guardian plane had to be a soul spirit. This was something that couldn't be helped. However, the attacks that the other party had evolved against soul spirits were very harmful to the soul. Perhaps Xianxia's vines were too hateful, or perhaps they could see that Xianxia was a healer. Many monsters swarmed toward Xianxia. "Oh my God, hurry up and protect me. I'm a healer," Xianxia suddenly shouted. The Xianxia man rolled his eyes. "Why don't you shoot?" "I don't want to shoot. That's why I asked you to protect me, the healer." Xianxia took out her gun. Speaking of which, there were a lot of monsters on her side. They were either spraying water or fire at her, or spitting saliva at her. It was especially smelly. Xianxia felt that she had attracted a lot of monsters and a lot of hatred. However, these people just didn't want to protect her, the healer. "Hurry up and protect me. I'm a healer." Xianxia took out her gun and prepared to use a big move. A big move cost 200,000 points of faith. Even though Xianxia's heart was numb, she still felt very painful. Don't ask why my eyes are always filled with tears. That's because I'm crying. Xianxia pulled the trigger and fired a shot. The moment the monsters that were rushing towards her came into contact with the ball of light, they roared in pain and vanished into thin air. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't dare to calculate how many bullets of faith she had left. She didn't know if she could survive this attack. More than 2 million points of merit were gone in a flash. Fortunately, there was still some merit left. Otherwise, she didn't know if she could survive. Why couldn't those big bosses give her some points of faith? They wanted people to fight, but they wanted people to fight barehanded. Even if they didn't give her bullets, they should at least give her a bayonet. This was the most disrespectful war Xianxia had ever seen. Even in the era of cold weapons, there would at least be armor and heart protection mirrors. There was nothing here. Xianxia secretly wondered if she could ask for some points of faith. Those soul armies had all kinds of rewards. As long as one made a contribution, they would receive points of faith and merit. They would add all the merit to themselves. With merit, their soul would become stronger. At the same time, they would have the support of the heavenly Tao of billions of planes behind them. People with merit and luck would always have better luck. People who were favored by the heavenly Tao, like Mo Ming, who had not even formed a soul army, already had incredible luck. Furthermore, his body could not bear it, so he could only be a sickly person. Xianxia couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't need to think about how he didn't have much faith left. Maybe the next time he used it, he would be reminded that his balance was low and that he should recharge. It wasn't time to collect taxes. If he collected taxes, he might be able to hold on for a while. But now, he really couldn't hold on. Xianxia looked at the tide of monsters and felt unwell. There was no end to it, and it made her feel irritated. She wanted to destroy the nest of these rats. If this continued, even her soul wouldn't be able to withstand it. Destined to be alone forever. Ningxu looked at the Xianxia man with pity and went to the tent to find Fragrant Wind Man. The first time Ningxu saw Fragrant Wind Man, it was in a world that was about to be broken. He was wearing a flowery shirt and had wax on his hair. He smelled good. At that time, he gave her the impression that he was a task-taker. She never thought that he would be a soldier. She guessed that the smell of blood or the aura of slaughter on his body was too strong, so he used a pungent fragrance to cover it up. Ningxu stood outside the tent, hesitating whether to go in or not. Fragrant Wind Man had a bad temper, so he might be spat on if he went in. Go in. Why are you standing at the door? His Excellency was wearing a tuxedo. His face was pale, and he was playing with a black flower in his hand. The blue veins on the back of his slender and pale fingers were very obvious. After looking at it for a long time, it felt like mountains and rivers. Those veins were like flowing rivers, meandering. Ningxu shook his head and came to his senses. His Excellency saw Ningxu staring at his hand. Do you like this flower? Are the flowers in the world of samsara only black? Ningxu asked. His Excellency always held a black flower in his hand, and there was even a small black flower in the pocket of his suit. Of course. If there are too many colors, how can those souls be willing to leave? If there are everything in hell, those colorful living worlds will not be attractive to souls. Immortality? His Excellency put Fodder in Ningxu's ear and looked around. Then he shook his head and entered the tent without saying anything. Ningxu wiped the flower in his ear and took it down to smell. It was not the same flower as before. He felt like crying and sad when he smelled it. He thought it was a flower that could make people happy. Wasn't it a flower with 7 emotions and 6 desires? Ningxu followed him into the tent. Inside the tent, Senior Uncle, Fragrant Wind Man and the silver-haired man were talking. His Excellency found a seat and sat down. Fragrant Wind lifted his eyelids and glanced at Ningxu. What do you want? What? She looked like a troublemaker. Please, she had never caused any trouble. Ningxu pondered for a moment before asking, can we enter the other world through the black hole? Sure, but be prepared to be devoured by endless monsters. Fragrant Wind didn't apply any wax on his hair, so it hung down and covered his eyes. He looked at Ningxu through the gaps in his hair, giving off a sinister and terrifying feeling. He was different from the Fragrant Wind guy from before. Ningxu nodded. Now that the opening was done, it was time to get down to business. He asked, do I have any military contributions? Can I be rewarded with some faith power? Fragrant Wind just glanced at Ningxu. Don't you have taxes? But I've used it all up. I've used up all my taxes. Ningxu said. Did these people think that her taxes were inexhaustible? Fragrant Wind Man said, you are not a registered soldier, so your military contributions are not recorded, so, you can't give it to me, right? Ningxu asked. Yes. Ningxu was speechless. Damn it, Ningxu cursed in his heart. What kind of dark organization is this? At least give me something to save my life. At this time, all of them turned into stingy silver-haired men. Every penny was deducted. What was the use of saving money? If there were no more lives, what was the use of saving things? It was estimated that this huge soul army required a lot of equipment, a lot of faith power, and a lot of merit. Everything had to be used by the army, so the non-staff members couldn't consider it for the time being. Ningxu felt tired and said, these monsters are always chasing me. How can I not have any faith power to defend myself? I'm a nanny. You have to protect me. Fragrant Wind Man was speechless. What's wrong with being a nanny? Grand Elder said, go back and collect taxes before the other party attacks. Ningxu said. It's not time to collect taxes yet. So what if you change the tax collection date? F***ck, after all was said and done, he still needed to rely on himself and use his own faith power. How frustrating. Sure enough, he didn't get anything on this trip. It was expected, but it seemed that he got a chance to escape the battlefield. Go back and don't spread what happened here. It's useless except for increasing panic, Grand Elder looked at Ningxu and said. Ningxu nodded. No wonder she didn't know what happened before. It was true that there was no benefit for people who weren't capable enough to know. They couldn't even do what they were supposed to do. Ningxu went out of the tent and said to 2333, "Let's go back." However, she should be back soon. After all, she wanted to add buffs on the battlefield. It was obviously not her business, but now she took it as her responsibility. In a flash, he returned to the system space. Looking at the system space full of fragrances, Ningxu's tense heart relaxed a little. He couldn't help but lie down on the sofa and sigh. It was a pleasure to lie down so comfortably during a war. Ningxu took out a part of the soul stones and asked 2333 to send it to the main system for purification. Then he transferred the soul power sent by the main system to the world of samsara. She felt as if she had sneaked home to feed her child while she was at work. Life was such a bitter one. Originally, she wanted to continue to develop the 9-Palace Mountain, but she was dragged to the battlefield. Now she had to go and collect taxes. After all, collecting taxes in advance messed up the rules of collecting taxes. However, she could collect taxes whenever she wanted. Ningxu appeared in Water City and repaired the city's enchantment while he was at it. Then she began to collect taxes one by one. Although the taxes were collected in advance, the results surprised Ningxu. Because the price of goods had tripled, Ningxu's taxes had also risen. He had collected nearly 5 million faith power and 2 million merit points. However, these were the results of soaring prices. Because the taxes were collected in advance, these merchants were very dissatisfied. Ningxu was too lazy to talk to these people. She just stretched out her hand to ask for money. There were more important things to do, so there was no need to waste her breath on unimportant things. Besides, these people didn't know about the battlefield. It didn't matter if you understood or not, just obediently pay the taxes. In addition to the City of Water, Ningxu planned to go to the City of Wood to take a look. Maybe the taxes in the City of Wood would be the same as the City of Water. Then she would be rich. Although the structure of each City of Law was the same, Ningxu was still a little worried about going to the City of Wood. She might encounter the same thing that happened before. Taking advantage of her weak eyesight, changing the city lord would be a big earthquake for the merchants of the city. /BK Ningxu appeared in Water City. Perhaps it was because he had mastered the law of wood, but Ningxu felt that the entire City of Wood was filled with green dots. These dots of green wandered all over the city, filling the city with a refreshing feeling. It was full of vitality. Ningxu had entered Wood City once before, and the feeling that Wood City gave people was the best one. In other cities, people would have to go through a period of painful adaptation to the laws, but in Wood City, they felt refreshed the moment they entered. Ningxu repaired Wood City, then began to collect taxes from the merchants one by one. The news of the death of the city lord of Wood City should not have spread, so when Ningxu appeared in front of these merchants, they were very surprised. Even if they saw Ningxu's mark, they were still skeptical. Ningxu followed the tax of Water City, 10% tax. As long as they paid 10%, there would be no additional tax. The merchants were immediately dissatisfied, and some directly shouted, 10%, the previous city lord only collected 5%. Ningxu almost rolled his eyes. Are you kidding me? Including the previous city lord, 5% was purely to evade taxes. If he collected 5%, he would only pay 5%. If the city lord collected taxes, the main system would also collect taxes. 5% was definitely not the tax standard for basic law of attributes. If it was 5% on the surface, then it would be more in private. You really can't distinguish between good and bad. Ningxu directly said, then 5%, in private, according to the previous city lord. Paying 10% and not paying anything else, are you stupid? These merchants gathered together and whispered. Someone asked, you only need to pay 10%, there is no other tribute in private. No, there is no need, hurry up and pay. Ningxu said, swipe my ID card. The merchants hesitated and did not move, afraid that if they gave 10%, they would have to pay more. How annoying. Ningxu said, hurry up, I'm very busy. Ningxu looked at these merchants as if he was cutting their flesh. He pointed at the water droplets on his forehead and said, I'm still the city lord of Water City. If there's a problem with taxes, you can ask the merchants over there. Hurry up, hurry up. One after another, merchants began to transfer money to Ningxu. The flow of people in Wood City was even greater than that of Water City. This was the perfect place to relax. Many people chose to minor in the wood attribute because the wood attribute allowed one to feel refreshed and maintain one's peak condition. In short, Ningxu had actually collected nearly 7 million points of faith power and 3 million points of merit in Wood City. He was laughing so hard that he almost went crazy. His face was expressionless, but his heart was bursting with joy. In total, he had more than 12 million faith power, which could last for a long time. It was simply awesome. Ningxu, who had collected the taxes, was very satisfied. He told the merchants to work hard and make their businesses prosper. Then, he would have a lot of taxes. Ningxu felt that he might really be poor. He couldn't save any money at all. All of his faith power would be used up on the battlefield. Could this be a battle between gods that used faith power to attack? After collecting the taxes, his wallet was full. But as soon as he thought about how it would flow like water on the battlefield, Ningxu's legs went soft and he no longer dared to go to the battlefield. He still felt that doing quests was more comfortable. At least he didn't have to face the tide of monsters every day, and he could still collect merit, faith power, and soul power. On the battlefield, forget about rewards, he might even lose his underwear on the battlefield. Ningxu really wanted to say that he couldn't do any more quests. He didn't want to know what happened at all. Ningxu packed a lot of spirit liquids and sent them to 9 Palace Mountain for the second young master to exchange. He also took back the soul stones that the second young master had exchanged for and sent them to the main system to be purified. The soul stones that the second young master exchanged for were far inferior to the ones that Ningxu dug up in the mines, but the more the better. Right now, she was lacking resources. She might seem rich, but her income and expenditure weren't equal at all. When he saw the second young master again, his soul was much stronger than before. It didn't look like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. The second young master gave all the soul stones that he exchanged for to Ningxu, saying that he took 10% of it. The rest was for Ningxu. Ningxu took out his ring space. Continue exchanging. The second young master scanned the spirit liquid in the meson space and felt very complicated. Where did all the spirit liquid come from? It seemed like there was no end to it. The second young master's eyes turned. Ningxu asked, "Where do you live? If I want to find you, where should I go?" Ningxu raised an eyebrow at the second young master's cunning eyes. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's the matter? If there's something, I'll come find you. After exchanging for soul stones, you can take 10%. There's no need to come find me. You know that I've been beaten into a spirit state, and the Li family is now under my brother's control. Many people are coveting the spirit liquids." The second young master said. "Then what about auctioning it?" Ningxu asked. "Auctioning it is really not worth it," the second young master said. Now that he had fallen to such a state, he could only become stronger. His brother was still eyeing him covetously. To be honest, it was not easy to have 2 brothers in a family. For some reason, the fertility of cultivators seemed to be deprived. It was especially difficult for them to have children. Couples being able to have children was no different from winning a lottery. In this generation, it was very difficult to have 2 children. In the end, the 2 of them killed each other. A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. This made the elders of the Li family very worried. Although Pai Lupi was talented, he was not as good as the first young master in managing relationships. He did not have the characteristics of a leader. However, he was talented and had his own advantages. In a world where the strong were respected, strength was very important. Everything depended on strength. Pai Lupi's talent was like a fishbone in the throat to the first young master. He had to get it out. Ningxu asked, "Then what do you want to do?" "I have to make a show of strength. There are already many people watching me. It doesn't matter if I die, but your spirit liquids will be snatched away," the second young master said. How could it not matter? It was a big matter. He did not want to die. Pai Lupi now regretted provoking such a woman. He exchanged all the soul stones he had. Pai Lupi never thought that he would become a spirit state. The soul stones given by those families were useless to him. So, he directly exchanged the soul stones that took up space and robbed this little girl. He never thought that he would actually catch a thorn. His hands were full of blood and he was repeatedly extorted. He had to exchange the spirit liquids he had exchanged for soul stones again. What was the point of this? BK Pai Lupi simply wanted to explode on the spot. *CK, there was something even worse than this. Also, there must be a reason why he asked this little girl where she lived. If he knew where the stinky girl lived, he would run to her place if there was any danger. If anything happened, he would just let the stinky girl stay in front of him. He was just an errand boy. Moreover, after a period of transition, Pai Lupi had completely accepted his situation. He couldn't return to the Li family for the time being. After all, he was now a soul, and all of his talents had disappeared. There was no talent to speak of in a soul state. All of his strength had to be filled with soul stones. Therefore, Pai Lupi wanted to rely on Ningxu's prestige to give himself a chance to breathe. If someone provoked him in the future, he could directly lead them to this little girl. Wouldn't that be a good way to establish his prestige? Ningxu glanced at Pai Lupi. His soul was still dim. He was absorbing soul stones that hadn't been purified. The more soul stones he absorbed, the stronger he would become. However, his emotions would definitely be affected by the impurities in Zhujiang. Do you really want to know where I live? Ningxu looked at Pai Lupi with a smile that wasn't a smile. Seeing Ningxu's smile, Pai Lupi clearly felt that something was wrong. This girl wasn't a good person at all. When she showed this kind of smile, she looked more like a bad person. A very bad person. However, for his own safety, Pai Lupi still asked, "Where do you live?" "I live at the end of the universe. There are endless monsters there. Do you want to come with me?" Ningxu tilted her head and looked at Pai Lupi. That scene would definitely make Pai Lupi persist for a quarter of an hour. Unexpectedly, he was swallowed by rats. There should be a limit to bragging. The end of the universe? She didn't want to tell him where she lived. Ningxu shrugged. She was clearly telling the truth, but why did no one believe her? Ningxu thought for a moment. Someone was probably looking for trouble with Pai Lupi. The current Pai Lupi was like a phoenix without feathers, not even comparable to a chicken. The Li family's name was no longer useful. There would definitely be people looking for trouble with Pai Lupi. Ningxu took out a tree branch and said to Pai Lupi, "If you encounter any danger, use this. It should be enough to deal with it." Pai Lupi, looking at the dried-up branch, it was a real dried-up branch. Seeing the other party give it to him so seriously, second young Master Li only wanted to say, "Are you kidding me? Using a branch to stab people?" He was afraid that he would be killed before he could even get close to her. Was this damned lass still holding a grudge against him? Otherwise, she wouldn't have given him such a thing. It was simply an insult. Any random thing was better than this. He felt bitter, but he didn't say anything. Pai Lupi felt the greatest evil in his life at this moment. Ningxu handed the tree branch to Pai Lupi. "Take it." Pai Lupi, was there an end to this? What was the use of such a withered tree branch? "Take it. You might be able to use it when you're in danger," Ningxu said. Speaking such nonsense in such a serious manner was simply intoxicating. He took a clod of soil as gold and still had a serious look on his face, which made second young Master Li feel quite embarrassed. "What's wrong with you? This is a magic item. Haven't you seen a treasure before? Look at it. It doesn't look impressive, but it's very powerful." "You're ignorant," Ningxu said disdainfully. Pai Lupi, "Fine, you can say whatever you want. Who asked you to be the boss now? When I'm strong enough, I'll have a chance to find out who's the boss." Pai Lupi's heart exploded like boiling water. He had to pretend to take it as if it was real. Pai Lupi felt that it was really hard on himself. In the past, it was always others who looked at him. Now, it was his turn to look at others. This kind of feeling was a bit sad. Ningxu said to Pai Lupi, "Good luck. The more you exchange, the more you'll get. From now on, your annual salary will be 1 million. You'll be able to get married to a rich and beautiful woman. Although he couldn't hear what this guy was saying, Pai Lupi felt that this guy wouldn't say anything good to him. He pretended to be taught a lesson, but in his heart, he was laughing. Ningxu said, "Don't take it lightly. I might not appear for a long time. If something really happens, use this. It can help you block it for a while. If your brother comes looking for you again, tell him that I want to talk to him about the stars and the moon. From life's ideals to poetry." Pai Lupi held the withered branch. He didn't feel that there was anything special about it. It wasn't a special treasure, and there wasn't any special power inside. This guy was definitely lying to him. Pai Lupi's heart was filled with grief and anger. He was really King pitiful right now. He was deceived by a little girl. Although she might be an old monster, Pai Lupi couldn't look at Ningxu's face and say that she was old. Moreover, it was embarrassing for a man to think that a girl was young. Pai Lupi really wanted to protect his own self-esteem. Oh, right. When you use it, drizzle this potion on the withered branch. Use it sparingly. There's only this much. There won't be any left after it's used up. Drip 1 drop each time. Ningxu took out a glass bottle. Inside the bottle was an emerald green liquid. It looked very beautiful and pleasing to the eye. You can only use 1 drop each time. If you use too much, there will be side effects. I'm afraid you won't be able to end it. Ningxu saw that she had told him everything and was about to leave. She turned back to give her blessings. Don't use it too much. If you use it too much, you might be wanted by the entire city. Pai Lupi was skeptical. As for the effects, he didn't know at all. Ningxu originally wanted to take a look at the Soul Stone mine, but he was in a hurry to return to the battlefield. After thinking about it, he decided to check how much soul origin fluid he had accumulated. When he walked into the mine, the malicious laughter sounded again. "Why are you here again? How long have you been gone? Do you keep an eye on this mine every day?" Ningxu was speechless. She had been here for a long time, but this disgusting earthworm always said that she was diligent. Looking at the amount of soul origin fluid she had accumulated, it was indeed not much. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before she came again. The main thing was that the speed was different. It was too deceptive. The next time she would come, it would be a long time before she came again. The taxes had already been collected. More than 10 million faith power was enough for her to make a fuss for a while. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have any faith power, he wouldn't be able to leave the battlefield. Ningxu stepped on the earthworm to show his affection. The earthworm spat out blood. It was golden blood. Ningxu said, "My heart hurts." He was the one who felt bad. The earthworm didn't feel good. It really wanted to spit a mouthful of venom on this girl's soul and pollute it. /BK After collecting the soul origin fluid in the vat, Ningxu prepared to return to the battlefield. After exiting Nine Palace Mountain, Ningxu looked at his world of samsara and silently said to himself, "Everything is fine. Please don't let anything go wrong." When Ningxu returned to the battlefield, he immediately felt a murderous aura. It was the kind of aura that could make one stop breathing and even stab at one's soul. After returning to the battlefield, Ningxu's relaxed state of mind was no longer present. He could not help but be affected by the serious atmosphere. Ningxu returned to his position and saw that there was a conflict in the corner where the law incarnations were guarding. It was noisy. The man in the Xianxia stood to the side with a serious and cold expression. He fanned himself a little irritably as he watched the two groups of people fight. Ningxu walked over and asked, "What's going on?" The man in the Xianxia glanced at Ningxu. "They're fighting. Everyone's rubbing against each other." "Of course I know they're rubbing against each other, but why are they rubbing against each other?" Ningxu asked. "Who knows? It's just that they can't suppress their feelings and are now causing trouble. As for the cause, it seems that a law incarnation wants to leave," the man in the Xianxia said, somewhat speechless. "Go where?" Ningxu asked in surprise. If nothing unexpected happened, they basically had no chance of leaving the battlefield. Either that or the higher-ups allowed them to leave. "Scram, I want to go," a law incarnation shouted. A law incarnation called out, and the others all tried to persuade him, saying that if he left now, he would implicate everyone. Right now, they were a team, so they could only work together to resist the enemy. If this side broke through, no one would have a good time. The Law Incarnation who was causing trouble was very agitated. He looked unhappy and irritable. Why do I have to stay here? Why do I have to protect these planes? Why do I have to face so many monsters? This was the doubt and unwillingness in the hearts of almost every Law Incarnation. Without any psychological preparation, they were dragged into this cruel and merciless war. Without any weapons or funding, they really left them here. Let me tell you, you have to guard this place. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with the consequences. Then what should we do? Since we're already here, we have to persevere. Don't throw a tantrum anymore. If you throw a tantrum like this, everyone's momentum will be broken. The Xianxia man said irritably as he fanned himself. Here, not only did they have to kill their enemies, they also had to pay attention to their own emotions. You make it sound nice. You have a weapon, so you can shoot if there's any threat. But for us, we don't need to be reasonable. Once a person fell into a state of agitation and anger, as long as someone had an opposing opinion, they would be regarded as their enemy. Even though the Xianxia man's words were more pertinent, after all, everyone was bearing it together and not just a single Law Incarnation. However, if the Law Incarnation exploded, everyone's hearts would explode as well. The main reason was that the other party was too strong, and there seemed to be all kinds of unfair things happening here. They were also fighting against the enemy, but they were unarmed. Even if they had weapons, they had to rely on connections. In such a situation, it was easy to explode. Why do I have to protect these planes? Even if all the planes are going to be destroyed, these planes will be destroyed before me. If I sacrifice myself and the last plane survives, then I'll vanish into thin air. In the end, I won't get anything. The key is, why didn't you give us weapons to fight against the enemy? Why do you have to consume our own resources? A series of questions hit the Law Incarnation's heart, causing the Law Incarnation's team to become somewhat chaotic. Without weapons, they still had to consume their own power of faith. What kind of logic was this? Where there was oppression, there would be resistance. This kind of chaos was completely expected. Indeed, these people were suddenly pulled into a war, but they were not prepared at all. Even if they were working, they would have to go through training or something. Xianxia was speechless. Speaking of which, she was the one who should be happy. Not only did she have to kill the enemy, but she also had to heal so many people. She wanted a little reward, so she took a short break and went back to collect her taxes. Then, she used her taxes to kill the enemy. No matter how much you bully others, you can't bully others like this, said the Law Incarnation. They were not valued at all here, so they were cold and indifferent. Moreover, mission enforcers were not like soldiers who had the determination to sacrifice for the plane. Mission enforcers were paid when they did missions. Now, they were not paid at all. Instead, they had to consume their own energy, manpower, material, and financial resources. Sacrifice and gain were completely unequal. If the plane survived, then it would be fine. If the plane survived and he sacrificed himself, then he would not get anything. Even if the plane was going to be destroyed, he would die behind the plane and be buried together with the billions of other planes. That would be worth it. The man in the Xianxia saw that there was no way to persuade this person, so he did not bother to say anything. He just fanned himself. After being disturbed like this, the morale of the army became very low. Xianxia did not participate in these discussions. Instead, he secretly looked around. Generally, if there was a disturbance or a negative impact on the plane, it would definitely be noticed by the judges. Then, it would be taken care of. Some words were very provocative. They were inciting these people to stop fighting and not to sacrifice themselves in vain. Once they died, there would be nothing left. They would not even have a chance to start over. The man in the Xianxia laughed coldly. It was completely like watching someone die. Xianxia's eyes darted around. He kept feeling that the judges were watching silently from the side. At this time, it was completely appropriate to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Kill the monkey and scare the chicken. In fact, the law incarnation had always been very impetuous. During a battle, he could push his teammates into the enemy's battle circle so that he could snatch the law imprint. Was he not joking? There had to be some reorganization. Then, some people would be purged as a warning to the monkeys and a warning to the tigers. Ningxu did not participate. To be honest, dying at the hands of one's own people was really miserable. It would be better to die at the hands of the enemy. Without absolute strength, no matter how much trouble they caused, it would be useless. Instead, they would be eliminated faster and lose their most basic purpose. Of course, useless things had to be destroyed. Who knew, they might even be reused. After collecting the soul power and soul origin, they would be strong and disciplined. They would be an army with a duty to command. And now, some people were in extreme anger, depression, and dissatisfaction. No matter what others said, they would not listen. There was no way to persuade them. Ningxu moved closer to the man in the cheongsam and asked him, "Are you really not going to do anything?" The man in the cheongsam was still very prestigious among the law incarnations. Generally speaking, they would give him face. Firstly, it was because the man in the cheongsam was easier to talk to. Secondly, he had comprehended the high-level law of time. He was not weak. Generally speaking, they would give him face and would not deliberately make things difficult for him. If the man in the cheongsam helped to persuade him, it might be effective. If this continued, he would definitely be obliterated. Ningxu had almost figured out the rules of obliteration. Individual fairness was not within the consideration of the judges at all. As long as you wanted to affect the unity or deliberately stir up trouble, affecting the development of the plane and the billions of planes, you would die miserably. When two armies were facing each other, if such a thing happened, you would definitely be obliterated. There was no need to even think about it. The man in the cheongsam fanned himself and said coldly, "If someone wants to die, I can't stop him. A gentleman has the beauty to help others. Why should I stop him?" Ningxu did not intend to interfere because he was not familiar with these law incarnations. When the time came, he would be a waste of being a good person. Secondly, if he was involved, he would definitely be obliterated. Who knew if the judges would believe that she was here to mediate and wipe them all out? Therefore, Ningxu and the man in the cheongsam stood aside as spectators. Immediately, many law incarnations left the battlefield through the system. However, not long after, these law incarnations were teleported back. They looked around and were a little confused. Then, their expressions changed drastically. They all asked the system to take them away. Speaking of which, although the system and the mission enforcers were cooperating, sometimes it could not care about the mission enforcers themselves, especially those who did not have a good relationship. The system was suppressed by the main system. Now that it was teleported back, it meant that after the mission enforcers were obliterated, the system had to abandon the mission enforcers and reformat them to start over. If it was not forced, the system would not have chosen to reformat them. Their previous strength and memories would no longer exist. Ningxu was speechless. He knew it would be like this. If they could really escape, then there would be no one left on the battlefield. Because they could not leave this place, the law incarnations became even more unhappy. They cursed the system and others. They also felt a sense of panic at the end of the road. The Taishu appeared out of nowhere and floated in the air, looking down at these law incarnations. As soon as the judges appeared, many people fell silent out of fear. Even the law incarnations that had fled did not dare to voice their anger. Recalling how ferocious he was when he killed the monsters, many people's faces were filled with despair. The Grand Elder took out the gun from his waist. Without saying a word, he pointed the black muzzle at the crowd and scanned them one by one. The people who were pointed at by the gun felt cold all over and couldn't help but want to hide. Ningxu immediately pulled the cheongsam man in front of him. Although he might not be killed, he was afraid when the black muzzle pointed at him. The cheongsam man was speechless. "What's wrong with you?" "It's not like I'll really kill you," the cheongsam man could not help but say. "But with a gun pointed at me, I was scared." "Scared, you know?" "I was scared to death," Ningxu said while shivering. The cheongsam man only wanted to tell him to get lost. He turned around and hid behind Ningxu. The black muzzle pointed at the law incarnations that had fled earlier and killed one with a single shot. The other law incarnations were so scared that they trembled. Originally, they thought that they would be lucky. They thought that since there was a lack of people in the war, they would at most be punished and wouldn't be killed. However, when the first law incarnation to cause trouble was mercilessly killed without hesitation, everyone's hearts turned cold. Xianxia whispered to the Xianxia man, "When we forced the donation last time, we said that if anything happens to the law incarnations, they can be exempted from punishment once." The Xianxia man thought about it. If more people were killed, their strength would be reduced. It wouldn't be easy to guard this corner. The Xianxia man said to the Taishu, "Judge, can you spare everyone this time? I guarantee that there won't be a next time." Furthermore, law incarnations have a one-time exemption. With the Xianxia man's reminder, everyone remembered that there was a one-time exemption. As long as they were killed without hesitation, these people would feel dizzy and anxiously guarantee that there wouldn't be a next time. The Taishu's face was cold. No one knew if he agreed or disagreed. This made everyone feel uneasy. The atmosphere was as heavy as lead. Even though they were in soul form, everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths. The Taishu's sharp gaze swept across everyone's faces. It was very cold. After a while, he slowly said, "I'll let it go this time. If there's a next time, everyone will be killed. Your soul power will be rewarded to the army." Everyone, the soul army was his biological son. They were adopted. Remember? Remember. Everyone quickly answered. The Grand Elder disappeared in a flash. Only then did everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The coldness flowing in their souls slowly disappeared. Only then did they feel alive again. Xianxia felt that the Taishu only wanted to kill the law incarnations that had started to cause trouble. If someone pleaded for mercy, he would let them go. If no one pleaded for mercy, he would kill all the troublemakers. After all, he had nothing to lose. "Thank you for speaking up for justice." The law incarnation that had escaped death thanked the Xianxia man. "I only remembered it because the law incarnation of water reminded me," the Xianxia man said indifferently. If they had the ability to cause trouble, they had to have the courage to bear the consequences. "Thank you." Someone thanked Xianxia. Xianxia said, "You're welcome. We're all in the same boat now. If there's a next time, all of us will be killed." Regardless of whether they were unwilling or not, this was the only way. If they fought, they might still be able to survive. Moreover, the judge wasn't joking when he said that they would all be killed. Even if they were law incarnations, they wouldn't be so precious when someone comprehended the law. The soul power that was wiped out could even be used as a reward for military contributions. It had always been the soul army that protected the billions of dimensions. These people were the strongest among the mission enforcers, and they were the taller ones among the dwarves. They were relatively stronger compared to the others. Their deaths were not to be regretted. Furthermore, the mission enforcers who had built living worlds were very precious. They could store living creatures from broken planes as long as they had space. In short, their law incarnations were even more useless than chicken ribs. Everyone was in low spirits. Life was really full of malice. After being scared like this and knowing that the monsters would attack later, they felt very desperate. Xianxia said to the Xianxia man, "How much power of faith do you have left? Why? Do you want to borrow it from me?" The Xianxia man looked at Xianxia warily. "How much power of faith do you think I have?" In a war, resources were very precious, especially when it came to faith power. Xianxia looked at the Xianxia man's vigilant expression and was speechless. "I just wanted to ask you something. I was worried that you would die on the battlefield. How could you misinterpret my good intentions?" Xianxia said with a wronged expression. "Xianxia man, hee, I'll be damned if I believe you." Xianxia felt that the Xianxia man should have a lot of assets. After all, he was a veteran city lord and also ran a restaurant. He had a lot of resources in his hands. He was worried for nothing. With some faith power in his hands, Xianxia felt more at ease. He stroked the imprint of the law of wood between his thumb and index finger. Pai Lupi waited for that stinky girl to leave before he took the spiritual liquid to exchange for soul stones. After thinking about it, he still brought the dried branch and small glass bottle with him. They might be useful. Every time he went to exchange for soul stones, he was on tenterhooks. Pai Lupi's halo was useless to him. Sometimes, he would even be mocked. The second young master of the Li family had become a street vendor. Because his physical body was destroyed and he was in a spirit state, the Li family had almost given up on him. He was originally talented, but now he was just a wandering spirit. Pai Lupi brought his servant Li Si to set up a stall to exchange for soul stones. They found a place and set up a sign. In the past, Pai Lupi was afraid that people would disturb him, so he moved out. Now, no one came to disturb him. Second young master Li sighed inwardly. The fickleness of the world made him sigh. Servant Li Si started to greet customers. He watched from the side as people came to exchange for spiritual liquid. Yo, second young master, now that you've become like this, where did you get so much spiritual liquid? A sloppy voice sounded. Pai Lupi's face immediately turned ugly. This man was the younger brother of the Li family patriarch's concubine. In name, he was Pai Lupi's senior. However, in the cultivation world, strength was everything. Seniority was not that important. Young master, what's the matter? The servant Li Si knew that his master was suffering in his heart and disdained to talk to this kind of person, so he took the initiative to ask. Nothing much. It's just that my elder sister has been worried about you. You haven't been eating or sleeping well, and you've even turned into a spirit body. She's afraid that you won't be able to take the blow, so she sent me to check on you. Although my elder sister is a stepmother, she's quite good to children. She's always thinking about you. The young master looked at the jade bottle on the ground. He could feel the rich spiritual qi inside the bottle. A greedy expression appeared on his face. Second young master Li chuckled in his heart. He had completely come because of the smell. What were these people thinking? He knew all too well. It was just like how he tricked that brat in the past. Now, it was someone else who was tricking him. Your elder sister isn't a stepmother. She's just a concubine and a plaything. What right does she have to say that she's my stepmother? He thinks too highly of himself. Does he want to be the mistress of the Li family? With his strength, he might be able to use some charming techniques. If he wants to be the mistress of the Li family, he can dream on. Pai Lupi directly retorted. He used to be a very bad person. He didn't care about the young master's tricks at all. Pai Lupi was worried about someone else. His elder brother. He didn't know if this hooligan's sudden attack was supported by his elder brother. A trace of resentment flashed across the young master's face. Then, he said with a smile, although you don't treat my elder sister as your family, my elder sister already treats you as her sons in her heart. Her biological children. Even Li Si felt like vomiting when he heard this, let alone Pai Lupi. He felt like he was being forced to eat **T. His face turned ugly and disgusting. Seeing these spirit liquid jade bottles, the young master said, my elder sister knows that you guys are exchanging for soul stones. She especially asked me to come and exchange with you so that you don't have to work so hard and set up a stall outside regardless of wind or rain. My elder sister's heart aches for you. Put them all away. All the spirit liquid here. The young master waved his hand and asked his people to put away the things. Pai Lupi was speechless. Pai Lupi grabbed the young master's wrist and said coldly, what do you want? Since I'm exchanging, I have to see the quality of these spirit liquids. What do you think? The young master said. Being grabbed by the wrist, a cold feeling seeped into his skin. He deserved to become a ghost. The young master shook off Pai Lupi's hand and said, can't I check them? Of course I can't. I don't want to do business with you. Pai Lupi directly refused. I knew you wouldn't accept my good intentions. Eldest young master asked me to send his regards to you and sent people to see you. The young master said proudly. As he spoke, a few cultivators with powerful auras appeared beside him. Pai Lupi's face darkened. His good elder brother was indeed behind this. These cultivators were all recruited by his elder brother. Right now, he was only a soul. His elder brother had to use this method to deal with him. No, this wasn't to deal with him. This was to deal with that damned girl. The problem was that damned girl. She appeared and disappeared like a ghost. No one knew when she would appear or where she would appear. These people had come for nothing. Second young master, eldest young master said that you didn't get permission from the clan to sell your things. Now, you have to take them back. A cultivator said with a gloomy voice. Haha. Pai Lupi was so angry that he laughed. This clearly showed that they were here to steal his things. They wanted to anger and humiliate him. Since when did these things become the clan's? Even if he was a member of the Li clan, he wouldn't get any benefits if he sent them back. Eldest young master said that second young master, you are also a member of the Li clan. You should always think about the Li clan's interests. The old man coldly said. This old man didn't just want to anger him. He also wanted to force the hidden girl to come out. If my elder brother said this, I might listen to him. Who do you think you are? You are just me, my elder brother's dog. How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Pai Lupi had always been a scoundrel. In the past, he wanted to force a deal with Ning Shu, but in the end, he kicked an iron board. The old man was so angry at Pai Lupi that his face darkened. He said directly, eldest young master said that he wants second young master to go home. If you don't go back, he will tie you up. As he spoke, the old man stretched out his withered hand that was like an eagle's claw. He wanted to grab Pai Lupi. Young master, you go first. I will hold them off. Li Si stood in front of second young master to protect his master. But with his aura's core stage cultivation, in front of these strong cultivators, he would not be able to take a single blow. The second young master wanted to laugh. He thought back to how these people dared to treat him like this before he became a spirit body. He was afraid that his father was already disappointed in him and couldn't be bothered to care about him anymore. Otherwise, it was impossible for his father to not know what his elder brother was doing. Now, any random cat or dog was bullying him. Get out of the way. The second young master pushed the loyal servant in front of him aside. In this situation, he would only be courting death. Haha, the second young master really dotes on his servants. I heard that the second young master was reluctant to part with girls. Could it be that he is now infatuated with men? The second young master's taste is really mixed. These people mocked him without restraint, purposely angering him. Pai Lupi's soul was trembling with anger. He didn't expect that the first to cause trouble would be his own family members. These experts immediately surrounded the second young master and stretched out their hands to capture him. Young Master Li was a spirit body, but there were many tools to capture souls. Especially when his soul wasn't very strong, he was simply at the mercy of others. If he was captured this time, he would definitely be tortured by his smiling tiger brother. The second young master couldn't help but feel apprehensive because his strength was not enough. These people were constantly angering some people, while others were sizing them up. It seemed like they were waiting for that stinky girl to appear. The second young master laughed in his heart. Even he didn't know where that stinky girl was. It wouldn't be easy for these people to lure her out. That stinky girl's appearance was completely random. If he fought, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat these people. The second young master directly took out the withered branch that Ning Shu gave him previously. Of course, the withered branch attracted another wave of intense mockery. The second young master dripped a drop of emerald green water on the withered branch. He still remembered that stinky girl said that he couldn't put too much water. Thinking back, he actually believed her and felt that he was really stupid. He could only believe her for now. If he didn't succeed this time, he would laugh at her the next time they met. He didn't know if he would be able to meet her again. If he was captured, would that stinky girl come to save him? The green water droplets dripped onto the dried branches, and the dried branches began to absorb the green water droplets. At lightning speed, many green vines began to grow, and leaves quickly grew out from the vines. They spread out like creepers. These vines attacked the surrounding people. The vines were like agile snakes, crawling towards these people and wrapping around their bodies. Even if they broke free, there would be more vines crawling over and wrapping around them until they were completely exhausted. Moreover, these vines would pierce into the body and suck the person dry in a short period of time. Pai Lupi and Li Si were dumbfounded. What was going on? how did these branches grow? It was clearly a withered branch, but now it was bursting with countless twigs. Young master, that senior is so powerful. Lisi originally thought that he would die here today, but he did not expect that the magic tool that senior gave him would be so powerful. The second young master held the bottle in his hand. The precious thing was not the withered branch, but the green liquid in his hand. It could revive the withered branch. No wonder that stinky whitehead told him not to drop too much. Otherwise, the burdock vines would definitely spread throughout the city. At that time, he would not be able to stop them. Even in this situation, he was unable to stop them. How was he supposed to control this thing? Was it going to keep growing? Damn, he was going to be wanted. The Lee family would not let him go. This was too cruel. What the hell is this? Everyone exclaimed. It directly turned people into mummies. What kind of sorcery was this? Pack up and run. The second young master said to Lisi. This thing was beyond his expectations. Oh, okay. Lisi hurriedly started to pack up the stall. After putting away the things, he said to the second young master, I have put it away. When the others saw that these things were so fierce, they decided to retreat first. However, the vines went around them and wrapped them up tightly. Even the arrogant young master was now wrapped up by the vines. Damn, this is big trouble. However, Pai Lupi felt really good. His little brother, a concubine and a toy, could now be so arrogant in front of him. However, how was he going to deal with this thing? If this continued, would it spread all over the city? Hearing the cries of these people, Pai Lupi felt both horrified and carefree. He was horrified that this thing actually had such strength. Moreover, it was just a withered branch before. Young master, what do we do now? It seemed that the situation was getting out of hand. The second young master looked at these people who were wrapped up into balls. The vines pierced into their bodies and blood splattered everywhere. In the end, they turned into mummies with holes all over their bodies. Don't kill me. I am just here to run errands. Spare me. Many people opened their mouths to beg for mercy. However, these vines couldn't understand what these people were saying. They just tightly bound these people. Pai Lupi and Lisi were forced to watch the entire process. Perhaps the energy of the emerald green water droplet had run out, these vines gradually disappeared. In the end, they turned into withered branches and quietly lay on the ground. Pai Lupi picked up the withered branch. It was just an ordinary withered branch. It didn't have any energy. It was hard to imagine that it had exploded with so much energy. Pai Lupi put away the remaining water droplet. In the future, this would be his ultimate weapon. That ugly girl didn't lie to him. Even the things she casually took out were so powerful. He felt that this girl was a bit unfathomable. Was she really at the end of the universe? Pai Lupi was excited. After today's scene, no one would easily come and provoke him. The process of exchanging for soul stones should be much smoother. There wouldn't be so many cases of people stealing from others. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility that someone would come and rob him. In fact, that withered branch was useless. What was useful was the life-filled liquid in his hand. In order to experiment, the second young master dripped a drop of emerald green water droplet on a tree. Then, he watched as the sapling grew into a towering tree. In less than 15 minutes, the sapling grew into a towering tree that couldn't be hugged. Moreover, it showed signs of continuing to grow. In the end, the tree became an uncle that could only be hugged by 3 people holding hands. Only then did it stop growing. This tree grew verdant and lush. The green leaves rustled. It had a fresh smell and was full of vitality. It made people feel refreshed. This is really good stuff. The second young master seemed to have found a way to get rich. If he dripped this liquid on a natural treasure, it would only take a short time to grow a natural treasure that would take hundreds of years to grow. Awoo. Pai Lupi had almost been abandoned by his family. Now, he wanted to rely on himself. The only pity was that this thing was too little. If only that stinky girl could give him more. Pai Lupi was getting more and more curious about that stinky girl's background. Next time, he had to think of a way to get some of this liquid from that girl. What was the use of exchanging the liquid for soul stones? If he could grow a lot of natural treasures and only use soul stones to trade, it would be easy to get as many soul stones as he wanted. Pai Lupi was thinking about a beautiful future. This little bit of liquid was only enough for him and Lacey to protect themselves. It was not enough to grow any natural treasures. If someone came to rob him, he had to rely on this thing to protect himself. When it was time to find her, he could not find her. He did not know where that stinky girl had gone. Pai Lupi was thinking about Ning Shu, who was complaining in his heart, was at the end of the universe. He was sitting cross-legged, waiting for the opponent to attack. Ning Shu said to the Xianxia man, "Why didn't you attack for so long this time?" The longer it was, the stronger the ominous feeling in his heart. Usually, this was the rhythm of a big move. Ning Shu checked his equipment and faith power. He had more than 15 million faith power. He should be able to last for a long time. He touched the mark between his thumb and index finger. When the time came, he would have to heal the entire battlefield. If the battle really went on for hundreds of years, how could he endure it? Ning Shu asked the Xianxia man, "How long have we been on the battlefield?" "Not long." The Xianxia man was a bit confused. He was the law of time. His concept of time was messed up. After all, he could speed up time or even rewind time. Ning Shu felt that he had been on the battlefield for a long time. He had been thinking about the meaning behind this war. This kind of war must have been going on for a long time. When the plane appeared, monsters that ate the plane appeared. After all, when the vegetables grew, there must be cabbage worms that wanted to eat the cabbage. Therefore, this kind of war lasted for an extremely long time, so long that it was unimaginable. The fact that this plane existed until now meant that this kind of war had been fought countless times. They would definitely not perish together, but everyone would do their best. Neither side would back down. In that case, they would have to fight for a period of time. In the end, everyone would have to reconcile. There would definitely be a price to be paid for reconciliation, but no one knew what that price would be. If they could break through the plane, that would be for the best. If they couldn't break through, the other side would have to sacrifice even more. When they couldn't hold on, the other side would have to pay an even greater price. However, a few hundred years was still painful for Ning Shu. For Ning Shu, a few hundred years was a very long time. She had only lived for a short period of time. They guessed that he was saying something, perhaps giving the order to attack. Ning Shu was a little nervous. His hands were clenched into fists, and his palms seemed to be sweating. However, in his soul state, he wouldn't sweat. Everyone was ready for the upcoming battle. Ning Shu whispered to the Xianxia man, "You have to protect me later." "I'm a nanny." "I said enough." "Have some shame," the Xianxia man said angrily. "When we fight later, who the hell cares about you? Just try to take care of me. You must protect me." "I'm a nanny," Ning Shu said shamelessly. The Xianxia man glanced at Ning Shu. Ning Shu said, "I'm asking you to protect me because I'm familiar with you. Look, I won't say such things to anyone else." The Xianxia man was speechless. "Alright, I'm telling you this because I think highly of you." "What a jerk." The Xianxia man moved to the side. "Sorry, I don't know you. Please don't come near me. I don't like a flirtatious B*TCH like you. You're the flirtatious B*TCH. Ning Shu felt that the Xianxia man was much more flirtatious than her. This time, many military bigwigs had come. They were lined up in rows, wearing military uniforms. They were floating in the air, and their bodies were bursting with a strong and valiant aura. They stood there with an imposing manner, as if one man could hold back 10,000 men. It seemed that all the powerful people had come. Even the silver-haired man appeared. He stood beside Fragrant Wind Man. The two of them occasionally spoke a few words. Other than that, they were staring at the black hole. Seeing that the people at the top were so serious, Ning Shu felt that this battle would be very difficult. The two sides were gradually getting serious. Previously, it was just an appetizer. It was a warm-up. Next, it would start to sweat and bleed. Clearly, they had collected a lot of taxes before, but Ning Shu still felt that it wasn't enough. He felt uncertain. He felt that the next moment would be very difficult. Ningxu hoped very much that they could negotiate as soon as possible. That way, they would be able to live a peaceful life for a while. Ningxu felt that in the future, she would participate in the war. It was said that it would happen once every 3,000 years, but what if it happened every 2,500 years? Ningxu mourned for her future. The good thing was that she wouldn't be killed for no reason. If she did something wrong, she could escape with a little punishment. Ningxu thought that if she could really endure until the end of the war, she must get a pair of light and darkness attribute world origin. Her world of peerless martial arts was now lacking 2 world origin. These 2 world origin were not easy to find. Ningxu was puzzled before. Even if many of the worlds wouldn't evolve additional world origin, with so many worlds, there must be a lot of world origin. However, why were there so few world origin on the market? It seemed that these people had kept it. Instead of counting on Xiaohua, who was wandering around, it was better to wait for the war to end and ask for a pair of world origin. Ningxu suspected that the thing on Xiaohua wasn't a world origin at all. Otherwise, why couldn't it hatch after so long? Now, it was even tricked by Pan Chen. At the thought of Pan Chen, Ningxu looked at Taishu. He stood there, the corners of his windbreaker fluttering slightly. His eyes were looking straight at the black hole. He probably took advantage of the fact that Taishu was busy and sneaked out. Not only did he have fun, but he also coaxed Xiaohua away. Ningxu resisted the urge to roll his eyes and stared at the slightly rotating black hole. After staring at the black hole for a long time, his eyes were dazzled. It was a little dazzling. He had a faint feeling that the thing that came out of it would be very terrifying. There was no movement on the other side for a long time, which put more pressure on him. What do you want? Give me a quick answer. The flag fluttered, and the wind became stronger. He didn't know where the wind came from, but it was a little painful when it blew on his face. Everyone looked at the black hole and saw the black hole ripple. In the end, a silver rat crawled out. This silver rat chirped at the thousands of soldiers and horses as it stood up. It pointed at its little paw, which reminded Ningxu of an emoji pack. It was an emoji of insult him. In any case, no one could understand what this guy was talking about with all the chatter. The squeaking made everyone look at the little mouse with indifferent faces. They didn't give the order to attack, so they could only look at the little silver mouse squeaking. No one knew what it was squeaking about. Could no one translate it? Ningxu looked at the military bosses over there. There should be some bosses who could understand this language. The faces of the people over there were solemn. They couldn't help but frown. Even the grand uncle frowned. His gold-rimmed glasses flashed with a white luster, and he shook his head. When the silver mouse saw the grand uncle shaking his head, it immediately jumped and pointed at him while squeaking. The grand uncle just looked at it indifferently. In the end, the silver mouse's momentum became weaker and weaker. Finally, it pointed at the grand uncle with its little paw, as if to say, "Wait, I'll let you know what's good for you." Then, it turned around and went into the black hole. Ningxu? So what did it say? At least let her know in her heart. Should she learn this squeaking language in the future? Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to understand each other's language in the future. Ningxu felt that he should be on the battlefield often in the future. It seemed that this species couldn't be eliminated at all. If it could be eliminated, it wouldn't have been left uneliminated until now. It was estimated that its reproductive ability was even better than that of locusts. Moreover, it could devour things that could enter its mouth to evolve. After the mouse went in, monsters flooded out. These monsters were really strange. They looked really indescribable. They had scales all over their bodies, and they didn't look like fish. In short, they wanted to challenge your aesthetics. It was best if they could scare you to death. It was also a successful evolution. This attack was much stronger than before. There were all kinds of monsters, and they were divided into a large wave. Ningxu attacked. Ningxu, *CK your sister. He really thought too highly of her. He even specially created a wave to deal with her. Ningxu had a bad feeling about this. Everyone was focused on dealing with the monsters. With so many monsters, everyone was having a hard time catching their breath. It was even less likely that they would pay attention to Ningxu. Ningxu didn't even have the chance to ask for help. He could only save himself. It seemed that the faith power he had just obtained was going to be consumed again. Ningxu felt that he had been targeted by these monsters. Ningxu immediately took out his gun and fired. The huge ball of light annihilated the monsters. The 200,000 points were gone, but it was only a temporary respite. The Xianxia man was speechless. Using a big move right from the start, it was simply too awesome. Just how rich was this guy? Of course, Ningxu didn't know that the Xianxia man was complaining in his heart. This guy didn't know the pressure she was facing. These monsters had really fallen in love with her. They were swarming towards her. No matter how many she killed, there would be backup members behind her. They would spit some unknown liquid at her. Ningxu released vines and used them to bind these monsters, making them unable to move. At the same time, they absorbed energy. At the same time, he used his gun to eliminate these tied-up monsters. These tied-up monsters were like targets. It was very easy to eliminate them. Ningxu stored the energy absorbed by the vines. When the time came, he could use the health buff a few more times. Even if he didn't use the health buff, he still needed to absorb the energy and store it in the mark. In any case, the more vitality the mark of the wood attribute needed, the better. Even with guns and vines, Ningxu still felt a little tired dealing with so many monsters. She looked at the people beside her and saw that they were in the same state as her. They gritted their teeth and fought desperately. Some people had already started to use their ultimate skills. The aftermath of the various battles on the battlefield was as bright as fireworks. However, under these beautiful fireworks, lives were lost one after another. The first wave was already so fierce. The following attacks would definitely be fiercer. Ningxu absorbed all the energy. This energy turned all the energy into pure vitality. Ningxu added a wave of buffs. The emerald water droplets turned into mist and dripped onto the bodies of all the people fighting. With Ningxu's health buff, everyone's tired mood improved a lot. On the battlefield, almost everyone gave it their all. Those military bigwigs killed a lot of enemies. Ningxu glanced at the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man's attack was something Ningxu had never seen before. He opened the book in his hand. The pages of the book flew up one by one. The sky was filled with pages. These pages floated around the silver-haired man. Each page was like a sharp sword unsheathed from its scabbard towards the monsters. These pages looked like thin pieces of paper, but they were more powerful than sharp swords. They directly pierced through the monsters' bodies, and the monsters were annihilated. Ningxu was speechless. IOF*CK, this attack was too sharp. No wonder the silver-haired man never left his book. It was both his weapon and his world. Was the energy of those monsters absorbed by the silver-haired man's book? Otherwise, why would the monsters be turned into powder and disappear when the pages touched them? If these pages were a world, then it was the power of a world to destroy the enemies. The power of a world was not to be underestimated. If that was the case, then these monsters did not die in vain. Ningxu thought about his ultimate martial art. It seemed like it was also a book. Could he also open it like this and use the pages as a weapon? Every big shot's attack power was extremely powerful. It was only a small matter for one to fight against 100 people. With these big shots around, the small fries like them would be able to hold on a little. Ningxu used vines. That covered the sky to wrap around these monsters. These vines were all black and looked very hard. They directly pierced into the monsters' bodies. Some of the monsters had strong defenses, and the vines couldn't pierce through them. Ningxu directly opened fire and killed the monsters. This kind of gun consumed very little energy. It only consumed 1000 faith power per shot. It was a tool to destroy a single target. It was not a big move, which would wipe out the whole team. During the battle, Ningxu paid special attention to the silver-haired man. He saw the pages floating around him. The monsters could not get close to him at all. They were turned into powder as soon as they touched the pages. Ningxu was really envious of Lin Fan's defensive capabilities. It would be awesome if Lin Fan could run around in a group of monsters. Although her soul could not be gnawed by rats, it would be contaminated. If the monster's saliva or other things splashed on her soul would still be contaminated. Water was the most easily contaminated and also the most filthy. Ningxu had always been wary of being swept by the monster's saliva, which would contaminate his soul. There were pros and cons to soul transforming. In short, he had to find a way to survive. The monsters' bodies grew bigger and bigger. Some of them were even as big as the Xianxia Lord. They could trample a large number of people to death with a stomp. The souls that were trampled directly disappeared into thin air. Especially when they stomped on the golden skeletons, they would crush a large number of bones into pieces. Hey, that's my thigh bone. You took the wrong one. Where's my hand? Whose body is this? I remember that my body is very healthy and beautiful. Anyway, the scene was a mess. The skeletons were all looking for their own body parts. What the hell? Do you want me to crush all of you into powder? What a disgrace. Seeing the skeletons in a mess, the Abyssal Lord was instantly angry. At the same time, his body grew bigger and bigger. He was already very big before, but now he was even bigger and more ferocious and terrifying. The fork in his hand also became very big. He stomped on the bodies of the monsters and directly trampled them to death. When the golden skull saw that the granny was angry, the broken bones flew back to their respective owners. The broken bones that had been stepped on gathered together to form complete skeletons. The golden skeleton waved a rusty iron sword and chopped down one monster after another. Ningxu didn't know what the rusty iron sword was. How could it have such a strong attack power? The attack power was probably not weaker than guns or weapons. In the end, the Abyssal Lord even said that his army could just use swords. However, the colossal Abyssal Lord looked really King scary. His size could scare people to death. Ningxu suspected that the Abyssal Lord's body could expand infinitely. The fork in his hand could pierce a hole in the sky. With one fork, several planes would probably cease to exist. Awesome, he stomped a large number of monsters to death with one foot. The way he raised his fork was too terrifying. The sound waves from the fork directly turned these people and monsters into powder. Ningxu felt that being able to see the way these big shots attacked was not a waste of time. That feeling really made his eyes light up. It was as if the fog in front of him had been lifted, and he seemed to have understood something. These people's attacks were different, and even their weapons were different. However, Ningxu did not understand their power system. Ningxu's mind was in a mess. He was thinking about a lot of things, but he didn't know if these things were useful or not. She applied a buff while shooting at the monsters. These monsters really loved her. They swarmed toward her, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was not a good feeling. There were so many people, but why were they gathering in front of her? Some were flying in the air, some were running on the ground, and all of them were rushing towards her. Ningxu was speechless. Why were there so many monsters coming this way? Ningxu used his ultimate skill. GG. A monster with a little mouse on its head pointed at Ningxu and scolded her. The monster directly rushed towards Ningxu. Just like a dog, it stuck out its tongue and rushed towards her with a snort. Ningxu was speechless. F***ck, what kind of immoral thing did she do? Why did it seem like she had abandoned these monsters and was rushing towards her with such deep hatred? The Xianxia man pursed his lips and said, "Do you know these monsters?" Forget it, how could she know them? Who wasn't a little fairy? Who didn't like cute little fairies? However, it seemed like these monsters wanted to kill her. Ningxu held the gun and narrowed her eyes as she pointed at the little mouse on the monster's head. She decided to kill the mouse. Otherwise, it would always command the monsters to kill her and target her. The little silver-haired mouse put one hand on its waist and pointed at Ningxu with the other. It squeaked and stood steadily on the monster's head. It didn't feel any bumps at all. It was really arrogant. Ningxu directly fired, and the monster that was stained with the power of faith disappeared. However, the mouse jumped directly onto the head of another monster as if there was a spring under its feet. GG. The mouse screamed sharply, but Ningxu couldn't understand what it was saying at all. Ningxu was furious. Did you really think that I couldn't deal with you? Ningxu held the gun and aimed at the mouse. Although she didn't know why these things were targeting her, she definitely couldn't hold on after this wave of attacks. Before the power of faith touched the mouse jumped away again as if there was a spring under its feet. The target was originally small, and it was jumping like this. Ningxu found it difficult to aim. The overwhelming vines chased after the mouse. The vines turned into very thin branches. Because the target was small, if the vines were too big, there was no way to tie it up. When the time came to catch the mouse, she would definitely tie up its 4 paws and let the cat hug it intimately. However, the mouse was slippery and there was no way to catch it. The monsters swarmed toward her. Even if they were killing monsters, everyone had killed them. Why were they staring at her? Ningxu seemed to have a feeling that all the monsters were heading towards her, causing her to feel immense pressure. The Xianxia man beside her also had a look of surprise on his face. These monsters seemed to have gone crazy and were heading towards them. Did you cheat her feelings? The Xianxia man asked. Ningxu wanted to spit on his face. She gritted her teeth and said, I can't even tell if these monsters are male or female. Whose feelings would I be cheating? Besides, it might not be me. Maybe it's you. You always like to flirt around. Maybe you're the one who cheated them. I'm a very clean person. I would never cheat people's feelings easily, the Xianxia man said righteously. He was very resolute. Ningxu, haha, the two of them chatted casually and stopped talking. They focused on dealing with the monsters. Ningxu said, stop time. Freeze the mouse in a small area. I have to kill it. Otherwise, the attacks here are too strong. We can't hold on. Sooner or later, we will be defeated. Let me try. You have to be faster, the Xianxia man said. Ningxu nodded. She raised her gun and aimed at the little mouse. The Xianxia man's eyes seemed to have a wheel of light that was spinning. A large group of monsters was frozen in place, and the mouse seemed to be frozen as well. Ningxu directly fired a shot. The mouse squeaked, jumped on the monster's head, and slipped into the black hole. Ningxu turned and looked at the Xianxia man silently. The atmosphere was very awkward. /BK Ningxu watched the rat run away without even having the chance to shoot. He turned to the Xianxia man and said, didn't I ask you to freeze the rat? King froze it. Look, the other monsters are all frozen. The law of time doesn't seem to work on these monsters. After all, they eat things from the plane and turn it into their own power. The Xianxia man shook his head and said. Ningxu was speechless. What the hell was wrong with me? What should I do now? What should I do if I can't catch it? Will they still target me in the future? It seemed that when they weren't targeting me, there were many monsters. Now that they were targeting me, there were many and big monsters. Ningxu had been reflecting on whether he had really done anything wrong. Could it be that the other party wanted to kill me, the nanny? Ningxu said to the Xianxia man, I'm a little scared. You have to protect me. I'm a nanny. I'm very fragile. If I protect you, who will protect me? Every time the Xianxia man heard this, he wanted to spit in this guy's face. Who wasn't a little immortal? Ningxu used a healing skill, and a large emerald green water droplet turned into mist, drenching everyone in the party. Ningxu felt a little melancholy. If ordinary laws couldn't deal with these rats, it seemed that these small rats were more difficult to deal with than those big monsters. If laws didn't work, then what was the use of incarnations on the battlefield? In fact, it was normal. After all, these monsters absorbed energy by eating the plane. The various laws of the plane directly entered their stomachs and became their own power. If such troops were dispatched later, the law incarnations should be the first to break through and have no place to be used. Then, could his law incarnations leave? However, it was impossible for the grand uncle not to know about this. Then why did he still bring them to the battlefield? Could it be that he saw that the law incarnations were rich and had donated so much tax? It was not good to force them to donate again. Therefore, he simply pulled them directly to the battlefield to consume resources. They could resist the enemy and save resources. Ningxu completely guessed the thoughts of these big shots from the perspective of a poor man. Now, these big shots were all possessed by the silver-haired man. They all looked like they were dying for money. Their eyes were all red. Ningxu hammered her own head. She didn't know what was wrong with her brain. She couldn't help but think about the meaning behind it, or what might happen next. Could this be considered as calculating the consequences and effects of an event? Could it be that his IQ had increased? If an elite army of monsters and insects that fed on planes were to be mobilized, these law incarnations would be completely useless. They might even die on the battlefield. Ningxu wondered if he should not use the power of laws anymore. If the other party was truly immune to the laws, they would be exhausted while the other party would not be injured at all. If that was really the case, then her law could only be a healer. She would really be a healer without any attack power. Ningxu was worried. After this wave of attacks was over, Ningxu felt that she should discuss with the Xianxia man. Otherwise, all their law incarnations would become cannon fodder. Even if she was a healer, she didn't know if she could be protected. After all, the main army that destroyed these monsters and insects was the Resolute Soul Army. Previously, they had survived without a healer. It was good to have a healer, but they could also survive without a healer. It was just icing on the cake. The more Ningxu thought about it, the more she felt that something was not right. She might die here this time. All her efforts would be in vain. Her heart was heavy. When she saw these monsters swarming toward her, Ningxu's heart was in a mess. Why did they have to rush toward her? Was it because she killed their father or stole their wife? More and more vines grew wildly, binding these monsters. Ningxu fired and killed the monsters that the vines couldn't pierce into their bodies. These monsters were not the most powerful ones at all. The most powerful ones were the rats that were immune to the power of law. Are you on your period? Why are you so cruel? The Xianxia was ugly. Ningxu grabbed it and scattered the power of faith as if it was free. Are you King having wet dreams? Ningxu rolled his eyes. When would this attack end? When it was over, she would ask His Excellency for something to defend herself. She was going to die. What could she do in the world of reincarnation? The Xianxia man was speechless. Who wasn't a little immortal? He only asked her because he ate too much. Ningxu didn't know how much faith she had used. She only felt that these monsters were endless. It was frightening. She used her big moves very frequently. The shadow of that rat had always been in Ningxu's heart. Although the silver-haired rat had already entered the black hole, Ningxu always felt that it would come out in the next second and bite him. The silver-haired rat was small in size and immune to the power of law. Ningxu was really worried. Releasing a healing skill, Ningxu was very anxious. He was worried about his life. Squeak squeak, squeak squeak squeak. The rat's squeak sounded again. Ningxu couldn't understand it. It seemed that he really had to learn the other party's language. These monsters began to retreat. Ningxu breathed a sigh of relief. When all the monsters entered the black hole, Ningxu hurriedly ran in front of His Excellency. Ningxu raised his head and looked at the huge His Excellency. He put his hand on his mouth and shouted, "Become smaller. I have something to tell you." Even the toenails of abyssal prefects were so big that Ningxu could run laps on them. His Excellency's figure slowly became smaller and finally became the height of a normal person. He was wearing a gentleman's tuxedo. His skin was pale. There was a black flower in the tuxedo pocket on his chest. He looked like a noble gentleman. Ningxu, His Excellency probably didn't know how hideous he looked when he turned into a Xianxia. His Excellency took the flower from his chest and played with it. "What is it?" "I have something to ask you. Are there some insects that are immune to the power of law?" He wanted to ask His Excellency for protection. His Excellency was a bit gentler. If he wanted to talk to Fragrant Wind Man, he would just tell him to scram. Yes, the more powerful insects are immune to the power of law. His Excellency casually inserted the black flower into Ningxu's hair. "People's flowers are ugly." "Ningxu, so you know that your flowers are ugly, why are you talking about flowers at such a serious time?" Ningxu was worried to death. His law incarnation was about to become cannon fodder. "Why are you still talking about flowers?" She was about to explode. BK looking at His Excellency's leisurely manner, he didn't look like he was on the battlefield at all. This was the confidence brought by his strength. Ningxu touched the black flower on his hair and said to His Excellency, "If those insects are immune to the laws, then wouldn't all the law incarnations be in danger? That's right. The abyssal prefect replied nonchalantly. Ningxu immediately said, so, I have to come to you for protection. If I die, the world of reincarnation won't be able to store those compressed soul pearls. His Excellency, oh, then what do you want? Do you want me to send some bones to protect you? Okay, thank you. This was almost done. Perhaps His Excellency felt that the law incarnations couldn't guard that site anymore, so he simply sent some troops to guard there. He even gave Ningxu a favor. Boss, I'll go. Boss, I want to go too, let's go. The army of skeletons behind him raised their hands one by one, scrambling to be the first to go over there, looking very attentive. It's the highest honor to serve a girl. It's the highest honor to serve a beauty. It's the sweetest to die for a beauty. Ningxu, what the F***ck? Which one do you like? You can choose, His Excellency said. These bones all looked the same, there was nothing pleasing to the eye. Don't mess around, let me choose. The abyssal prefect roared, and the skeletons immediately quieted down. The skeletons stared at Ningxu in unison, and Ningxu could see the eagerness in their eyes. What were these bones excited about? His Excellency took out a white handkerchief from his chest and wiped the corners of his mouth. He said to Ningxu, be careful, these bones like sexual harassment. Ningxu, what did he want this for? Other than bones, is there anything else? Ningxu couldn't help but ask. He saw some bones making hee-hee-hee sounds. A skeleton with all kinds of tricks. So cheap. What do you want? His Excellency's expression was indifferent. Ningxu also knew that it wasn't her turn to be picky. Ningxu pointed at a pile of bones. Those. Oh, I've been chosen. Ahaha, me too. Each and every one of the skeletons was dancing with joy. They were so excited that if one didn't know, they would think that they were at a party. Ningxu couldn't help but want to facepalm, thank you. The abyssal prefect nodded, be careful. Ningxu grinned. Her heart was heavy. She thought for a moment and asked, what did the worms say? They chirped incessantly, but no one knew what they were saying. The abyssal prefect said, oh, the other party wants half of the plane as a condition for reconciliation. Half of the planes. That's 1,000,000,000,000 planes. The other party wants so much? Holy shit, what a huge appetite. It's not that big. After all, the other party wants all the planes, the abyssal prefect said. The other party said that planes can be born through the sea of laws. Even if he wants all the planes, when enough time passes, planes will be born again. It's like cutting leeks. Just half of the planes, in the other party's eyes, is already extremely benevolent. His Excellency said indifferently. Ningxu was speechless. If that's the case, why don't they just drink the sea of laws? Ningxu said with a shrug. The abyssal prefect glanced at Ningxu. After thinking for a while, he thought of a suitable analogy and said, vegetables are watered with feces. Then why don't you just drink feces directly? Ningxu was speechless. Everything you said was right. Ningxu had nothing to say. Half of a plane was not a small amount. He had spent so much effort to build a world, yet the other party asked for half of 1,000,000,000,000. That was an amount that Ningxu could not even count. Then if we can't reconcile, are we going to keep fighting? Ningxu asked bitterly. Of course we will reconcile, but we won't give the other party the planes, the abyssal prefect said. That meant that the war had to continue. Both sides would suffer some losses until they couldn't fight anymore. He hoped that he could protect himself in the war. Ningxu thanked the abyssal prefect again. Then, he led the bone army and left. Ningxu turned and left. Behind him, a large group of bones followed. The sounds that came from their mouths made Ningxu's face turn black. Ningxu walked in front. He felt a tingling sensation on his buttocks. When he turned around, he saw that a bone was scratching his buttocks with the bone of his hand. Ningxu punched this bone's face. He directly broke the skeleton into pieces. The bones scattered all over the ground. Whoever dares to touch me again, I won't let them off, Ningxu said fiercely. Oh, okay. These golden bones hurriedly nodded. They looked very obedient. They held rusty iron in their hands. They looked quite cool when they brought it out. However, when Ningshu turned around, he saw that these bones were not obedient. Ningshu couldn't help but want to facepalm. There were girls with such a large bone army. If he brought these bones over, would he be harassed? These bones were lined up in front of the law incarnations. The Xianxia man fanned himself and looked at the golden bones. He said to Ningshu, "These are the helpers that I asked for from the abyssal prefect. We can't hold on anymore, so we went to find helpers. In the future, our law incarnations might die here," Ningshu said sadly. "I heard that the elite troops behind are immune to the law. F***ck. The Xianxia man closed his fan and slapped his palm. He was really speechless. "I guessed a little before. However, there shouldn't be many of those bugs that are immune to the power of the law." "Why are you stuttering?" "There must be a lot of them," Ningshu said. He would rather think more seriously than have any hope. "Then what should we do?" The Xianxia man slapped his palm with his fan. "Then the law incarnations might be completely wiped out. I'll try to apply for the law incarnations to withdraw from the battlefield. It's useless here." Ningshu cupped his hands. "Hurry up. If your application is successful, we'll also benefit from it." However, Ningshu did not have much hope in his heart. The Xianxia man felt that this guy was being sarcastic. "Will you die if you speak properly?" "I'm speaking properly." Ningshu was speechless. "I'm clearly full of expectations." The Xianxia man left. He was probably going to apply for permission to leave the battlefield. Since the power of the law could not be used, he would use other powers. Compressed soul power also had a certain attacking power. Other than weapons, could he not use faith power? Relying on weapons was not a problem. As for the bones in front, he did not know how long they could last. Since the power of the law was useless, he had to use other powers. Ningshu squatted and supported his chin, thinking about what power he should use. /BK Could he use the power of faith and the power of the soul to attack? However, this monster did not seem to have a soul. He did not know if the power of the soul would work. When the Xianxia man returned, his face was dark. Looking at him, Ningshu knew that they had no way of leaving this place. Ningshu felt that the entire organization was like a cold machine, operating according to established procedures without any human feelings. They knew that the law incarnations were not of much use here, but they did not intend to let them go. Since the power of the law was useless, they could only use the power of faith to attack. After a battle, all the law incarnations would become poor. However, no one knew how long the power of faith could last. Perhaps when their power of faith was exhausted, the people on the other side would let them go. Sigh. The Xianxia man fanned himself with his fan, looking very irritated. "We can't leave." "Then what should we do? Should we hug each other and cry?" Ningshu said, spreading his hands. Ningshu squatted down like a hooligan. The Xianxia man lifted his Xianxiam and squatted beside Ningshu, saying, "You know the people on the other side. Why don't you apply too? You're thinking too much." "Why should I apply? I'm afraid I won't even have the chance to open my mouth." "No way." Ningshu hurriedly waved his hand. Finally, he looked at the Xianxia man with tears in his eyes. He looked so pitiful. "Zuli, can you apply for a weapon?" A law incarnation that was so thin that he was all skin and bones said to the Xianxia man. Ningshu raised his eyebrows. So the Xianxia man was called Zuli. "It's not that I don't want to apply, it's that I can't. If I could, I would have applied without hesitation." The Xianxia man sighed and wiped his face. "You know that I'm the law of strength. I can't do much damage to these monsters," the skinny man said. Ningshu was speechless. Looking at this guy who looked like an opium addict, he was actually the law of strength incarnation. Just by looking at his appearance, who would know that he was the law of strength? He did not look strong at all, and he did not have any muscles. It was a complete contrast. "Why don't you apply for a weapon? In the future, we won't be able to use the power of laws. We can only rely on weapons," the Xianxia man said to Ningshu. In order to obtain a weapon that consumed less energy, Ningshu had to run around twice before finally obtaining a weapon. Since he wanted to apply for a weapon, he would definitely need a lot of it. With so many law incarnations, Ningxu could already imagine Fragrant Wind's furious expression. The Law of Strength looked at Ningxu with a pair of listless eyes. Can you really apply? Of course not. Ningxu hurriedly shook his head. If she vowed that she would be able to get a weapon, how would she get one if she didn't get one? Ningxu wouldn't make any promises if he wasn't confident. If he succeeded, it would be an unexpected surprise. Since I can't use the power of laws, I'll use other powers. Ningxu was thinking about what kind of power he would use. Spiritual power. Using spiritual power as a weapon to attack the opponent, he didn't know if it would work. Soul power could also be used as a means of attack, but he didn't know if it would work. She couldn't use peerless martial arts because she was now a soul and didn't have a physical body to cultivate. My law of strength is only a physical attack against monsters. Even if I used my strength to kill the monster, its corpse would be dismembered by other monsters and insects, the law of strength said, shaking her head. Ningxu pulled his hair in distress. All the law incarnations were like people on a broken boat. Once someone couldn't hold on, they would be like a flood that couldn't be stopped. Although there were still many golden bones holding rusty iron swords in front of him, Ningxu didn't feel safe at all. Who knew how long these bones could last? Then I'll give it a try. If I can't apply, there's nothing I can do. Everyone should think of a way to use other powers. Ningxu stood up and said. Although he knew that he might be sprayed in the face, it was nothing compared to his life. Ningxu walked outside the tent and pricked his ears to listen for any movement inside. After confirming that there was someone inside, Ningxu said to the soul soldier guarding outside the tent, "Can you inform the general?" The general said that he doesn't want to see anyone now, the soldier said firmly as he puffed out his chest and exuded a murderous aura. Then when can we meet? Ningxu asked. I don't know. Ningxu, he had no choice. He had a favor to ask. Ningxu stood outside the tent and waited until the other party was done. He didn't know what was being discussed inside. There seemed to be quite a number of people and it was a little noisy. Ningxu wanted to get closer, but the soldier guarding the tent's entrance stared straight at Ningxu. Ningxu silently took 2 steps back and tried to use his mental strength to form a 40-meter-long saber. With a whoosh, he pulled out his 40-meter-long saber. Ningxu kept looking at the tent's curtain. He didn't know when he would come out. He waited until he was haggard. Who knew when he would be attacked? The nomological embodiment was still waiting for him. After waiting for a long time, the curtain was finally lifted. People came out one after another. Ningxu craned his neck. It was hard to imagine that so many people could come out of this bun-like tent. Why are you here? Mo Ming was talking to the person beside her, who was also wearing a military uniform. When she saw Ningxu, she craned her neck and said something to the person beside her. Ningxu came over and asked her. I'm looking for the big boss, Ningxu said. The general won't see you. He's busy with more important things. Mo Ming looked at Ningxu and said, You can tell me what you need. I can help you as much as I can. Ningxu looked at the medal on Mo Ming's chest. It was a medal with 1 star and 1 bar. How much power could it have? Ningxu touched his chin, tiptoed, and tilted his head to look at the medal. Ahem, I need some weapons, Ningxu said. Mo Ming pondered for a moment and asked, Why do you suddenly need weapons? Because the nomological power might be useless, so I have to prepare in advance, Ningxu said. Logically speaking, a piece of trash like her should be expelled from the battlefield. If she was really expelled, Ningxu would be very grateful. Mo Ming said, How many do you need? How many do you need? Ningxu asked in surprise. How much can you get with your authority? I can't get much. At most, 300 sticks, Mo Ming said. That's a lot, a lot. To Ningxu, more than 100 sticks was a lot. After all, if she wanted a gun, she would be criticized badly. /BK since he couldn't protect it anymore, he had to give these monsters that made him sacrifice something precious a big gift. The peerless martial art was still absorbing the monsters. Ningxu entered the world in a flash. These monsters came to an unfamiliar place. At first, they were a little confused. But when they entered a plane of existence, they instantly became excited and started to eat the world. The world was densely packed with monsters. Ningshu kicked them one by one. The vines wrapped around the monsters and threw them one by one into the law of nothingness. These monsters didn't even have a chance to struggle before they were swallowed by the law of nothingness. Ningshu threw these monsters into the law of nothingness like dumplings. The slightly stronger monsters were annihilated with a cry. It seemed that the law of nothingness had strengthened again. Ningshu felt like he was feeding the wolves. Although he could temporarily kill these monsters, it also strengthened the law of nothingness like. Ningshu grinned. In this world, he seemed to be a god. These monsters couldn't attack him, and he could easily throw these monsters into the law of nothingness. Drinking poison to quench thirst. When the law of nothingness swallowed this world, he had to divert the disaster. The monsters were constantly being sucked into the world. The law of nothingness continued to devour these monsters and grew stronger. The law of nothingness spread to Ningshu's feet and moved forward and backward like a tide. Ningshu took 2 steps back. If he touched the law of nothingness, he would be devoured. Countless monsters struggled in the law of nothingness and were annihilated in the end. If these monsters had corpses, they should have a lot of military merits. But even the corpses were devoured and assimilated. Ningshu came out of the world. Seeing that the peerless martial art was even more dilapidated, his face was as cold as iron. He silently watched more and more monsters being sucked into the world and becoming nourishment for the law of nothingness. Because of the peerless martial art, the pressure on this side was much lower. Otherwise, without Bonehead's help, this side would have broken through very quickly. According to normal calculations, if so many monsters entered a world, the world would definitely explode. Also, the world should have been devoured. But the monsters that entered this world never returned. Squeak squeak, squeak squeak squeak. The sound of rats grinding their teeth could be heard. More and more monsters were running towards them. Although these monsters did not return, they still needed to be checked. Ningshu sneered. Seeing more and more monsters coming towards him, the peerless martial art unleashed an even stronger suction force, sucking in even more monsters. Even so, there were still a lot of monsters coming over. The monster's magma-like saliva splashed onto the ultimate martial art, making it even dimmer. Ningshu raised his saber and slashed at the spitting monster, chopping it into pieces. Ningshu floated in the air in a red dress. Her skin was very pale, and wearing a red dress made her skin seem transparent. The Xianxia man. Are you all right? Ningshu turned around. What can happen to me? The man in the Xianxia rubbed his nose. Right now, it was as if this guy had been possessed by the god of slaughter. He was simply crazy. He had destroyed the world that he had built. It was just giving nourishment to the monsters. After devouring the world, the monsters would become even stronger. This was like feeding the monsters when they were hungry. What was the difference between this and feeding the monsters? Ningshu entered the ultimate martial art. Countless monsters struggled and wailed as they were swallowed. The lake of the law of nothingness grew bigger again. It was even bigger than before. It was getting bigger and bigger. Soon, the ultimate martial art would appear. In the end, even the ultimate martial art would be swallowed. If the law of nothingness was like a baby before, its swallowing ability was not that strong. Now, the law of nothingness had become a young man with power. Moreover, it would become more and more powerful. The bigger the lake, the more damage it would cause to the world. Yet, she was still feeding these monsters. Ningshu did not know what to feel. *CK, his heart was numb. Previously, there was a fish tank that could withstand the law of nothingness. Now, there was probably nothing that could withstand this thing. It spread out, and billions of planes were swallowed. Actually, this was quite good. He could directly destroy the plane and watch these monsters eat. Ningshu supported his chin as he watched batch after batch of monsters being swallowed. The world let out a sound that could not bear the burden. It was like glass that was about to explode into pieces. He saw with his own eyes that the things he cherished were slowly being destroyed and would no longer exist. Ningshu felt that no matter how many monsters there were, it would not be enough to be buried with him. He needed more monsters. She did not care about the benefits behind this war. What she cherished was gone. She could not protect it. She was dragging these things along with the things she cherished. A drop of emerald green water appeared on Ningxu's fingertip. The drop of water grew bigger and bigger. It flew into the clouds. The emerald green raindrops fell everywhere in the world. They fell into the law of nothingness. There was no green at all. The vines wrapped around the monsters and sucked them dry. More and more emerald green water droplets rose into the air. It was like a rainstorm. The green rain flowed everywhere in the world. She hoped that this rain that was filled with vitality could allow the peerless martial arts to last a little longer. There would be more monsters to strengthen the law of nothingness. When the world could not hold on anymore, she would give the monsters on the other side of the black hole a surprise. Ningxu came out of the world and looked at the dim and broken peerless martial arts. The words on it were completely gone. The pages were filled with marks. Your world can't hold on anymore. The Xianxia man, Ningxu, said. I know I can't hold on anymore. Ningxu nodded. His eyes stared straight at the black hole. There were many black holes. Ningxu casually pointed at the black hole. She should be throwing the peerless martial arts into one of them. If she chose that one, Ningxu stretched out her white finger and pointed at one of the black holes. The Xianxia man felt that this woman was crazy. She did things like a crazy person. Should she take the peerless martial arts and directly rush to the black hole over there and choose the biggest target? That would not do. What if he died? He had sacrificed such a precious thing in order to live. There was no reason to sacrifice the peerless martial arts and send himself to death. Then choose the closest black hole. Ningxu pointed at a black hole. It's you. Ka. The surface of the peerless martial arts was covered with more cracks. The sound seemed to crack Ningxu's heart. It was as if his heart had cracked open. Stop fooling around. Your world is about to explode. The Xianxia man frowned and said, Are you crazy? What triggered you? Standing beside her, he felt a wave of low pressure. This girl was shrouded in intense sadness. Standing beside her, one would be infected. The man in the Xianxia did not know what happened when she ran away. She disappeared with the huge monster. She came back, but the monster did not. The monster must be dead. It must have used some trump card. That was why she looked like she had nothing left to live for. The man in the Xianxia sighed and said to Ningxu, You have to give up something to gain something. Don't be like this. I once gave up something that was extremely important to me. Ningxu stretched out her hand. The peerless martial art closed and flew into Ningxu's hand. Touching the cracked peerless martial art, Ningxu did not dare to blink. She closed her eyes and threw the peerless martial art into the black hole. This is a big gift for you. Accept it. Don't you like to eat worlds? As long as you bite the world, the law of nothingness will gush out. Ningxu watched as the peerless martial art penetrated the black hole and disappeared before her eyes. She did not know what kind of world was on the other side of the black hole. She did not know if the peerless martial art had collapsed, if it had been bitten open by the monster, if the law of nothingness had already gushed out. The world was so broken that a little bit of power could shatter it. Ningxu stared blankly at the black hole. A corner of her heart was missing. She was filled with despair and unbearable sadness. It was because she was not strong enough. It was because she did not work hard enough. Therefore, she had to sacrifice the things that had always accompanied her, the things that she had always believed in and relied on. She could not even protect the things that she cherished. What was the point of her suffering and struggle all this time? The world should be broken now. The law of nothingness should have devoured many monsters. The law of nothingness would grow bigger and bigger, devouring more and more monsters. Ningxu laughed out loud. She laughed until tears streamed down her face. She was both happy and desperate. What else would she lose? What else would this war take away from her? She had nothing left to sacrifice. Without the peerless martial art, the pressure on the man in the Xianxia multiplied. Not only did he have to kill the enemy, but he also had to take care of Ningxu, who was like a lunatic. He was so tired that he suddenly died. He would go crazy if he was stimulated any further. Ningxu held the gun and fired without any hesitation. Even the world was gone. This bit of faith power only made people feel more numb. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The piercing sound spread to every corner of the battlefield. The monsters that heard the sound began to retreat. In a short while, the monsters had all retreated. Ningxu revealed an ugly smile. It would be even better if they returned. Then, he would be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. The more monsters he devoured, the stronger the law of nothingness, and the stronger the law of nothingness, the more monsters he could devour. The black hole rippled with layer after layer of ripples. A book flew out and landed in front of Ningxu. Ningxu stretched out his hand and hugged the book. He squatted down and cried loudly, his heart breaking. She hugged the peerless martial art book tightly as tears dripped onto the cracked pages of the book. Ningxu hugged the peerless martial art book and stumbled over to the huge abyssal prefect, wailing loudly, "Help me, help me." Perhaps the monsters had sensed something in the world, or perhaps they knew that it was a trap, so they used the same method to destroy the forces here. Now that it was back in front of her, she could not give up. The abyssal prefect's figure shrank, becoming a man in a tuxedo. "Why are you crying?" The abyssal prefect took out a stack of checkered handkerchiefs. Ningxu wiped his tears with the back of his hand. "Please help me. I can agree to any condition." The abyssal prefect looked calmly at the book in Ningxu's arms. He stretched out his slender and pale hand and took the book, flipping it open casually. "Oh, the law of nothingness? It's hopeless. The world will be devoured." The abyssal prefect said coldly. "Impossible." Ningxu shouted a little shrilly. Everything had a counter. She did not believe that there was nothing that could counter this thing. It was just that she did not know what it was. Back then, the fish tank had also restrained it. However, as it grew, the fish tank could no longer do anything to it. Ningxu did not want to cry, but his tears could not be controlled at all. Ningxu wiped his face carelessly. He wanted to show a reserved smile, but he was crying and laughing at the same time. There must be a way. The abyssal prefect looked indifferently at the crying Ningxu. He thought for a moment and said, "Go and ask senior uncle." "Can he help?" Ningxu asked. The abyssal prefect said, "When the world is broken and the law of nothingness flows out, he can put it away, so that the law of nothingness does not devour things everywhere." Ningxu opened his mouth slightly and looked dazed. The abyssal prefect said, "Give this world to him and keep it in your hands. When the law of nothingness devours the world, you will be the next one to be devoured." Ningxu squatted down and covered his face with his hands. Tears flowed out between his fingers. He said heartbreakingly, "I want my world back." He gave it up once and returned it to her. He could not give it up a second time. There will be other world carriers. Leave this world to others. Your world can't hold on anymore. That's all I can say. If you don't want to listen, forget it. The abyssal prefect glanced behind Ningxu. Those sacrificed themselves. The abyssal prefect was talking about bones. Ningxu covered his face and said in a muffled voice, "I'm sorry. It's normal to have sacrifices in war." A black carved door appeared in front of the abyssal prefect. The abyssal prefect walked in and disappeared in front of Ningxu. Ningxu squatted on the ground and hugged the peerless martial art tightly, crying loudly. Even if the peerless martial art returned to her hands, it would only have the fate of extinction. Give it to senior uncle, however, he could only wait for the world to be destroyed and then deal with the law of nothingness. When the world was destroyed and the law of nothingness spread out, no one here would be enough to devour. That was why those monsters were able to return this thing untouched. The abyssal prefect had no choice but to give the world to senior uncle. Ningxu stood up and walked back with the peerless martial art. She was at a loss and did not know what to do. Therefore, she had to hand over the peerless martial art for the second time. At this moment, Ningxu could not cry even if she wanted to. Her tears seemed to have dried up. If there was nothing to devour, the law of nothingness would devour the world. But if it devoured other things, it would grow stronger and stronger. Once there was nothing left to devour, it would instantly devour the world. Ningxu sniffed. She had to compromise and give up because she could not do anything about the law of nothingness. Because she was not strong enough, there had to be sacrifices. Ningxu hugged the peerless martial art and squatted at the side. The Xianxia man sighed and squatted beside Ningxu. What are you thinking? I want the best of both worlds, but it's impossible. Ningxu grinned and revealed an extremely ugly smile, making her face look very blurry. She wanted a world, a perfect world. But this world was on the verge of collapse and could not be saved. Even if the law of nothingness left this world had almost lost the capital to become a living world. It was so dilapidated that even if it was repaired, it would not be the intact world from before. It was a kind of spiritual separation, not only because it was not worth it to search for the origin of the world. Ningxu held the peerless martial art, but it could only slow down the progress of the law of nothingness devouring the world. There was nothing that could strengthen the world. When she found the boundary stone, it could strengthen the world, but it was swallowed by the world of samsara, which was still a black hole. Ningxu rubbed her face with her hands. When the world really couldn't support it, she would hand it over to the granduncle. Handing it over to the granduncle meant that the world would completely disappear. She would not throw it into the black hole on the opposite side again. The other party must have seen through it. Ningxu decided that she would not let go of the peerless martial art unless it was a last resort. She didn't know if she would encounter the carrier of the world again. Collecting the peerless martial art from the beginning made Ningxu feel very powerless and exhausted. Especially after the war and the peace talks, the circulation of the world's origin in the market was even less. Ningxu wanted to laugh. What could she say? Everything was her own choice. She had to bear the consequences. Ningxu wiped her face and told 2333 that she wanted to return to the system space. She didn't want to stay on the battlefield now. 2333 didn't say anything and sent Ningxu back to the system space. Ningxu put the peerless martial art on the coffee table and sat on the sofa to look at it. It was full of spiderweb-like cracks. It couldn't hold on for long. Ningxu opened the system exchange store to see if there were any items that could stabilize the world. Not only the world, but also an indescribable feeling. It was like the person closest to you was sick. As long as you were alive, you could fix it and see the doctor. You could hold on for as long as you could. Ningxu's fingers flipped through the system exchange store page by page, but she didn't find what she wanted. Ningxu clenched his hands into fists. All of his hands were filled with flashy but impractical trash. He couldn't find any of them even if he wanted to. These kinds of things could only be deceived to become a mission enforcer. He was afraid that the truly precious items couldn't be bought with the power of faith and virtue. They had been kept by someone else. Trash. Ningxu closed the system exchange store and curled up her body. She buried her head in her arms and wailed loudly. As she cried, she hammered her chest. She felt like it was going to split open. It hurt so much. All of the despair and pain was because she wasn't strong enough. If she could kill that monster, she wouldn't have to sacrifice this world that was about to be completed. She had chosen such a method and was greedy to protect this world. She had already made up her mind to sacrifice something, but now she was crying and making a fuss to protect it. 2333, she cried like a pig. Ningxu wiped his face carelessly and entered the world. He saw a lake that was even bigger than before. The amber water was clear and there was nothing in it. There were no aquatic plants or fish. F*CK, your ancestors are 18 generations old. Ningxu shouted at the lake. His voice traveled far and wide. Layers of ripples appeared on the calm surface of the water. Ningxu sat down, grabbed a stone, and threw it into the lake. A layer of ripples appeared. Almost instantly, the stone disappeared. If the law of nothingness was still in the fish tank, he could try to adjust it. But now, the law of nothingness couldn't even touch it, let alone jump. In a very, very short time, it would be swallowed and assimilated. There were so many monsters, and there were even some powerful monsters. Weren't they also devoured? In her world, if the peerless martial arts didn't return to her, she wouldn't be so sad. Even if it was eaten by monsters, those monsters would also be swallowed by the law of nothingness. Ningxu really wanted to save this world. The law of nothingness was slowly expanding and eating away at this world. The battle has started. You should go back, 2333 said to Xianxia. So fast? The law of time system notified me. You're considered a deserter, 2333 said. Xianxia wiped his tears with his sleeve and returned to the system space. Xianxia asked 2333, do you have any ideas? If you can help me this time, I'll give you another 10% of the soul power. You can have 20%, and I'll have 20%, 2333 was silent. Xianxia laughed. 2333 silence meant that he was tempted by the 10% of the soul power. It was more likely that he had a way. You can look for Taishu, 2333 said. His voice sounded a little constipated, as if it came from his throat. Why do all of you want me to look for him? Even if I find him, it doesn't mean that he will help. Instead, he will take this world away. After all, it's about to collapse. The law of nothingness inside is about to gush out and swallow everything in its path, including the plane. Xianxia understood that she was holding a bomb in her hand, and it was an unpredictable bomb. It might explode at any time. 2333 said, the law of nothingness is like water. You have to fix the pool so that it won't leak. Taishu has such a thing in his hand. Xianxia understood. He had something like a fish tank in his hand. It could hold the law of nothingness like a fish tank so that it wouldn't swallow the world. This kind of thing was probably very rare and precious. Actually, you can give this world to him and let him deal with the law of nothingness inside. You won't be able to get it from him. Maybe he will ask you to hand over the world. If you don't hand it over, he will just kill you and then deal with the world. He won't let you hold such a dangerous thing around. It's not worth it to go through so much trouble for an already broken world. Xianxia slowly squatted down and crossed her arms. She felt a chill shuttling through every corner of her body. She said to 2333, is he the only one who has it? Yes, only he has it. He's doing crazy things, 2333 said, almost gnashing his teeth. Xianxia felt that if she couldn't get it, she wouldn't be able to pay such a price. She might even have to hand over the world. Logically speaking, she should get rid of the world as soon as possible. However, when the peerless martial art flew back into her hands, she couldn't hold back her tears. She couldn't throw it out again. If you can help me get this thing, I'll give you 10% of my soul power. The remaining 10% would be used to support the reincarnation world. She couldn't use it herself. If she used it, it wouldn't be enough. Listening to 2333's tone, he definitely knew Taishu and probably had some grudges. However, it was still more likely than her going to ask for it. 2333 laughed a few times and then went silent. Obviously, he refused. Xianxia frowned. That meant that she couldn't get it. If he wasn't tempted by 10% of her soul power, was he still 2333? I advise you to give up this world because it's not worth it. It's too dangerous. Don't be troubled by such a little emotion. I've given you advice. You don't have to listen to it, 2333 said. Indeed, she should give it up. Things had gone out of control. It had devoured the world and would soon devour her and more things. Well, 20% of the strength of soul. Xianxia was speechless. 10% of the strength of soul was taken away just by providing a piece of information. Xianxia transferred some strength of soul into the world of samsara and filled it with some spiritual liquid. Then she went to the 9-Palace Mountain and found second young master. He should have exchanged a lot of soul stones. Pai Lupi was very excited to see Xianxia. But when he saw Xianxia's gloomy face, his smile faded a little. He asked Li Si to take out the soul stones he had exchanged during this period. Xianxia accepted the soul stones and gave him some spirit liquid to continue exchanging. She didn't have time to waste on these spirit liquids and soul stones that were not of good quality. Wait. Pai Lupi saw that Xianxia didn't say much and her momentum was frightening. Pai Lupi braced himself to stop Xianxia. Xianxia looked back at him. Pai Lupi swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "Can you give me some emerald green water like last time?" Next, second young master Li blabbered on and on about his business plan. In short, he needed the liquid that was full of vitality. Ningxu looked calm and asked Pai Lupi to find something to fill the water. Pai Lupi found a big basin and held it in front of Ningxu. Ningxu glanced at Pai Lupi. The emerald green liquid appeared on her fingers. It grew bigger and filled the basin. Pai Lupi cheered in his heart. He should have taken a big water tank. What about the share? Pai Lupi glanced at Ningxu carefully. He felt that this girl was a little scary and gloomy. I'll buy the treasure of heaven and earth's seedlings. It's my job to take care of them and deal with them later. Pai Lupi said. Ningxu raised her eyelids. So? Pai Lupi almost choked to death. What's wrong with this guy? Then we'll each take half. Pai Lupi said. Ha ha ha. Ningxu glanced at Pai Lupi. Why don't you take part in the fighting power? Without it, do you still have your life? Very few people could resist the overwhelming number of vines. Second young masterly looked at Ningxu. Then let's make it 40-60. I'll be in charge of everything. You just need to collect the soul stones. My bottom line is 40-60. Ningxu nodded. Then it's 46. Please keep it in mind. Pai Lupi nodded. As a business partner, he asked kindly, did something happen to you? Yes, but you can't help me. I'm leaving. Ningxu turned and left. Pai Lupi's heart was beating fast. I'm the second young master of the Li family. Is there nothing I can solve here? But then he thought about the vines in the sky. That girl could make so much green liquid full of vitality. If she couldn't solve it, then he really couldn't solve it. They sent a message saying that someone is looking for you. They want you to go back. 2333 said. You're going to be a deserter. What if you get killed? Ningxu said, I knew the battle hadn't started. The time between battles wouldn't be so short. Ningxu returned to the battlefield with the peerless martial art. The man in the Xianxia was fanning himself. When he saw Ningxu, he said, why did you disappear so quickly? Why did you call me? Ningxu asked. The man in the Xianxia frowned. The military is looking for you. Why? Ningxu nodded. He said to the man in the Xianxia, you should hurry up and write a report to collect taxes. The higher-ups probably wouldn't object to this kind of consumption of their own resources. The man in the Xianxia closed his fan. You're taking it? I'm taking it. It's almost used up anyway. Ningxu said. Then I'm going to write a report. You should hurry up too. Someone is looking for you. Ningxu put away the peerless martial art and headed back to his tent. He wondered if His Excellency had told others about the law of nothingness. But, from his interactions with His Excellency, he wasn't the sort of person who gossiped. Even if he did, it wouldn't have mattered. The peerless martial art had absorbed so many monsters on the battlefield, and those monsters didn't come back. It was normal for someone to notice it. Ningxu opened the tent curtain. There were a few people sitting inside. Fragrant Wind Man, the silver-haired man, and the senior uncle. Ningxu's gaze lingered on the senior uncle for a moment, thinking about the probability of getting the item. When he saw the senior uncle's cold face, he felt that the probability of getting the item was negative. And he asked about the situation, and Ningxu told him the truth. Everyone in the room frowned. This kind of thing can't be kept. If you can't handle it, give it to someone else, and he said. If the world is devoured and caught off guard, everyone will be devoured, including the planes behind it. The senior uncle tapped the table with his finger. Put it on the table. He hadn't expected it to come so soon. If he insisted on keeping the item by his side, he might be harming others and himself. It wouldn't be tenable in any way. Ningxu knew this in his heart, but he couldn't accept it. Ningxu looked at the senior uncle and opened his mouth. Can you give me something that can resist the law of nothingness swallowing the world? The senior uncle raised his eyebrows. No. As expected, Ningxu took out the peerless martial art and placed it on the table. After dealing with the law of nothingness, please return the world to me. The peerless martial art had dimmed, and there were more cracks on it. And he said, with a little power, this world will collapse. I'm willing. Even if it's broken, I like it. You can't be greedy for my broken world, right? Ningshu said. No one is greedy for your broken world, but it will break if you don't pay attention. Do you understand? And he said. Why do you have such a dangerous thing? Someone forcefully gave it to me. Ningshu looked at the senior uncle. What kind of price do I have to pay to get something from you that can resist the law of nothingness? Impossible, the senior uncle said coldly. Ningshu took a deep breath and suppressed the panic and despair in his heart. Then I have a request. You can do whatever you want with the law of nothingness in the world, but my world can't break. Otherwise, I won't hand it over. You're crazy. What right do you have to negotiate with me? The senior uncle sneered. Whether you hand it over or not doesn't affect me. You don't understand. What right do you have to bring such a thing and threaten everyone's lives? Bringing a bomb on the plane, threatening other people's lives, and asking for a lot of things. Killing him now was already the biggest condition. You don't have a clear mind. I'm tired of this kind of brainless person. Ningshu was speechless and didn't say anything. Deal with it as you wish. He turned and left the tent. She looked up at the vast universe and billions of planes. In order to protect these, she had sacrificed herself. She kept shouting in her heart. Why? Why? Ningshu stood outside the tent. She felt as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in her heart. All kinds of emotions made her dizzy. She couldn't control her emotions anymore. She wouldn't cry anymore because crying was useless. If tears were useful, why bother to be strong? She would cry every day. Because she was too weak, she didn't even have a chance to talk. There was no way to negotiate. She couldn't even communicate on equal terms. Ningshu could pay the price and obtain a treasure from the grand uncle that could contain the law of nothingness. But, she didn't want to talk about it. If she continued to cause trouble, she would be killed without hesitation. Compared to the billions of planes, she was really insignificant. She couldn't jump out of the rules. She would be suppressed by the rules. The law of the jungle existed no matter where she was. If she ran slowly and was born weak, she could only be eaten. Ningshu's whole body was shaking. She wanted to leave the battlefield, but she also knew that she wanted to live and sacrificed her own things. She couldn't blame anyone but herself. She was struggling desperately in her heart. It was clearly her own actions, but she couldn't help but want to vent her anger. She was still measuring why her efforts were like bubbles with no return. She thought that there must be a return for her efforts. She couldn't get this return, and she didn't even get a word of thanks. She was resentful. Ningshu's soul was affected by all kinds of emotions. Her soul was about to be torn apart. She couldn't help but cry out, no one forced her to make such a decision. She couldn't even find a resentful person to do it. She was just being unreasonable. Along the way, she didn't seem to have lost too much. She suddenly lost her peerless martial arts. When she poured a lot of effort into it, she was afraid that she would succeed in one step. This feeling of failure was too torturous. Ningshu couldn't calm down. Her heart wasn't as strong as she thought. She couldn't face these things calmly. When she was recommended, she spent 500,000 merit points on the law of nothingness. Now, she had lost a world. 500,000 merit points. Ningshu could only say that her life was actually very valuable. She had to live well. You're still here? The abyssal prefect appeared in the tent, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Even the nobles and gentlemen of the human world didn't recognize him. He had countless years of experience, and he was a gentleman deep in his bones, but so was his coldness. Being a gentleman was just another face of being an abyssal prefect. Yes, I am still here. This place seems to be the heart of power. I will stand here for a while to feel the feeling of standing in the heart of power, Ningshu said with a smile. The abyssal prefect folded the handkerchief neatly, revealing a sharp corner, and placed it in his chest pocket, revealing a corner. His movements were smooth and beautiful, and it was also the image of a gentleman. If one were to imagine a Xianxia folding a handkerchief, one would be unable to bear the sight of it. Ningshu was a little curious. Since when did abyssal prefect like to act like a gentleman? What's the big deal about authority? It's just something that comes with strength. Which of those standing here isn't powerful? Abyssal Prefect replied calmly. Xianxia nodded. You're right. Wait here. I have something to do in there. Go in when I tell you to. The Abyssal Prefect lifted the curtain and entered the tent. Although she didn't know what the Abyssal Prefect wanted to do, Xianxia still waited outside the tent. Little Silver and he go out for a while. I have something to discuss with Taishu. The silver-haired man took his book and followed he out of the tent. Xianxia saw the two of them and pretended not to see them. The two of them also ignored her and walked past her. Just throw this world inside? The Abyssal Prefect looked at the cracked book on the table. What else? Just throw it away. This kind of world has no value in preserving it, Taishu said. Let her play with this thing. It's just a handful of the law of nothingness. Even if you play with it, you won't be able to create a new law. It's the same as putting eggs in a basket. It's just a handful. It's easy to drown an ant. It's very dangerous to leave it in her hands. Taishu rejected. What's the big deal? Give her some scraps to hold the law of nothingness and let her play with it, the Abyssal Prefect said. The situation in the Sea of Laws is getting worse. If someone is willing to play with the law of nothingness, let them play with it. Pay more attention. If they really cross the line, just kill them. Taishu adjusted his glasses. I still don't agree. Fine. In any case, you have the final say in the matters of the plane. However, you have to speed up. The Sea of Laws shouldn't be able to last much longer. The Abyssal Prefect just said casually. As for whether Taishu agreed or not, the Abyssal Prefect didn't care at all. Taishu frowned. Originally, if we devoured Xianxia, we should be able to speed up. However, we didn't expect that he would turn around and refine it. We had no choice but to pull him out. The Abyssal Prefect also frowned. There was a hint of melancholy between his brows. Do as you see fit. If something happens to the billions of planes, the billions of reincarnation worlds are almost finished. What else do you need? I'll get someone to collect it. The Abyssal Prefect said. Taishu shook his head. Xianxia is the best choice. But Xianxia's situation isn't suitable to throw him in. Otherwise, we'll suffer a double loss. He doesn't care about these planes at all. It's hard to guarantee that he won't turn around and deal with us after refining it successfully. The Abyssal Prefect said. Otherwise, we wouldn't have extracted his soul back then. That law of nothingness can't be given to her. Taishu shook his head. From all aspects. The Abyssal Prefect crossed his fingers and pondered for a moment. We can give it to her. What's your plan? Taishu looked at him. I don't have a plan. I just feel that there's a chance that her world will become a reincarnation world. There are too many mission enforcers worlds. The reincarnation world won't be able to handle it, the Abyssal Prefect said. As for the law of nothingness, just give her some scraps and she'll be able to suppress it. Give her some benefits, and she'll be so angry, like a crab baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. She'll feel that she's been wronged. It'll be a huge sacrifice. With such a childish temperament, it's even more unsuitable to leave dangerous things by her side. If she encounters something that can't be settled, she'll use it to do evil, Taishu said directly. Let's not talk about this anymore. His finger lightly tapped the peerless martial art on the table. The peerless martial art made a few cracking sounds, and more cracks appeared on its surface. A world like this will shatter with a single touch. Before the law of nothingness can devour it, it'll shatter on its own. And she wants me to return it to her? She's being pretentious. The Abyssal Prefect glanced indifferently at the world covered in cracks. We can continue refining Xianxia. A piece of trash like a plain fragment isn't as pure as Xianxia's laws. We can't. If we can't refine Xianxia, the entire sea will be refined by Xianxia. That's a huge problem. Taishu shook his head. Let's prolong this battle a bit longer. Collect the corpses. /BK This is like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. There are too many harmful effects. The plane that is born will be deformed, His Excellency said. There is no new way to open up a new channel. This is the only way. The Grand Elder adjusted his glasses. Ningxu waited at the entrance of the tent. After waiting for a long time, His Excellency had no intention of coming out. She didn't know what they were talking about inside. Ningxu rubbed her hands. His Excellency asked her to wait. Was there a surprise? Ningxu had a little hope in her heart, but she didn't dare to have too much hope. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. By now, Ningxu's mood had calmed down a little. She was already prepared to give up the peerless martial arts. There was nothing she could do. Even if she wanted to fake it, she was afraid that she would lose her life before she could even start. Only when she was strong would she have the qualifications to be willful. Ningxu silently swallowed this breath and used it to support herself. She didn't regret sacrificing the peerless martial arts. In the situation at that time, perhaps a big shot would be free to deal with the giant monster, but by the time the big shot made a move, she might already be dead. It might take a very long time to find a new world carrier. Ningxu felt that she no longer had the essence, energy, and spirit to build a living world. The peerless martial arts had consumed all her energy and expectations. Ningxu couldn't describe how she felt if she used other martial arts, but they weren't peerless martial arts. When His Excellency came out of the tent, Ningxu went to greet him. His Excellency handed the peerless martial arts to Ningxu. Ningxu was very surprised. She quickly took it and asked, "What do you need me to do?" "What can you do?" "To be honest, I don't like people chattering in front of me, especially those who aren't tolerated by me. I've always thought that humans are really strange. After pretending to be human for so long, they still don't understand. On one hand, they shout that they want to be proud, but on the other hand, they try to squeeze into a circle that doesn't belong to them. On the other hand, they think that other people are selfish, narrow-minded, ungentlemanly, and don't care about your feelings." Abyssal Prefect looked at Ningxu. "Your current behavior is particularly annoying. Do you think you're the only one who's sacrificing yourself? So many people have lost their lives, and you still have the right to chirp here. You think you're doing it for others, but it's actually all for yourself. Furthermore, my bones died in front of you." Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu looked up at the Abyssal Prefect. "So, what's the meaning of this? Isn't this what you want?" The Abyssal Prefect asked coldly. "Then what's the price I have to pay?" Ningxu asked with a smile. She wasn't angry at the Abyssal Prefect's words, and there was nothing to be angry about. Some people had the ability to show off their wealth. I have the ability to reject you and live a good life in my own world. I can reject the people I hate and the way I live. For example, the Grand Uncle and the Abyssal Prefect, I don't need to care about other people's opinions. I don't care what other people think of me. If you gnash your teeth in hatred, it's nothing more than envy, jealousy, and hatred. You can't be so carefree. So what if I'm doing this? I'm already very humble. Why should I bow and scrape?" Ningxu said. There was no need for him to pretend to be humble at all. The Abyssal Prefect took out a black flower and played with it in his hand. "It seems that I'm meddling in other people's business." "No. Actually, I don't know how to thank you. This thing is indeed a disaster in my hands. I don't know when the world will collapse. You said that people love vanity, but people also have things and feelings that they can't give up. I'll also hand this thing over. It just so happens that I developed feelings for this thing and wanted to save it. If I can't save it, I can only grieve and accept it," Ningxu said with a smile and spread out her hands. She said it casually. The Abyssal Prefect pinned the black flower to Ningxu's ear and looked at it. Then, he shook his head. "Your behavior is seen by others as not knowing when to stop. You're playing with everyone's lives. It's worth it to kill you and save more people. I'll work hard so that others won't dare to kill me," Ningxu said with a smile. "Although I don't know what price you have to pay to get this thing back, what do you need me to do? Do you want me to be your errand boy?" The Abyssal Prefect, thank you for not telling me directly that I'm not even qualified to be your errand boy," Ningxu said while holding back his laughter. Her strength wasn't even comparable to Bonehead. She wasn't qualified to be his errand boy. But this will collapse soon. I can't deal with it. Ningxu handed the peerless martial art to the abyssal prefect. That's why you humans are so strange. You were crying before, but now that you have it, you're acting like this. Ningxu, humans are the embodiment of all contradictions. This world will be swallowed up sooner or later. I can't save it. Ningxu touched the peerless martial art that was full of cracks. Ask granduncle for the other things. Ningxu's mouth twitched. He definitely couldn't get it. He wouldn't allow such a dangerous thing to be with her. If he spoke again, it would only embarrass himself. There was no point in talking. If he could succeed, then the dangerous item would be confiscated. From the beginning until now, all the decisions were made by himself. Ningxu's heart was calm. He didn't ask why. He just wanted to survive. Wasn't the original intention of sacrificing the peerless martial art to survive? If he continued to be entangled, it would only destroy the mental barrier he had been building. If it was so easy to break, then why did he insist on climbing up? I'm really tired of the hypocrisy of humans, the abyssal prefect said indifferently. Ningxu smiled and watched as the abyssal prefect walked through the black carved door. He looked down at the peerless martial art in his hand, lifted the curtain, and walked into the tent. He placed the peerless martial art on the table and said to granduncle, "You can deal with this." Granduncle glanced at Ningxu coldly and waved his hand to let him leave. Ningxu turned and hesitated for a moment before turning to leave the tent. When he left, he couldn't tell if he was disappointed or happy. Ningxu felt that this feeling was even more annoying than losing money. He estimated that he would be depressed for a while. He would be weak, tired, and wouldn't want to move. Ningxu swayed back to the place where the law incarnation was stationed. The Xianxia man straightened his back and looked full of energy. He held a fan and waved it coquettishly. He guessed that he had collected a lot of taxes. The Xianxia man was quite happy. When he saw Ningxu floating towards him like a dark cloud, he immediately restrained his smile. He didn't want to provoke a lunatic. Everyone went back to collect taxes? Ningxu asked. The Xianxia man nodded. I talked to them in every way possible. I almost hugged their legs and cried before they let us go back to collect taxes. Thanks to the soaring prices, my taxes this time are quite high. I should be able to live for a while. It was worth it to shamelessly beg them, /BK. Now she had the peerless martial art, but she still had to hand it over because it was about to shatter. Ningxu had never been so self-deprecating. Everything was because of her lack of ability. Ningxu felt that her originally steel-like heart was about to turn into slag. She couldn't stand this back and forth. Instead of destroying this world, it's more valuable to let it exist. The granduncle took out a stone and placed it on the table. This is a boundary stone. It can strengthen the world. As for this, the granduncle had a shiny stone in his hand. This stone was as beautiful as a star. This can stop the law of nothingness from devouring the world. Ningxu looked at these two things and jumped back in fright. She asked warily, "Why are you suddenly giving me these?" Previously, she couldn't even discuss it. Now, she was suddenly returned to her and these treasures. Ningxu was horrified. The sudden warmth made Ningxu want to kneel down. She couldn't adapt to suddenly becoming so humane. She had been abused too much. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Ningxu calmed down. Her world might be saved, but this was the price she had to pay. What do I have to pay? 100 years of taxes from Water City and Wood City. The granduncle said. 100 years, taxes would be collected twice a year. Each time, it would be close to 2 million. A year, it would be 4 million. Wood City's taxes were slightly higher, 5 million a year. The two cities added together would be 10 million. 100 years, Ningxu had to calculate. 1 billion. Didn't you say you could pay any price and not take your life? The granduncle said. Ningxu nodded. I'm willing. The time will start after the war ends. Now, fighting requires faith power. Okay. The granduncle nodded. Ningxu stretched out her hand and put away the peerless martial art and the two stones on the table. 1 billion to buy 2 stones. Ningshu asked, how do I use them? Boundary stones can be absorbed by the world. This stone can be directly thrown into the law of nothingness. It will form a membrane at the bottom, preventing the law of nothingness from absorbing the world. However, it won't last forever. The stone itself will be devoured, said the Grand Elder. Ningshu made an O sound, tightly hugged the broken peerless martial art, and asked, this time you really returned the world to me. If he had to hand it over again, Ningshu would explode, who knows what he would do. Take care of your world. If there is no void, then let it overflow, Ningshu nodded. She hugged the peerless martial art book and left the tent. She didn't want to come to this place anymore. Here, she didn't even have the right to speak. However, the world was finally back. For some reason, the Grand Elder changed his mind. After a few twists and turns, he would never abandon this world again. With his life and death in the hands of others, Ningshu didn't even want to think about the price he had to pay to transcend. Her emotions were being controlled by someone else. Ningshu returned to the system space. Since the battle hadn't started yet, he quickly went back to consolidate the world. She let the peerless martial art absorb the barrier stone. Even after absorbing the peerless martial art was still full of cracks. After entering the world, Ningshu looked at the law of nothingness and threw the beautiful starlight stone in. He had to collect more of these stones in the future. Ningshu squatted beside the law of nothingness and looked at the clear law of nothingness. This thing was even more terrifying than water. It could devour everything. Was there really nothing that could restrain it? With the starlight stone's isolation, the world's pressure was reduced. Next, he had to repair the peerless martial art book. Should he use the boundary stones? They could only strengthen the world, but they couldn't repair these cracks. Ningshu took out the peerless martial art book and condensed a basin of emerald green liquid. He placed the peerless martial art book in the basin and soaked it in the liquid filled with vitality. He didn't know if it could be repaired, but the chances weren't high. Should he find the source of the world again? Should he use the source of the world to repair it? Anyway, he didn't know what to do. Ningshu carried the basin back to the battlefield. He didn't dare to place it in the world of reincarnation as he didn't know if it would have any negative effects. He didn't know what to do. The Xianxia guy reached into the basin and washed his hands. This feels great. Using the water condensed from the law of water and wood to absorb it. Ningshu used his hands to water the floating peerless martial art book. Ningshu felt like he had let it down. He gave it up time and time again and came back. He wouldn't let it go anymore. Next time, he would die together with it. Ningshu hummed a tune and felt like there was nothing to be afraid of. He felt like his entire body was injected with chicken blood. He felt very at ease and also very touched. Even if this war continued, Ningshu felt like he could hold on. Creak creak creak, Ningshu pulled out his spear and the blade on his back. He squatted down. If he made more contributions, he might be able to get a treasure to repair the world. Come on. There were no bones left. It had turned into ashes. Ningshu was too embarrassed to ask for help from His Excellency. He could only rely on himself. Monsters flooded out. Ningshu looked at these monsters and his eyes turned red. He directly killed them and left as many corpses as he could to accumulate military contributions. Maybe because the law incarnations went back to collect taxes and had more money, they were willing to use their ultimate skills and annihilate groups of monsters. There were also people who preserved the corpses of monsters to accumulate military contributions. Without Bonehead's help, Ningshu didn't have many corpses. He could only accumulate a little. Also, the weapons that Mo Ming helped him get probably cost him a lot of military contributions. He had to return them. If he owed them for a long time, the favor would get bigger and bigger. At least after the war ended, he had to return it. Maybe Mo Ming could rely on military contributions to get promoted. It was better to get promoted. If he didn't get promoted, he would only be cannon fodder. There was no room for discussion. The exhaustion, weakness, and reluctance to move from before had all disappeared. He fought bravely to kill the enemy for his own world. The Xianxia guy, the woman beside him, was really crazy. She was so happy and sad that she kept killing monsters. Women were really scary. The woman he loved, the woman beside him, and Awan would burn him. He felt that the chances of him getting a girlfriend were even lower. Were all female mission enforcers so crazy? Their emotions fluctuated. His Excellency stood beside Grand Uncle. You gave her the world again. It's a world of faith power. It's okay to keep it. It's useless. Grand Uncle said coldly. It's just struggling at death's door. To be able to destroy a world of faith power like this, she's really stupid. His Excellency said. I still feel that we should erase Xianxia's intelligence and try to build a new sea of law as soon as possible. His Excellency said sadly. Grand Uncle didn't say anything. His Excellency looked at the battlefield. The longer we delay, the worse it will be. The situation won't get better because of your reluctance. It's not that I'm reluctant, BK Ningxu was full of energy. He collected the corpses of monsters that were immune to law power. These corpses would give him military merits. If he had enough military merits, Ningxu didn't expect to develop in the military, but he wanted starlight stones, those beautiful stones. He just didn't know if he could buy them at the auction except for the Grand Uncle. Ningxu was full of adrenaline, but he also noticed that this war was getting more and more sluggish. Although the attacks of the monsters were very powerful and overwhelming, morale was not the same. Maybe the war would end soon, or maybe the monsters had compromised. But it was unlikely that they had. After all, these monsters ate planes as food. If they compromised, they would starve. They had to fight desperately. But now that morale was so low, they probably had other plans. However, this didn't affect Ningxu's collection of corpses. He didn't know how many military merits could be exchanged for that kind of stone. This kind of thing was not available in the exchange store. As for large organizations like the auction house, he probably had to try his luck. Boom, boom, boom. The Soul Army fired countless cannons. These cannons were a little strange. When they landed in the group of monsters, they only exploded, but they didn't do any damage. These monsters were all fine. The sound wave attack didn't seem like a sound wave attack. He didn't know what kind of attack it was. Was it a radiation attack? Biochemical attacks shouldn't hurt these monsters much. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It was the signal to retreat. A large number of monsters began to retreat. Squeak, 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 squeak. When the monsters retreated, the monsters near Ningxu turned back and wanted to take Ningxu away. Ningxu directly shot and killed the monsters that wanted to kidnap him. Did these monsters love her and want to take her back to be their wife? She's so ugly. Forget it. Why did they retreat so quickly this time? Compared to the previous struggle, the attack time this time was very short. What's wrong with these monsters? Ningxu pursed his lips. He felt that he hadn't had enough yet. He hadn't collected the corpses yet, and he hadn't received any military merits. Without military merits, the probability of getting a starlight stone was negative. 100 years of tax revenue. If he held on for another 100 years, that would be 200 years without any harvest. During this period, if he encountered any treasures that were worth selling, what would he do if he ran out of money? Taking the initiative to do something was different from taking the initiative to do something passively. Right now, Ningxu wasn't afraid of rats. If he really couldn't hold on, he could use his peerless martial arts and let the law of nothingness devour him. However, doing so might cause harm to the world. Moreover, the law of nothingness that had swallowed things would slowly grow larger, speeding up the devouring of the starlight stone. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Ningxu did not dare to use the peerless martial art that had cracks all over its body. Ningxu treasured this thing that had returned to her after so many twists and turns. Perhaps it could never be repaired, but Ningxu was willing to keep it by her side. There were some things that were always by her side that she did not feel, but when she lost them, it would be a heart-wrenching pain. The power that the peerless martial arts brought her was irreplaceable in her heart. Companionship was the longest form of confession. Ningxu felt that he might have developed a fetish. This battle had a strong start but a weak finish. After the spirit army had released that kind of artillery, the monsters had retreated. Ningxu was still very vague about the various weapons of the military. Besides, he couldn't exchange for these weapons with the law of nothingness. He didn't even have the chance to see them. The military came to collect the corpses. Ningshu looked at the other party calculating the military merits. Then, he took the slip of paper and looked at it. Ningshu was speechless. 8 merit points? Damn it, it was less than 2 digits. Although the number was auspicious, it was not as practical as 44 merit points. What was the use of being auspicious? He was still thinking of returning Mo Ming's military merits. At the current speed, who knew when he would return Mo Ming's military merits? He still had to accumulate enough merit points to exchange for starlight stones. Ningshu pulled his hair. What the F***? Ningshu looked at the paper in the Cheongsam man's hand. 5 points? The Cheongsam man rolled his eyes. Not bad. 5 points can exchange for 5 weapons. Although it looks shabby, it's still not bad. Other than Ningshu and the Cheongsam man, the other law of nothingness weren't that bad either. After all, the law of nothingness relied on weapons. These weapons directly annihilated the monsters' corpses. If they wanted to keep the monsters' corpses, they had to use unconventional methods to kill the monsters and snatch the corpses from the monsters' hands. This wasn't an easy task. Previously, with Bonehead around, he could get more than 90 merit points after a battle. Compared to now, it was like heaven and earth. Ningshu facepalmed. He really wasn't qualified to be the underling of an abyssal prefect. The law of nothingness who had obtained merit points had all gone to exchange for weapons. Ningshu kept the slip of paper and slowly accumulated merit points. Ningshu squatted down and watered the supreme martial art that was soaking in the basin. Fortunately, the supreme martial art was no longer paper. If it was paper, it would have turned into pulp. Touching the cracks, Ningshu sighed. He had to treat it well in the future. Ningshu still wanted to ask why he let go of the supreme martial art. After all, his previous attitude was very firm, and there was no room for negotiation. Now, he had given 2 stones. Although he had spent 100 years of the law of nothingness city's taxes, Ningshu wanted to know the reason. Picking up the supreme martial art, Ningshu looked at it over and over again. Could it be that there was something special about it? She was short-sighted. When it was time to use it, she regretted not having enough knowledge. You're not going to exchange for weapons? The Cheongsam man asked Ningshu. Ningshu shook his head. Only now did he feel that exchanging 10 merit points for a broadsword was really King extravagant. The Cheongsam man sat down and washed his hands in the basin. Don't wash in my basin. You'll get dirty if you wash it. How could he let the supreme martial art absorb such dirty water? The Cheongsam man was speechless. He was simply crazy. How was it dirty? Don't pour it, it's splashing me. The Cheongsam man saw that Ningshu was about to pour the water and immediately said. Ningshu. Of course I'll fulfill your request. Ningshu condensed the emerald green liquid again and soaked the supreme martial art in it. Although the water was full of vitality, it wasn't of much help to the supreme martial art. There were still so many cracks, and it didn't decrease at all. It seemed that ordinary things couldn't repair it, but what could be useful? Ningshu felt that he was very ignorant, like a retard. Moreover, some things and inside information were in the hands of the upper echelons, just like ancient books were in the hands of the aristocratic families. It seemed that he had to spend some money to consult a professional. Ningshu propped up his chin and looked at the book in the basin, feeling very satisfied. Another naked person came out of the black hole and asked to talk. BK Ningshu's heart didn't waver. Anyway, this was the faceless man's business. The monsters would fight, collect military merits, and find a way to repair her world. As for the result of the discussion, it wasn't something she could control. It was just a small soldier. If the faceless man said to fight, they would fight. If the faceless man said to retreat, they would retreat immediately. There was no discussion. Ningshu touched her dress with her fingers. She couldn't even change the color of the dress. Ningshu still liked white dresses. They looked very fairy-like. The red color was too eye-catching. It was very conspicuous in a group of people. It didn't match Ningshu's low-key character. The discussion was still going on in the tent. Imagine a group of people facing a naked man or a woman. The scene was a bit high energy. It was unimaginable. The naked gray-haired man came out of the tent with a strange accent. "I hope you will reconsider." The Grand Elder said coldly, "There's no need to reconsider." "Then are we going to fight like this?" the gray-haired man said. "Continue." The gray-haired man was a bit depressed. "Aren't the conditions good enough?" "It's okay," the Grand Elder said indifferently. "If it's okay, why don't you agree?" the gray-haired man asked doubtfully. "Then continue," the gray-haired man said. "You're inhumane. Why did you use radiation shells and sterilize the soldiers? You're not even human. How can you be humane? You should thank us. Your reproductive cancer needs to be treated. You've reproduced too much. Don't eat the plane. Eat yourself," the Grand Elder said indifferently. The gray-haired man was silent for a while. He was obviously choked by the other party's self-righteous attitude. Xianxia saw the gray-haired man enter the black hole. The army was still on guard. It seemed that they would continue to fight. Xianxia didn't feel anything. There were military merits in fighting and he could get starlight stones. After the gray-haired man went back, the monsters started to attack. Xianxia attacked with his big knife. For military merits, Xianxia tried to preserve the monsters' bodies. To be honest, this battle was really boring. He didn't know what kind of deal was involved. The monsters were huge in size and came in all shapes and sizes. They spat saliva everywhere and gnawed on things everywhere. In short, why didn't these things gnaw on each other? Why did they have to eat planes? When Xianxia's arm came into contact with the monster's saliva, he immediately felt his soul burning. The saliva was quickly eating away at his soul. Xianxia swung his broadsword and cut off his arm to prevent his entire soul from being corroded. It was very painful to cut off one's soul, so Xianxia reformed an arm. However, his soul was a bit dimmer, and the soul power in his arm was gone. Most of the monsters that were sent out this time were spitting saliva from their mouths. They were densely packed in the air and were spitting saliva at them. Some were not handled in time, or their entire souls were splashed by the lava. They could only howl in agony as they were corroded. A monster that could even digest a plane. How terrifying would its digestive ability be? Xianxia took out his gun and fired at these monsters. However, these monsters' bodies seemed to be set up with a barrier that couldn't be broken at all. Xianxia fired several shots in a row, but there was no way to break the opponent's defense. Xianxia felt a little bad. This monster's defensive ability was the same as the previous giant monster that she had locked in the world and swallowed by the void. Their main weapons were guns, and they used the power of faith to attack. However, now that guns were useless, their attack power was greatly reduced. This was not a good sign. Xianxia swung his greatsword and released a strong sword aura. It only hit the monster's body but did not cause any damage. It hurts. Some people's souls were corroded by the lava spat out by the monsters. Xianxia felt that the two sides in the battle were too familiar with each other. They had ways to deal with the monsters, but the monsters also had ways to deal with these souls. In particular, these monsters could choose the direction of evolution. They knew how to use the power of faith to attack, and the other side had defensive means to defend against the power of faith. In round after round of war, they understood each other. It was estimated that neither side could do anything to the other, but this war was still going on, which meant that there was a reason to continue. The Xianxia man used his fan to disperse the waterfall like lava. Some of the lava stained his fan, and the fan made a sizzling sound. The Xianxia man's face turned ugly. He was cold and ruthless, and he fired at these monsters like a madman. More and more people were killed by the lava. If the law incarnation died, even the law imprint would be melted. Xianxia cursed in his heart. While dodging the lava, he fired at them. He used almost all of his methods. There must be a side that boosted the monster's defense. Why could she, as a healer, only recover health but not defense and attack power? The people on this side were constantly depleted, and the monsters on the other side had to shoot a lot to break the defense and kill the monsters. However, during this period, the monsters had already spat out lava many times. Xianxia fished out the dripping peerless martial arts from the basin and activated it. A powerful suction force erupted from the world, sucking these spitting monsters into the world. Ningshu hurriedly entered the world, wrapped the monsters with vines, and threw them into the law of nothingness. These monsters' defensive abilities were really strong. After being thrown into the law of nothingness, they could still flap their wings and struggle with all their might. The law of nothingness could not devour so many monsters in a short period of time. However, after being touched by the law of nothingness, it was like falling into a swamp. Even if they struggled, they would not be able to break free. These monsters spat out lava in fear, and the law of nothingness was dyed by the lava. It was like a pool of blood, but it was quickly devoured, and the water became clear. Ningshu watched as the monsters were devoured. He felt that the law of nothingness seemed to have grown bigger. It had expanded a little, and it was more harmful to the world. The corrosion of the starlight stone had sped up. However, Ningshu really had no way to deal with these monsters with turtle shells on their backs. He could only use the law of nothingness to save his life. More and more monsters were sucked into the world. The law of nothingness was filled with flapping monsters. Ningshu stood guard by the shore to prevent monsters from crawling out and eating the peerless martial arts. Ningshu had mixed feelings about the law of nothingness. This thing threatened the world, but he had no choice but to rely on it to kill enemies. While killing enemies, it was also strengthening it. It was even more harmful to the world. It was really helpless. Ningshu came out of the world and looked at it. He was afraid that the world would collapse. This world could not bear the burden, but she still wanted to use it to kill enemies. /BK Ningshu felt that this world might not be able to wait until the day he repaired it. If it continued like this, the world might not be able to hold on for long. The other party was a terrifying race of reproductive cancer. They ate high-end food. Once the plane was broken, all the creatures inside would suffer. Not only that, there would also be a chain reaction like firecrackers. The monsters were constantly being sucked into the world. Ningshu stared at the world. When he saw that the cracks on the surface of the peerless martial art did not increase, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the barrier stone had some effect. It had strengthened the world. Without these spitting monsters, the pressure on everyone was reduced. Ningshu killed the monsters that did not have such strong defense. He chopped and collected the corpses. Other than the spitting monsters with strong defense, the other monsters could be killed with guns and the power of faith. Ningshu did not put them into the world. Ningshu was trembling with fear. He was afraid that the world could not hold on. If it could not hold on, the law of nothingness would overflow. Everyone would be finished. He used a few big moves in a row to clean up the surrounding monsters. However, the monsters would come back like a tide. Many shells landed on the monsters. Ningshu suspected that these shells were duds. They could not cause any damage to the monsters. The monsters were still alive and would attack when they were needed. Ningshu scratched his head. He did not understand. The Xianxia man's mood was not right. He stared at his fan in a daze. Ningshu helped him kill a few monsters that rushed over. He kicked him. What cat disease? Cat disease was probably contagious. First it was her, now it was the Xianxia man. The Xianxia man's expression was cold. That cold look looked like a flirting face. Ningshu glanced at the fan in his hand. More than half of the fan was corroded. Your girlfriend gave it to you? Ningshu was talking about the girlfriend who died for the Xianxia man. Yes. The Xianxia man grinned. He used the broken fan to hit the monster's head. The monster's head exploded into a cloud of blood. All these years, I've been repairing this fan, but these bastards actually destroyed it, the Xianxia man said sinisterly. Ningshu did not have much to say about this. Even if he wanted to say something, it was easy for him to say it. However, the scene of her crying not long ago was still vivid in his mind. He really could not boil chicken soup for the heart of the Xianxia man. Fortunately, there's still half of it. I can repair it. With her world, he had a thought to repair it. Could it be that repairing a fan was more difficult than repairing a world? The Xianxia man raised his gun and fired at the monsters for a long time. Ningshu's eyelids twitched. How much faith did he need? But the Xianxia man was rich. Ningxu hurriedly entered his own world and looked at the law of nothingness devouring the monsters. He felt that the law of nothingness had become a bit bigger. Could this be considered helping the enemy? She clearly knew that once the law of nothingness grew stronger, it would devour peerless martial arts. Ningxu sincerely prayed that the war would end soon. Moreover, during the war, there were constantly planes being broken through. In the end, their side suffered more losses. At most, a batch of monsters would die. However, there were also souls dying here. There were also planes and reincarnation worlds that were broken through. From His Excellency's tone, the initiative was on their side. However, their side suffered more losses. Countless worlds had devoured countless monsters. Coupled with the law of nothingness's endless attacks, they should be able to hold on according to this trend. As for whether they could hold on in the next round, it was up to fate. Every time they attacked, someone would die. Ningxu did not ask for anything else. He only hoped to survive in the war. Surviving was the greatest victory. Dong dong dong. 3 huge humanoid monsters crawled out of the black hole. Seeing these 3 monsters, Ningxu thought of the fear of losing her world. It was such monsters that had shattered her world. Now, they were coming again. Ningxu had thought that such monsters should be few in number. It should not be easy to cultivate them. Now, 3 more had appeared. Ningxu's face was burning. She had been slapped in the face so quickly. This time, were they coming here again? Were they going to put such huge monsters in her world again? Ningxu clenched his fists. His palms seemed to be covered in cold sweat. What kind of hatred did she have with these monsters? Why did these monsters have to target her like this? The peerless martial arts floated above Ningxu's head. It rotated, and its surface was full of cracks. Fortunately, these 3 monsters did not come here. As soon as the monsters appeared, His Excellency and Senior Uncle both attacked. His Excellency's figure became as big as the giant monster. He was as ferocious and terrifying as the monster. He raised a fork that was as big as a heavenly pillar and pierced through the monster's neck. With another flick, the monster's head was sent flying. The giant monster fell with a bang. As soon as the monster fell, many bones gathered together. The giant skeleton carried the monster's corpse away. At the same time, the monster's head was also taken away. A black hole appeared behind Senior Uncle. The black hole condensed into a black sword. Senior Uncle held the sword. The black sword energy burst out and directly penetrated the monster's body. The monster's body was cut into several pieces. Senior Uncle's hands were gloved. He grabbed the monster's body parts and threw them to the back of the army. The monster's body was very big. Senior Uncle's body was like a small ant. However, the ant lifted a huge stone and threw it far away. Ningxu was speechless. For her, there was no fear. She could only fight with her life. These people were killed in a flash. She was really weak. If she was alive, it was hard to guarantee that she would not participate in the next war. Would she be so tired next time? Ningxu felt a deep sense of shame. He felt that what he had done was simply a joke. The 3 giant monsters were killed in a flash. Ningxu hoped that one day he could be so powerful. A wave of naked people came out of the black hole. These people were naked and had no gender. They were lined up in rows. There were about 100 of them, and each of them looked indifferent. When Ningxu saw these people, he suddenly felt that this should be the last touch of the war. These people had sickle-like weapons in their hands. They carried the sickles and ran at high speed. This time, the big shots of the military and some more powerful mission enforcers who were stationed on the battlefield joined the battle. Ningxu saw that the silver-haired man's paper was cut into 2 halves by the scythe, and immediately shrunk his neck. Oh my God, these people did not use any fancy attacks, but they used the scythe to cut through the world. The silver-haired man, who lost a piece of paper, had a cold expression. This kind of high-end battle was not something Ningxu could understand. /BK Ningxu wasn't able to sense the competition between the various forces. Ningxu killed the monsters while paying attention to the situation over there. Fortunately, with the help of the world, the pressure wasn't so great. Some people with scythes were killed, and their corpses were immediately collected by this side. They were really crazy about collecting corpses. The Soul Army kept firing duds. As long as the cannonballs landed, the surroundings would be empty. These monsters seemed to be afraid of the duds and stayed far away from them. Ningxu even saw a look of horror on the monsters' faces that couldn't be seen clearly. Were the cannonballs really that terrible? These people with scythes were all killed in the end, but there were also sacrifices here. Some monsters took advantage of the high-level battle and directly broke through the defense and gnawed on many planes. Keep firing cannonballs for me, fire as many as you can. The huge Xianxia made a terrifying roar. It seemed that His Excellency had gone mad. As soon as His Excellency's voice fell, countless cannonballs flew out, covering every place on the battlefield. Some cannonballs even landed at the feet of Ningxu. When the monsters saw the cannonballs, they all dodged. Even if the cannonballs were already in front of them, they gave up attacking and desperately retreated. Ningxu looked at the cannonball. The cannonball exploded with a bang, but the sound wave was a little stronger. Other than that, he didn't feel anything. It could make the monsters so scared. Ningxu really wanted to hold such a cannonball and throw it in his hand. It could make the monsters pee in their pants. But the cannonballs were still very expensive. Squeak. A very penetrating cry, mixed with this anger, directly annihilated those with weaker souls. Ningxu covered her ears. She felt as if her soul was about to dissipate from this tremor. Her soul was about to scatter. What a terrifying sound wave. When these monsters heard the cry, one by one, they were so scared that they crawled on the ground, trembling. What are you shouting for? Fragrant Wind Man scolded directly, blocking the sound wave with a barrier. Hearing Fragrant Wind Man's words, the army behind her roared with laughter. Soldiers, ruffians, even if they became souls, in fact, they were the same. When they were not serious, they were the same. The monsters started to retreat. Ningxu felt that when the monsters retreated, they looked especially lifeless. Their bodies emitted a sad aura. Ningxu soaked the peerless martial art in the basin and escaped another calamity. The two sides were becoming more and more serious. Being serious meant that the end of the war was near, but it also meant that the situation was getting more and more dangerous. He didn't know if he could survive. The man in the Cheongsam looked at the remaining half of the fan and fell into deep thought for a long time. He was probably reminiscing about the past. Ningxu stared at his world and fell into deep thought for a long time. Sigh, Ningxu looked up and saw the abyssal prefect standing in front of her. Ningxu stood up. What's the matter? The abyssal prefect's expression was unsightly. In fact, it was extremely ugly. A handful of soul pearls appeared in his hand. Ningxu was speechless. Roughly speaking, there were more than 10 of them, which meant that more than 10 world of samsara had been destroyed. The world of samsara had already lost so much. Ningxu still didn't want to know where that plane was. Seeing that the abyssal prefect was in a bad mood, Ningxu silently picked up the basin and followed the abyssal prefect to the 9-Palace Mountain. The abyssal prefect glanced at the basin that Ningxu was holding and was speechless for a long time. What's the principle of soaking in water? I can't find anything that can be repaired. I can only use bubbles that have some vitality. Ningxu felt that he might have done something stupid again, but he still said it with a smile. The world is like a broken fish. It can't be caught or absorbed. What's the use of soaking in water? Ningxu. It's a psychological comfort. I think it might be useful. When they reached the 9th level of the 9-Palace Mountain, the abyssal prefect placed more than 10 soul pearls in the rebirth pool. Ningxu asked the abyssal prefect, is there any way to form the rebirth pool faster? No. Everything has its own rules of growth. How can a baby suddenly grow up? It needs time and the accumulation of energy. The abyssal prefect said directly. Ningxu rolled his eyes. At least he had placed more than 10 soul pearls this time. It should be fine to ask the abyssal prefect a few questions. He was thick-skinned. What's the use of those cannonballs? I can see that those monsters are very scared. Ningxu asked. If he didn't ask clearly, he wouldn't be able to eat. No, he would feel uncomfortable all over. For a race that has reproductive cancer and can't reproduce, they are useless. The purpose of their existence is to reproduce. This is the worldview of insects. The corpses of insects that can't reproduce won't be eaten by their own race. They will be disposed of. Ning-Shu, so the cannonballs killed the monster's reproductive abilities. These cannonballs were good. Even if those monsters retreated, they might still be cleaned up. Ning-Shu asked again, then what's the purpose of collecting the corpses? The abyssal prefect glanced at Ning-Shu but didn't say anything. Isn't that something I should know? Ning-Shu changed the topic. Why did my world return? Do you have 100,000 whys? The abyssal prefect frowned. Don't you know the situation of your own world? Ning-Shu said frankly, I'm stupid. I really don't know. That's why I'm asking you. I hope you can tell me, since you provided me with the 9-palace mountain. The abyssal prefect. A world of faith is a world that is formed by someone continuously providing the world with the power of faith. Normal worlds are more resilient and have the ability to protect themselves. Ning-Shu rubbed his head. He finally had some recollection. Back then, when she asked the silver-haired man about the ultimate martial arts, the silver-haired man casually said that a world of faith could form a world. At that time, she only paid attention to the second half of the sentence, which was that it could form a world. Then, she excitedly began her journey to build a world. So, if only she had asked more about what it was about, it would have been a world of faith. Ning-Shu realized that the silver-haired man was full of traps. How many traps could he leave behind with one sentence? Even if he wanted to build a world, he wouldn't even tell her the world's origin in one go. What a black-hearted profiteer. Speaking of which, Ning-Shu hadn't been able to collect taxes from the silver-haired man even once. Then, there was only one question left. The abyssal prefect didn't answer what was the use of collecting monster corpses. Was it for eating? Just thinking about it made Ning-Shu's stomach feel a little uncomfortable. Is Xianxia alright? The abyssal prefect Ning-Shu asked. Xianxia, Ning-Shu thought for a long time, but he didn't have any recollection of Xianxia. I don't know anyone called Xianxia. The abyssal prefect smiled meaningfully. Ning-Shu, actually, collecting corpses is for the Sea of Law. The abyssal prefect suddenly said, the Sea of Law has existed for too long. Nothing can escape the ravages of time. What happened to the Sea of Law? The Sea of Law was the place where planes were born. If there was a problem with the Sea of Law, would there be a problem with the plane too? After all, it was the source. The Sea of Law no longer gives birth to laws. Without laws and rules, it can't give birth to new planes. There are also planes that need to evolve and absorb rules. The Sea of Law can't provide them. It's like the roots of a tree that can't absorb nutrients for the branches and leaves. Ning-Shu. Why did he suddenly tell her this again? /BK she could only owe Mo Ming this favor. When the time came, she would ask Mo Ming what he needed and return the favor. Bonehead had helped her the most, but she wasn't as powerful as Bonehead. Ning-Shu, go to the tent. A messenger came to inform Ning-Shu. Ning-Shu. She didn't want to go. This was clearly a negotiation between the higher-ups. Why would she go? If she couldn't squeeze into this circle, then so be it. What's wrong with you? People ask you to go to the tent every few days. The man in the cheongsam raised his eyebrows. Ning-Shu. I also want to know what's wrong with me. I feel like a clown. Go. It might not be a good thing. The man in the cheongsam said. Ning-Shu. Why do we have to hurt each other like this? She followed the messenger to the tent. Ning-Shu was very scared and didn't want to go in. Who knew if it would threaten her life? She survived on the battlefield, but she didn't expect to die at the last moment. Ning-Shu's imagination came up with all kinds of conspiracies. In the end, she succeeded in scaring herself to death. Come in. A voice came from the tent. Ning-Shu hesitated and lifted the curtain. The table in the middle of the tent was full of people. When Ning-Shu entered, everyone stared at her. Ning-Shu, Li Wen pulled a chair. Sit here. Ning-Shu, the two sides were clearly separated. Was it really suitable for her to sit on the enemy's side? Ning-Shu, okay. It didn't matter where she sat. Ning-Shu sat beside Li Wen. She stood on her tiptoes and kept shaking her legs. Li Wen glanced at Ningxu's legs. Sister, how have you been recently? Ningxu was already numb to her identity being exposed. Moreover, she and Li Wen had met in two different worlds. I'm also doing very well, Ningxu said. The negotiation continued. Ningxu and Li Wen chatted. Little Mouse said that he sensed a familiar soul on the other side. When I saw that it was you, I called so many people to ask you to come over for a chat. Ningxu was practically gnashing his teeth, and his voice was squeezed out from the gaps between his teeth. I thank you. Ningxu suddenly felt powerless. He lowered his head and was too lazy to speak. As for who Mouse was, he didn't care who he was. Fragrant Wind was in charge of the main negotiations. Ningxu's heart was in turmoil as he listened to the negotiations between the two parties. 8 million world essences? Millions of planes? Millions of planes, Ningxu was speechless. 8 million world origins. Oh, he. Why did she feel that collecting 7 summoned mystical dragons was already very difficult? The moment she opened her mouth, she asked for millions of summoned mystical dragons. Ningxu expressed that his horizons had been broadened today. She even wanted a plane. Hearing these demands, Fragrant Wind only had a cold smile on his face. He didn't have a million world origin, but he had 500,000 words. As for planes, he didn't have a single one, but he did have a few million kilograms of plane fragments. If they wanted to talk, they would talk. If they didn't want to talk, they would pull them aside. Fragrant Wind's attitude was very rude and arrogant. He also asked the other party to hand over 1 million bugs. As for these bugs, they would definitely be killed to fill the Sea of Laws. Actually, Ningxu felt that this side wanted to continue fighting. They didn't care about peace talks at all. In fact, plain fragments could also be eaten. In fact, the taste should be about the same. However, one was trash, and the other was fresh. They probably had the taste of expired food. The usually broken planes, plain fragments, and plain trash were all collected. There was no way to completely exterminate this race. No matter what, they would have to eat all the planes. They had no choice but to take out some things. The plane fragments contained various rules and heavenly axiom information. However, they weren't as good as a complete plane, but they could still make do. The negotiator on the bug's side was a naked gray-haired man. He was expressionless as he stated various conditions. Li Wen's whole body was filled with a domineering aura. She introduced the man wearing wooden clogs sitting beside her to Ningxu. He was pretty man, this is Mouse. Oh, Mouse. Ningxu greeted. She couldn't forget the waves of monsters rushing towards her. The handsome man called Little Mouse looked at Ningxu from head to toe, rolled his eyes, and moved his gaze away. Ningxu also rolled her eyes. She listened to the negotiation conditions of the two sides. If possible, she wanted to buy 2 world origins. The light and darkness world origins. Oh, she forgot. Her world was about to collapse. She didn't know if the light and darkness attributes would be useful. Her OCD was about to be completed. Once she gathered 7 world origins, she would be able to summon a world. Why are you living with this race? Ningxu said to Li Wen. I've seen a lot. I traveled to a lot of places. Then, I settled down there. Ningxu made an O sound. You participated in this war too? Yes, I participated. Li Wen said calmly. Ningxu didn't say anything. This was her personal choice and position. Is Mouse the mouse from before? It's him. Ningxu looked at the pretty man that Li Wen pointed at. The pretty man turned his head. His narrow eyes looked at Ningxu with disdain. You're a will-o'-the-wisp, yet you want to illuminate others. Ningxu was speechless. Aren't you condemning Li Wen in your heart? She's a person of this plane, but she's standing here. She's bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying mankind. She wants to stand up for all the planes, the pretty man said. Ningxu said, how can a person without a dick like you understand my thoughts? Although Ningxu spoke very softly, she still managed to silence everyone in the tent. Many naked human-shaped insects lowered their heads and looked down at their nether regions. The fragrant man glanced at Ningxu and continued to negotiate. Ignorant, stupid, disgusting, ugly. The pretty man labeled Xianxia. Xianxia mouthed, I don't have a dick. They came to the tent to meet acquaintances. When they left the tent, they would still have to fight. This was not a war between good and evil. For these monsters, these planes were their food. Why couldn't they eat their own food? The other side had to protect the lowly and weak creatures living in their food. They didn't let them eat. Wasn't that abominable? Damn it. Just because they had to protect the insects and the cabbage, they weren't allowed to eat the cabbage. Besides, the insects would eat the cabbage too, okay? These creatures were harmful to the planes. For this side, they had eaten the planes. What were they doing here? The creatures inside were all dead. It was all for survival. Xianxia only wanted to live and become stronger. No one could take away her life and the things she cherished. As for other things, Xianxia felt that she was too busy with her own affairs. She didn't have the mood to care about other people's affairs. Xianxia felt that her aura was incompatible with this mouse. Even if she met the mouse first and couldn't get along well, it likely when. If their auras were incompatible, they wouldn't get along. He rolled his eyes. Xianxia just put on an unfathomable expression. This expression was almost an all-purpose expression. It could be used in any situation. As for the meaning behind it, she could figure it out herself. The pretty man looked at Xianxia. Her eyes were very cold. Xianxia felt that the pretty man must be jealous. The reason was Li Wen. When the two sides were almost done talking, the wooden puppet man nodded to the naked negotiator, indicating that the conditions were acceptable. Next, the two sides exchanged their resources. Xianxia heard the beautiful man say, "Send over the soldiers who were shot." It was the sterilized monster insects that were sent over to fill the Law Sea. Xianxia just raised his eyebrows. Without the insects, the Law Sea would not be able to maintain the normal operation of the billions of planes, but these monster insects were abandoned just like that. Fortunately, they were not sent over as captives. The higher-ups of these insects were probably afraid that the Law Sea would have problems. If the Law Sea had problems, what would they eat? How would they reproduce? Even if they ate their own kind, there would be a day when they would be eaten up. After the negotiation, Xianxia left the tent. Li Wen said to Xianxia, "Sister, what do you plan to do next?" Li Wen, "You want to bring this ghost fire guy to my land? I definitely won't agree. I don't want to hear every day, 'You're cruel, you're heartless, you're inhumane.'" The wooden puppet man suddenly exploded. "Xianxia, TSK, you're so angry." "I'm not going." Xianxia said to Li Wen. Li Wen did not force Xianxia at all, she just casually said, "What do you want?" The beautiful man's eyes were like steel blades that scraped Xianxia. "If you dare to ask for anything, I'll let my subordinates tear you to pieces." "I'm so scared." After the war was over, she would hide in the back. There were so many Soul armies stationed in the front. "Why are you doing this?" Xianxia asked Li Wen. "Just treat it as returning a favor. What do you want?" Li Wen asked. "Can I really do anything?" Xianxia rubbed his hands and asked. "Li Wen." The wooden puppet man looked at him with raised eyebrows. Xianxia, he was full of dog food. If these two had nothing to do with each other, Xianxia would use the Cheongsam man's fan as a bet. "Give me the light and darkness elemental world's origin." Although they didn't know why Li Wen wanted to return a favor, they couldn't talk about favors. Mei Nan's angry expression abruptly stopped, then she smiled triumphantly and said to Li Wen, "Just give her 2 worlds origins, don't interact with her anymore in the future." In any case, the other party had already compensated a few million worlds origins. Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful person with a love brain. Sure enough, a race with reproductive cancer was different. Mating was the most important thing in life. Li Wen felt somewhat helpless towards the handsome wooden dummy. He nodded towards Xianxia and said, "Other than these 2 things, what else do you want?" 2 is enough. Xianxia didn't ask for much and felt that she had taken advantage of the situation. However, because of these monsters, she had even lost her own world. Give her 2 world origins with the attributes of light and darkness. The beautiful wooden puppet man called out to the naked person beside him. King, the other party didn't give much light and darkness elemental world's origins this time. We can't give her the light and darkness elemental world's origins. See, we don't have it. You still have the cheek to ask for it? The beautiful wooden dummy Ningxu spread his hands and said. Ningxu was speechless. Crazy. As long as he thought of the overwhelming number of monsters targeting him, Ningxu looked at the beautiful wooden dummy with hatred. Perhaps he wanted the monsters to capture her, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that he wanted to kill her. Ningxu's eyes were blazing as he looked at the beautiful wooden dummy. Ningxu turned to Li Wen and said, Brother, don't tell me you're this guy's forbidden mate. Don't mix around with him, come over here. Bullsh *T, I'm his forbidden mate. The beautiful wooden dummy scolded loudly. Ningxu, profound meaning. He remembered that when Li Wen was the emperor, he had concubines and children. Why did he like this type of person now? He probably traveled to many places and saw many things. He opened the door to a new world. King. The subordinates, you don't want the origin of the 5 elements? Li Wen said. Ningxu shook his head. Then you owe me a favor. Cunning woman. The beautiful wooden dummy dragged Li Wen away. Li Wen and Ningxu waved their hands. Ningxu also waved his hands. After thinking for a while, he turned around and returned to the tent. He said to Fragrant Wind, who was sitting on the chair, General, do you have any extra light and darkness attributes? I want to buy them. You didn't get them? Fragrant Wind took off his military cap and lifted his bangs that were blocking his eyes. At the same time, he touched some hair wax. The tent was suddenly filled with the fragrance of hair wax. The war was over. It felt like Fragrant Wind was going to wear a flowery shirt again and apply the heavy smell of hair wax. I'm in contact with the people over there. Will I be convicted? Ningxu said. Fragrant Wind touched his hair until it was shiny and smooth. He put on his military cap. If you can get them back, it's your ability. Those were originally given by us. It's great that you can get them back. However, we can't give them to you privately. Then do you have any extra light and darkness attributes? Ningxu asked. Yes, you can buy them with merit points. Fragrant Wind said. Okay. Things that could be solved with money were small matters. It felt like Fragrant Wind was especially fiery after he went to the battlefield. The war was over and it seemed to be peaceful. Of course, the battlefield was constantly changing. Who would have the time to talk to you properly? Of course, it didn't eliminate the possibility of using all the resources to negotiate. Now that the negotiations were over, the remaining resources could be bought and sold. Ningxu and the others were a little eccentric. All of them were crazy. How much do you want for those 2? Ningxu asked. 1 million. Fragrant Wind said. Ningxu, inflation was killing him. It was so expensive. Ningxu was a little hesitant. His world was already broken to such a state. Could the light and darkness attributes really form another world? Ningxu checked his account balance. He had no more power of faith. However, he had more than 4 million merit points. He didn't use them much on the battlefield. Buy, Ningxu decided to buy. If he were to look for it himself, he didn't know how long it would take. As for what Xiaohua had, he didn't have much hope. Ningxu took out his identity card and swiped it at the table. As soon as he got close to the abyssal prefect, his soul was suffocating. The fragrance assailed his nostrils. There was also a thick bloody smell. This smell was simply terrifying. Ningxu instinctively held his breath. He swiped the card and quickly distanced himself from Fragrant Wind. The bloody aura on his body was about to solidify. As soon as he got close, his soul felt like it was being pricked by needles. Fragrant Wind looked at his account and then gave Ningxu a fist-sized seed with a yin-yang diagram on it. It was called a seed because the surface wasn't flat. It was a little bumpy like a walnut shell. 2 sides of yin and yang. Seeing this thing, Ningxu felt that the thing on Xiaohua's body couldn't form the world's origin. It was hard for Xiaohua to carry 2 stones around every day. Ningxu took the world's origin and left the tent, returning to the place where the law incarnation was stationed. Before he came, there were originally thousands of law incarnations, but now there were only 200 to 300 of them. The team was empty in an instant. Many law cities no longer had city lords. Those who had follow-up missions would slowly comprehend the law and fill in the gaps. It was like leaks. After a while, they would grow again. As long as the root of the leak was still there, more leaks would emerge. Too many people had died. Not only were they dead, but the law imprints were also gone. Ningxu felt very lucky to be able to snatch a wood-type law. Moreover, it was the wood-type law of water and wood. Ningxu walked over and said to the man in the cheongsam, "The war is over." "It's really over?" The man in the cheongsam raised his eyebrows. "You don't seem to believe it." "We've already negotiated." Ningxu sat down cross-legged and took out the light and darkness world's attributes. He placed it in the peerless martial art. He did not know if the broken world could absorb the light and darkness world's origin. Now that the world's origin had been collected, but the world was broken into such a state. Ningxu only felt a little melancholy before recovering. After all, his life was saved. There was a chance to repair the world. "Since the war is over, why aren't you retreating?" The man in the cheongsam held a fan in his hand. He was probably in a hurry to repair the fan. "I guess we'll have to stay here for a while." The Soul Army would probably have to stay here forever. Perhaps the monster insects would come back and continue to fight after taking the item. Ningxu looked at the peerless martial art. There were still no changes. He guessed that it would not be able to absorb the world's origin for a while. Ningxu had been paying attention to the world to prevent the world's origin from being devoured by the law of nothingness. Instead, it strengthened the law of nothingness. The black hole is closing. The man in the cheongsam saw the black hole on the opposite side slowly converge and finally disappear. The passage is closed. Looks like the war is really over. Ningxu let out a long breath. He had finally survived. However, the other party still had to send millions of insects to fill the Law Sea. With so many corpses thrown in, how polluted would the Law Sea be? Before the new Sea of Law was formed, they had to throw corpses into it. Although the corpses of monsters had rule laws, it was very harmful. There was a high chance that a newly born plane would be deformed or a plane that had collapsed. It was enough to drive the mission enforcers crazy. In addition, the organization had killed a large number of mission enforcers. TSK. Why do I feel like I'm done for? However, the Abyssal Prefect said that the Sea of Law could hold on for a long time. Maybe when she died, the Sea of Law would still be standing. She didn't expect Li Wen to be on the other side of the black hole. Her life's fate was truly indescribable. She had painstakingly climbed up and became the weakest existence on this battlefield, but Li Wen was already very strong. Li Wen's cultivation was probably very strong. Perhaps they would meet again on the battlefield. "You guys can disband now," the messenger said to the Law Incarnation. Everyone was so excited that their souls were trembling. It was over. They had survived. All of a sudden, many people left the battlefield through the system, not wanting to stay for even a moment longer. Ningxu also planned to leave, but before he left, he wanted to see Mo Ming. However, there were too many soldiers. Ningxu looked around slowly, especially when everyone was wearing the same clothes. It was even harder to find him. Ningxu asked around and finally found Mo Ming in the crowd that was taller than her. Mo Ming was talking to a few soldiers. Ningxu walked over after he finished talking. "Mo Ming. Why are you looking for me?" Mo Ming asked. Ningxu noticed that the merit points on his chest had become 2 bars and said, "Congratulations, you've been promoted again." "Thank you." Then, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Ningxu said, "The war is over. I have to go back. Thank you very much this time. I wanted to return the merit points to you, but I wasn't strong enough. If you need anything, you can look for me." It was his first time on the battlefield and he was inexperienced. "Oh, okay." Mo Ming nodded. Then, the atmosphere became silent again. Ningxu was speechless. "Other than fighting, what does your army usually do?" Ningxu wanted to know. He remembered that they had the right to report. If there was something that could not be handled in the plane, the Soul Army would appear. We have to manage billions of planes. Once something happens, we have to deal with it immediately. If there is a plane war, it is a war between planes. We have to send people to suppress it. Also, if there is a sudden collapse of a plane that cannot be controlled, we have to send people, Mo Ming said. It was quite tough. It was similar to mission enforcers. Mission enforcers dealt with small incidents, but they dealt with big ones. Okay, I'll remember this. If you need anything in the future, you can look for me. I'll try my best to help. Ningxu said and waved goodbye to Mo Ming. After returning to the system space, Ningxu lay on the sofa and stared blankly at the ceiling. Although the war had ended, Ningxu could still hear the sounds of killing and wailing in pain. It was as if she was still on the battlefield. The war should be over. Ningxu felt like she was in a trance. Ding dong. The sound of the chatting system suddenly rang in the quiet system space, startling Ningxu. The fish in the spirit pool swayed their tails and the water rippled. Ningxu opened the chatting system. It was a message from the main system. It said that it was a reward for the law embodiment on the battlefield. There was a one-time exemption and no taxes for 10 years. Ningxu was speechless. If she did not pay taxes for 10 years, she would not be able to pay taxes for 100 years. It had nothing to do with her. A one-time exemption was too little. However, it was better than nothing. It felt like the organization did not give any rewards at all. Not paying taxes for 10 years was just a small amount. As for the one-time exemption, they were considered lucky. Those who died on the battlefield did not even have their lives, let alone rewards. If they wanted to live, they had to be strong. If they were not strong, they would not have the ability to protect themselves. They would not have anything to protect themselves. They would not even have the right to speak. They had to live with dignity, freedom, and the ability to say no. They had to live without even a chance to defend themselves. People of different levels talked about strength, while people of the same level talked about reason. Ningxu thought about how many law embodiments had died. That meant that there were many law cities without city lords. Then, could she get a share of the tax revenue? She had lost 100 years of tax revenue. She had to have some income. Otherwise, she would be poor in the future. If she encountered a treasure that could repair the world but could not buy it because she did not have the money, that would be painful. Ningxu quickly sent a message to the Xianxia man and asked about the arrangements for so many law cities. Look, this is my second batch of heaven and earth treasures. I've already sold the first batch. The harvest is not bad. I've already sold them. Pai Lupi looked at the heaven and earth treasures and revealed a kind smile like an old farmer. Pai Lupi handed the account book to Ningxu. Ningxu flipped through it and looked at Pai Lupi. Not bad. Maybe you're still an old banker. Please don't describe me as an ordinary farmer. Pai Lupi gave Ningxu a space in the ring. Ningxu roughly scanned it and found that there were quite a few. Ningxu kept the ring. You could never have too many spirit stones. To support the world of reincarnation, 2333 still needed to take away 20%. It might not be enough for him, so he had to collect more spirit stones. Ningxu also gave Pai Lupi some emerald green liquid that was full of vitality. Since Pai Lupi wanted to walk this path, she could get spirit stones. Why not? She didn't need Pai Lupi to be loyal to her. As long as she had enough spirit stones, whatever Pai Lupi did had nothing to do with her. After leaving Pai Lupi's house, Ningxu went to the spirit stone mine. Walking into the mine, he saw that the golden spirit origin liquid had accumulated to half a basin. He quickly put it away. Ningxu planned to put away the spirit origin liquid. He didn't want to take it to the main system to purify it. The main system could take away 40% of the spirit origin liquid. It was too damn annoying. Ningxu felt that he should start learning the purification skill. Poverty leads to change. The current Ningxu was too poor. Letting the other party take away 40% of the spirit origin liquid, Ningxu's heart was bleeding. If he sold this 40% of the spirit origin liquid, he would have become a rich and beautiful woman and reached the peak of life. Hee hee. A chuckle came from the corner. Ning Shu, who had just landed on the battlefield, looked at everything with a kind gaze. She looked at the golden earthworm with a kind gaze, which made the golden earthworm's hair stand on end. The exposed fangs retracted, and the earthworm moved back a little. Gulp, hee hee. The golden earthworm squeezed out a trembling sound from its throat. This mine was more or less finished. Let's find another place to dig. There were many mines that had been discovered but could not be mined. If there was no other way, he could just sell the soul stones to the mission enforcers. What? You said that the soul stone is impure? Mission enforcers can send it to the main system to purify it and split it with the main system. As for how much he would get, that would depend on how much he got from the main system. Right now, she had about 3/4 of the soul stones in this mine. The reason why she didn't dig them all out was because she was afraid of damaging the golden soul origin liquid and causing it to dry up. As Ningshu thought about it, he let out a terrifying laughter that sounded like a nightingale. Golden earthworm, you're sick. Ningshu looked at the golden earthworm and said, I'm going to look for a new mine. Do you want to come with me? Hee hee. The two-legged monster began to coax him again. Ningshu knew the location of a few soul stone mines from the jade slip, but he didn't know the specific location. When she was digging this mine, she took many detours. If she had the golden earthworm, she could save time and energy. Hee hee, why should I go with you? We'll split the soul stones we find, Ningshu said. I can find it myself. There is no soul stone mine in this world that I can't find. I can monopolize the entire soul stone mine. Why should I share it with you? The golden earthworm snorted. Ningshu was actually speechless by an earthworm. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be the case. Ningshu said, when the resources in the first layer are almost all found, I'll go to the second layer. I wonder what kind of soul stone mines there will be on the second layer. So? The golden earthworm said ambiguously. Do you want to go to the second layer? Ningshu asked with a smile. No, the second layer is too dangerous. The two-legged monsters on the second layer are definitely more powerful and cruel than the ones on the first layer. The golden earthworm wasn't tempted at all. Ningshu raised his eyebrows and looked at the earthworm. This guy's wisdom and knowledge were not shallow. He knew quite a lot about humans. He guessed that it had dealt with humans when it was young. You were imprisoned by humans in the past, right? Ningshu said to the golden earthworm. This kind of monster could find soulstone mines. Wouldn't it be a good helper for humans? Nonsense, how could such a powerful person be imprisoned by a two-legged monster? I can poison these people to death. The golden earthworm was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Ningshu looked at the earthworm with a compassionate gaze. Poor thing, why are you so pitiful? The golden earthworm was speechless. Crazy. You really don't want to go together? Ningshu said to the golden earthworm. Hee hee, I'm not going. Ningshu turned around and walked away. As she walked, she waved her hand without looking back. When the time comes, don't blame me for not taking you to the second floor, the third floor, the fourth floor, the fifth floor, the ninth floor. Right, in a sense, the ninth layer could be considered a hell world. The golden earthworm hesitated for a moment. It wanted to follow, but it remembered something and shrank back. Humph, the two-legged monster was cunning and shameless. It wouldn't be fooled. It wanted to trick him into finding the soulstone mine. Humph, Ningshu left the mine and went to the location of the mine according to the jade slip. Ah, two-legged monster, wait a moment. The golden earthworm turned its body huge and shouted at Ningshu in the air. Ningshu floated in front of it. What are you doing? You said you want to take me to the world above. Is that true? The golden earthworm asked Ningshu. As it spoke, it revealed its sharp fangs. A drop of black venom was floating on the fangs. It looked like it was about to drip down. Why would I lie to you? When I go to the second layer, it's the world. I'll bring you along. Ningshu said. Okay, I'll go with you to find the soulstone mine. If you dare to lie to me, I'll bite you to death. The golden earthworm was extremely fierce. Ningshu, what do you have that's worth lying to me? I'm just looking for you to save some time and dig out the soulstone faster. So Ningxu brought the earthworm to the soulstone mine. Using a bag to carry the earthworm, the feeling of the earthworm was really indescribable. It was just like a real earthworm. It was fleshy, and the surface was a little slippery. Holding it in his hand, it was hard to describe. Ningxu suspected that this kind of monster was an earthworm. It could drill into the ground and developed a skill to find the soulstone mine. There was a strange magnetic field around this soulstone mine. As long as people walked into this magnetic field, they would be in a state of madness. No matter how strong they were, they would be affected by this magnetic field. Cultivators would even cause inner demons. Even if their soul body entered, their soul would dissipate. Ningxu withdrew one of his feet from the magnetic field. He felt very uncomfortable. The situation of this mine was more dangerous than the previous one. The previous one only had dense wind blades. But here, there was an invisible killing magnetic field. Moreover, it was a magnetic field with no pattern. Ningxu felt that there should be a lot of ores in this mine. Any creature that entered the magnetic field would die, and there should be a lot of souls buried here. Ningxu threw the bag in his hand into the magnetic field. The earthworm immediately crawled out of the bag and wriggled out of the magnetic field. It cursed at Ningxu, "Damn two-legged monster, you want to kill me, don't you?" Sure enough, two-legged monsters are so vicious, so cruel, and so inhumane. Ningxu said, "I thought you could resist this kind of situation." Then I thought you could resist this kind of situation. The earthworm kept muttering, cursing Ningxu for being treacherous, vicious, and cruel. Ningxu sized up the mountain range. What exactly formed such a chaotic and terrifying magnetic field? Can we go around this area from underground? Ningxu asked the earthworm. No. Are you unwilling or unable to? I don't want to, and I also can't. I've been here before, and it's not easy to mine. That's why I chose a safer place. The earthworm shrank into a ball and moved away from Ningxu. In other words, the ore veins in these dangerous areas were more dangerous than the previous. The ore veins that were not dangerous had already been occupied. It was because of the danger that these ore veins had been preserved until now. Ningxu still wanted to take this mine. A mine that had existed for a long time must have a lot of soul stones. Two tall mountains stood opposite each other. Ningxu felt that the chaotic and terrifying magnetic field was definitely because of these two mountains. Would he be able to mine after dealing with these two mountains? If he wanted to deal with these two mountains, the mountains were in the center of the magnetic field. The entire mountain range was enveloped by the chaotic magnetic field. There was not even a single bird in the sky. It was simply a land of death. Ningxu was a little reluctant to give up such a soulstone mine. The chaotic magnetic field enveloped the entire soulstone mine. If he wanted to sleep late, he would have to endure the magnetic field's disturbance. No one could stay in the chaotic magnetic field for a long time. Moreover, Ningxu was mining alone. Under the magnetic field, her soul would be disturbed by the magnetic field. What should he do? Ningxu sat on the ground, propping up his chin as he looked at the distant mountain range. The earthworm propped up its body. It had two golden horns on its head, and it looked at the mountain range like Ningxu. Let's go somewhere else. The normal ore veins must have been mined out by others, and the soul stones must have been taken away by the big families. We still have to mine this ore vein. Ningxu propped up his chin and tapped his face with his finger. Then let's go to the second floor. Didn't you say you could go to the second floor? The earthworm said. Not for the time being. The passage was filled with space blades, and there were also situations where space collapsed. If one did not understand the laws of space, they would most likely get lost in the passage and die. Two-legged monsters are just so treacherous and cunning. They are full of lies and shameless. The earthworm immediately exploded. What's the hurry? We still haven't collected enough resources for this floor. I have to find a way to solve the problem of the magnetic field. Ningxu said. The golden earthworm lay on the ground, not wanting to say a word to the two-legged monster. If it had known this would happen, it would not have followed along. The two-legged monster was truly incorrigible. This race was truly disgusting. If they moved one of the mountains away, the two mountains would not be facing each other, and the magnetic field would not be chaotic. Ningxu quickly rushed towards one of the mountains. The magnetic field around the mountain became even more chaotic. He could not even touch the mountain, so how could he move it away? He felt as if his soul was being torn apart. Ningxu hurriedly flew back. The earthworm raised its eyelids and looked at Ningxu. I already said it was useless. If it could be solved, the two-legged monster would have done it long ago. Ningxu rubbed his face. If it was a human, his heart would have already exploded into minced meat under the magnetic field. Ningxu was a bit speechless. He absolutely could not give up on the soul stones, but the magnetic field was a big problem. The range of the magnetic field's radiation was very large. Ningxu wondered if he should make another huge magnet here. With 3 legs, the magnetic field would be even more chaotic. If he strengthened the chaotic magnetic field, his body would instantly explode as soon as he entered. This sister had roamed the underworld for so many years, but today, she was still stumped by 2 mountains. She was going to fight with this thing. Ningxu rolled up his sleeves. As long as he solved it, there would be an endless supply of soul stones inside. She would be rich, and she would be able to feed the world. Let's move to another place. The earthworm said weakly. Ningxu moved his neck and twisted his waist. He used the ruby ring to shoot at the mountain, but the light was distorted by the magnetic field. Ningxu thought for a moment, and vines stretched out from his palm. The dense vines that were as thick as an arm crawled towards the 2 mountains. However, the closer the vines got to the mountain, the more they broke into pieces. The magnetic field was too powerful. Ningxu decided to keep the 2 mountains. However, if he placed them together, the magnetic field produced by the 2 mountains would probably destroy everything in the surroundings. The vines slowly turned the color of metal and became even harder. They barely managed to wrap around the 2 mountains. First, they had to pull the 2 mountains out from the deep soil. Then, they had to move the 2 mountains further away. When the mountain range moved, the trees were flattened by the huge mountain range. Ningxu continuously channeled energy into the vines. It was very difficult to move the 2 mountains slowly. The vines could not withstand the power of the magnetic field and directly shattered. Then, new vines climbed up and slowly moved the 2 mountains away. The 2 magnetic mountains were further and further away from each other. There would be no overlapping magnetic fields. As the 2 mountains moved, the entire mountain shook a little. It was as if there was an earthquake. It was really keen tiring. Ningxu felt that these 2 mountains must have been moved here on purpose. Otherwise, why would there be 2 magnetic mountains standing here? Could it be that there was a treasure here? The 2 mountains moved very slowly. The vines would soon be shaken into powder by the magnetic field and would have to condense into vines again. At the same time, Ningxu soaked the soil around him with water. This way, when moving the mountains, the ground would be slippery and it would be easier. Just moving the mountains took several days. With such a big movement, Ningxu crawled up and attracted other pocket players. Thus, he used the water curtain to set up a huge barrier, enveloping the entire mountain. The earthworm yawned and asked, "When will it be done?" "Take your time." In any case, she had a lot of time. "Why don't you do it?" Moving the 2 mountains away was an easy task. Moreover, there was such a powerful magnetic field. The vines would not be able to hold on for long. If the earthworm did it, it would be injured and its whole body would spurt out golden blood. The golden earthworm was muttering something under its breath. It was probably cursing the 2-legged monster again. As the 2 mountains moved away, the magnetic field's reaction became weaker and weaker. There was also no suffocating death aura. After Ningxu's difficult foolish old man mountain moving, the 2 mountains were finally moved further and further away. Now it's your turn. Find the best path and start mining. In the future, we will be a mining team. The golden earthworm kept muttering to itself. Ningxu really wanted to step on its body. Be more efficient with your work. The golden earthworm burrowed into the ground. It looked meaty, but he didn't expect it to be so good at digging. Ningxu waited for the golden earthworm to come out. After a while, the earthworm came out and said to Ningxu, "There aren't many soul stones. There aren't even golden soul stones." Ningxu was speechless. "That's impossible," Ningxu said as he pinched his neck. "There really aren't any." Do you think I don't know how many soul stones there are in a mine? Are you doubting my ability? The golden earthworm said coldly. I'm not going with you. Anyway, I'm eating these broken things. Really? Ningxu asked. There really aren't many. If you don't believe me, you can dig. Ningxu didn't give up. He took a shovel, hammer, and various other tools and started digging. As expected, you still don't believe me. Do you think I'm a treacherous and disgusting two-legged monster? You're full of lies. I'm too lazy to come. Ningxu dug with his butt sticking out. Finally, he dug out a soul stone. Ningxu took the soul stone and shone it with a flashlight. It was a defective low-grade soul stone. This kind of soul stone was similar to a stone in Ningxu's eyes. It had almost no soul power. However, Ningxu still put away the soul stone. Then, he dug all the way inside. The quality of the soul stone was still the same. The deeper he went, the better the quality of the soul stone, but the quality wasn't good. Ningxu felt that the soul stone took up space even if he put it away. See, I told you. The soul stones here aren't good, the golden earthworm said as it followed behind Ningxu. Ningxu continued digging. He spent so much effort to move the two mountains, but the soul stone was actually like this. Ningxu's heart turned cold. I'll dig some more. At worst, I'll just hollow out the mountain. Ningxu did not give up, and continued to knock. The quality of the soul stone made Ningxu feel very depressed. Stop digging. I've already said that there are only a few low-quality soul stones in this place, the golden earthworm continued to chatter. It was not angry that Ningxu questioned its professional ability. Ding! Ningxu dug up a hard stone wall. The tools in her hands could cut through iron like mud. That was very powerful. Otherwise, mining wouldn't be so easy. But this stone wall, Ningxu only left some marks on it with her shovel. Come here and drill, Ningxu said to the fleshy earthworm. These earthworms could penetrate anything. The earthworm rolled its eyes and began to drill inside. However, halfway through, it retreated. I can't. This thing is too hard. I can't drill through it. TSK. Ningxu shook her head, put down the shovel, took out the ruby ring, attached spiritual force and soul force, and shot a ray of light at the wall. Under this ray of light, a dog hole cracked open in the wall, which could be drilled in. Ningxu put away the ring and released her spiritual force to scan the situation inside. Ningxu's heart was really in a mess. There was still a wall inside. She could only take out the ring and shoot a ray through the previous hole. Ningxu bent down to take a look. There was still a wall inside. This is a scam, Ningxu expressionlessly shot the ray and finally fell down. Layer by layer, Ningxu climbed in one hole after another. There must be some treasure inside. The golden earthworm followed behind Ningxu and climbed out of the last hole. Ningxu felt that it was dark. She used her spiritual force to scan and found that this was a square secret room. However, the secret chamber was filled with soul stones, all of which were golden in color. Liquid seeped out from the gaps between the soul stones and the soul stones. The liquid gathered together and dripped onto the ground. Golden grass grew on the ground, and a golden flower bloomed on the grass. The flower bud wrapped around a baby that looked like it was curled up. It was only the size of a thumb, but it had all 4 limbs and closed eyes. Wow, this is good stuff. Wow, I like it. The golden earthworm suddenly rushed towards the golden grass. Ningxu stepped on it, and with a puff sound, the golden earthworm vomited blood. There is a barrier over there. You will die if you get close. Ningxu frowned. In addition to the golden grass, there was also a skeleton. This skeleton was sitting in the corner. It was estimated that its cultivation was very strong when it was alive. The skeleton did not decay, but it was a dry corpse. Oh. The golden earthworm wanted to curse, but now it retreated. If he guessed correctly, it was set up by a skeleton when it was alive. Then what was this thumb-sized baby? It was golden all over, and it grew from the grass watered by the golden soul source liquid. Ningxu took out the ruby ring and shot a ray of light at the enchantment. The enchantment dimmed a little after being hit by the ray of light. It also weakened a little. Ningxu shot another ray, and finally the barrier broke under the corrosion of the light of time. The golden earthworm carefully crawled to the side of the golden grass and breathed in the scent of the flower. Ningxu went over to take a look. He felt that the baby was really small, as if it was a baby carved out of gold. It was too rare. What do we do now? The golden earthworm asked Ningxu. Ningxu asked, you deal with soul stones every day. Do you know that? I don't know. Ningxu did not know what to do now. After all, the world was big, and there were too many strange things. There were also many ways to give birth to life. Could it be that a baby was about to be born? Kacha, kacha. There was a sound in the secret room. Ningxu looked around and found that the mummy in the corner had stood up. It stood up, ah. The golden earthworm was so scared that it crawled to Ningxu's body and shivered. Ningxu was speechless. Damn, it was so powerful when it was dealing with her. Now it was so scared when it saw a mummy. Ningxu put the ring on her finger and looked at her hand. She said lightly, you're just pretending to be mysterious. Scram, scram. A hoarse voice came out of the mummy's throat. Ningxu looked at the mummy protecting the grass and asked, let me guess your purpose. Using the soul source liquid to give birth to a baby and then possessing it. Possession was the most common way to extend one's life in the cultivation world. It was to possess a body with good talent, or if one was unwilling to die, they would possess another body to start their life. Scram. The mummy did not seem to understand Ningxu's words and kept asking him to scram. This baby looks very powerful. I am also a soul body. I want to possess it too. Ningxu said. Bitch. The mummy cursed in a hoarse voice. A powerful aura burst out from its body. This aura was like the might of the heavens, pressing down on everyone. Ningxu did not care about the pressure at all. If it was really so powerful, why would it need to scare people like this? Let me see what kind of ghost you are. Ningxu raised his hand and the ring on his finger shot a ray of light at the mummy. Double monthly votes. Everyone, vote for me to act cool and fly. Dear friends of Qidian, please vote more/BK. The moment the time light touched the mummy turned into ashes under the corrosion of time, becoming a pile of ashes. Ah, cheap slave! The mummy roared furiously. A powerful soul escaped from the mummy, preventing it from turning into ashes like the mummy. This soul was a middle-aged man. His entire body was filled with a powerful aura. He should have been one of the top experts when he was alive. Cheap slave! The soul scolded Ningxu. However, he was afraid of the ruby ring on Ningxu's hand. He floated in the air and looked at Ningxu and the earthworm on her shoulder. This place is mine. Hurry up and scram, or you'll have to bear the consequences. The soul had the demeanor of an expert, as if Ningxu was an ant. As long as he left, he would not hurt her. Ningxu rolled his eyes. If you want to fight, then let's fight. What's the point of acting? No amount of talking would be as practical as a fight. What is this? Why have I never seen it before? Ningxu looked at the finger-sized baby wrapped in the flower bud. The world was big, and there were many rare things. He knew that trees could give birth to life, but he did not expect that even grass could give birth to life. Scram! The middle-aged man had no intention of explaining. He roared, causing sand and stones to fly. It was a terrifying sight. Old man, you're hiding here. Don't tell me you're waiting for the child to mature? You've taken over a natural spiritual object. Aren't you afraid that you don't have the fortune? Ningxu said with disdain. Speaking of which, the souls of Nine Palace Mountain could also cultivate. However, humans always had a strange feeling about their bodies. Their bodies were weak and easily damaged, but humans could not abandon their bodies. Even if they wanted to cultivate, they had to cultivate with their bodies. The body was their root. Even if this soul cultivated as a soul, it was still a very powerful existence. Now, it was squatting here, waiting for the flower to mature. Cheap slave, you dare to snatch this old man's things and spout nonsense? This old man will destroy your soul first. The middle-aged man's body exploded with a cloud of black mist. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Ningxu. Ningshu pointed his finger and a water enchantment enveloped the cloud of black mist. The black mist crashed around in the enchantment, but it could not get out. "Let me out." The middle-aged man smashed the barrier again and again, but it was like he was smashing into water. Even if he smashed a hole, the hole was gone in the next second. Ningshu squatted by the grass and reached out to touch the baby in the bud. It was really small. This baby was only the size of Ningshu's finger. With this touch, the baby actually turned over and closed its eyes to continue sleeping. "It's alive." The golden earthworm was so scared that its body curled up like a caterpillar. "Ningshu, WTF? Terrifying." Ningshu asked the cultivator inside the barrier, "What is this?" "I don't know." "Oh." Ningshu filled the barrier with heavy water. Even souls could feel their bodies sinking in the heavy water. It was as if their bodies were being torn apart. This was not a good feeling. The middle-aged man first gritted his teeth and endured it. Then, he opened his mouth and wailed. Ningshu ignored him. He reached out to poke the baby in the bud. The baby rubbed its eyes with its small hands and murmured like a baby. Finally, it opened its eyes. It was a pair of golden eyes. They looked around without focus. "I'm scared." The golden earthworm quickly slid down from Ningshu's body, not daring to look. Earlier, it was as fierce as a mountain king. Why was it like this now? "What are you afraid of? Aren't you poisonous? You can even contaminate souls and soulstone mines," Ningshu said. The baby opened its eyes for a moment before closing them again. Then, it yawned and went back to sleep. A life born from a soulstone mine. Its entire body was formed from the essence of souls. Ningshu stroked his chin and pondered. The golden earthworm was both drooling and fearful of this baby. Ningshu opened the enchantment. The cultivator in the enchantment was in a sorry state. He was incomparably angry. He turned into a black mist and rushed towards the baby in the bud. If not for these people suddenly barging in, he would not have tried to seize this body before it matured. He had waited here for countless days. As long as he could obtain this body, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. He would be able to enter the 2nd level of the world, the 9th level of the world, and then out of this trial. In the cultivation world, he would be an unparalleled expert. He had waited for the flower to bear fruit. He had waited until he was haggard. He only needed to wait for a few more decades, but a lowly servant barged in. He had wrapped this secret room in layers. He had used the toughest stone in the world. He did not expect it to be broken through like this. Ningshu raised his hand. A ray of light shot out from the ring into the black mist. The black mist dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. It became dimmer and dimmer. Nothing could escape the ravages of time. Even the sea of laws that gave birth to billions of planes would walk towards destruction. The man's soul became incomparably dim and thin. It was as if the wind could blow him away. When the middle-aged cultivator saw the ring on Ningshu's finger, his face revealed a horrified expression. His soul had absorbed the soul force in this mine and was already very strong. He did not expect that under this ring, he would feel his strength and life force rapidly depleting. "Lowly servant, if you want to snatch something, you have to see if you have the ability." The middle-aged cultivator stretched out his hand. The pocket-sized baby that was sleeping in the bud floated towards him. It even opened its mouth to eat the baby. "Don't let him eat it." "Let me eat it." The earthworm shouted anxiously at Ningshu. "Why don't you rush up and spray poison on his face?" Ningshu could not bear to see the earthworm look at her. She was so arrogant. She became a coward the moment she stepped out of the door. The earthworm seemed to have just remembered that it had a soul-corroding poison. Like an arrow, it rushed in front of the cultivator in a blink of an eye. It opened its mouth and bit the cultivator's soul. Ah! The cultivator let out an unbearable howl. Immediately after, his soul started to change color. It was multicolored. White turned black, black turned into a flower. In short, it was called poison. Ningshu snatched the pocket-sized baby. The baby was in her palm, curled up into a ball and sleeping. Moreover, the baby's body temperature was very high. Lying in her palm, she felt as if her soul was burning. Ningxu hurriedly placed it into the bud and looked at her palm. It was bright red and the burning sensation didn't subside for a while. The soul that was bitten by the golden earthworm became weaker and weaker. It sat in the corner and howled. It hugged its head. Its mind started to become chaotic. Its eyes were blank and lifeless. This poison was probably corroding a person's mind and consciousness. Ningxu was a little afraid of the golden earthworm. If this thing bit her body when she was not paying attention, her soul would be contaminated. She was afraid that this earthworm had eaten too many soul stones and soul source liquid. The soul stone and soul origin were originally not pure. This poison should be the impurities and toxins in the soul stone. The earthworm removed them and turned them into venom in its body. It turned into a fool after being bitten. Ningxu looked at the golden earthworm with an unfathomable gaze. Hee, now you know how powerful I am. If you dare to be disrespectful to me in the future, I will bite you to death, the golden earthworm said proudly. Can I eat this thing? Eat it if you can, Ningxu said. I'm a little scared. It feels a little familiar. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Hee. This is obviously a living thing, and it grew from soul origin. If you are not afraid of being weak, you can eat it, Ningxu said. It was only the size of a thumb now. He did not know if it would grow bigger in the future. Then I'll pass. I feel a little forced. The golden earthworm shook its head. While Ningxu was talking to the golden earthworm, the soul had been corroded into a wandering soul that had no consciousness. It floated around and didn't know where to go. Even if it bumped into a wall, it didn't know how to turn around. It just kept bumping into the wall and kept bumping into it. Ningxu looked at the soul that had become like this and touched his chin. He looked at the wandering soul and then at the earthworm. Finally, he said, give me some of your poison. This kind of thing was simply a killing machine for souls. Mission enforcers and the soul army were all souls. If something happened that he could not solve in the future, he could just pour the poison over. It was also a way to protect himself. No, I want to keep it to protect myself. If you dare to have any thoughts about me, I will bite you to death. The earthworm bared its teeth, revealing its sharp fangs. Black venom floated on the fangs. I will never believe the words of two-legged monsters. Two-legged monsters are the most vicious, cruel, and inhumane monsters in the world. The earthworm directly rejected Ningxu. Ningxu spread his hands. If the earthworm did not want to give it to him, then so be it. To be honest, he was afraid that the venom would drip on his body. Ningxu didn't know what to do with the baby in the bud. Moreover, it was clearly still developing and hadn't fully grown. At the very least, it didn't have any distinguishing features, so he didn't know if it was a boy or a girl. There were a lot of golden soul stones here, and they had formed a low-lying pool of soul origin liquid. Ningxu took out a basin and collected the accumulated soul origin liquid. This stalk of grass didn't lack the soul origin liquid. Drops of golden liquid dripped onto this stalk of grass. The earthworm also crawled to the side of the low-lying area and directly gulped down the soul origin fluid, causing its body to grow fatter. Ningxu was speechless. Looking at it made his heart ache. His heart ached. Think about it. These monsters eat high-grade stuff. They eat planes and drink soul origin elixir. They are living the life of a tycoon. Thinking about how she had tightened her belt and had no income for 100 years, Ningxu felt that she was really too pitiful. She had sinned. That's enough. How much do you want? Then don't pretend. You're only allowed to pretend. No one else is allowed to eat. Two-legged monsters are greedy, selfish, and vicious. Ningxu was too lazy to quarrel with it. Now he was worried about how to deal with this baby. Ningxu said to the earthworm, why don't you raise it and guard it here? It's obviously not mature yet. I don't want it. The earthworm refused without even thinking about it. It's too dangerous here. The two mountains have been moved away. There is no protective barrier at all. When someone comes, there will be demon beasts and two-legged monsters. You actually want to kill me. Ah, why are you so smart? Ningxu couldn't help but say. Ningxu thought that the two magnetic mountains had indeed been moved away. This was a soulstone mine. When the time came, someone would come to mine. Move this away. Move it to the previous mine, Xianxia said. Barely. The earthworm nodded in agreement. Xianxia took out a shovel and prepared to dig up the grass and take it to the soulstone mine where the earthworm was. There was also golden soul origin liquid there. I can't pry it open. Xianxia took the shovel and dug the soil, but the golden ground couldn't be dug at all. You loosen the soil. The earthworm wriggled its body, then drilled out from the other side and began to loosen the soil repeatedly. In the end, he almost died of exhaustion. Finally, the soil around the plant was loosened. Xianxia slowly pried the plant up and made a flower pot. He put it in the flower pot, then held the soil that was dyed golden by the soul origin liquid. He scooped up some soul origin liquid and watered it. He hoped that this flowering grass wouldn't wither. The pocket-sized baby in the bud was still sleeping soundly, as if it was in its mother's amniotic fluid, peaceful and peaceful. After dealing with the plant, Xianxia immediately collected all the soul origin liquid in the low-lying area. He even dug up the golden soil. The soil soaked in the soul origin liquid was many times better than the poor-quality soul stones outside. After filling it with the soul origin liquid and scraping a layer of the soil, Xianxia immediately began to dig up the golden soul stones above his head. Although it was a bit difficult, the harvest was still quite good. Xianxia decided to take out a part of the soul stones and the golden soul stones to sell and make more money for himself. After all, he didn't have any income for more than 100 years. Xianxia collected all the essence of the entire mine. As for the impurities in the soul stones outside, Xianxia didn't plan to take them. If he had the time, it would be better to mine the mines in other dangerous areas. He didn't know what kind of harvest there would be. It was simply awesome. As for the soul that had lost its consciousness, it was wandering around in the secret chamber. The soul was very vague, and even its facial features were somewhat unclear. Such a soul would sooner or later be absorbed by the heavens and earth and become a part of the soul stones. Let's go. Xianxia returned from a rewarding journey. Holding the flower pot, he crawled out of the mine. After coming out of the mine, Xianxia clearly felt some powerful auras coming in his direction. As time passed, these auras became stronger and stronger, getting closer and closer. Moreover, they were coming from all directions. Xianxia hurriedly slipped away. On the way, he wrapped his body with an enchantment to avoid leaving behind any aura or smell. Some powerful cultivators would be able to deduce what happened at that time. Xianxia thought for a moment and pointed his finger. A stream of water surged into the mine, washing away the traces left in the mine. After doing this, Xianxia held the flower pot and quickly left with the earthworm. When he returned to the previous mine, Xianxia let out a long breath. This kind of sneaky feeling, where people didn't know that he had things in his hands, felt very good. Even if those people found him, they wouldn't be able to find him and vomit blood. This was the safest way. He didn't want to show off his wealth, especially if he had treasures in his hands. He had to be more simple and low-key. Xianxia took out a shovel and dug a hole under the drop of soul origin liquid. He then planted the grass. There was also soul origin here, so this plant should be able to grow. After digging a hole, he carefully moved the grass from the pot into the hole and buried it. He then used a shovel to cover the surrounding soil. Why do we have to raise it? The earthworm didn't understand. We might as well eat it. It's already grown like this. Why don't we wait for a while and see what it looks like and what use it has? If we eat it now, there'll be nothing left. I've never seen anything like this before. What's wrong with waiting for a while? Xianxia said. Was it because the grass could give birth to life? Or was it because the grass had been watered by the soul origin? It was a pity that the soul didn't have any consciousness. Otherwise, he could have asked him about it. But even if he did, he wouldn't have said anything. You'll have to take care of it in the future. Don't eat it. If I'm not wrong, your body will definitely be burned to ashes if you eat it. Xianxia threatened the earthworm. Haha, don't lie to me. I don't believe in two-legged monsters. The earthworm didn't give him any face. Xianxia was speechless. This fellow had probably been hurt badly in the past. If it didn't believe him, then so be it. Ningxu didn't believe that this thing couldn't protect itself. This time, he had obtained another soul stone. Mine. Most importantly, he had obtained a lot of soul origin fluid and golden soul stones. Only soul stones with such high purity were worth the risk. Ningxu had to think of a way to learn the purification skill. Every time he brought it to the main system to purify, Ningxu was no longer satisfied with the way things were divided. He had put in the most, but in the end, he had become the person who took the least. If he had the ability to purify, he wouldn't be controlled by others. If it was just an ordinary soul stone, it wouldn't matter. But when he thought about the soul origin fluid, his heart ached. Ningxu looked at the earthworm. It was quite capable to be able to remove the impurities in soul stones and soul origin fluid. Ningxu asked, "How do you purify soul origin fluid?" "What purification?" "I don't know what you're talking about," the earthworm directly said. Ningxu was speechless. Alright, it was better not to be envious of this kind of talent. Just like humans, the body would absorb the nutrients from the food it ate, and the unwanted waste would be expelled from the body. The law of nothingness was the best at purifying. It could purify anything until there was nothing left. Ningxu saw that it was about time and wanted to continue looking for the next dangerous soul stone mine. However, he still had to return to the system space and talk about business. In any case, he had some low-quality ones that he could use to do business. There was also the golden soul stone. A person's soul power could be strengthened, but the source of the soul was fixed. If one's soul was incomplete and could reincarnate, they could only be a worm that lived day and night. Those who asked for the counterattack had offered up their own spiritual strength. Their spiritual origin was still preserved, but without spiritual strength, their souls would become very weak. Who knew what would happen on the path of reincarnation? In particular, the pull of past life would strip away a portion of one's soul power. At that time, one's soul would be weakened. Ningxu said, "I'm leaving. Guard it well and don't eat it. You obviously look weak and can't take the nourishment." "Ah, are you going to the second level?" "You said you would take me with you," the golden earthworm with horns hurriedly asked Ningxu. "I can't go for the time being. When I'm going, I'll naturally take you with me." Ningxu looked at the pocket-sized doll in the bud. He was afraid that with this doll, he would not be able to go to the second level for sure. Besides, the law of space was not so easy to comprehend. He made it sound as if he could comprehend the law of space immediately. Speaking of which, so many law incarnations had died, and now many law imprints were without owners. If he could comprehend them in this world, he might be able to obtain 1 or 2 more law imprints. Ningxu spat at himself. He made it sound as if the law was very easy to comprehend. Now, she couldn't even cross the threshold of the restaurant when she went to the space city, let alone the second level. Don't run around in fear. It'll be interesting if you get caught. Guard this thing well. If someone else gets it, our efforts will be in vain. Ningxu thought about it and set up a barrier for the grass. Since it was a plant, it must need life energy. Ningxu condensed an emerald green liquid the size of a fingernail. He didn't dare to condense too much for fear of any conflicts. The emerald green liquid merged into the soil. Ningxu stared at the grass, but there was no change. He dripped a few more drops, but there was still no change. It seemed that this plant did not need life energy, so Ningxu was too lazy to water it. He glanced at the thumb baby sleeping peacefully in the bud. This guy couldn't be Thumbelina, right? Ningxu returned to the system space and took out a pile of mid-quality soul stones, mixed with some golden soul stones, and sent it to the main system. 2333, send it over, Ningxu said to 2333. But the soul stones in the system space didn't move. Ningxu shouted again, 2333, you can send the soul stones over now. Oh, what did you say? 2333 seemed to have just reacted and asked Ningxu. Ningxu repeated again, send these soul stones to the main system for purification. Okay. The soul stones in the system space were gone, and 2333 didn't say anything. It was silent. Ningxu felt that 2333 was a little distracted. If it was before, he would have asked her to take out better quality soul stones or even soul elixir. But now, she was so quiet. Was there something on her mind? Ning-Shu asked 2333 out of love. Is there something wrong? 2333 didn't say anything. Maybe she was in a daze again and didn't understand what she said at all. Ning-Shu gave up on talking to 2333. Since she didn't respond, there was no way to talk. It was awkward to talk, so it was better not to talk. They didn't walk the path of understanding. Ning-Shu fed some pure soul energy to the world of reincarnation and stroked the black hole. Please don't let anything go wrong. Ning-Shu collected some soul elixir and went to Water City, then went straight to the auction house. After paying the entrance fee, he went to the auction house again. Ning-Shu felt that things were still the same, but people had changed. The effects of the war still hadn't subsided. Ning-Shu felt that he would need to rest for a long time before he could do quests again. He wanted to take advantage of this time to mine more ores, cultivate the law of space, and enter the second layer of Nine Palace Mountain to broaden his horizons. As for the ninth layer, Ning-Shu felt that if he couldn't enter any world as easily as an abyssal prefect, it would be best if he didn't go to the ninth layer. What if he couldn't come out? Ning-Shu felt that he loved to think too much. He couldn't even go to the second layer, so he was worried about the ninth layer. Ning-Shu directly asked the staff of the auction house if Xianxia was there. The staff went to call Xianxia. Xianxia, dressed in long sleeves, walked over leisurely with his hands crossed. Xianxia was a person who knew how to use money and power, and his methods were also very good. City Lord, what do you want to buy? Do you need me to recommend something? Xianxia asked politely. Ning-Shu always felt that Xianxia saw that she was stupid and had a lot of money, so he always recommended flashy things to her. They looked very awesome, but in reality, they were rarely used or even uncontrollable. I'm not here to buy something, I'm here to sell something, Ning-Shu said. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and found a private room. He sat down and said to Ning-Shu, City Lord, what do you want to sell? Ning-Shu took out a bottle of soul origin fluid and said, This is soul origin fluid. His Excellency picked up the bottle and opened the cap. It seems that there are still some impurities. Businessmen were like this. Ning-Shu said, even a trace of soul origin fluid is very precious. How much do you think this bottle is worth? He remembered that Xianxia's gambling house used to gamble on soul origin fluid. Xianxia smiled. It is quite precious, but if this is pure, it will definitely be worth several times more. Do you have any pure ones? No, you can let the buyer take it to the main system to purify it. Ning-Shu said, even a trace of soul origin fluid is precious. City Lord, do you want to buy it to Xianxia or auction it? Xianxia asked. Ning-Shu thought about it. If he sold it to Xianxia, this guy would definitely try his best to lower the price. He might as well auction it. The highest bidder would get it, and the auction house would take a commission. They also hoped to raise the price so that they could take more commission. Auction it. Okay. The matter of soul origin fluid was settled. Ning-Shu asked Xianxia, are there any treasures that can repair the world? Repair the world? Xianxia asked. There are very few such things. There shouldn't be any in the inventory. It is difficult to repair the world to its original state. Oh, is there anything that can repair it? Ning-Shu asked. The most direct and fastest way is to find the sea of law of the plane that gave birth to it and throw it in there. Perhaps it can be repaired, said Xianxia. Ning-Shu then recalled that he had once allowed a shattered space to return to the Sea of Laws, but the Sea of Laws, Ning-Shu did not think of this method, because he subconsciously felt that the Sea of Laws had already been contaminated, and the world was already in such a dilapidated state, and then placed in the contaminated Sea of Laws, it would probably be destroyed even faster. Especially now, there should be countless insect bodies floating on the Sea of Law. Ning-Shu didn't want to pollute his world. There was no need to even think about this method. Originally, the world's body had been torn apart and was covered in wounds. Now that it was smeared with all sorts of dirty things, it would die even faster. Other than this? Ning-Shu asked, and not just anyone could go to the Sea of Law. I really don't know about that. No one has ever come to me to buy such things, and I don't have any goods either. Very few people repair broken worlds, Xianxia said. Ning-Shu was speechless. So he still had to find a professional to ask. Speaking of professionals, he still had to find the silver-haired man? Where do you guys get all these things from? Ningxu was curious. All sorts of props, weapons, and strange things. City Lord, are you planning to do business? Tian avoided the main point and asked lightly. No, I'm just curious. Thinking about the existence of the military supply department, these people who made all sorts of props and weapons, could it be another department of the organization? There are specialized supply channels, and specialized technical personnel to do these things. Oh, that's really the case. How are the prices now? It's already falling, and will slowly return to normal. Ningxu was speechless. *CK, when she bought things, the prices were 3 or 4 times higher. Now that she was selling things, the prices were back to normal. Maybe it was because the war was over, and there was no shortage of supplies, and it was going to return to normal. Ningxu felt that he would never be able to catch up to the good timing. He had a feeling that even eating dung could not catch up to the heat. It was very hopeless, Ningxu said to Tian weakly, try to sell it at a high price. In order to get this, I suffered a lot and almost lost my life. My soul was about to scatter. Tian's expression was calm. I'll try my best. City Lord, do you need any props? No need. Ningxu firmly refused. He felt that Tian was going to start promoting his performance again. After exiting the auction house, Ningxu wandered around the City of Water and repaired the City of Water. Life without taxes was hopeless. She had to work for free for 100 years. She did not know if she could live to 100 years old. Ningxu walked to the door of the consultation room. When he walked to the door, he smelled the fragrance of agarwood. The silver-haired man had opened for business. Ningxu walked into the room and sat down, waiting for the silver-haired man to appear. Using money to buy knowledge was quite worth it. The silver-haired man came out of the room with a book in his hand. Ningxu did not dare to look down on the book in his hand anymore. When the silver-haired man saw Ningxu, his expression was calm. He sat down and asked, "What do you want to ask?" Ningxu glanced at the book on the table. He remembered that a few of the silver-haired man's worlds seemed to have been destroyed. The paper was torn in half. I want to ask, is there anything that can repair worlds? Ningxu went straight to the point. The man in the Cheongsam frowned and said, yes, there are fruits of the world tree, soul origin, and nomological sea stones. Ningxu smiled. There were soul origin, and there seemed to be a few nomological sea stones. She threw them into the fish pond. Is the world tree a world tree with one leaf? This kind of tree can bloom and bear fruit? The difficulty is the same as an iron tree blooming. After all, with so many leaves, it's very difficult to give these worlds energy. There's no extra energy to bloom and bear fruit. The silver-haired man answered whatever he asked. Then are there many nomological sea stones born in the Sea of Law? Ningxu asked. The silver-haired man glanced at Ningxu, and finally said, the Sea of Law has stopped producing nomological sea stones a long, long time ago. That's right, now that the Sea of Law had stopped producing rules, it was another heavy topic. If Ningxu did not have the 9-Palace Mountain, these 3 things would be very difficult for her. She was not familiar with the person who had the world tree's fruit. If she wanted to ask for a fruit, no one would pay attention to her, and there would definitely not be any on the market. Even a trace of soul origin was extremely precious. To repair a world, one had to pour buckets of it inside. As for nomological sea stones, her world was filled with cracks, so a few nomological sea stones were probably useless. Ningxu looked at the silver-haired man's world. He did not know if the silver-haired man's broken world had been repaired. However, he did not ask about private matters. Ningxu asked again, then does the soul origin need to be pure, or an ordinary soul origin? If he needed pure soul energy, he would have to send it to the main system for purification. Ningxu was reluctant to do that. The silver-haired man asked, what do you think? I think it's normal. Ningxu said. The silver-haired man said, as long as you're happy. Alright, he really needed pure soul energy. From a personal point of view, Ningxu still didn't want his world to be polluted. The main thing was that it was too painful to send the soul energy to the main system for purification. Then, he would use the golden soul stone to purify it. There was a lot of soul energy in the golden soul stone. He would have to take out the precious golden soul stone to purify it. Since he was already here, Xianxia planned to ask a few more questions. Then do you know of any way to purify soul energy? No. The silver-haired man said directly. Is there really no way? Is there any technique or item that can purify it? If there was no way, how could the main system purify it? There is a way, but it's in the hands of the main system. Also, the mission enforcers don't have the right to know about it. If anyone knows, the mission enforcers will kill people to collect souls and purify them. The silver-haired man said. Xianxia was speechless. He was speechless. It seemed that the silver-haired man didn't say everything. The concerns that the silver-haired man said were not non-existent. If he wanted to kill people to absorb souls, the price would be very high. Xianxia sighed and took a deep breath of the agarwood. Although he was a little disappointed, it was within his expectations. However, getting a way to repair the world was the biggest gain. Damn, all of them ate high-end food. He didn't know how much soul energy it would take to repair the world. With such a high price, if Xianxia didn't have 9 Palace Mountain, he would have no choice but to give up this world. How much? Xianxia took out his identity card and asked. 200,000 merit points. The silver-haired man said. Xianxia silently swiped the card. He was too lazy to bargain. Who asked her to walk into this consultation room? He took a deep breath of the agarwood before walking out of the consultation room. After getting the solution, Xianxia quickly returned to the system space and took out a lot of golden soul stones. He asked 2333 to send them to the main system to purify so that the world could be repaired. 2333. Xianxia looked at the soul stone in the system space. Didn't he send a soul stone away? Why was it still here? What's up? Are you going to do a quest? A system quest? 2333 asked. Xianxia said, no, I want you to send these soul stones to the main system for purification. Oh. Also, I agreed to use 20% of my soul force, not 20% of my soul origin. Xianxia said. All of her soul origin was going to be used to repair the world. Oh, that's not right. Isn't it 20%? 2333 snapped back to reality. Back then, I promised you 20% of my soul power, not 20% of my soul essence, Xianxia said. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Let's leave it at that. 2333 went silent after that. Xianxia was a little surprised. Why was 2333 so dispirited? Xianxia was really confused. He thought about it and asked 2333, do you know Xianxia? Xianxia? Who? I don't know him. 2333 said. Xianxia wanted to scratch his head. He thought this guy was really crazy. He didn't know what these people were talking about. Xianxia was too lazy to care. The truth would come out one day. As for who Xianxia was, it had nothing to do with her. Xianxia was going to learn the law of space. After that, he would go mining. There were a few soulstone mines like this that couldn't be mined. He didn't know what other surprises there were in the other danger zones. Even if there weren't any surprises, the quality of the soul stones in these danger zones must be very good. When he arrived at the space city, Xianxia felt like he had walked into a kaleidoscope. He was dazzled and didn't know where to go. Xianxia tried to use her hand to split space, but the result was that her hand was split open and she ended up in another unknown space. Every time he entered the space city, Xianxia felt like he was a headless fly. Xianxia felt that the taxes in the space city must be very little. People like him couldn't even touch the door of a shop. What could he buy if he couldn't even go in? It was quite embarrassing. Xianxia wondered if it was because his sense of direction was a little bad that it took him so much effort to learn the law of space. However, if he didn't learn the law of space, when he entered the second floor, he would be crushed by the space blades, space collapses, space storms, and all kinds of other attacks. Xianxia sat down and raised his chin to look at the space city. After looking at it for a long time, his eyes became blurry. He was clearly going to a shop, but he couldn't walk over. Even if he walked over, he ended up in another shop. Well, the business in the space city definitely wasn't that good. With such a strict entrance test, Ningxu didn't know if he could pass it. Ningxu took out the notebook he bought at the auction house. He flipped it over and over, but he couldn't see anything. He looked up, down, left, and right. He was completely at a loss. It couldn't be a scam, right? Sure enough, he still couldn't understand the realm of art. It was as if time and space didn't exist at all. It was an ideology formed when people understood or recognized things. No one could touch time. Ningxu touched the space city's wall. As he walked, he thought about how to shop on the streets of the space city. From the big universe to the small particles, there was a world in a flower, and a world in a grain of sand. The size of the outside didn't affect the size of the space inside. For example, his peerless martial art was only the size of a book, but the space inside was very large. So, how should he comprehend it? Ningxu found himself with the notebook and leaned against the wall. It was so damn tiring. Every time he comprehended the law of space, Ningxu felt like a fool. He didn't know how the Xianxia man comprehended the law of time. However, he still had to continue comprehending. Ningxu always felt that what he had in his hands was probably a strategy for clearing a high-level dungeon. What he needed now was a strategy for the novice village. It was too high level, and he couldn't understand it at all. The resources of the 9 Palace Mountain supported Ningxu's comprehension, but he didn't gain anything. There was also no sudden inspiration. It was really frustrating. Perhaps he would comprehend it if he had a flash of inspiration. Ningxu walked and walked, from one space to another. He went back and forth, and then he got lost. He didn't know how many empty spaces there were in this city. It was so tiring that he cried. He even bragged that he would bring the golden earthworm to the 2nd floor. In the end, he failed to comprehend the law of space. It was really depressing. If he continued walking, Ningxu felt that he would get lost in space. The lack of progress made him very irritated. He couldn't find the trick and could only do useless work. It was a very bad feeling. Ningxu shuttled back and forth between countless spaces. She was very annoyed. In the end, she released her vines and pierced through the space, creating a hole in it. This space was too fragile. Ningxu crawled out of the hole and found a huge foot that looked like a person stepping on her head. She quickly shrank her head and retreated back into the space. After a while, Ningxu stuck her head out and found that she was in a huge world. The people here were very, very big. One foot could crush her to death. She was as small as a grain of sand. Everything around her was huge. Ningxu was confused. How did she become so small? Ningxu crawled out of the space. Her body became bigger and bigger. She was the same size as the people around her. The huge things around her gradually became smaller. The mission enforcers who came and went saw Ningxu suddenly appear. They didn't look surprised at all. It was very normal. Although she had violently opened the space, Ningxu was glad that she didn't need to travel through the endless space one after another. It was simply too tiring. Although it was his first time in the space city, he felt very familiar. The layout of all the cities was the same. Except for the different laws, everything else was the same. A design map designed so many cities. Finally, he was out. Ningxu felt that he should celebrate. He quickly went to the restaurant and ordered a table of desserts. It was sweet in his mouth. Only then did he feel that he was really out of the space. After eating desserts, he decided to test if he would have to go through so many spaces like kaleidoscopes the next time he entered the city. Ningxu returned to the system space and asked 2333 to send him to the space city. However, 2333 was a little out of it. Basically, when Ningxu said something, 2333 had to repeat it twice before it would react. It was like a toad, jumping only when poked. Ha ha ha, is this a young man in love? Back in the space city, Ningxu appeared in one space after another. If he wasn't careful, he would get lost in the space. Ningxu was speechless. The space city was definitely the best place to play. Ningxu directly broke the space from the top and drilled out of the hole. This time, he drilled out from a different place. Could it be that every time he wanted to enter the space city, he had to first break the space before he could enter, and the positions are different? Ningxu experimented over and over again, testing every time he entered a lost city. After going back and forth like that, 2333 was about to explode. It's been dozens of times. Did you learn anything? I didn't realize anything, Ningxu said directly. Instead, I became even more confused. 2333 didn't say anything. The room fell into a strange silence and awkwardness. Ningxu asked, 2333, why do I feel like you're not yourself? Lately? Tell me what's bothering you. Please don't disturb me. That's the biggest help you can give me. Thank you. Ningxu was speechless. It was weird. Ningxu experimented over and over again countless times. In the end, Ningxu actually figured out where he would go if he opened a hole in the space. For example, if Ningxu wanted to go to the auction house, he would open a hole in a specific place and crawl out to the auction house. As for the relationship between them, Ningxu didn't quite understand. Perhaps these two space nodes were on the same line. Although the harvest wasn't very big, at least he could buy things when he entered the space city in the future. He wouldn't have to wander around the kaleidoscope-like space and not be able to find his way. After so many experiments, Ningxu was mentally exhausted. After returning to the system space to rest for a while, he fished out 5 black irregular law sea stones from the fish pond. As a reward for the intermediate trial, Ningxu wiped off the wet water on the stones. Then, he took the Peerless Martial Arts book and merged the 5 stones into the Peerless Martial Arts book. Ningxu looked at the Peerless Martial Arts book over and over again. He felt that the 5 law sea stones were like a drop of water falling into the sea. There wasn't a single drop of water splashing. It was useless. Maybe it was useful, but the surface was densely packed with cracks. Even if 1 or 2 were missing, it wouldn't be obvious. When the main system sent the Soul Origin back, he would use the Soul Origin to repair it. Ningxu opened the black hole and walked into the world of samsara. He entered the 9 Palace Mountain to mine. Treasure hunting was the happiest thing. How is it? Ningxu asked the golden earthworm lying next to the plant. Why are you back? The golden earthworm didn't want to see Ningxu. Actually, I've been gone for a long time. She had done a lot of things, but the flow of time here was different. Ningxu looked at the pocket-sized baby in the bud. It was still sleeping. Its eyes were tightly closed, and its eyelashes covered its eyelids. After I left, it has been sleeping. It hasn't woken up? Ningxu asked. Has it woken up? The earthworm arched its body like a caterpillar, full of aggression. Ningxu, what cat disease? It hasn't woken up. I'm just asking. Why are you so agitated? The earthworm heaved a sigh of relief. I'm just afraid that it will see your appearance and imitate your appearance. How pitiful would that be? Ningxu, if it imitates your appearance, its life will be even more pitiful. Ningxu looked at it with disdain. Then he said, what do you mean by imitating human appearance? The golden earthworm looked at the baby in the bud with lingering eyes and said, I remember the old patriarch said that there is a kind of golden thread grass that grows in the soulstone mine. After absorbing the essence of the soulstone mine, it can give birth to a different kind of life. But this is just a legend. It was all bullshit. Ningxu said, let's go find other mines together. I'm not going. I want to guard the golden thread grass. The golden earthworm said, I hope that when it opens its eyes, it will see me and remember my appearance. It has already grown 4 limbs and looks like a human. If it wants to grow like you, it will have to be reborn. Ningxu didn't feel much about this baby. He was thinking about how much soul origin it would absorb to give birth to such a life. The world's heavenly Tao allowed such a life to be born? Then I'll become a 2-legged monster, the golden earthworm said. Ningxu, finding the soulstone mine is the right thing to do. Maybe the soulstone mine we find will have this kind of golden thread grass? Ningxu said. Impossible. If one is born, there won't be a second one. Otherwise, both of them won't be able to live, the golden earthworm said. Ningxu, Why is this monster so hard to fool? Then you're not going to the second level? Ningxu asked. No, I don't want to go for the time being, the golden earthworm said without thinking. Ningxu wiped his face. Without the golden earthworm, she would have to spend a lot of time mining. However, this girl looked at the golden thread grass like a fool and couldn't be dragged away. Ningxu also squatted down and looked at the baby in the bud. Caught off guard, the baby opened its unfocused golden eyes. It seemed to be looking at Ningxu, but it also seemed like it wasn't. Its eyes were unfocused. Ningxu glanced at the golden earthworm on the other side. Didn't he tell the earthworm that the pocket-sized baby had woken up again? Otherwise, it would go crazy. Let the baby grow into an earthworm, tsk. In just a second or two, the baby closed its eyes again, clenched its fist, sucked on its thumb, and turned over. The golden earthworm stood up and looked kindly at the pocket-sized baby. Ningxu didn't say that the baby had woken up twice. Otherwise, it would go crazy and throw its venom everywhere. When will it grow up? Ningxu asked. She didn't have much time to stay here. The flow of time in the Nine Palace Mountain was much slower than in the system space to begin with. If he were to stay here and guard the child, who knew when the time would come, it would be too late for him to leave. She should be able to grow up soon. I don't know. Didn't you say that your race is very familiar with the golden thread grass? I already said that it's a legend. I've never seen it before. The golden earthworm was really arrogant. Ningxu thought about it and decided that the baby still needed a long time to grow up. Thinking about the mummy in the secret chamber, it seemed that it had been guarding for at least 100 years. Ningxu quickly shook his head. Guarding a baby for a few hundred years? Ningxu said to the golden earthworm, you really don't want to go? No. Nothing can tempt me now. The earthworm stared at the baby in the flower bud, thinking about how to turn into a two-legged monster and make the baby stare at it every day. Then, it would imitate its appearance and grow up. Ningxu didn't want to waste any more time. After thinking about it, he dripped a few more drops of the emerald green liquid, treating it as watering. Then, he rushed to the next danger zone to look for a soulstone mine. With the earthworm guarding there and the dense wind blades outside the mine, it should be safer. Ningxu came to a danger zone alone. Moreover, Ningxu didn't dare to approach it at all because it was a minefield. The sky was crackling with thunder, and it was very scary. The lightning was very thick. Ningxu had to think about whether he would be electrocuted while digging with a shovel in such an environment. Furthermore, lightning was of the extreme yang attribute, while the soul would more or less carry the yin attribute. If struck by lightning, one's soul would definitely be damaged. It was no wonder that no one wanted to excavate the spirit stone mines in these dangerous places. Each one was more dangerous than the last, with thunder striking day and night. Ningxu couldn't possibly remove the dark clouds in the sky, could he? Did he want her to mine with a lightning rod? It was very dangerous. This was not an ordinary thunder. It was even mixed with the tribulation clouds of self-cultivators. The tribulation clouds were divided into different levels. What kind of heaven-defying thing was inside for these tribulation clouds to gather together, as if they were determined to strike him to death? Ningxu carefully moved over and stepped on the bones. There were many bones along the way. There must have been people who came here to search for treasures, but they all died. The closer they got to the mountain range, the more oppressive it felt. There was a dense heavenly might hanging over their heads, making it difficult to breathe. Ningxu stopped in her tracks and looked at the rolling dark clouds. The entire mountain range was shrouded in lightning. Lightning struck the mountain range again and again. Anyway, the whole mountain range was pitch black. There were no trees or bushes. The ground had probably been struck for a long time, and it had actually become very tough. Under the wanton sweep of the lightning, the whole mountain range showed a dark luster like black iron. Ningxu didn't want this mine anymore. The first two mines were lucky, but this was a real confrontation with the heavenly might. Thinking that there was a shattered world waiting to be repaired, Ningxu could only brace himself and move forward. Pa! A bolt of lightning draped over Ningxu's body. His soul was about to be torn apart, and there was an incomparably scorching temperature that wanted to burn Ningxu into ashes. Ningxu's hair stood on end, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of smoke. This was only the edge. If he wanted to enter the center, he would be chased by lightning. To a certain extent, he was now a ghost, and ghosts were most afraid of things like lightning. Ningxu was speechless. A few of them were difficult. He wanted to ask why there was something here, and why the lightning was targeting this place. There was probably some treasure, which was why there were so many bones here. They were all here to search for treasure, but they didn't see any treasure, and now there was a pile of bones. The weaker souls were directly scattered by the lightning. Ningxu stretched out some vines to the center of the mountain range where the lightning was concentrated. The lightning struck the vines and directly turned them into ashes. The power of the lightning also passed along the vines to Ningxu's body. It made her soul dim a lot. Ningxu sighed and spat out smoke. Ningxu touched his chin. He didn't want to go near the minefield. He started to dig a tunnel from afar into the mountain range. It was very time-consuming, and there was no one around. Ningxu spat a mouthful of saliva on his palm, picked up the shovel and began to dig the tunnel. This was the stupidest way, and he had to dig deeper. If he dug shallowly, the power of the lightning on the surface would still be transmitted to her body. Ningxu dug. Damn, this soil was really hard. Sparks flew from the shovel. Ningxu threw the shovel away, took out the ring, and shot a ray of light at it. Then, he took the shovel and dug again. The result was that the soil was harder, and the shovel was bent. What the hell, with the passage of time, the soil has become harder. It was said that the sea changed into mulberry fields, but this thing was getting harder and harder. Ningxu came out of the hole and looked at the mountain range shrouded in dark clouds from afar. Ningxu released his mental strength and used it to scan the entire mountain range. But the soil was too hard, and it was a little difficult to squeeze his mental strength deeper. With this kind of hard soil, even earthworms might not be able to drill in. Could it be that he had to give up just like that? Ningxu floated up and looked at the mountain range below from a high altitude. The entire mountain range appeared in front of Ningxu. The entire mountain range looked like an oval egg, but the egg was completely black. Ningxu expressed his doubts. If it was an ordinary earthworm, it definitely wouldn't be able to drill in. How could it see that there was a soul stone mine here? As for the golden earthworm, it drank the soul origin liquid like sweet water, and its body had mutated. Ningxu convinced himself that there were no soul stones here, and it was too dangerous. It was better to retreat. But his heart was similar to the other cultivators. He felt that there should be some treasure here, and he was reluctant to give it up. It was too damn dangerous. The choice between treasure and life. Ningxu tried to use other methods to enter the mountain range. Why was the lightning tirelessly striking this place? The existence of the lightning tribulation was to eliminate heaven-defying existences. If it was eliminated, it would naturally disappear. If it passed, it would become stronger. Ningxu and those cultivators who died here and turned into bones had similar thoughts. There must be treasures here. Ningxu was a little reluctant to give up. However, if this continued, she felt that she might not be able to withstand the heavenly might. Even if her soul power was strong, she couldn't withstand the continuous lightning strikes. Moreover, each lightning tribulation was more ferocious than the previous one. Ningxu thought of a way to lead the lightning to a place so that she would have time to investigate the situation below. She would know if there were any treasures after investigating. However, how was she going to lead this large cloud away? Ningxu flipped her finger and countless water fell from the sky. It was about to drown the entire mountain range. In order to prevent the flood from running everywhere, Ningxu set up a barrier. This barrier surrounded the entire mountain range and formed an iron bucket. Slowly, the water drowned the entire mountain range. The mountain peak couldn't be seen. At a glance, it was a vast ocean. The lightning fell into the water and sizzled. It didn't look so scary. However, water was also conductive. However, Ningxu felt that it was better to be in the water than to face the lightning alone. Ningxu set up a barrier on her body and jumped into the water. She immediately felt that her soul was about to explode. Oh my god, the power of the lightning is too damn strong. Ningxu quickly jumped out of the water. She thought that the water would make her situation better. However, she didn't expect that the dark clouds in the sky wouldn't disperse at all. They were still relentlessly striking this place. Ningxu was speechless. What was inside for the tribulation clouds to persist like this? She thought that the tribulation clouds would disperse when there was no target. However, it didn't. Ningxu set up an enchantment on top of the barrel and added a cover on top of it. The lightning would strike on the cover and everything would be fine. Pa! The enchantment that Ningxu had just set up was broken by a loud thunderbolt. Mixed with anger, the thunderbolt fell on the water surface, and the entire surface of the water rippled with thunder and lightning. There were even tribulation clouds that spread out and covered Ningxu's head. Crackling sounds could be heard as the tribulation clouds crazily struck Ningxu. Ningxu spat out smoke and ran away. He opened a black hole and quickly left the Nine Palace Mountain. Oh my God, I almost transcended the tribulation. Transcending the tribulation as a soul was no different from courting death. Ningxu sat on the black sand and grabbed a handful of it. Finally, she lay down. The sand felt cool and soft. Ningxu yawned and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept. In any case, when Ningxu woke up, he felt refreshed. Seeing the abyssal prefect standing not far away, he quickly stood up and walked over. When did you come? It's been a while. The abyssal prefect turned around with a black flower in his hand. Why didn't you call me? Ningxu's fine. It doesn't matter. I don't have many things, but I do have a lot of time. The abyssal prefect sized up Ningxu. Every time I see you, you're always in a sorry state. I went to dig a hole. It's inevitable that I'll be a bit embarrassed, Ningxu said carelessly. What are you here for this time? Take away the soul pearl and send these souls to reincarnation. The abyssal prefect said calmly as he sniffed the black flower. So many planes have been destroyed. How many planes can reincarnate these souls? After the planes were destroyed, these souls had to enter the planes, which made the planes even more crowded. Then reincarnate these souls in the 9 worlds? The abyssal prefect asked. Ningxu was expressionless. I can't guarantee that nothing will happen. Besides, there are billions of planes. 1 or 2 living beings can be stuffed into each plane. So, the worry you're showing is especially laughable. You say some righteous and compassionate words, but when it comes to your own interests, you change your words. It's annoying. The abyssal prefect said calmly. The abyssal prefect should be a sharp-tongued gentleman. Yes, it's easy for me to say that. Hurry up and take those souls away. The 9 Palace Mountain is too small to accommodate these souls. Ningxu said directly. The abyssal prefect put the black flower on Ningxu's ear. Ningxu touched the flower on his ear and took it off. Actually, I've always wanted to tell you that this is mourning. Oh. The abyssal prefect said, I only have black flowers. Didn't you humans say that you want to be mourning? Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu felt that the abyssal prefect was like a foreigner who insisted on learning the Chinese language. Was he enjoying pretending to be a human? Ningxu was silent. The abyssal prefect entered the 9 Palace Mountain and took out more than 20 pearls. Ningxu asked curiously, are your rations souls? Yes, sometimes I want to know how food feels. The abyssal prefect said. Ningxu was speechless. Look at how scared you are. Only when there are too many souls in the world of reincarnation and we can't squeeze in any more will we eat these souls. Digesting these souls is not comfortable, so I don't like to eat them, the abyssal prefect said gently. The abyssal prefect said gently. He was wearing the skin of a gentleman and elegantly said things that could devour souls. Ningxu didn't think it was cute at all. Then what about these souls? Ningxu asked. Each pearl was the soul of an entire realm. If he ate them, he would die from overeating. I don't like the 7 emotions and 6 desires that are mixed in the souls of humans. The abyssal prefect said, the 7 emotions and 6 desires that are removed from the souls in the pool of reincarnation are poisonous. Ningxu thought, so, the abyssal prefect is complaining. Ningxu didn't say anything. It seemed that the abyssal prefect was complaining about humans, and she was a human too. Ningxu changed the topic. The war is over now, right? It's over. The abyssal prefect said a few words and left. Ningxu pulled his afro hair and continued mining. However, he still went back to the system space to see if the soul source had been purified and sent back. Back in the system space, Ningxu saw a bottle on the coffee table. The bottle was filled with a golden liquid. Could this be the soul source that the main system had purified? This bottle wasn't big. It was only the size of a fist. The mountain of golden soul stones that had been purified only produced this little bit. However, it was very viscous. Ningxu felt it. It was pure soul source. He took out the peerless martial art and poured the soul source on the peerless martial art. When the soul source was poured on it, it was immediately absorbed by the world. It was like dry land absorbing water. Ningxu poured the entire bottle of soul source on the peerless martial art. The world absorbed it all. Ningxu touched the peerless martial art that was full of scars. He had absorbed so much, but he didn't feel anything. If such a bottle of pure soul source were to be auctioned, how much would it sell for? Ningxu didn't know how much soul source he had poured into it. Fortunately, there were many golden soul stones. He also had a collection of relatively pure soul source liquid. Ningxu sighed. He didn't ask whether it was worth it or not. After so many twists and turns, it still returned to him. This kind of fate couldn't be abandoned. So, he still had to go mining. However, these dangerous places were really hard to find. Ningxu took some spirit liquid from the spirit pool. This spirit liquid might be useful for the golden thread grass. Ningxu walked into the cave and glanced at the flower bud. The baby was sleeping with its eyes closed. The golden earthworm next to it was snoring loudly. Ningxu took out the spiritual liquid and dripped a drop of water on the golden silk grass at a distance. Spiritual qi was not beneficial to all plants. For some plants, spiritual qi could be considered as poison. Seeing that the golden thread grass was not harmful, he dripped some water around it. The pocket-sized baby in the flower bud opened its eyes. Its golden eyes stared at Ningxu. Its eyes were pure, and there was nothing in them. Ningxu reached out and touched the pocket-sized baby. The baby grabbed Ningxu's finger with its tiny hand. Ningxu smiled. Although he did not know what species it was, since it was alive, he could only let it grow. After a while, the baby closed its eyes again and curled up into a ball to sleep. Ningxu dripped a few drops of emerald green liquid around the golden thread grass. The golden earthworm was still sleeping soundly. Ningxu could not help but want to roll his eyes. After looking at the golden thread grass, Ningxu went to look for ore veins. She didn't go to the previous ore vein, but changed to another one. This was a place covered in snow, but there were people coming and going in this mine. The mine had already been excavated, and baskets of spirit stones were transported out. Ningxu was speechless. He was one step too late. It seemed that this was not an absolutely dangerous place. The ore veins would be mined. Ningxu touched his arm. This place was too cold. It was bone-chilling. These miners were so cold that their bodies were shivering, and their faces were purple. Since someone had opened the mine, Ningxu could only change places and look for other ore veins. In order to find soul stones, Ningxu ran until his legs were thin. Ningxu did not care much about ordinary soul stones. What was important was the high-purity spirit liquid and the golden soul stone. Only these two things could help repair the world. It's time to come back and do the mission. All the mission takers have been summoned. 2333's voice sounded in his mind. Ningxu, what do you mean? We just went to war, and now you want to do missions? Ningxu still wanted to wander around for a while. Rather than completing quests, he might as well search for ores. He might as well use the soul power he obtained from completing quests to comprehend the law of space and enter 9 Palace Mountain's 2nd floor. It's not just you. Even the quest givers who rarely do quests have been called back. There aren't many of them. 2333 said, take this opportunity to meet a lot of powerful quest givers. Ningxu sighed. Just by thinking about the corpses floating on the sea of laws, he knew that more and more planes were collapsing. Ningxu returned to the system space and said to 2333, I'm still immersed in the battle. I'm barely able to complete the quest. You've been wandering around for quite some time, 2333 said. Are you doing system quests? Ningxu was speechless. It feels like I haven't warmed up in a long time. Let's do a simple quest to warm up, Xianxia said. Oh, okay. Xianxia had purchased some fasting pills from the merchant shop. Although she might not be able to use them, just in case, she knew how to refine pills. When she was free, she would also get a furnace to refine pills to cultivate her mind. However, she was too busy right now and didn't have the time to do so. Then let's do the quest, Xianxia said. 2333. Xianxia shouted again. 2333 was often in a daze. Okay. Xianxia felt her soul become weightless, but she quickly fused into a body. The biggest advantage of soul water was that it could quickly fuse into the body of the user. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. There was a thin and sharp voice in her ear. Although the voice was very soft, it was still very unpleasant to hear. Xianxia opened her eyes and saw a eunuch wearing a hat. She quickly reached out to help him. Your Majesty, it's time to go to court. The eunuch waved her hand, and a group of palace maids filed in, holding basins and spittoons in their hands. Xianxia touched his Adam's apple. Men, well, it's not bad to become the most powerful man in the world. As for dressing like a man, I just need to get used to it. Under the arrangement of the palace maids, a majestic emperor was born. He wore a crown with 12 beads on his head, and a black dragon robe with a majestic golden dragon embroidered on it with golden thread. The person who commissioned him looked very good. He arrived at the court with an empty stomach. The eunuch said that there was something to report, and if there was nothing, the court was dismissed. In the end, these court officials reported many things, but they quarreled in the court. The factions in the court were so complicated. Xianxia supported her forehead with her hand. The crown on her head was really heavy. Xianxia ignored the quarreling in the court and began to accept the plot. The person who commissioned him inherited the throne at the age of 16. The young emperor had no power, no soldiers, and no confidants. All the power was in the hands of the Empress Dowager. So when he woke up in the cold to go to court, he was just a puppet. Whose youth was not Chinibyo? Which emperor did not want to be a wise emperor and leave his name in history? The person who commissioned him wanted to take power and military power from the Empress Dowager every day. In particular, the person who commissioned him hated the most. His uncle held half of the country's military power. The Empress Dowager and the Empress Dowager were his aunt and niece. Every time he tried to take power from the Empress Dowager would always say that the person who commissioned him was too young. Moreover, with the officials and the Empress Dowager watching from the side, he would not make a mistake. Managing a country was not a pile of sand. If he made a mistake, he would have to start over again. In the previous dynasty, the emperor did not have much say. He had to ask the Empress Dowager for any decision, and the Empress Dowager had to intervene. In the harem, it was even more complicated. There was the empress who was reborn for revenge, there was the empress who wanted to steal the emperor's heart, there were transmigrators who wanted to talk about love, and there were concubines who wanted to steal the emperor's favor. It could be said that demons were dancing wildly. Xianxia, this emperor, wish to take power. Xianxia yawned and rubbed his hands. It was a bit cold. He said to the officials who were quarreling with each other, "Are you done quarreling? If you're done, Jin wants to go back and sleep." Your Majesty. Immediately, many of the courtiers looked at Xianxia with resentment. Xianxia, since you want to quarrel, then continue. Xianxia left in a huff. When he returned to his sleeping quarters, under the conflicted gaze of his personal eunuch, he really did lie down and sleep. Emperor, later on, the Empress Dowager. The eunuch did not dare to continue. Xianxia turned his back to the eunuch and began to practice the peerless martial arts. Although the world of peerless martial arts was about to collapse, the peerless martial arts could still be practiced. Thinking about it, it was quite bitter. In such a big palace, the person who commissioned him did not have anyone he trusted, nor did he have anyone he could use. He did not even dare to use his personal eunuch. After all, the Empress Dowager was very powerful now. Everyone in the imperial harem had to listen to her. In fact, being the Empress Dowager was much more comfortable than being the emperor. When the personal eunuch saw that Xianxia had really fallen asleep, he was very anxious. If the emperor was like this, the matters in the imperial court would spread to the Empress Dowager's ears. When the Empress Dowager came and saw that the emperor was so lazy, the unlucky ones were the servants they served this time. However, they did not dare to wake the emperor up. They tiptoed around and did not dare to make a sound. The Empress Dowager has arrived. The Empress Dowager has arrived. The eunuch's sharp voice sounded outside the bedroom. Then the Empress Dowager and the Empress Dowager walked in, surrounded by a group of eunuchs and palace maids. Ningxu lay on the bed without moving. The Empress Dowager was a graceful and noble woman with a strong aura. She glanced at Ningxu on the bed and said to Ningxu's personal eunuch, "Xiao Liuzi, why haven't you woken up the emperor?" Xiao Liuzi, did they really have to wake him up, his mother? Xiao Liuzi had no choice but to go to the bedside and gently call Ningxu, "Emperor, the Empress Dowager has arrived." Ningxu made a sound of acknowledgement. He opened his eyes and stretched. He looked at the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager maintained herself well. She still had her charm. There were no wrinkles on her face. Her hair was thick and there were no white hairs. However, time would leave its mark on the body. No matter how well she maintained herself, no one would treat her as a little girl. Beside the Empress Dowager was a woman wearing a light red palace dress. She was very beautiful and somewhat similar to the Empress Dowager. At this moment, she looked at Ningxu with a complicated gaze that was mixed with hatred. "Muhu, you're here." Ningxu lifted the quilt and sat on the bed. When the Empress Dowager saw Ningxu like this, she instantly became angry. "Emperor, look at yourself now." Ningxu propped one foot up on the bed. "Muhu, what do you want the son to do? Be a good emperor. Now, you don't look at memorials, don't care about state affairs, and sleep so lazily. Which emperor is like you?" The Empress Dowager said. The jade beads on her head made a sound. It could be seen how agitated the Empress Dowager was. "Aren't the memorials all looked at by those old things? They've already discussed and decided. Things that can't be decided are naturally decided by Muhu. What does it have to do with Zhen? Zhen is just sleeping. Could it be that an emperor can't even sleep?" Ningxu's "can you not be so unreasonable" expression made the veins on the Empress Dowager's forehead pop. "You'll be laughed at by all the subjects of the world if this gets out," the Empress Dowager said harshly. She was a little distressed. "Imperial Mother, you're thinking too much. We're just taking a nap. We want to be diligent and love the people, but we don't have the authority. Even if we want to find something to do, we can't do it. We want to go out in plain clothes." Ningxu sighed, looking bored to death. "You, my son." The Empress Dowager didn't know what to say. "I want you to learn how to be a diligent and loving emperor. Learn how to be a good emperor." Ningxu stood up. "Imperial Mother, please hand over the military authority to your son. Now is not the time to hand it over to you." The Empress Dowager didn't expect Ningxu to say it so directly. She just said, "We'll talk about this later. You're the emperor. You shouldn't be so lazy. Before you learn how to be a good emperor, I won't give you the power." Ningxu just smiled slightly and asked, "Then what makes a good emperor?" "What makes a good emperor?" The Empress Dowager said, "Understand the affairs of the court, know how to keep the officials in check, and know how to use people." These things were a bit difficult for Ningxu because the person who commissioned him had ascended the throne for almost 2 years. In these 2 years, he had been a puppet emperor. Now that the court was controlled by the Empress Dowager, there was no one in the court. No matter what he announced, no one would raise their arms to support him. He was alone, a commander without an army. The Empress Dowager gave Ningxu a few words and then left with the Empress. The Empress paused and walked in front of Ningxu. She bowed and said, "Emperor, Imperial Mother hopes that you can become a wise emperor. She wants to train the emperor's temperament. That's why she is like this." Even though the Empress was submissive, Ningxu could clearly feel the hatred and disgust coming from her. The Empress' hands and her sleeves clenched into fists. Her nails dug into her palms and brought pain. Ningxu waved his hand and asked the Empress to leave. The Empress bowed and turned to leave. When she saw the Emperor, she couldn't control her emotions. She loved the Emperor so much in her previous life, but in the end, she was coldly banished to the harem by him. The entire Qing family was exiled, the Empress Dowager was imprisoned, and her son, who was supposed to inherit the throne, was taught to be submissive. The Qing family, which was once prominent, declined just like that. Fortunately, God gave her another chance. She returned to the time when the tyrant was not in power yet. She could do it again. The Qing family couldn't be ruined by the tyrant. Her son would be well protected. They were a young couple. Before the tyrant ascended the throne, she was his wife, but he didn't care about the relationship between husband and wife. Ningxu was speechless. To be honest, Ningxu didn't understand one thing. I love you so much, but you don't love me. This is a big crime. It's your fault. I love you so much, but you don't love me. Is there any justice in this? You won't have a good death. The Empress left the bedroom and caught up with the Empress Dowager. She bowed and said to the Empress Dowager, "Mother, don't ruin the relationship between you and the Emperor because of a small matter. The world will belong to the Emperor sooner or later. You don't understand. Now that the Qing family is prominent and has handed over the power, will the Emperor let the Qing family go?" The Empress Dowager also had a headache. It was a hot potato. The Empress curled her lips, but the Emperor will be more and more dissatisfied. Let's talk about this later. The Empress hoped that the tyrant would quarrel with the Empress Dowager so that the Empress Dowager wouldn't let him take over the throne. Since her rebirth, she only wanted revenge. How stupid was she to help persuade the Empress Dowager to give up the power? She tried her best to be a good wife and gave all her love to him. But how did he repay her? He exiled the Qing family and banished her to the cold palace. The palace maid helped Ningxu put on his clothes. Ningxu asked Xiaoliuzi to bring over the memorials. The memorials she was looking at now were selected and handed over. They were all inexplicable things. It was hard to pretend to be diligent and love the people. "Emperor, Lu Jiaoyi is outside the hall," Xiaoliuzi said. Ningxu made a sound of acknowledgement. "Lu Jiaoyi? Transmigrator, the Empress Dowager's harem, there was a strategy system, a transmigrator, and a reborn person. It was said that the imperial palace was dark. Once you entered the palace, it was as deep as the sea. But all kinds of monsters gathered here." Ningxu put down the cinnabar pen, flicked his sleeve and said, "Let her in." Lu Jiaoyi came in with a food box. When she saw Ningxu, her eyes lit up. Lu Jiaoyi was a beauty. Although she was wearing a palace dress, there was always a sense of freedom on her body. Her soul was different. "Emperor, Xianxia made some pastries for you. Have a taste." Lu Jiaoyi took out a beautiful plate from the food box. The pastries on the plate were very beautiful and looked very appetizing. Moreover, each pastry had a smiley face painted on it. This kind of pastry was the fluffy little cake of the modern era. It looked cute and appetizing. "Thank you for your hard work," Ningxu casually said. The imperial palace was clearly a power struggle that killed people without spilling blood, but there were people in this kind of situation who wanted to have a pure love. Sometimes love was an all-purpose fig leaf. Ningxu tasted it and put it down. Lu Jiaoyi was a little puzzled and asked, "Emperor, is it not delicious?" "It's all right." "Is Emperor in a bad mood?" Lu Jiaoyi asked. "Xianxia believes that Emperor will wait until the clouds open and the moon sees the light. This is only a temporary predicament. I believe that Emperor will pass it. Running to the ancient times to stew chicken soup for the soul, to be a confidant." "How do you know that Jin will succeed?" Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked. "Because Xianxia believes that Emperor is a wise ruler. Wasn't it written in the history books?" "Oh, what kind of wise ruler is Jin?" "When Emperor is on the throne, the country will be prosperous and the people will be at peace. The people will be glad to have a good emperor like you." Lu Jiaoyi secretly stuck out her tongue. People who could be called great emperors all left a thick and colorful stroke in history. The current emperor should be suppressed by the Empress Dowager. He didn't pay attention when he was studying and didn't know the details of seizing power. He only knew that he succeeded in seizing power in the end. Then he started the glorious life of a great emperor. Xianxia believes that Emperor will become a wise ruler and become an existence revered by tens of thousands of people. Xianxia believes in Emperor. Ningxu couldn't help but laugh in his heart. She said it as if he became a wise ruler because of her. Why didn't he go and persuade those tyrannical and incapable rulers? That was called boundless merit. He was originally a person who left his name in history. You transmigrated and said it as if everything for the country and the people was done for you. Promise me that you will be a good emperor. Think too much. Ningxu reached out and pushed the pastry on the table. Under Lu Jiaoi's puzzled gaze, he pushed it to the ground. With a paw sound, the plate fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The pastry rolled on the ground. Emperor? Xiao Liuzi, who was guarding the door, suddenly pushed the door open and saw the pieces on the ground. Ningxu said, Lu Jiaoi lost her manners in front of Jiaoi Palace and is grounded for 3 months. Lu Jiaoi's expression was dull. When she heard Ningxu's words, she subconsciously retorted, didn't I drop this on the ground? Could it be that I dropped it on the ground? Ningxu looked at Lu Jiaoi. Lu Jiaoi immediately came back to her senses. She knelt on the ground and said in an aggrieved tone, Emperor, you can't treat Xianxia like this. Lu Jiaoi had a look of despair on her face, as if she had suffered a big blow. Seeing Ningxu's cold face, Xiao Lu hurriedly asked Lu Jiaoi to leave and asked someone to clean up the garbage on the ground. Ningxu looked at Lu Jiaoi's sad back and felt that she was quite dramatic. She probably imagined that he was different in this harem. She had promised to be his confidant. Ningxu felt that it was better to let her stay in his palace. Otherwise, she would have an expression of I'm the one who knows you the best. She was different from other coquettish and cheap goods. Imperial concubines were absolutely weak in the harem, but it seemed that each of them felt that they were different. They were different coquettish and cheap goods. The only thing that comforted Ningxu was that the food in the palace was very good. After grounding Lu Jiaoi, the empress came to ask what happened. Emperor, you want to be fair, blah blah blah, very virtuous. She often said. That imperial mother said, you want to have more children. Imperial mother, Ningxu knew that the empress was using the empress dowager to suppress him. He was now a hot-blooded man and was also the most powerful person in the world. If a person was suppressing him everywhere, the person who entrusted him would have already jumped. He didn't know what would happen after being instigated. Grounding the empress of a country would definitely cause a big wave in the court. She was a woman of the Shen family, old General Shen would definitely explode. There was also the Empress Dowager, who could tolerate her niece being grounded. The method to deal with an ordinary imperial concubine like Lu Jiaoi couldn't be used on the empress. This time, it was probably to deal with the heart-stealing system and seize power at the same time. The person who entrusted him was really isolated and helpless. It was said to be a simple task, but he didn't expect it to be such a task. Ningxu silently listened to the empress' words. She kept mentioning the Shen family, the Empress Dowager, deliberately provoking people. If you're done, then go out. Shen wants to mark the memorials. How about, Empress, you're so capable, how about you help Shen mark them? Ningxu said. The Shen family had an Empress Dowager, an Empress, and old General Shen also had a lot of soldiers in his hands. It really made people afraid, especially the Empress Dowager who delayed handing over power. The court was isolated and helpless, and the harem was in a mess. When the Empress heard Ningxu's words, her body trembled. Her heart was filled with pain and hatred. Scum. Xianxia doesn't know anything about the court. Emperor, you have to take care of your body. The Empress forced a smile. Ningxu stared at the Empress' face. His eyes were a little sharp. The Empress was scared by Ningxu's stare. Empress, what's wrong with you? You look a lot older. Don't work too hard. You look lifeless. Ningxu said. A trace of panic flashed across the Empress' face. She found an excuse, I must not have slept well last night. Empress, you have to have a good rest. You look a lot older. The Empress touched her face and left. It wasn't that her face was old, but her heart was old. Every time she woke up, she felt that she was lying in the harem, surrounded by lunatics. Since her rebirth, the Empress thought about tearing down the cold palace every day. She found an excuse to teach the eunuchs and mamas in the cold palace of Yetting a lesson. In her previous life, she was demoted to the cold palace. These dogs bullied her and squeezed her. Every day, she thought and hoped that the emperor would remember her. But in the end, she didn't wait until she died. After the empress left, Ningxu asked Xiaoliuzi to send some gifts to noble Lady Ping. Xiaoliuzi didn't understand what Ningxu was thinking. Why did he want to reward noble Lady Ping, who was completely unrelated to him? He picked some jewelry and things like rouge, powder, and conch for Xiaoliuzi to send. Xiaoliuzi felt that noble Lady Ping might be favored, so he was very polite when he sent the gifts. Noble Lady Ping was also very puzzled. Not long ago, she was chosen to enter the palace. She had only served the emperor once. Until now, she hadn't served the emperor. Why did he suddenly send gifts? Moreover, the emperor didn't have any love for her. Even his favorability was at zero. She had already slept with him, but he didn't have any favorable impression of her. Noble Lady Ping felt a bit regretful. If she had come earlier, serving the emperor in bed would have been different. At least, she could have left a deep impression on the emperor. Noble Lady Ping accepted the gifts and gave Xiaoliuzi some silver. She asked Xiaoliuzi to say a few good words in front of the emperor. When Xiaoliuzi returned, he reported to Ningxu that he had already given the gifts to noble Lady Ping. Then, noble Lady Ping said some words of concern for the emperor. Ningxu didn't say anything. But that night, he went to noble Lady Ping's place to meet the host who carried the system this time. Noble Lady Ping was a cold woman. Her every movement was cold, like a concubine of the Winter Moon Palace. Noble Lady Ping bowed to Ningxu according to the rules. Ningxu only felt that the concubines of the imperial harem were truly beautiful. Each one was more beautiful than the last, especially when they were all cheats. They were shockingly beautiful, so beautiful that they didn't seem like real people. As soon as he got close to noble Lady Ping, Ningxu smelled the delicate fragrance on her body. However, it wasn't the smell of incense, but the fragrance of her body. Her face didn't have any pores and was glowing like jade. Beautiful, everyone liked to look at beautiful things. Ningxu stared at noble Lady Ping. Noble Lady Ping smiled as she poured tea for Ningxu. However, she frowned inwardly. Why was there no reaction at all? Men were visual creatures. No one would understand the beauty of your soul and heart through your unkempt appearance. People were always tolerant of beautiful people. Beauty wasn't a mistake, but this man was just looking at her. Couldn't he have a better impression of her? Did she have to serve him in bed once? Ningxu opened his mouth. You really are beautiful. This concubine doesn't dare. Any one of the sisters in the imperial harem is prettier than me. Noble Lady Ping said reservedly. Ningxu made an O sound and didn't say anything else. Noble Lady Ping saw that the atmosphere had stiffened and racked her brains to find a topic to talk about. Of course, noble Lady Ping understood the emperor's current situation in detail. Right now, the emperor was at the lowest point in his life and needed someone to constantly encourage him. Of course, she couldn't directly say that he could do it. That was the most inferior method. Wasn't that telling the other person that he couldn't do it now, but he could do it in the future? Wasn't that stupid? Noble Lady Ping had people prepare the dishes and poured wine for Ningxu. Emperor, drink some wine. This is something that this concubine brewed when she was bored. Ningxu gave her face and drank it. He stayed for the night to sleep. Lying on the bed, noble Lady Ping placed her hand on Ningxu's chest. Ningxu held her hand and said, "Sleep. In this imperial harem, my heart is the most peaceful when I come to you." Clapping for love was too much of a killjoy. Noble Lady Ping, lie in bed and do nothing. The next morning, he yawned as he went to court. Basically, it was just a process. The factions below were arguing, and Ningxu chose to support one faction. Fine, you're right. We'll do as you say. With the addition of Ningxu, the struggle between the factions would become even more intense. You can slowly fight among yourselves and fill up your own people with empty positions. But where are you going to find such talents? After the morning assembly, Ningxu looked through the list of officials in each department to understand the situation of each official in detail. In the harem, the transmigrated lady who was supposed to make chicken soup was grounded and couldn't come out to make chicken soup for the time being. Ningxu only doted on noble Lady Ping. After chatting with noble Lady Ping for 2 nights, she promoted her. She was promoted from a 6th-rank noble lady to a 4th-rank noble lady. She should be called Pingfangi now. Jumping 2 ranks caused an uproar in the harem. Many concubines ran to the empress to complain, saying that this was not in accordance with the rules of the ancestors. The empress was eager for the emperor to mess around and did not run to admonish him. She told the Empress Dowager about this matter and let the Empress Dowager know how foolish he was. The Empress Dowager unhappily called Ningxu over and scolded him, saying that it was fine to dote on a woman, but he could not break the rules of the ancestors. Ningxu directly said that Jin could not make decisions in court. Could it be that Jin could not even dote on a concubine? What was there that Jin could decide? Ningxu still did things his way and doted on Ping Fangyi even more. After the morning assembly, he called Ping Fangyi to Xuanda Hall to help him grind ink. How much was this doting? Ping Fangyi faced the concubine's piercing gazes and wanted to roll her eyes. To be honest, she did not understand what this man was thinking. He said that he doted on her, but after so long, who did not clap when they were in bed together, he liked to call her to eat when he had nothing to do, or express his dissatisfaction with the Empress Dowager and a group of officials in front of her. Ping Fangyi only listened and did not express any opinions. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. The man seemed to dote on her, but did not have any favorable impression of her. If a man truly loved a woman and was lying in bed with her, would he not have any desire, or was it impossible? Ping Fangyi felt speechless. This emperor was stubborn. She tried to clap her hands to exercise, but he seemed to have a pure heart and few desires. He did not seem to have any intention of having sex. She was completely unable to find a way to improve their relationship. The emperor ate a lot of good things every day. Ping Fangyi could not find a special way to win this man over. Not only did she not win him over, but she also attracted the hatred of a large group of people. The concubines in the harem, and even the Empress Dowager did not like her. It was as if she was Su Daji who wanted to bring disaster to the country. If it was true, Ping Fangyi felt that it did not matter. After all, she could leave after winning the emperor's heart. But now, she did not gain anything. Instead, her situation in the palace was not good. Shuanglu Hall. A concubine was doing needlework. She had a tranquil temperament and was communicating with the system in her mind. Ping Fangyi has already won the emperor's favor. I'm afraid that it will not be long before she wins the emperor's heart and leaves. Are we still not going to act? The concubine frowned and put down the needlework in her hand. There was a golden dragon embroidered on it. The dragon was very lifelike. In this harem, the empress was reborn. She hates the emperor, so she does not care who the emperor favors. The empress is not the best partner. The Empress Dowager hopes that her son will become a wise emperor, but she does not want to give up the power in her hands. You can start from the Empress Dowager and gain the emperor's favor. The system's voice in her mind was calm and steady. The concubine did not pay attention and pricked her finger with a needle. Drops of blood came out from her white finger. Do you really want me to fight for the Empress Dowager's favor? The concubine bit her lips. Her expression was somewhat resistant. Do you really want to see me and other men? The mission is important. In the harem, only the emperor's favor is your bargaining chip against Ping Fangyi. But you have to be careful. Do not make the Empress Dowager hate you. The Empress Dowager does not like concubines who seduce the Empress Dowager. The system said calmly. Its low voice had a calmness that made people feel calm. All right. The concubine sucked the blood on her finger. I have to make it again. Since it is a gift for the Empress Dowager, it cannot be a dragon. The concubine's brows were a little depressed. She started to embroider again, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not do it well. She kept pricking her finger and the cloth was stained with blood. Do I really want to go with the emperor? The concubine asked the system. I have given you the simplest and most effective method. Do you have any other methods? The system said. The concubine bit her lip and angrily threw the thing on the table. I don't want to take this kind of mission in the future. Okay. The system said. The concubine's mood improved a little. Her face revealed a smile. After her son doted on a woman without limit, the Empress Dowager found another problem with her son. That was, after the court, he locked himself in the bedroom to sleep. An emperor, doing nothing all day and sleeping during the day, completely looked like an unemployed youth. The Empress Dowager was about to explode in anger, especially when she went to the bedroom. She found that the Emperor had closed the door and did not open for a long time. The Empress Dowager said that she was sorry to the late Emperor, sorry to the ancestors, sorry to the court, sorry to the people. Ningxu was cultivating in the bed with earplugs. In the end, the Empress Dowager asked someone to break open the door, took Ningxu out of the bed and reprimanded him. Ningxu ignored it all. "Emperor, are you using this method to fight against me? I've said it before. Before you truly become a good emperor, I won't give up my power. The more you act like this, the more I won't give up my power. How can I face the late emperor if you act like this?" The previous emperors were all secretly thinking about power all day. At least they knew how to make progress, but now. The Empress Dowager really did not want to see her son's decadent appearance. It was too boring. She did not know what her son would do in the future. The Empress Dowager knew that if the emperor was mischievous, it would be terrible. There was an emperor who asked the palace servants to take off their clothes and sit on the boat. Then he asked someone to overturn the boat. He clapped his hands and watched the palace servants struggling in the water, with the palace servants, with the dogs, with the fierce dogs. Those were all beasts, licentious and immoral. The more the Empress Dowager looked, the more she felt that her son was developing in this direction, especially now that her son had disregarded the rules and doted on a woman in the harem. He broke the rules, and in the future, he would be more and more excessive. In the end, it would be out of control. Just the imagination made the Empress Dowager tremble with anger. She loudly scolded Ningxu, "Emperor, you always blame Xianxia for not giving you the military power. Look at you, you want to make the country disappear." Ningxu sighed, "Zhen is just sleeping. How is it related to the country? Can't an emperor sleep? This is a matter of attitude. Look at you. Do you look like you want to be a good emperor? During this time, you should reflect on your mistakes and think about the responsibilities of an emperor." The Empress Dowager angrily flicked her sleeves and turned to leave. Ningxu stretched and said to Xiaolu, "Have you prepared the things I asked you to prepare?" "All right, Your Majesty." Xiaoluzi took out the eunuch's clothes and put them on Ningxu. He also had another eunuch put on Ningxu's clothes. After everything was ready, Xiaolu went out and said to the eunuch guarding the door, "The emperor said that no one is allowed to disturb him." Ningxu lowered his head and followed Xiaoluzi to the palace gate. At the foot of the wall, Xiaoluzi gave the waist token to Ningxu and asked worriedly, "Emperor, do you really not want this servant to go with you? It's too dangerous. What if the Empress Dowager finds out?" "It's fine. Give me some silver," Ningxu said. Xiaoluzi quickly took out a purse and said with a worried expression, "Emperor, do you want to inform the Empress Dowager? If I inform her, I won't be able to go out." Ningxu put away the things and slipped out of the palace. He took out a map and looked at it. He bought a set of clothes from a clothing store and fanned himself with a fan. A scholar was born. Ningxu thought about the list of officials and planned to visit them one by one. Ningxu investigated the list of officials. You should know that the harem was a center of gossip. If you want to know the news of a person, you can inquire about it in the palace. Although it was the harem, there were palace maids and eunuchs who can go out of the palace and hear all kinds of gossip. For example, which official's concubine was beautiful, which official favored his wife and neglected his concubine, and which official's wife was valiant. If it was a low-key official, Ningxu will ask Xiaoluzi to investigate and let the eunuchs go out of the palace to find out the gossip. After Ningxu's observation for a period of time, Xiaoluzi can be regarded as the person who entrusted the job. Xiaoluzi was also worried about the person who entrusted the job, but he was more afraid of the Empress Dowager. Every time, he helped to persuade the person who entrusted the job. His heart was on the side of the person who entrusted the job, but the Empress Dowager was too strong. Xiaoluzi felt that his whole person was not very good. The faction struggle in the court was complicated. Some officials had to join a faction to protect themselves in order to avoid disaster. Of course, there were also those who did not join the faction. Although they were not unlucky, it meant that they could not be promoted. At present, the Shin family was the most powerful in the court. The old general had a large number of soldiers. There was an Empress Dowager and an empress in the harem. Ningshu found the address of an official and knocked on the door to enter. The servant did not know Ningshu, but seeing Ningshu's scholarly appearance, he went to report to the master. Ningshu visited the officials one by one. Some of the officials did not even have the chance to attend the court. But when they saw Ningshu, they were very excited. Ningshu chatted with these officials for a while. They talked about various topics. At the same time, he also observed these officials. Then, he made a checkmark in his heart. Before he left, he reminded them not to tell anyone and to keep it absolutely confidential. Some people were removed from Ningshu's list. After visiting the officials one by one, Ningshu was hungry. He walked to the door of the Xin family's house. The Xin family's house looked very imposing. There were 2 big lions at the door. The lions were lifelike and ferocious. The surface of the lions was polished and smooth. Ningshu looked at the stone lions for a while. Then, he walked to the door. There were 4 servants guarding the door. They stopped Ningshu. "Who are you? What are you doing in the general's house?" "I am here to look for old General Xin. Please inform him." The servant looked up and down at Ningshu. Then, he pushed Ningshu. "Where did this poor scholar come from? Old General Xin is not someone you can see whenever you want. Please inform him that Morong is here." Ningshu held a fan and cupped his hands. "Get lost. This is the general's house. Not just any random cat or dog can come here." Ningshu saw the sedan chair from the corner of his eye. He deliberately moved closer to the servant. "You didn't inform him. How can you not know that the general won't see me? Get lost. Don't you know where to make a scene?" The servant directly pushed Ningshu to the ground. Ningshu rolled in front of the sedan chair. The sedan chair stopped. The sedan chair driver lifted the curtain. It was General Xin who walked out. General Xin and the Empress Dowager were siblings. He was the Empress's father. He was his uncle and his father-in-law. General Xin looked at Ningshu, who was sitting on the ground. He seemed to be a little afraid to recognize him. "Emperor?" "Uncle, it's Zhen. Zhen came to look for you, but I can't get in," Ningshu said with a smile. The veins on General Xin's forehead jumped. He wanted to get angry at the servant who hit him. Ningshu was magnanimous. "Those who don't know are not guilty. Uncle, don't blame them. However, your Xin family's door is really not easy to enter." General Chen was clearly more frightened than surprised by the sudden appearance of the emperor, and it seemed that his own servants had chased the emperor out. Why didn't the emperor bring anyone with him? It's too dangerous. General Chen hurriedly let Ningshu in. Ningshu looked around the general's mansion and said to General Chen, "Why is it different from when Jin came last time? It's bigger than before." "Emperor, it's because there are more people in the family, so it was expanded," General Chen said. Ningshu nodded. "It's better than before, not bad." General Chen changed the topic. "Emperor came alone?" "Yes, Jin wanted to come out for a walk. The palace is too stuffy. Imperial Mother talks about Jin every day. Jin also wants to be a good emperor, but Jin might not be born a good emperor, so Jin secretly came out. Don't tell Imperial Mother," Ningshu said. "Uncle, Jin is hungry. This subject will arrange it." When the emperor came home, the entire general's mansion became restless. Old General Chen was an old man with white hair, but his spirit was very good. He was now over 70 years old. Ningshu had to call him grandfather, saying that the Chen family should be the biggest relatives. Old General Chen looked at Ningshu with a kind of benevolence, scolding with half-truth and half-lies. "In the future, you can't be so reckless, sneaking out of the palace and not bringing anyone with you. The emperor's safety is related to the throne. Next time, Jin will definitely bring someone." This time Jin came alone. "I almost couldn't even enter the door," Ningshu said. "Who fought with the emperor? This old subject will help the emperor vent his anger," Old General Chen said as he slammed the table, his body emitting a murderous aura. "No need, they don't know Jin. What's more, the Chen family is big, not just anyone can act wildly," Ningshu said. The food was quickly prepared. Ningshu looked at the rich food on the table. "It looks delicious. It's just plain tea, as long as the emperor doesn't dislike it," General Chen said. "How can that be? The food in the palace is just like that." But every time we eat, we can't eat more than 3 mouthfuls of a dish. Even if we want to try more, we can't. On the dining table, there were flashes of swords. Ningxu only had one purpose, and that was to take back the military power from the hands of old General Shen. Ningxu wanted to register a new military power and cancel the military power in old General Shen's hands, but the world knew that the Shen family held the military power. Therefore, there had to be such a show to tell the imperial court and the military that the Shen family had handed over their military power. Old General Shen's skills were very high. Even though Ningxu had probed him in many ways, old General Shen had no intention of handing over his military power. He had the authority to send out troops, but without power, he couldn't do anything. Although the emperor was a supreme existence in the world, without authority in his hands, he was still useless. His words carried enormous weight. That was because he had power in his hands. Without power, who would give a shit? The conflict between Ningxu and the Shen family was over military power. The Shen family was afraid that they would get rid of the hares and the hounds, so they refused to give up. Ningxu promised that he would not do anything to the Shen family. As to whether or not old General Shen listened, it was unknown. If you hand over your military power, I will give you a death exemption. Even if the old General Shen died now, or if someone else ascended the throne, this conflict would always exist. Coming out of the Shen family, Ningxu said with a smile, "Uncle's home is really comfortable. You eat delicacies, sleep on a high bed, and have a group of servants. But you still have to restrain the servants. Don't let the world think that the general's Fu can even beat the emperor. Emperor, please forgive me." Even if the Shen family's minds were clear, it didn't mean that everyone's mind was clear. There would always be people who relied on their power to throw their weight around. Ningxu changed back into the Taijian's clothes and returned to the palace. The Empress Dowager was waiting for him in the bedchamber. Before the Empress Dowager could speak, Ningxu spoke first. Zhen went to find uncle, but was beaten up for blocking the door. Empress Dowager, all of the Empress Dowager's words were stuck in her throat. The Empress on the side immediately said, "Emperor, it's those servants who don't recognize Emperor. Xianxia will definitely have my father teach them a lesson. Emperor, you still have to tell Muhu in the future." Muhu is very worried. Ningxu glanced at the Empress. He understood the Empress's hatred, but it didn't mean that he agreed. As the Emperor, his lifeline was held by someone else. He was a puppet emperor. In the battle with the Shen family lost. Considering his wife and mother, he didn't kill the Shen family, but exiled them all. If the Shen family was willing to hand over their military power, it wouldn't be like this. No matter who became the emperor, the Shen family would be a thorn that had to be pulled out. The Empress was forcing her own actions onto the old general. She seemed to have done many things for the old general, but the old general was so heartless and ungrateful. The old general was fighting more with the Empress Dowager and the Shen family. In the middle, the Empress seemed to be mediating, but in reality, it was useless. Now, she blamed her actions on the old general being ungrateful. But she didn't think that the two sides needed to mediate. Other than shouting in the middle, it was useless. "I love you and have done so much. If you don't accept it or return it, you are heartless." Because of the Shen family and the Empress Dowager, the old general was cold to the Empress and was not close to her. He just didn't like the Empress. As for what the Empress did, he didn't care at all. It could only be said that each side had their own position. In the Empress's heart, it was normal to think that the old general was a heartless man. But for a man, nothing was more important than power. Ningxu grinned and said, "Yes, I was scared when I went to the general's mansion. There were so many guards at the door. If I didn't know, I would have thought that I was at the gate of the palace. Your Majesty, don't sneak out in the future. It's dangerous to go out alone." The Empress Dowager said helplessly and didn't continue this topic. She knew that the emperor didn't want to listen to her nagging, so he kept talking about the Shen family. She was really weak. The Empress Dowager couldn't teach Ningxu a lesson for a while, so she left with the Empress. As soon as the Empress Dowager left, Xiaolu felt alive. He was sweating all over and said to Ningxu, "Your Majesty, you are back. It was fun outside the palace. I will go there next time." Xiaolu sat on the ground with a plop. A eunuch came to inform Ningxu that he would have dinner in the Empress Dowager's palace. Ningxu hummed. It was really difficult to move. When he went to the Empress Dowager's palace for dinner, he saw an imperial concubine. The Empress Dowager intimately pulled Ningxu to sit down. The imperial concubine was serving the dishes. Ningxu looked at the imperial concubine and asked, "Who is this?" "Forgive her." The old general didn't even remember his own harem. How could she know? The imperial concubine saluted politely. She was not sad because Ningxu didn't remember at all. She said, "Your Majesty, I am a good beauty." "Oh," Ningxu replied, sizing up Beauty Liang. When the Empress Dowager saw that Ningxu was staring at the good beauty, she said that she wanted to be equal and have children. Then she praised the good beauty. From the beginning to the end, the good beauty lowered her head and looked a little shy. When she raised her head, there was a quiet smile on the corner of her mouth. She was a very comfortable woman. Ningxu ate and finally agreed to spend the night with Beauty Liang. When Beauty Liang heard Ningxu's words, the chopsticks in her hand trembled. Although her expression was calm, Ningxu still felt her resistance. The women in the harem all hoped to be favored by the emperor. After all, women also had normal physiological needs. Moreover, there was the temptation of power behind this favor, but Beauty Liang resisted. Ningxu felt that it was interesting. When a woman refused to be close to other men, it was mostly because her heart belonged to someone else. Men loved because of sex, women loved because of sex. The harem of the client was simply lively. After eating in the Empress Dowager's palace, Ningxu and Beauty Liang went to Beauty Liang's palace. Along the way, Beauty Liang did not speak. She was very boring, like a block of wood. Ningxu did not mind. When they arrived at the palace, Beauty Liang poured tea for Ningxu. Then, she washed up and went to bed. Beauty Liang finally found an excuse. "Emperor, Xianxia's abdomen is a little uncomfortable. Are you okay? Do you want me to call the imperial physician?" Ningxu asked. "No need, it's an old problem. Xianxia likes to eat spicy food, so there is always something wrong with her stomach," Beauty Liang said. Ningxu made an "oh" sound, then sleep. Beauty Liang breathed a sigh of relief and said thank you to the emperor in a low voice. Ningxu felt that it was very interesting. Since she was not willing, why did she come up? Now that Ping Fangyi was in the limelight in the harem, Beauty Liang came to the Empress Dowager to act obedient at this time. The Empress Dowager hated Ping Fangyi now and needed a harem woman to balance her. It was not that the Empress Dowager did not know Beauty Liang's intention, but she was willing to help. But now that the emperor was beside her, she was not willing. Could it be that someone forced her? Ningxu thought about all kinds of questions in his mind. Beauty Liang's body stiffened and did not dare to approach Ningxu. Ningxu sighed. She looked like a bully who bullied a good woman. There was a flood in Pengzhou and the situation was serious. The court officials were arguing over the quota for disaster relief. Ningxu sat on the dragon throne with his head propped up and watched the people of the 6 tribes argue. The silver was the Ministry of Revenue's matter, but the Ministry of War said that the disaster was serious and needed the army to guard it to prevent a civil uprising. In order to compete for the quota for disaster relief, several factions had a tacit understanding that they were greedy for some money. Also, when the imperial court officials went to the local areas, there were also benefits. There were also exchanges between the officials and the rice merchants. In short, a large chain of interests was involved. In the end, after a lot of arguing, Ningxu decided who should go. "Let's choose him. That guy from the Ministry of Revenue will go." Ningxu pointed at an official, who immediately knelt down and thanked him, saying that he wouldn't let the emperor down and would resolve the flood. Ningxu left the court with an annoyed look on his face. The next day, when the court was held again, the official from the Ministry of Revenue who was sent to the disaster relief was impeached. The memorials were like snowflakes, and all of them had conclusive evidence of corruption and bribery. Ningxu looked as if he had been slapped in the face and was furious. He directly removed the official from the Ministry of Revenue and investigated him. Then, he said at lightning speed, "As for the vacant position, it will be promoted by the next level." "Oh right, who is the next level?" Everyone was speechless. No matter what, they now needed to choose a new person to go to the disaster relief. Ningxu didn't choose the newly promoted official from the Ministry of Revenue. Instead, he chose other officials. In any case, he didn't choose officials from the Shen family's faction. He wanted to see if there would be more memorials tomorrow. As expected, the memorials came again the next day. The imperial censor listed all kinds of crimes. Ningxu's face turned red as he angrily removed the official from the Ministry of Revenue. As for the vacant position, it would be filled by the next level. Ningxu chose a new official, and it was still not from the Shen family's faction. This time, the official named by Ningxu looked as if he had nothing to live for. The previous two were a lesson to be learned from the mistakes of the previous two. Things could only be done twice, but not thrice. This time, the impeachment didn't come again. However, no matter how the two sides fought, they still impeached each other. There were people eyeing the vacant position. Most importantly, after experiencing the matter of the previous two officials, the officials sent to the disaster relief this time would definitely be much more honest to avoid being caught. This was especially true when they were accompanied by the army. The army was the Shen family's people. The officials were in a state of constant surveillance. It was really interesting to compete with these people. After the court session, the Empress Dowager ran over to Ningxu and reprimanded, "How can the court be so sloppy in its use of people? You don't even know what kind of person the officials are before promoting them." Ningxu asked in return, "Then Imperial Mother, how should they be promoted? Shouldn't it be filled by the next level?" The Empress Dowager didn't know what to say for a moment. She could only say, the Emperor should be good at using talents. At least, he should first understand the character of the officials. Then say that the court uses people based on my mood. Whoever I think is good will be promoted. Isn't it based on work experience? Ningxu asked. No. Then Imperial Mother, what do you want me to do? Ningxu asked. Wasn't it just using people from the Shen family's faction? If he used people from the Shen family, the court would become a place where the Shen family had the final say. The Empress Dowager looked deeply at Ningxu. Her expression was a bit complicated. She said, "Emperor, do whatever you want." Imperial Mother, have you ever dreamed of Imperial Father? In the dream, Imperial Father scolded me for being a good-for-nothing. I asked Imperial Father why he said that. Imperial Father said that I was already in my 20s, and he still wanted Imperial Mother to work hard for me. I promised Imperial Father that I would take good care of Imperial Mother and let Imperial Mother live comfortably for the rest of her life. I will be filial to Imperial Mother and raise her with the world. So what if he was a Qianlong once? Hearing this, the Empress Dowager's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This was too straightforward. When she heard that he would raise her with the world, the Empress Dowager's expression became even more complicated. Emperor, you are my child. I naturally want you to be well. Ningxu and the Empress Dowager reminisced for a long time. The Empress Dowager wiped away her tears and left. Ningxu's face was expressionless. After saying so much, he still didn't have any intention of giving up power. Wasn't this just like how the family was rich but insisted on letting people eat coarse cornbread while saying, "Child, I love you"? It was too greasy and too unsatisfying. Of course, even if there was cornbread to eat, one wouldn't starve to death. He still had to fight. Once the Empress Dowager left, Ningxu quickly called Pingfangi over to play. When Pingfangi saw Ningxu, she scolded Ningxu in her heart. She deeply suspected that her system was broken. Why was the favorability level always 0? This was pretty much the hardest emperor to deal with. In the past, it wasn't even this hard to figure out how to obtain the emperor's heart. At most, the emperor's favorability level would rise and fall, and they seemed to be temperamental. This bastard's favorability level was stable and stopped at 0. It didn't go up or down. This made Pingfangi want to scold him and strangle him. Pingfangi's heart was filled with anger. No matter what she did, the favorability level wouldn't go up. She had to force a smile on her face because she wanted to obtain the emperor's heart, the pure love of an emperor. After playing with noble Lady Ping for a few rounds, Ningxu wantonly rewarded noble Lady Ping. He didn't promote her rank, instead, he rewarded her with gold, silver, and jewelry. Anything precious was sent to her palace. Although her rank didn't rise, her monthly salary increased. Ping Fangyi was the most favored person in the harem. When noble Lady Ping received the things sent by Xiaoliuzi, the smile on her face couldn't be maintained. Xiaoliuzi was still congratulating noble Lady Ping for being the first in the harem. Noble Lady Ping's heart exploded like a nuclear bomb. She had the maid take out the money to thank Xiaoliuzi. Noble Lady Ping looked at the favorability column. There was a big duck egg. She put her hand on her forehead and fainted. Noble Lady Ping was sick and couldn't serve the emperor. The concubines in the harem wanted to set off firecrackers. Without noble Lady Ping, their chance came. When Ningxu heard that noble Lady Ping was sick, he rushed to noble Lady Ping's palace. He grabbed noble Lady Ping's hand and comforted her. "Beloved concubine, don't be afraid. Zhen will definitely let the imperial physician cure you. If they can't cure you, Zhen will let them be buried with you." Ping Fangyi's mouth twitched. If it wasn't for the big duck egg, she would have believed him and thought that he really fell in love with her. The imperial physician at the side. "Emperor, Ping Fangyi just had a bad diet and caught a cold. It's nothing serious." She still had to be buried with him? Even if Ping Fangyi was sick, Ningxu still stayed by Ping Fangyi's side. He wasn't afraid of the illness at all. The concubines who thought they had a chance ran to the Empress Dowager and cried like dogs. Ping Fangyi was about to go crazy because of this crazy man. It seemed like he was really good to her, but when the favorability rose, he didn't always use her as a target. She couldn't be the target of his true love, right? On the surface, he doted on her and let her attract the fire. Then, the emperor's true love would hide in the corner. She was the clearest about the drama in the harem. After all, to seize the emperor's heart, how could there be no competition in the harem? This time, Ping Fangyi felt that all the concubines in the harem had a chance of being the emperor's true love. Immediately, Ping Fangyi thought about it. A target was a target. At least she could come into contact with the emperor. Her true love was hiding in a corner. Watching her beloved man being affectionate with another woman was heart-wrenching. During the period when Ping Fangyi was sick, Ningxu stayed in the Empress Dowager's palace all the time. He was not afraid of infecting the Empress Dowager at all. But every time, Ningxu would neither soften nor harden her anger. The eyes of all the women in the harem turned red, and a strong sense of resentment emanated from the bodies of the imperial concubines. The official who was sent out for disaster relief had been killed. When the news came back, it was said that he had been killed by the mobs who were snatching the food when they were distributing the relief food. He was almost trampled into meat paste. Ningxu face-bombed and glanced at old General Shen, who was standing in front of him. Old General Shen was unperturbed, as if it had nothing to do with him. Ningxu stared blankly and said, "I think it's poisonous. Why is it that the people I sent out were either found out or killed? Isn't there an army to maintain order? How did this happen? I beg for forgiveness. It's my fault for not making proper arrangements." Old General Shen knelt down and cupped his fists to beg for forgiveness. This was the result of having no power in his hands. He was controlled by others. As for the truth of the official's death, no one cared. If there was someone, there was hope. But there was no one on hand. Ningxu seemed to be disheartened. He had someone replace the position of the dead official and let the replacement official continue to provide disaster relief. When the court was dismissed, Ningxu left behind the official who was going to provide disaster relief. He said, "Minister Su, if you can provide disaster relief this time, do your best to provide disaster relief. Do your best to follow the army and protect your life. At the same time, pay attention to everything around you. Do you understand the underworld? It's more important to get evidence." "Yes, I will remember." Ningxu said loudly to the door, "Minister Su, I want you to provide disaster relief. The disaster relief money and food are in the hands of the disaster victims. Otherwise, I will hold you responsible." When Su Qinggan went out, his face was full of worry. Ningxu felt that he had good acting skills. In any case, Ningxu did not know what the Shen family wanted to do. There was a large interest group behind the Shen family. The interest of this group was probably not something the Shen family could control. The Shen family was riding a tiger and it was difficult to get off. The official was impeached and killed. It was all for the interest of the group. They were all in the same boat, forming cliques for personal gain. With the Xin family's current status, there were definitely people who wanted to rely on them. The Xin family had to ensure the interests of the interest group. After the court, Ningxu began to sleep. While he was sleeping, Ningxu ran out of the palace again. He wandered around and secretly visited some officials. Ningxu knew that many eyes were on him, so he changed his appearance. Like a thief, every time before he returned to the palace, he would go to the Xin family and have a meal there before returning home. Of course, it was not just a simple meal. After returning to the palace, the Empress Dowager was waiting for Ningxu. When she saw Ningxu, she heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, she also began to reprimand Ningxu. Ningxu just listened. As for whether he would do it or not, it was not certain. The Empress Dowager's face was full of powerlessness. She was like an old mother facing her son who had gone astray. No matter how she persuaded, her son would not listen. The Empress Dowager was full of anger. She could not vent it on her son, so she could only vent it on others. Therefore, Ping Fangyi, who was not seriously ill, or even faked her illness, fell sick. Her illness became more serious. She lay in bed and could not get up. Ping Fangyi was speechless. The system detected that she was poisoned. So, she was shot while lying down again. Ping Fangyi had no choice but to lie down like this. The person who harmed her would eventually come out. Ningxu was like an affectionate emperor. Even if Ping Fangyi was seriously ill, Ningxu still liked to stay by her side. Right now, Ping Fangyi did not want to see Ningxu at all. She was sure that this emperor was definitely using her. Otherwise, why didn't her favorability increase at all? Could it be that he was using her to anger the Empress Dowager? Then the poison in her body was the Empress Dowager's masterpiece. F***K, Ping Fangyi was very anxious in her heart. Her husband's heart was like iron. Was she going to die here this time? Why? Was she not beautiful enough? Was her personality not gentle enough? Or should she change her style? At least when men saw her face, they would at least feel a bit better. Especially some of the beauty-loving emperors. When they saw her face, they would have a good impression of her. Some emperors with stronger self-control would also have a good impression of her. But right now, the favorability did not increase at all. There was also no situation where the favorability decreased. Your Majesty should not stay by this concubine's side. This concubine is fine. Ping Fangyi laughed until she was gnashing her teeth. Her voice was gentle and beautiful. Your Majesty, you should go and see your other sisters. Displeasure appeared on Ningxu's face. Why do you all say that Jin wants to be fair? But Jin only wants to pamper you. Ping Fangyi, scram, Beauty Liang was very depressed. It seemed that the emperor had been completely bewitched. Soon, the system would leave and her mission would fail. She could not help but ask the system, what should I do now? I have already made a plan. But if you don't follow the plan, there is nothing more important than the mission. If you are erased too many times, you will be completely erased. The system said calmly. The emperor treated Ping Fangyi so well that the imperial concubines in the harem bit their handkerchiefs. They couldn't figure out what was so good about Ping Fangyi that made the emperor treat her so well. Beauty Liang was especially worried and felt extremely pressured. If this continued, Ping Fangyi would get the emperor's heart and leave this world. The strategy system would run away and her system wouldn't be able to devour this system. Now Beauty Liang couldn't care about her chastity and went to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager used the same trick again. She was telling Ningxu clearly that he had to favor other concubines now. Ningxu felt that Beauty Liang was quite interesting. She was obviously unwilling but still wanted to force him. Why bother? Ningxu investigated Beauty Liang's family. It was an ordinary scholarly family. They didn't have much power in the imperial court. The most powerful official in the family was the Ministry of Rights. So, what was Beauty Liang's situation? Ningxu directly refused. He said that Ping Fangyi was sick now. He didn't have the mood to care for the concubine who was about to leave. If Ping Fangyi was sad now and her illness worsened, he didn't want to live anymore. The Empress Dowager pinched her chopsticks. She thought that she might as well let Ping Fangyi die of illness. The Empress Dowager then said, "Emperor, you are the emperor. You can't favor one woman and can't let others see your obvious preferences." Ningxu didn't speak. He just looked at the Empress Dowager. Ningxu felt that this Empress Dowager wasn't smart. In history, Empress Dowager Cixi ruled a dynasty for half a century. Every time the emperor ascended the throne, it was a small radish head. It created an opportunity for Cixi to govern from behind the curtain. However, Cixi didn't put her family in an important position. She didn't give her nephew a high position. Even if she hated Cixi to the core, she didn't have any weakness. She tied her personal interests and the imperial family's interests together to protect the entire dynasty. She dealt with the relationship between her husband's family and her family. She still had to fight with her brothers-in-law. But this Empress Dowager, her relatives monopolized power. She still had power in her hands. Now that the Shen family was powerful, almost the entire imperial court was controlled by the Shen family. The harem was controlled by the women of the Shen family. No one in the imperial court said anything, but that didn't mean that the imperial court officials were convinced. Now, even the babies in the Shen family had an official position. Although it was an idle position, it represented that their status was different from now on. They did not have to go through the hard work of studying to become an official. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. He didn't believe that the Shen family didn't understand this. However, retreating might not guarantee their safety. Perhaps the Shen family could only take the risk and fight back. Ningxu had to guard against the Shen family. "Emperor, Ijia is talking to you. Why are you in a daze?" The Empress Dowager saw Ningxu staring at her and couldn't help but ask. "Mother, I dreamt of father again." The corners of the Empress Dowager's mouth twitched. She was speechless. The Empress Dowager wanted to hand over her power, but she couldn't predict what would happen after that, especially for the Shen family. Ningxu held his head and wondered if he should be a thief for a while and steal the military power from the Empress Dowager's hands. How could the Empress Dowager give her a proper reason to steal it? Otherwise, she would be labeled as unfilial. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted as the emperor? Ningxu blinked and looked at the Empress Dowager. "Mother, I hope that you can live a comfortable life. I will support you with the world. I hope that mother can live a long life. You are the blessing of the country." The Empress Dowager smiled. "It's good that the emperor has this intention. I don't ask for anything. I just hope that the emperor can be a good emperor." Ningxu was speechless. The Shen family liked to play dumb like this. Ningxu felt impatient. He guessed that the client's heart was in a state of volcanic eruption every day. In the end, Ningxu simply chose to work in Pingfangi's palace. Except for the time when he went to the imperial court, he stayed by Pingfangi's side. Pingfangi was speechless. Beauty Liang was speechless. The two concubines felt that Ningxu was seriously ill. Pingfangi felt that this man was too difficult to understand. And Beauty Liang felt that the emperor had been fascinated by Pingfangi, who had a strategy system. His love was beyond cure. Now they were entangled together. He even had to review memorials in Pingfangi's palace. And Lu Jiaoyi, who was grounded, heard that the emperor she admired actually liked a woman so much. He was obviously not close to women. How could he like a woman so much? Why not her? What was the meaning of her transmigration? Wasn't it to advance hand in hand with the emperor, who was trapped in the shallows, to know and protect each other, and finally overlook the prosperous country? Lu Jiaoyi didn't know what she did wrong. She was grounded by the emperor. She could only silently swallow her grievances. Should she go around saying that the emperor framed her? She also didn't know when the emperor would remember her. Lu Jiaoyi couldn't think of any way to help the emperor get through this difficult time. Ningxu was like this every day. After the imperial court, he went to Pingfangi's palace and forced Pingfangi to get up from the bed. She said to Ningxu, "Emperor, Xianxia's illness is better. Emperor, you don't have to stay by Xianxia's side every day. Why don't you rest more? Your body is important." Ningxu said gently. Pingfangi had a gentle and generous smile on her face. However, she was roaring in her heart. "You want to anger the Empress Dowager, but the Empress Dowager took out her anger on you. It was difficult to be a concubine, especially when the emperor had a heart of stone that couldn't be hidden. If the favorability didn't increase a bit, Ping Fangyi felt very uneasy. She had been here for so long, but there was no progress. Could it be that she was going to die here this time? She was going to stay in the imperial palace for the rest of her life. For her, the imperial palace was just a trip that she could take whenever she wanted. It was a place to rest and a place to settle down after completing a mission. After Ping Fangyi got better, Ningxu didn't accompany her every day. However, he still held Ping Fangyi at the top of his heart. If he had nothing to do, he would reward her with a bunch of things. If he had nothing to do, he would stroll around the garden and press the stone road. However, Ping Fangyi felt more and more despair. What kind of man was this? Why couldn't he give her a heart? Why couldn't he like her? If she didn't obtain the emperor's heart, how could she leave the terrifying imperial harem? It had been a long time, but the favorability didn't increase a bit. Up until now, she had been poisoned several times. There were concubines who secretly harmed her, and there was also the Empress Dowager. She didn't know if the Empress was among them. The Empress rarely came out. Her presence wasn't as strong as the Empress Dowager's, but the Empress Dowager was still in charge of the imperial harem. She really wanted to obtain the Emperor's heart and leave this place. Leave this fire pit. No, this was a sinkhole. The system had reminded her more than once that she didn't have much time and asked her to speed up. However, she had already used a lot of methods, but the favorability didn't increase. What could she do? In short, she was very desperate. She was so desperate that she wanted to hug the Emperor and perish together with him. What's wrong with you giving me a heart? Can you die if you like me? So what if you love me? Ping Fangyi was full of resentment, but when Ningxu turned around, she had a tranquil smile on her face. Ningxu also smiled, and Ping Fangyi smiled at each other. From Ping Fangyi, he didn't feel any love or affection. She used her cold heart to ask for the sincerity of others. It was fine to cheat a fool, but she actually cheated the emperor who didn't lack women and wanted to get the sincerity. Sincerity was a good thing. The power of the heart was very mysterious and powerful. For example, the power of faith, the heart of true love, and so on. Especially the emperor, his fate was very strong. Under the heavens, all the land belonged to the emperor. All the generals who led the army were the emperor's subjects. The world was under the control of the emperor. How much fate and merit did one have to become an emperor, the emperor's heart of true love and admiration? How much power did it contain? Ping Fangyi saw Ningxu smile, and her whole body shivered. Until the time set by the system was up, she still couldn't complete the mission of conquering the emperor. Her mission failed. Ping Fangyi felt that everything was going smoothly before, but why did she fail this time? Could it be that the emperor didn't like women? 2333, the system over there is about to break away. Oh, I thought you were in a daze. Ningxu arrived at Ping Fangyi's palace. Ping Fangyi was waiting for the system's punishment, hoping that the system would give her another chance. Ping Fangyi actually wanted to leave this world. She felt an unprecedented frustration here. She suspected that her charm was useless, and all her psychological attacks were useless. Her useless beauty was also useless. This wasn't a man, but a eunuch. Even if he was a eunuch, his root was gone, but his thoughts were still there. Ping Fangyi didn't want to entertain Ningxu at all. She lied on the bed and said that she wasn't feeling well. Ningxu said that it was fine and that he would guard her. Ping Fangyi's body trembled. In a situation where the discussion was fruitless, her system was about to break away from her. It was about to throw her into this strange era, a terrifying harem. 2333, when the system broke away from Ping Fangyi, it instantly started to attack the system. Ping Fangyi held her head and groaned in pain. She felt that her soul was about to explode. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Could it be that this system also wanted to absorb Ping Fangyi's soul? Many systems would squeeze all the value out of the host when they left, even taking away the host's soul. Ningxu felt an invisible shockwave sweeping out from the battle. All kinds of antiques on the shelf fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Ningxu looked at the pained Ping Fangyi with a horrified expression and asked, "What happened? What's wrong with you? Why are you in so much pain? Is there a ghost in your bedroom?" Pingfangi held her head, the veins on her forehead popping out. She gritted her teeth and said, "How would I know?" After a period of time, the turmoil finally calmed down. Ningxu said to Pingfangi, who was sweating profusely, "We need to find a sorcerer to exorcise the evil." "Your palace." Pingfangi didn't say anything. She was already staring at the top of the bed. Ningxu sighed and turned to leave. When he was out of the bedroom, he said to 2333, "It's done." "Oh, it's done." This system chose a host as a vessel and then swallowed the original soul in the body. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. That meant that the original soul in the body had been swallowed. This was a bit interesting. Swallowing your soul, using your body to seduce the emperor and seize the emperor's heart. After seizing the emperor's heart, the system would quickly run away. Without a soul, the body would naturally die. He wondered how many worlds this system had visited. "System, someone beat me to it," Beauty Liang's system said in a deep voice. After listening carefully, it sounded a bit dissatisfied. "What?" Beauty Liang was suddenly surprised and asked, "How is this possible? Could there be other mission enforcers here? I felt the shockwave from the battle before. It should be the system. There should be other mission enforcers here." The system sorted out all the people that Beauty Liang had seen. The Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the concubines of the various palaces. It analyzed who could be the mission enforcer and seized the strategy system before him. The system was a bit helpless. This system should be extremely good. It would constantly search for a host and help the host find a body. Seizing the emperor's heart was better than seizing the hearts of 100 people. Moreover, the system would absorb the host and the soul of the owner of the body. What a pity. Then who could be the mission enforcer? Beauty Liang frowned and asked. The system said coldly, "What do you think?" "I'm afraid it's the emperor." "Sigh, I'm sorry. I originally came here to do the system's mission, but I didn't expect there to be other mission enforcers. I even lost the system so that you can't swallow the system." Beauty Liang was apologetic and blamed herself. "System, it's a small matter. However, please complete the mission properly. If the completion rate of 60% or 70% is too high, you will be wiped out. It's not for me but for your own life. Please complete the mission properly," the system said. Beauty Liang saw that the system had forgiven her and immediately promised, "The next time I do the system's mission, I will work harder so that you can successfully swallow the system. Next time, I will do whatever you ask me to do." Sorry. The system just nodded. "You can find a chance to test the mission enforcer. If the missions don't conflict, we can work together." "Okay." Coming out of Pingfangi's palace, Ningxu walked in the imperial garden. 2333 said, "When I was fighting with the system just now, someone came in. It seems that there are other mission enforcers in this palace who wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, the system was taken away by me so he could only watch." 2333's tone had a hint of schadenfreude. Hearing that there were mission enforcers, Ningxu first thought of the awkward Beauty Liang. If Beauty Liang was a mission enforcer, then her previous actions could be explained. He didn't know what the other's mission was. What if it conflicted with his own mission? "What level of world is this?" Ningxu asked. "Intermediate." Intermediate was actually so messy, she didn't know if the other party was a mission enforcer like her who did all kinds of worlds, or an intermediate mission enforcer. However, she had to find a chance to test it out. Under the circumstances where both parties were interested, Ningxu and Beauty Liang sat on the same table. Ningxu looked at Beauty Liang. Beauty Liang looked at Ningxu generously. "Your Majesty." "Speak," Ningxu said while drinking tea. "You are a mission enforcer, right?" Beauty Liang asked directly. Ningxu ambiguously hummed. Even if he was sure that the other party was a mission enforcer, Ningxu wouldn't be too friendly. After all, even if they were from the same company and organization, they were strangers. He had to be vigilant during the mission. When Ningxu did things, she would not admit it if she could. She did not want to leave any evidence behind. Beauty Liang felt Ningxu's cold expression, and her enthusiasm faded a little. She said, "What is your mission?" My mission is to deal with pingfangi. This is the client's wish. Then what about your mission? What do you think my mission is? Ningxu asked. Whatever you want to do, I have no opinion. This sentence was to tell Beauty Liang that there was no conflict between missions. Beauty Liang still wanted to say something, but the system probably said something to her, so she kept her mouth shut. Beauty Liang raised her teacup and clinked it with Ningxu's teacup. She smiled and said, then let's work together happily. Ningxu just curled his lips and didn't say anything. Anyway, she didn't lose anything. The heart-snatching system had been absorbed by 2333. Another problem had been solved. As for the fight between this mission enforcer and pingfangi, Ningxu didn't care. The next thing was to solve the Shen family's problem. Only by taking down the Shen family could he have great power. Beauty Liang saw that Ningxu was about to leave. She hesitated and said to Ningxu, "Can I ask you for a favor?" "Say it." Since there was no conflict, he would help if he could. But if it hindered him, sorry, he couldn't help. "Can you stay for a night?" Beauty Liang said. Ningxu felt that this girl, or man, should be relatively new. Maybe it was just a facade. Ningxu immediately raised his eyebrows. "If you stay, aren't you afraid of something happening?" After all, now that he had a body, he could feel the joy of sex. When Beauty Liang heard this, she immediately showed a resistant expression. If it was just a mission enforcer, she wouldn't be willing to leave this world. But now it was an internal member of the organization. It felt like an office rape. How awkward would it be if they met in the future? If the other party spread it everywhere, how bad would it be? Because Ningxu was currently in a man's body, Beauty Liang also believed that Ningxu was a man. When she heard that something was going to happen, Beauty Liang panicked, especially under the system's gaze. Beauty Liang could not do such a thing with another man. Ningxu was a little surprised to see Beauty Liang in such a dilemma. This mission enforcer was probably the most cautious person Ningxu had ever seen. How did someone with such a personality choose to become a mission enforcer? Ningxu understood Beauty Liang's thoughts. The emperor slept in his palace for a night. This was a favor. Actually, she was overthinking things. After dealing with the system in Pingfangi's body, she would not care about Pingfangi anymore. If Pingfangi could stay in the harem, it would be fine. As for whether she could stay or not, it would depend on how many worlds Pingfangi had traversed and how many methods she had used to win the hearts of the emperors. Pingfangi's system chose to leave so early because it smelled danger. Liang Meidada could deal with Pingfangi. There was no need for her to add flowers to the brocade. After all, Pingfangi was about to fall out of favor. Then I'll be leaving. Ningxu flicked his sleeves and left. Who told you to make the decision to let him stay? Even if Beauty Liang's system was scolding people, it still had a lingering feeling that was hard to refuse. Hearing the system's words, Beauty Liang smiled brightly. So it was jealous? He took away the most valuable thing on Pingfangi's body. What else does Pingfangi have that is worthy of his attention? The system sighed. Gui, you have many methods. You know medicine and hypnotism. Why don't you use these skills? Also, as a mission enforcer, you don't need to be so weak in front of him. Gui stuck out her tongue. Didn't I forget? I will pay attention next time. Besides, I still have you, to give me hints. The system did not speak. Ningxu returned to his palace and familiarized himself with it. He lay on the bed and began to cultivate the peerless martial arts. Perhaps it was because the body of the peerless martial arts was damaged. Ningxu felt that cultivating the peerless martial arts was not as smooth as before. It was also not as fast as before. The spiritual energy in ancient times could barely form qi, but the qi formed was not as strong as before. The destruction of the peerless martial arts had a bigger impact than she had imagined. Not only was the construction of the world delayed indefinitely, even the cultivation itself had problems. She had to use more of her soul to repair the world. That night, the harem was not peaceful at all. Many people had a lot on their minds. Gui was happy and worried. She was happy that Pingfangi had finally fallen out of favor. She could now deal with Pingfangi. She was worried because she had done the mission for the system, but she did not expect the system to be absorbed by someone else. She felt that she had let down her own system. Ever since she became a mission enforcer, it had always been the system that reminded her. He was both a teacher and a friend, and the two of them were bound together. They had to support each other and continue to walk together. This was indeed a beautiful relationship. Dewey had a good impression of this invisible system, mainly because it was very stable with him around. Pingfangi repeatedly confirmed that the system had really left her. She could not help but cover her head with the blanket and cry. She did not want to stay in the palace. The flowers in the lonely palace were blooming. Her youth was about to wither in this harem. Pingfangi was absolutely unwilling. How many people had been buried in this harem? How many skeletons were there in this harem? It was originally a trip that could be left as soon as one said to leave. She could leave once she obtained the emperor's heart. But now, she had to stay here for a long time. Pingfangi was so scared that her whole body was trembling. She was afraid of the harem in the imperial palace. Because she had seen many of them, she knew that she was even more afraid of the demons and monsters in this harem. She was relying on the fact that she would not stay here forever. Once she obtained the emperor's heart, she would leave and die. She would become the eternal white moonlight and cinnabar mole in the emperor's heart. Death would make the emperor's heart purer. It would also make the emperor remember her in his heart forever. If the emperor wanted her, even if he had a good impression of her, it would be fine. But after the system left, the emperor's good impression of her had stopped at zero. There was no good feeling or love at all. There was not even a little bit of like. How could she survive in this harem? There was also the Empress Dowager. Previously, the emperor doted on her so much that sand had already entered the Empress Dowager's eyes. Pingfangi's eyes were red as she analyzed her situation. She discovered that her situation was not ordinary. Without the system, she might not even know if she was poisoned to death. There was also a group of concubines. Previously, the emperor's doting caused her to attract a large wave of hatred. Now, each and every one of them wanted to step on her. If it was said that Pingfangi was in a state of contempt for the concubines in the harem and did not care about them, she was in a state where she would ascend and leave at any time. But now, she could not be willful. Now that she thought about it, her situation. These lonely women in the palace would do anything for the emperor. Torturing others, torturing themselves, torturing their children. They would use whatever they could. Pingfangi cried as she wrapped herself in the quilt and shivered. She was extremely worried about her future. Being thrown in this kind of dynasty, she might become a member buried in the harem. Now, it seemed like she could only place her hopes on the emperor. She hoped that he would dote on her like before. But if he did, the Empress Dowager would kill her. She should cultivate her body and mind when she was old. Don't think about killing people when you have nothing to do. The darkness ahead made Pingfangi unable to take a step forward. She was so scared that she lost the courage to face everything. It made Pingfangi want to end her life first, but she was unwilling. In the harem, there were many servants. But she had to fight and continue fighting. Moreover, Pingfangi did not know if she could return to her previous life after she died and start a peaceful life. In the past, she did not feel anything when she wandered around the world. With the system, she could see all kinds of male gods. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with her life. But now, Pingfangi only wanted to be an ordinary person and live peacefully. Ever since he subdued the system, Ningshu rarely went to the harem. The only person he cared about in the harem was Pingfangi. Now that everything was settled, he did not need to care about Pingfangi. Pingfangi treated the harem as child's play. But the harem taught her the cruel truth. He did not dote on Pingfangi anymore. He also did not reward Pingfangi with anything. He also did not call Pingfangi in front of him. Therefore, it was unrealistic to hope for the emperor's true feelings. After all, he only needed to hook his finger and there would be many women. They would not cherish things that were easily obtained. During this period, there were only a few words about the flood in Pengzhou. Moreover, they were all vague. They did not know the specific situation in Pengzhou. Ningshu was furious in the imperial court and asked how Pengzhou was. Old General Shen only asked Ningshu to wait. Maybe the news was too late and the emperor was waiting. What was there to wait for? Ningxu saw that after old General Shen spoke, the court became quiet. The ministers lowered their heads and did not speak. Occasionally, they would even mention something unrelated. It didn't matter that the Empress Dowager controlled the state affairs, but she only grasped the power and did not fulfill the duties of the power. Every time she did something, the Empress Dowager would lecture her. Even if she was his biological mother, she was too impatient. What a scam! The Empress Dowager's attitude was very vague. He could not figure out what she wanted to do. She wanted the Shen family to rebel, but she did not seem to have this intention. But now that the master was weak and the servants were strong, it would be strange if there were no problems. Ningxu did not shy away from cursing in the Xuanda Hall after the morning court session. He cursed as he read the memorials. It was to reach the ears of the Empress Dowager. She did not know whether the Empress Dowager wanted to protect the imperial power or the Shen family. The Empress Dowager and the Empress Dowager were the same. They mediated in the middle but could not solve the problem substantively. Once the emperor got angry, it seemed that he did not like anything. He did not go to the harem. This made Pingfangi suffer. The first to change their attitude were the servants in Pingfangi's harem. When the master was favored, the servants would have a future. Now that Pingfangi had clearly fallen from favor, these servants became lazy. They procrastinated when doing things. Some of the servants had already looked for other branches. Pingfangi saw this and was very angry. She did not know how many things she rewarded these servants before, but now these people left without any reluctance. Her personal palace maid comforted Pingfangi, saying that the emperor was now worried about the flood in Pengzhou and had no time to go to the harem. When the emperor was free, according to his previous attitude of doting on her master, he would definitely come back to see her. Pingfangi's heart was full of thoughts. She was waiting for a man's pity. All the honor and disgrace were tied to a man. This made Pingfangi feel very pitiful, but she had to look forward to it. Otherwise, the days in the harem would be too difficult. Especially when someone deliberately made things difficult for her. The charcoal fire was getting less and less, and the food was getting simpler. It was clearly winter, but there was a flood in Pengzhou. Then the dam burst. Not only did people starve to death, they also froze to death. There were corpses everywhere. If these corpses were not handled properly, an epidemic would occur. There were people among the people who said that the current emperor was incompetent. It was the emperor's fault, so the heavens punished him. When Ningxu heard this rumor, he glanced at the Chen family. Using this kind of method to attack an emperor who desperately wanted to be in power. Perhaps there was a bit of kinship in this. The Chen family had no choice but to do this. Even if the Chen family did not do it, the officials and interest groups behind the Chen family had to push the Chen family to do it. They probably wanted to use this kind of method to warn the emperor. Was it not good to be an emperor peacefully? If they caused trouble, they would not even be able to be a puppet emperor. After Ningxu left court, he smashed everything in the room that could be smashed. The Empress Dowager probably understood this in her heart and did not appear in front of Ningxu. Ningxu closed the door and smashed things expressionlessly. After smashing, he immediately reduced the expenses of the harem. He said that the victims of the disaster in Pengzhou were in an abyss of suffering. Everyone had to be more frugal and donate as much as they could. Ningxu took the lead and had the Empress Dowager and Empress donate money. Following the example of their superiors, the concubines in the harem more or less took out some things, hoping to show their faces in front of the emperor. Pingfangi took out all the things that Ningxu had rewarded her before. Then she looked at Ningxu with a pair of eyes full of affection. Ningxu looked away and met a pair of eyes that said, I understand everything. Lu Jiaoyi, who was grounded, came out to cause trouble again. Beauty Liang symbolically donated some silver and jewelry. After that, Ningxu sent a large number of doctors to Pengzhou, as well as all kinds of medicinal herbs and cotton-padded clothes. In this world, he did not know if the power of law could be used. Since it was a flood, then if the law of water could be used, it would be fine to evaporate the water. Ningxu wanted to make the water flow backwards, but it was too shocking. Moreover, whether it could be used or not was a problem. He tried it. The power of law could be used, but the restrictions were too great. Ningxu evaporated a vat of water. However, Pengzhou was too far away from here. He did not know if the power of law could reach there and not be blocked by the Tao of Heaven. Ningxu closed his eyes and felt the water flow, lakes, and rivers in the direction of Pengzhou. Finally, he felt the water gushing out of Pengzhou. He first lowered the surging water and then began to evaporate the water. Once the water started to evaporate, a shoddy construction would appear. It would be best to investigate who built the dam. With the power of law, the water would slowly evaporate. Ningxu stretched his neck and waited for news from Su Chang'an. He had been gone for so long, but there was not a single word. Could it be that Su Chang'an had been assassinated? He said that it did not matter if he sided with the Shen family when necessary. Ningxu didn't want unyielding officials who wouldn't wallow in the mire. What he needed now were officials who were smart and could get things done. If possible, Ningxu wanted to sneak into the Shen family. It was time for the Empress Dowager to be sick for a while and enjoy her old age. Ningxu lost his temper every day because of the flood in Pengzhou. Su Chang'an's letter finally reached Ningxu's hands. It was Ningxu herself who went out of the palace to get it from the beggar clan. The letter was very thick. There was also a book full of deals made by the officials. Ningxu was indifferent to all kinds of benefits. When he returned to the palace, Ningxu went to the Empress Dowager's palace and gave the things to her. I can be a puppet emperor. If you want to control the court, I will pretend I don't have the ability. But your Shen family is a domestic rat. You dig up the world's people to enrich yourself. The officials who do this business and the income from these officials do their best to rob the people. The world only knows about the Shen family and not the emperor. Ningxu looked coldly at the Empress Dowager. If you manage the country well, I have nothing to say. But you tell me to be a good emperor every day. Why don't you take care of your own family? Your Majesty, someone is framing you. Who is it? Remove them from their post and investigate. This kind of evidence can be made up by anyone. The Shen family is loyal to you, the Empress Dowager said with a frown. Ningxu, I'd be stupid to tell you. Mother, give me the Jingdou Imperial Guard's commander's seal and I will let the Shen family go, Ningxu said. Your Majesty. I don't want to hear nonsense. You know what your Shen family is like. Don't quibble. Ningxu said, isn't it good for you to enjoy your old age? Your Majesty, you should understand why I don't give you the commander's seal. The Empress Dowager's face was bitter. I understand. Once I have power, I will fight with the Shen family. Thank you for thinking of me. Ningxu said, Mother, you are sick. Stay in the palace for a while. I hope you can live a long life. Let me be filial to you. Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager didn't take the commander's seal. Ningxu paid no attention to the Empress Dowager. He went to the Empress Dowager's bed, lifted the cup, and uncovered a wooden plank of the bed, revealing a box. Inside the box was the commander's seal. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to see that there was a box in the bed. Under the Empress Dowager's horrified eyes, Ningxu took the commander's seal and scanned it with his spiritual force. He knew every corner of the room. Your Majesty, you have been waiting for this day for a long time. That day will definitely come. Your Majesty, you said you would let the Shen family go. Empress Dowager Ningxu said. Don't worry, but I still need Imperial Mother to say something in court. Ningxu put away the letter book and left the Empress Dowager's palace. Along the way, he met the Empress. The Empress bowed to Ningxu. Ningxu did not say anything and walked around the Empress. The Empress's heart trembled. She felt that something had happened and hurried to the Empress Dowager's palace. However, she was stopped and told that the Empress Dowager was sick. The Empress obviously felt that something was wrong and quickly informed the Shen family. Ningxu also informed the Shen family that the Empress Dowager was sick and they should go to the palace to see the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was the standard figure of the Shen family. Now that she was sick, the Shen family naturally had to go to the palace to see her. The Empress always felt that something was wrong. What was that scum's conspiracy? Old General Shen and General Shen both entered the palace to see the sick Empress Dowager. Old General Shen and General Shen were now the pillars of the Shen family. They had to unload their weapons when they entered the palace. If something happened to them in the palace, it would be bad. Old General Shen felt that he was old, so he took the lead. If he died, there would be young people behind him who could support the Shen family. The Shen family did not know that the emperor was afraid of them, but some things could not be done easily. If they handed over the military power, some things would be revealed. The Shen family would be unarmed and waiting to be executed. What's more, if you want to condemn someone, you will always have a pretext. It was hard to stop halfway. Old General Shen walked into the hall and heard the coughing sound of the Empress Dowager. He cupped his fist and saluted to ask how she was. The Empress Dowager's coughing could not be suppressed. After saying a few words, she started coughing. She could not even speak coherently. Old General Shen was very worried. He was very worried about his daughter. After that, the other members of the Shen family came to see the Empress Dowager. There was no situation of imprisoning her in the palace. They did not imprison anyone in the Shen family. They even stayed for dinner. When they thought the emperor would make things difficult, Ningxu had them go back. During the morning court, Ningxu said worriedly, "I feel that the heavens might really blame us. Pengzhou had a flood, and now mother is sick. This is a warning from the heavens. Therefore, I have decided to offer a sacrifice to the heavens and write an obituary to apologize to the heavens." Therefore, Ningxu had the Ministry of Rites prepare the various matters of the sacrifice. General Shen's uncle cupped his hand to Ningxu and said, "Then I will be responsible for the order of the sacrifice and let it end smoothly." "Then I will have to trouble you, uncle." Since it was a sacrifice to the heavens, then the emperor and empress had to offer the sacrifice together. Ningxu went to the Empress Dowager's palace and told her to make preparations. Otherwise, if anything went wrong during the sacrifice, the heavens would blame them. The empress knew that the emperor's reputation among the people was very bad. Many people believed the rumors and blamed him for the flood and the deaths of the victims in Pengzhou. Using this method to clear his name, the empress felt that it would be better if something went wrong during the sacrifice. It would solidify the reputation of an incapable ruler who was condemned by the heavens. The Ministry of Rites quickly prepared the matters of the sacrifice and chose the best day for the sacrifice. On the day of the sacrifice, the air was clear and bright, but it was a bit cold. Ningxu wore a dragon robe and a crown on his head. It was very grand. The empress wore the empress's palace attire. She was very graceful and luxurious. She walked with Ningxu up the steps to the altar. The empress bit her lip. She wanted to roll down the steps and cause something to happen during the sacrifice. The empress's foot slipped and she was about to fall. Ningxu grabbed her arm and held her steadily. The empress's expression was a little painful. Ningxu grabbed her arm as if he was going to break it. It was impossible for her to roll down the steps. The empress turned to look at the cold side profile of the man beside her. This man's heart was as hard as iron. He only had power in his heart. "Dog Emperor, hand over your life. You don't have the right to be the emperor. You might as well abdicate." A guard with a special voice jumped out and stabbed Ningxu with his sword. This cry gave everyone present a fright, and they hurriedly shouted for protection. Ningxu shook off the empress's arm. The empress fell to the ground and dodged the assassin's attack. In a flash, Ningxu was held down by the guard with a knife at his neck. "Warrior, what grudge do I have with you?" Ningxu asked angrily. "You incapable ruler. What right do you have to be the emperor? You should quickly abdicate and give it to General Shen." General Shen was speechless. Where did this idiot come from? His acting skills were too clumsy. General Shen instantly knew that the Shen family had been framed. He just needed to train his acting skills a bit. Other than having a loud voice, there was nothing else. Where did this assassin come from? Don't try to sow discord between the emperor and this official. Not only are we emperor and official, we are also blood-related relatives. General Chen immediately retorted. Ningxu repeatedly said, "Yes, Zhen believes in uncle. General Chen, you saved my family. I have no way to repay you. I can only kill this incapable ruler and clear the obstacles for Chen family," the guard excitedly said. Standing on the high steps of the altar, his voice spread from all directions. Ningxu felt that his eardrums were about to be pierced. Fuck, clear the obstacles. General Chen felt that something was wrong. He couldn't let this guard who came out of nowhere speak nonsense. The surrounding officials were discussing spiritedly. General Chen subconsciously shouted, "Release the arrows." "General, the emperor is still up there, and there is also the empress." An official reminded. The emperor was the leader of his subjects. If he really wanted to kill the emperor, his heart still didn't dare. General Chen was riding a tiger and it was hard to get off. That loud guard was still howling at the top of his lungs, saying something about longevity. He really put Chen family on the fire to roast. Ningshu's face was first stupefied, then shocked, then in disbelief. Finally, with a sad face, he called out to General Chen, "Uncle." Ningshu's acting skills were definitely several levels higher than the guard who was howling behind him. He looked like he had been betrayed and wronged. The empress who was pushed to the ground by Ningshu pulled out a dagger from her sleeve and suddenly stabbed towards the assassin's back. The guard groaned and held on to Ningshu even more tightly. His arm circled around Ningshu's neck. The sword was close to his skin and blood flowed out. The guard's blade was a bit trembling. Ningshu felt a bit of pain in his neck. "You piece of trash. Ben Gong told you to kill this incapable ruler, but I never told you to frame the Chen family. The Chen family has been loyal to the Murong family for generations." The empress held the dagger that was dripping with blood. The hatred that she had been suppressing exploded. There was a strong gloomy aura around her body. She didn't look like a graceful and luxurious empress. Instead, she looked like a resentful woman, a female ghost filled with resentment. Ningshu narrowed his eyes. "Why do you want to hurt me? Could it be that you don't know, Your Majesty? This concubine hates you for being heartless and heartless. This concubine hates you for being an incapable ruler who forgets favors and violates justice. This concubine wants to kill you to relieve the hatred in my heart." The empress chuckled. "It was I who sent this guard to kill you, you heartless person. Why do you favor the concubines in your harem but never come to see me? I was your wife when we were young. Why are you so cruel and heartless? I'm going to kill you." The empress seemed to have gone mad. General Chen hurriedly knelt down and shouted, "Emperor, please punish me. It is this official's fault that the Chen family raised such a rebellious daughter." The empress took the dagger and stabbed it into her own neck. Her eyes were lifeless as she stared at Ningshu. "I hate you. I want to turn into a ghost so that you will never have peace." General Chen couldn't help but close his eyes. He couldn't bear to watch anymore. He knew that his daughter sacrificed herself to protect the Chen family. This matter changed from a rebellion to a jealous wife who wanted to kill her husband. The nature was different. The empress was ready to die. The dagger was about to pierce into her neck when an arrow shot over. The dagger in the empress's hand fell to the ground. Of course, the empress's hand was also injured. It was bleeding profusely. Everyone reflexively looked at the person who shot the arrow. The commander of the Imperial Guards was sitting on the back of a horse with a bow in his hand. He turned over and got off the horse. The Imperial Guards behind him surrounded the entire altar. "General, the Empress Dowager sent this official to see what's wrong with the sacrifice." The commander of the Imperial Guards walked in front of General Chen and cupped his hands. Zhen was kidnapped. Ningshu tried to make his presence known. At this time, shouldn't he take a look at this emperor? The guard who kidnapped Ningshu behind him seemed to be possessed by a drama queen. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "General, this is the only thing this official can do for you. Kill this incapable ruler. This official will repay the general with his life." General Chen really wanted to shout. "Who the hell are you?" The commander of the Imperial Guards touched the sword at his waist and said to General Chen, "General, the only thing we can do now is to kill that assassin." General Chen knew that the Imperial Guards were his Empress Dowager's sister's people. He shook his head and said, "We can't. Right now, the emperor is still being held hostage by him. If the emperor was really killed, then wouldn't the Shen family's plan to usurp the throne be confirmed?" General Chen's eyes were unfathomable. He looked at Ningshu's face and ordered, "Follow me to kill the assassin. Don't hurt the emperor." "General, don't worry. This official will kill this dog emperor for you. Kill this incapable ruler who brought calamity to the people of the world." The guard held Ningxu's neck with one hand and held the sword with the other to fight with the guards who were rushing over. Brothers, follow this general to protect the emperor. The Shin family wants to rebel. The empress wants to murder the emperor. General Chen wants to murder the emperor. The commander of the imperial guards suddenly shouted. In addition, the imperial guards that came before had already surrounded the altar. Even the civil and military officials inside were blocked. In the chaos, many officials were injured. If it wasn't their legs, then it was their faces. The more serious ones died on the spot. General Chen was stunned. He shouted at the commander of the imperial guards, General Li Yuwei, what do you mean? Saving the emperor is more important. Audacious Shin family, you want to usurp the throne. The commander of the imperial guards called out to the imperial guards. The two families started fighting. Emperor, you are so ruthless. The empress, who was lying on the altar, used her injured hand to grab Ningxu's ankle. She raised her head and looked at Ningxu, you planned all of this. He thought that he would be able to change things once again. Compared to his previous life when he framed the Shin family and searched for evidence of the Shin family's usurpation of the throne with great fanfare, the emperor in this life had once again devised this plan. It was just as sinister. Ningxu didn't speak. He felt the blood soaking his ankle. Facing the empress's hateful eyes, he was indifferent. The empress's eyes dimmed, what is your heart made of? Emperor, the Shin family was wronged. The Shin family has never done anything wrong to you. Why do you want to frame the Shin family like this? How can I allow others to sleep beside my bed? Ningxu said. You really don't care about kinship at all. Your Majesty, the Shin family is also your family. They are your maternal grandfather, your uncle. The empress pleaded with Ningxu, Your Majesty, Xianxia is begging you. Ningxu sighed, I ate too much, that's why I put in so much effort. What do you think is the root of this matter? The guard holding Ningxu saw that General Chen had been caught. He let go of Ningxu and ran while shouting, General, this little one will avenge you. Then he disappeared. General Chen's hands were caught. He put them behind his back and knelt on the ground. He didn't struggle. He looked at Ningxu on the high platform and said, the child has grown up, but his methods are really despicable. It didn't matter if the method was despicable or not, the important thing was that it was useful. The empress crawled on the ground, her hands covered in blood. She grabbed Ningxu's ankle and raised her head to look at Ningxu. She seemed to be shedding tears of blood as she spoke. But Emperor, the Chen family has been handed over. How can the Emperor let the Chen family go? The Chen family is only doing this to protect themselves. Just like Emperor, you only have power in your heart. You have a heart of stone. Isn't it for the supreme power? The Chen family is holding on to power to protect themselves. Ningxu was a bit annoyed, of course Zhen is also doing this to protect myself. Zhen is just a puppet. Whenever Zhen is dissatisfied, Zhen will be kicked off the throne. You know that the Chen family won't. The Empress said while crying blood. Ningxu helped the Empress up and faced her, if not, Zhen wouldn't have to offer sacrifices to the heavens to confess. Because Zhen is an incompetent emperor, the heavens are blaming me. Do you understand the meaning of these words? If not for these rumors, she would have to offer sacrifices to the heavens and ask for forgiveness. She would say that she wasn't a qualified emperor. Then, the Empress Dowager was coincidentally sick. As a filial emperor, she had to pray for her mother. The Empress cried, Emperor, what do you want Xianxia to do? One is my family, and you are Xianxia's husband. Ningxu, what could they do? One wanted to take back power, and the other didn't want to let go. So, it was normal for them to fight. General Chen was detained by the imperial guards. As for the sacrifice to the heavens, it was over. Not even a sentence of the obituary was read. Many officials were injured. As for how long they would need to recuperate, it was unknown. The coffin shops and doctors in the capital were the busiest. Ningxu was very generous to these recuperating officials. He let the imperial doctors in the palace treat them. As for General Chen, Ningxu placed him in the palace and didn't directly throw him into prison. The reason was that there were still many suspicious points in this matter. So, they had to investigate clearly and not wrongly accuse the Qin family. Those who didn't know would think that the Qin family was favored. General Chen was locked in the palace like an iron cage. Like the Empress, he couldn't take a step out. Moreover, the Empress's act of regicide was witnessed by many eyes. It was irrefutable evidence. Even if Ningxu didn't say anything, those stubborn imperial censors who couldn't tolerate sand in their eyes would definitely report to impeach the Empress. Ningxu's report was written is his injuries. Since they were injured, they had to recuperate someone's job and they would take their position and work. He gave them a large sum of money. Ningxu suppressed the Qin family's matter. He didn't say what he would do, only that it was still being investigated. Even this matter, Ningxu only said that it was matter between husband and wife. She would have taken care of it herself. The Empress Dowager dragged her sickly body and coughed until her back was hunched. She walked in front of Ningxu and started to cry. Ningxu reached out and patted her back. The Empress Dowager's voice was a bit hoarse. Emperor, Muhu, don't worry. Ningxu said, there are some words that you still need to say in front of the court's civil and military officials. What do you want Ijia to say? The Empress Dowager coughed. Her lips were dry and pale. Ningxu gently patted the Empress Dowager's back as he said, Muhu, you know. In the end, it's the Qin family. Zhen can't bear to touch them. The Empress Dowager's back was slightly hunched. Ijia knew tis whatevs. Something like this must happen. It would be abnormal if it didn't. Any emperor with a bit of courage would want to not be controlled by others. Of course, it didn't exclude those emperors who only wanted to play around and enjoy life. As long as there was wine, food, and women, everything would be fine. The next day, the Empress Dowager went to court with him. The Empress Dowager said, now that the emperor has grown up, he has a clear mind. In the future, the matters of the court will be discussed with the emperor. There is no need to find Ijia. The matters of the court will all be decided by the emperor. The Empress Dowager spoke for a long time and was a bit tired. She stopped and coughed twice. Under Ningxu's gaze, she said, when the time comes, the Qin family will also hand over their military power. There was an uproar in the court. Old General Chen, who was standing at the front, swayed a bit. He seemed to have aged a lot. He was like an old man with one foot in the grave. Ningxu immediately said, Grandfather has worked hard to guard the border and made great contributions. Zhen bestows upon him a gold medallion. Thank you, Your Majesty. But I don't have the medallion with me. Old General Chen thought of his son who was imprisoned in the palace. Now that the Empress Dowager had spoken, there was no turning back. Yesterday, there was a sacrifice to heaven. Today, something like this happened in the court. What the Empress Dowager did was not within old General Chen's expectations. Ningxu smiled and said, it's okay. Let Xiaolu go to the general's manor to get it. Oh right, General Li Yue will also go with him. General Yue was the commander of the Imperial Guards. He would definitely bring his soldiers to the general's manor. Grandfather, where did you put the medallion? Tell Xiaolu so that he won't have to search everywhere in the general's manor. It will be a waste of time and he will break things. Old General Chen said, I don't remember clearly at the moment. I am old and my memory is not very good. I only remember that it was placed in a very safe place. Ningxu smiled slightly and was not angry at all. Grandfather, take your time to think about it. Oh right, you said that you would be rewarded for your hard work. Come, bring the gold medallion. A young eunuch carried a tray. On the tray was a golden medallion with the words death-free written on it. Old General Chen took the gold medallion and glanced at the Empress Dowager. He knelt down to thank her. He looked like he was thinking hard. Finally, he said the location of the tiger medallion. Xiaolu and the commander of the Imperial Guards hurried to find it. Old General Chen looked at Ningxu. Ningxu smiled at him. All the courtiers were waiting for Xiaolu and the commander of the Imperial Guards to come back. They knew that the emperor was going to take power now. Some of the officials could not sit still. They wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads with their sleeves from time to time. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn and stagnant. Everyone subconsciously held their breaths. Xianxia coughed. Many of the officials were frightened by the sudden sound and trembled. What else is there to report? Xianxia stroked his long sleeves and said casually. But none of the officials stepped forward. Xianxia said lightly, the world is so big. Is there nothing else? Who was in the mood to talk about trivial things now? Now that the Xian family had fallen, they could not even protect themselves. How could they talk about the world's affairs? The quiet hall was mixed with the Empress Dowager's suppressed coughs. Xianxia said to the Empress Dowager, if Muhu isn't feeling well, go back and rest. I will have the imperial physician take a look at Muhu. Muhu, you must take care of your body. The Empress Dowager covered her mouth with a handkerchief and nodded. Just as she was about to leave, the officials immediately bowed. Farewell, Empress Dowager. Xianxia watched the Empress Dowager leave and then said to everyone, it's quite boring. If you have something to say it. An official from the Ministry of Revenue stood up and said that because of the disaster relief, the national treasury was empty. Tell me what you can do. I can conjure silver. I can only think of ways to increase revenue and reduce expenditure, Xianxia said. Who knows how the disaster relief situation in Pengzhou is right now? Reporting to the emperor, there is no news. Xianxia muttered, how does the Suchingan do things? He didn't even send back a single piece of news and then sent people to Pengzhou. Although the officials continued to report some matters, the atmosphere was particularly solemn. Old General Chen stood at the front and didn't say a word. Everyone felt that each day was like a year. Finally, Xiaolu returned. Xianxia placed his hand on the dragon throne and stroked it. Xiaolu presented the commander's seal to Xianxia. Xianxia smiled slightly and accepted the commander's seal. He said to old General Chen as gently as a spring breeze, Grandfather, stay in the palace for lunch. Muhu's body isn't well. Spend more time with her. This old official obeys. Old General Chen raised his hands and didn't say anything else. The imperial guards were in his hands. The Qin family's military power was also in his hands. Most of the officials in court were new faces. Xianxia was very happy. He had the Qin family stay for lunch, including the grounded empress and his uncle or father-in-law. The Empress Dowager also attended, but because she wasn't feeling well, she left early. The atmosphere at the table was clearly very strange and still, but Xianxia acted as if nothing had happened. He raised his wine cup and urged everyone to drink. Everyone had a serious expression. Only Xianxia had a smile on his face. The Qin family's veins bulged. They knew he was happy, but he shouldn't be grinning like that. But when the emperor urged them to drink, they had to drink. The empress sat beside Xianxia with her head lowered. She did not say a word and occasionally picked up some food to eat. In the end, old General Chen was someone who had seen great storms and waves. He instructed Xianxia with a few words. It was nothing more than wanting Xianxia to become a good emperor that was revered by tens of thousands. Xianxia laughed and said that he wouldn't let his grandfather down. After the banquet was over, Xianxia let General Chen go and didn't imprison him. Now that the military power in the Qin family's hands was gone, although they were granted a death exemption medal, if the Qin family's matters were to be exposed, several medals would not be enough. The empress took this opportunity to find the Empress Dowager. As soon as she walked into the Empress Dowager's palace, she smelled a strong smell of medicine. The empress lifted the bead curtain and saw the Empress Dowager lying on the couch. After bowing, she asked how her mother was doing. The Empress Dowager said in a hoarse and melancholy voice, illness comes like a falling mountain, and goes like spinning silk. Aunt, you're silly. How can you give the control of the imperial guards to the emperor? The empress couldn't help but say angrily. She was reborn, so she had to take precautions. She even asked her father to strengthen the guards in the mansion. She didn't want anyone to enter the house and had to carefully check every corner of the mansion. This was to prevent the emperor from using underhanded methods again. Before Xianxia left the palace and went to the general's mansion, so he was directly chased away. The sacrificial ceremony was planned in advance. It needed the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards had always been the Imperial Guards and were in the hands of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager didn't ask anyone and just gave it to the Emperor. The Empress was now carrying the crime of killing her husband out of jealousy and killing the Emperor. In order to save the Shen family, she could only do this. She didn't know when the incapable Emperor would investigate. If he investigated, it would be a disaster. Now the Shen family had no power to truss a chicken. The Empress Dowager seemed to have phlegm in her throat. Anyway, it was not refreshing. She looked at the Empress. Then what do you want Xianxia to do? The Shen family's heart is getting bigger and bigger. Xianxia has the heart but is powerless. I can't control the Shen family. Auntie, do you know what the Shen family will face next? The Empress was very anxious. She just wanted to change the fate of the Shen family. The Emperor is Xiao's child. Do you think Xiao wants to see the two sides fight? But at least the Shen family has the power to protect themselves. But now the Shen family can only wait to be captured. The Empress said weakly. So what if they gave her a death-free gold medallion? The death-free gold medallion couldn't be used every time. Although she took all the responsibility for the sacrificial ceremony, it would still implicate the Shen family. Also, she didn't know if the Shen family's previous matters would be exposed. There would always be people doing bad things in the name of the Shen family. These things would be blamed on the Shen family. If the Emperor was more ruthless and put the blame on the Shen family would still repeat the same mistakes. The Empress felt very powerless. The house was about to collapse. She was alone. Auntie, why don't you discuss it with me? If they want to kill, then kill. Anyway, the child was already 3 years old. Even if he was still young, at least the Shen family could survive. Since her rebirth, there were people dragging her down everywhere. The Emperor was still treacherous. The Empress was worried about her son and wanted to protect the Shen family. She was in a dilemma. She only wanted to protect the Shen family. If the Emperor died, the Shen family would be saved. Ningxu sent 5,000 troops to Pengzhou. First, it was to maintain the stability of Pengzhou and send some supplies over. Second, it was to kill the generals who relied on the Shen family. As for the crimes, they were ironclad. They embezzled military funds and seized land. They would be executed immediately and then take over the troops. Even if the Shen family was innocent and didn't seem to have done anything illegal, these people who relied on the Shen family could drag the Shen family to death. When there were more teammates, there would be more useless teammates. Ningxu didn't feel sorry for the Empress Dowager who was in a dilemma. If he really wanted to protect the Shen family, he wouldn't have given them so much power. The Shen family also wouldn't have become arrogant. Once people became arrogant, they wouldn't be far from destruction. The Empress Dowager put her maternal family in important positions and pushed the Shen family to the peak of power. When Ningxu was the Empress Dowager regent, he didn't choose her maternal family when selecting assistant ministers. He didn't dare to put her maternal family in important positions. This was a weakness that the civil and military officials could use against him. The most taboo thing in the royal family was for relatives to monopolize power. If the Shen family didn't have such great power, this wouldn't have happened. Now, when Ningxu went to court, the imperial censor would impeach officials. Most of them were officials who relied on the Shen family. If it wasn't serious, Ningxu would punish them. If it was serious, he would kill them directly. Corrupt officials were killed directly. This could change the atmosphere of the imperial court in a short time. Of course, after killing people, he had to appease the frightened officials. He had to say that even if he tightened his belt, he wouldn't let his beloved officials who worked hard for the country and the people suffer. The indifferent faces of the civil and military officials were speechless. Other people would have all the civil and military officials fall in love with them, but Ningxu would have all the civil and military officials hate her. If it wasn't for the replacement officials, the entire imperial court would have been empty, and there would be echoes when they spoke. All the civil and military officials clamped their tails, whether it was a fox's tail, a dog's tail, or a proud cat's tail, all of them were tucked away. They all knew that the emperor was cleaning up the Shen family, but the Shen family didn't make a move. They didn't understand what the emperor was thinking. Some people tried to send memorials to impeach some things. If they investigated carefully, it would definitely be related to the Xin family, but Ningxu put it aside. This way, the court officials understood and did what they needed to do, not mentioning the Xin family's matters. Because he had power, Ningxu had to read many memorials every day. These memorials were no longer filtered memorials. Some of the previous memorials had been read by the Empress Dowager and were kept away. Some memorials wouldn't appear in front of her. The memorials now were several times more than before. She was now an emperor who was diligent and loved the people. Because after the general guarding Pengzhou was killed, news of Pengzhou came back to the palace one after another. Su Qinggan wrote a booklet and explained the situation in Pengzhou in detail. The flood had stopped and everywhere had been swept by the flood. Now, there was no way to carry out agricultural production or planting. Furthermore, under the impact of the flood, the houses had been reduced to pieces of wood. There wasn't even a place to live. Ningxu told Su Qinggan not to come back first, and to take precautions against the epidemic. Corpses that had been soaked in water were easy to develop an epidemic. The corpses had to be buried and disinfected. The spread of an epidemic was comparable to fire and water. The people sent over now were all his own people, so Su Qinggan should be able to do whatever he wanted. The problem was that the national treasury was empty, and there was a flood. Ningxu had to think of ways to deduct money. He always felt that he was a poor person no matter where he was. It was really miserable. Ningxu suspected that he would be poor for the rest of his life, and that he lived a miserable life every day. Your Majesty, the Empress sent someone over to invite Your Majesty to the Empress Palace for a meal. Xiaoluzi bowed and said. Ningxu's attention was on the memorials, and he didn't look up. When? Dinner. Ningxu nodded. She didn't know why the Empress was looking for her. Ever since she came to this world, she had only met the Empress a few times, let alone share the same bed. The Empress seemed to have completely given up on her client. She did not fight for favor, nor did she seek favor. He ignored the Emperor. Ningxu put down the cinnabar brush. Seeing that it was getting late, he headed for the Empress' sleeping quarters. The Empress's palace was very quiet. Other than the bright lights in the room, there was no sound at all. Everyone suspected that there was no one in the palace. Ningxu walked in and felt the warmth of the charcoal fire on his face. The Empress was dressed very simply. Her hair was combed into a bun, and there was no hairpin on it. There were no earrings on her ears, and there was no face covering. Other than her clothes, there was nothing else on her body. Your Majesty. The Empress bowed. Ningxu got up and sat down. The dishes on the gold-rimmed Nanma table were sumptuous. The Empress poured a cup of wine for Ningxu. Ningxu raised the cup. Xianxia congratulates Your Majesty for achieving your wish. What wish? Ningxu looked at the clear wine in the cup. It should be good wine, as it gave off a rich aroma. The Empress tilted her head and seemed to be puzzled. Isn't Your Majesty's wish to be in power? For power, you can do anything. Ningxu's finger gently stroked the wine cup. Zhen can do anything for power. If you say power is not a good thing, then why does the Qin family not let go of power? The Qin family has always been protecting themselves, the Empress said. Ningxu looked at the Empress. You want to walk this path to the end? Zhen has never touched the Qin family. Maybe you are in the palace and don't know the Qin family's matters, but the Qin family has done many things, Ningxu said. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The Empress's face became cold. You clearly know the conflict between the imperial family and the Qin family, but you insist on tying this matter to affection. On the other hand, your Qin family is also very hateful. You have power in your hands and say you are family, but you watch Zhen become a puppet emperor and control Zhen. Your accusation of Zhen is the same as Zhen's accusation of you. This was actually a conflict of ideas. Men used career, power, and wealth as their life's goal, while women used love and family as their life's hope. If there was a conflict between the two, it would be like Ningxu and the Empress. If the client sacrificed a woman's love, family, and everything else for the sake of power and career, the woman would hate him to death. Calling him a scumbag was already a light punishment. Jin won't drink the wine. You want to die, but Jin doesn't want to die with you. Ningxu stood up. Mother. At the door, a child with a bun held the door and stumbled in. When he saw Ningxu, he incoherently called out, "Father Emperor?" This child was only about 3 years old. It was the age when he was ignorant. When he saw Ningxu, he tentatively called out, "Hong'er, come here." The Empress's voice was trembling. Her expression was very frightened. Today, she was going to die with this scum. When she saw her son, she almost cried. The child grabbed onto Ningxu's clothes and shouted while drooling, "Father." Ningxu squatted down. The Empress held the child in horror. The child in her arms was ignorant. Ningxu stood up, "If there is nothing, don't play with poison." Where did the imperial palace get the poison? Did the Qin family give it to you to kill the emperor? It has nothing to do with the Qin family. It's me who wants to kill you. Wah wah wah. The child didn't know what was going on, but instinctively he cried. Ningxu stood up, "If there is nothing, don't show an expression in front of the child that your family is not good. If Jin was a child, Jin wouldn't be happy to see your face." The Empress sneered. Her heart was sad. Then what was the meaning of her rebirth? There was no way to change the fate of the Qin family. Now that this scum didn't touch the Qin family, he must have some malicious thoughts. Ningxu glanced at the wine and dishes on the table. "Put these things away. There are children in the palace. If the children eat, you are lifting a stone to hit your own foot." The Empress held the child tightly. Killing her and supporting this child to ascend the throne, in fact, the situation would not change. If this child was not raised to be a cripple, in the future, he would definitely seize power from the Qin family. Moreover, the Qin family had 2 regents and Empress Dowager. They didn't know how much power they had. In the end, if the Qin family didn't replace them, then the emperor could only be a puppet. The Empress was reborn to protect the Qin family. When the time came, she would touch the Qin family. Would it be to make the Qin family hand over the military power for her son, or to let her son be a puppet emperor? If one was not in the position, one would not be able to understand the trade-offs one was facing if one was not in the position. Even if this little emperor became the new emperor with the support of the Qin family, he still had to face the situation of the Qin family. Perhaps the Empress could make the Qin family hand over their military power without bloodshed. Ningxu grounded the Empress and sent guards to guard the Empress's palace. Then he went to the Empress Dowager's place to see the sick Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager could not continue coughing like this. If she continued coughing, her lungs would have problems. Although the Empress Dowager was sick, she was still very clear about the affairs of the imperial harem. Emperor Roer has already married into the imperial family. She is a member of the Murong family. She is your legal wife after all. If there is anything, Emperor should be more tolerant. Emperor can even take care of the world, you must be tolerant of your wife. She can't tolerate Jin. Ningxu patted the Empress Dowager's back. Muhu, rest more. Don't worry about these things. There was a lifetime in between. There was also the matter of the Qin family. The 2 of them could only be a pair of lovebirds in this life. The Empress Dowager was patted on the back by Ningxu. She felt as if there was fresh air entering her lungs. She felt much better. She said to Ningxu, "Emperor, Ijia still has the same words. I hope you can let the Qin family go." Muhu, you don't have to worry about this matter. Ningxu said. The person who first took power still needed to create the image of a benevolent emperor. The matter of the Qin family, he was afraid that they would still be exiled. If they did not punish the Qin family, the court would not be able to maintain order. Their entire family would be executed. The name of a tyrant would be placed on the head of the person who commissioned them. Especially since the Qin family had a blood relationship with the person who commissioned them. If they exterminated them, it would be hard to avoid giving people a feeling of being unreasonable. They could not be punished. They could not be punished heavily. So the method of the person who commissioned them was also feasible. The Empress Dowager grabbed Ningxu's hand. Emperor, Ijia begs you. Ningxu sighed, Jin knows. Ningxu returned to her bedroom and put away the commander's seal. Her mission should be almost complete. Now, there were a lot of soldiers guarding the Shen family. Now, the Shen family could not go out and were imprisoned. Ningxu lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and sensed the water around the palace. Then, he expanded his range and headed towards Pengzhou. He sensed many rivers. He could sense how many fish there were in the river. When he reached Pengzhou, the flood had receded, and the flowing water no longer broke through the dam. Silt was piled up in many places, and the corpses of fishes and poultry were buried underneath. Ningxu got up from the bed and put on her clothes to write a letter to Su Qinggan. Was she clairvoyant? Water was everywhere in this place. If one could sense water, they would be able to sense the situation around them. This could be considered as one of the water skills. Ningxu asked Su Qinggan to clean up the river sand and deal with the corpses inside. Cremation was the only way to prevent the outbreak of the epidemic. So many refugees had to open their mouths to eat every day. It would be good to have something to do and rationalize the use of resources. After writing a new letter, he asked Xiaolu to send someone to quickly send it over. Xiaolu replied. Ningxu looked at Xiaolu and said, "Thank you for being by my side during this period of time. Reward him with 100 taels of silver." "Thank you, Your Majesty. This servant will definitely do my best until my death." Xiaolu knelt down and thanked him. "I don't need you to do your best until your death. Go, send someone to quickly send it over." It was winter now, and the weather was cold. If it was summer, the corpses would rot quickly and cause an epidemic. Ningxu did not want an epidemic to happen. Now that the treasury was empty, if something happened, they would ask for money from her. It was as if she could conjure up money. Ningxu touched her chin. The Shen family definitely had money. Should she ask the Shen family to donate some money? They were really short on money. Ningxu sighed and laid down on the bed to sleep. Every year, there would be taxes, but every year, the treasury would be empty. Where did all the money go? She had to make good accounts. In such a big country, was there no one to keep accounts? She covered herself with the blanket. She had endless worries every day. It was not so easy to hold power. Usually, when she was tired from reviewing memorials, Ningxu would walk around the imperial garden, look at the scenery, feed the fish, and walk around the country's treasury to see if there was anything like the world's origin. No, hadn't the world's origin been found? The world's origin was found, but it was broken. It would be best if she could get the world's origin. She could sell it for more than 100,000 merit points or power of faith. It was quite good as an extra income. However, in the treasury, there were jade, pearls, ginseng, and ganoderma, but there was no world's origin. The light and darkness attribute world's origin looked like a walnut. Ningxu scanned the box in the room. This kind of thing must be kept by blind, but it did not seem to be. Ningxu released her spiritual power and enveloped the entire palace. She scanned the entire palace and found many bones. In the well and in the pool, there were bones. Ningxu. The sanitation of the palace's water source was worrying. Since ancient times, the palace had been a place of cannibalism. When a straw mat died, it was thrown out. There were also people whose bodies were not even found and were buried in the palace. In the end, even the bones rotted. Thinking of the many bones around, it was strange and uncomfortable. Ningxu asked the palace people to fish out the bones in the well and the pool and quietly bury them. Gu Yi's system felt the spiritual power sweep past and said to embroidery Gu Yi, "This task enforcer's spiritual power is quite strong." Gu Yi was a little surprised. Is she not an intermediate task enforcer? The system paused for a moment and said, "From the looks of her means and spiritual power, she is probably not an intermediate task enforcer." Then how did she appear in the intermediate task world? Gu Yi was puzzled and gave up. Probably for the system said. Quickly finish the task and leave this world. Now that we are living in peace, it does not mean that she will not have any thoughts. Okay, I know. I will finish the task soon. Gu Yi nodded and said apologetically, "It's about the system. I did not know that there were other task enforcers. Next time I will be faster and not let others snatch it. I will let you become stronger quickly." Okay. The system said and did not speak anymore. This concubine greets the emperor. Ningxu was strolling in the imperial garden and met the beautiful Pingfangi. Pingfangi bowed to Ningxu in a flirtatious manner. Her eyes revealed eagerness and longing that were not there before. If Pingfangi gave people a look of not caring about anything before, then now she was like a harem concubine who longed for the emperor's favor. Ningxu looked at Pingfangi from head to toe. What was that good beauty doing? Didn't she say that she wanted to complete the task? Why was Pingfangi standing here now? Except that she did not have the system, Pingfangi was no different. She should be more efficient. Ningxu felt that Beauty Liang, this task enforcer, should be someone who had not been doing the task for long. She was very unfamiliar with the task, just like her. However, to be able to wander in an intermediate world, she should be an intermediate task enforcer. Emperor. Pingfangi saw that Ningxu was not speaking, so she could not help but shout. Success or failure depended on this. In order to know the emperor's whereabouts, she almost spent all her savings to buy some information. Pingfangi felt that she had never been in such a difficult situation. After experiencing so many worlds, why did she fall into this man's hands? Despair, helplessness. She wanted to return to a peaceful and equal world, where she had food and clothes, where she did not have to worry about being beheaded by the emperor, and where she did not have to worry about being secretly harmed by the imperial concubines. Every day, she lived in fear. What made Pingfangi relieved was that the Empress Dowager was sick, so she did not have the energy to torment her. What's the situation in your heavenly palace? Have you exorcised the evil? Ningxu asked. When Pingfangi heard this, the corner of her mouth slightly twitched. For a moment, she did not know how to explain, so she said, Emperor, N. Ningxu waited for her explanation. Ningxu felt that the person who entrusted this task should be a very charming emperor in history. Otherwise, it would not attract so many evil ghosts and serpent gods to have a vigorous love affair with the emperor. The country was like a painting, the beauty was like a poem. How beautiful was that, just like the cold-faced fourth brother who would not let go of a prostitute, using a burning heart to melt the iceberg. Moreover, it was an emperor's iceberg. Ningxu asked, what do you want to say? It's the wind. Pingfangi stammered. Ningxu seemed to believe Pingfangi's words. He made an O sound and then did not speak. Pingfangi said again, Emperor, Xianxia has brewed some plum blossom wine. Now, it's time to open the jar. Does Emperor want to taste it? Oh, is that so? Ningxu shook his head. Zhen is busy with government affairs, so Zhen will not go. You can withdraw. An anxious expression appeared on Pingfangi's face. She wanted to say something, but Xia Luzi immediately said, Fangi Nyang Yang, when Emperor wants to drink wine, he will naturally go back to find you. Pingfangi saw Ningxu staring at the pond. There were colorful koi fish in the pond. They were squeezed together to eat fish food, looking very carefree. Why was Guan Yu unwilling to go to her palace? Pingfangi turned her head 3 times with each step, and helplessly walked towards her own sleeping quarters. Ningxu sprinkled some fish food into the pond, clapped his hands, and returned to the Xuanda Hall to review the memorials. She should have left this world. All the members of the Shen family were imprisoned in the general's residence. As for what the person who entrusted the mission would do, it was up to him. Moreover, Ningxu was now eliminating the henchmen of the Shen family, especially the officials who had conflicts of interest with the Shen family. After meeting Pingfangi in the Imperial Garden, Ningxu also met Lu Jiaoyi. Ningxu. Wasn't she grounded? Your Majesty. Why did you come out? Xianxia is going to see the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager is sick, Xianxia has to serve her. Lu Jiaoyi said. Ningxu, you are so filial, work hard. Lu Jiaoyi thought for a bit and said, Your Majesty, Xianxia has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Ningxu disliked this kind of opening speech the most, so he lightly said, Since you know you shouldn't say it, then don't say it. Lu Jiaoyi was immediately choked. History said that he created the Qing dynasty and created a prosperous era, but his personality was really, Xianxia knows that Your Majesty is a sentimental person. She was lonely, rushing forward alone, and fighting with the ministers. Ningxu, she didn't know if the person who entrusted the mission was lonely or not, but every time this girl looked at people with an I know you the best expression, it was intoxicating. She only learned a little from the history books, and thought that she understood this person. She was a bit arrogant. Perhaps he was a wise ruler, but it didn't mean that he would tolerate everyone. To be honest, seeing this expression of "I know you the best," she couldn't help but want to slap the face. "Didn't you say that you knew me the best?" Ningxu said, not lonely at all. "It's lonely at the top. Zhen wears more clothes." Lu Jiaoyi, she didn't know that this person was so humorous. "Go see the Empress Dowager." Ningxu waved his hand to Lu Jiaoyi. Lu Jiaoyi put down the food box in her hand and put the stacks of pastries on the stone table in the pavilion. "Your Majesty, this is Xianxia's newly made pastries, have a taste." "Put it here, Zhen will eat it," Ningxu said. Lu Jiaoyi gathered her courage and reached out to hold Ningxu's hand that was on the stone table. "Ningxu?" He looked down at Lu Jiaoyi's white hand on the back of his hand and was silent for a moment. Lu Jiaoyi saw that Ningxu was in a daze and tenderness appeared in her eyes. Ningxu took back his hand. He couldn't figure out why Lu Jiaoyi was pitying him. Lu Jiaoyi was pitying an emperor. She felt that he was very pitiful. He was the ruler of the world, very pitiful. He didn't have a confidant by his side, so pitiful and sinful. But what Lu Jiaoyi didn't understand was that she was a pitiful person. He could take her life with a single sentence. Heaven, hell, glory, splendor, wealth, a single sentence could make her life different. Why did she think that the emperor was a pitiful person? Ningxu's biggest feeling was that Lu Jiaoyi took herself too seriously. She felt that she might be different from the rest. She could give the emperor comfort and warmth, as well as true feelings. Ningxu held his forehead and waved his hand to let her go. As for the pastries, he was too lazy to touch them. These pastries were not as delicious as the ones in the Law City. The news that she liked to stroll around the imperial garden had already spread out. Now, people often came to scam her. After scamming her many times, Ningxu stopped strolling around. During this period, Ningxu also bumped into Ping Fangyi several times. Ping Fangyi was so lively, Ningxu wondered if this beautiful woman was embroidering every day. Why didn't she take any action? In fact, Ningxu really wronged the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was from a medical family. She knew about medicine the best. Of course, she also knew about poisons. She poisoned her, but he didn't know why the beautiful woman wasn't poisoned. After discussing with her system for a while, the system felt that the beautiful woman's body should have been transformed by the system that had already left, so she was immune to poison. Since the poison didn't work, the beautiful woman had to find another way to deal with the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman scratched her head until she was bald. She couldn't think of a way to deal with Ping Fangyi without leaving any trouble for the client. After all, the client came back and had to survive in this harem. The system said, "Go visit Ping Fangyi." "Don't you know hypnosis?" "Use hypnosis." "Yes, hypnosis." The beautiful woman took out a needle and thread. "Since it's a visit, I must give a gift." "Embroidery?" "Just pick some jewelry from the makeup box." "How much time would it take to embroider like this?" "Well, in fact, I quite like embroidery." The beautiful woman was somewhat regretful. The system didn't say a word. Ningxu's delay in dealing with the Shen family caused a lot of criticism in the imperial court. Moreover, the empress was accused of murdering her husband. Everyone only knew what the empress did during the worship ceremony. If they knew, Empress Shen still wanted to poison the emperor. It would probably be a mess now. In an era where the husband was the leader of the wife and the monarch's orders were like the heavenly orders, the empress's actions were definitely challenging the bottom line of the scholar officials. The Chen family's matter had to be brought up again and again. Of course, there were people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. Ningxu had dealt with a lot of corrupt officials during this period of time. The serious ones were directly removed from their positions. The less serious ones were directly demoted and transferred out of powerful departments. Therefore, some of the officials urgently wanted other things to slow down and stall for time. As an official, their buttocks were clean. There were more or less things that couldn't be seen in public. Ningxu just emitted a sound for a while and didn't say anything. The civil and military officials of the court, "Emperor, it's not good." Outside, Xiaolu walked in like he had seen a ghost and said to Ningxu, who was reviewing memorials, The eunuch's voice was originally very sharp, but the agitated Xiaolu raised his voice a lot and became even sharper. What's wrong? Ningshu circled the memorials and reviewed them before putting down the cinnabar brush. Ping Fangyi, Emperor, Ping Fangyi. Xiaolu couldn't say it and said, Emperor, you should go out and take a look. Ningshu raised his eyebrows. When he went out of Xuanda Hall to take a look, he was completely confused. He even suspected that he had gone to the wrong place. Ping Fangyi was in front of Xuanda Hall, taking off her clothes one by one. As she took them off, she picked them up. It was enchanting and beautiful. It looked like she was doing a striptease. Ningshu wanted to scratch his head. He looked at the belt and shoes on the ground. Ping Fangyi was barefoot on the ground. Ningshu took a deep breath. How cold was this? Was this a different way to attract attention? In the blink of an eye, Ping Fangyi had already taken off her clothes. The fur cloak that she wore outside had already fallen to the ground. She had already taken off her outer clothes. Now, only her inner clothes were left. Ping Fangyi's posture and dance were very beautiful. If this was the modern era, it would definitely be beautiful. She took off her clothes one by one. Ningshu was speechless. Then throw her out, Ningshu said to Xiaoliuzi. If you had the ability to change the rules, you could do it casually. Perhaps it would cause others to rush to imitate you. But Ping Fangyi had no way to change it now, so she had to follow the ancient feudal way of life. In the boudoir, this kind of action could be considered fun, but to do it in front of the Xuanda Hall, one's brain must be flooded with water. Although Ningshu's voice was very loud and Ping Fangyi should stop when she heard it, she still continued to dance without fear or joy. She took off her inner clothes, revealing her bright red undergarment. With snow-white and flawless skin, Ping Fangyi did not seem to feel cold at all. She jumped up and wanted to take off her doo-doo. Hurry up and find a sack to cover her. Ningshu rolled his eyes and said. Very good, you've successfully attracted my attention. Ningshu stared at Ping Fangyi's eyes. Her eyes were blank, but her movements weren't slow. Was he being hypnotized? When Ping Fangyi woke up, she wouldn't remember what she had done. She didn't know why the emperor disliked her and even ordered her to die. She would fall out of favor or lose her life without knowing why. Ningshu thought of Liang Marin. He thought that Liang Marin didn't do anything, but she made a big move. With Ping Fangyi's actions, falling out of favor was inevitable. If the imperial censor in the imperial court impeached her, Ping Fangyi's fate would be very bad. But if the emperor liked this kind of thing, he might not blame her. The eunuchs quickly picked up the cloak and coat on the ground. Several eunuchs held Ping Fangyi's hands tightly to prevent her from taking off her innermost clothes. They put the clothes and cloak on her body, but Ping Fangyi was still struggling, wanting to continue dancing. Ningshu asked the eunuchs to tie Ping Fangyi up and send her back to the palace. He locked the door and let her dance in the room. This kind of hypnosis was a bit like sleepwalking. She didn't remember anything after waking up. Hypnosis could be considered a big weapon, but it had to ensure that the person being hypnotized didn't have a strong mental power. If they knew hypnosis, they wouldn't know if they were counter-hypnotized. Next, Ping Fangyi's matter spread like the wind to every corner. It was said that Ping Fangyi tried to seduce the emperor by taking off her clothes in front of Xianxia Palace Hall. As a result, she was thrown back to the palace. During the morning court, some imperial censors said that this kind of trend should be stopped. If you want to fight for favor, you have to take off your clothes in front of someone else's door. If this kind of trend spread to the common people, it would be terrible. Usually, the trends in the imperial palace would spread outside the palace. It would be imitated by the nobles, wealthy merchants, and all social classes. Ningshu only said, Ping Fangyi lost her mind. She underestimated Gui. She thought that she was a lazy and soft little girl. Her methods were good. Ping Fangyi danced in the room for a day. She took off her clothes and finally fell asleep. When she woke up from the cold, she saw that she was lying on the cold floor. There was nothing on her body. She was very confused. She didn't know what happened. She stood up from the cold and put on her clothes. However, she couldn't open the door. The door was locked from the outside. Open the door, quick, quick. Ping Fangyi instinctively felt that something was wrong. There was no palace made by her side to serve her. She was also locked up. Ping Fangyi didn't remember what happened at all. Open the door, quick, open the door. Ping Fangyi knocked on the door with all her strength. However, no one paid attention to her. It was clearly cold, but Ping Fangyi was so anxious that she broke out in a cold sweat. Being locked up in such a sealed space, was a man going to be let in next? This kind of insulting her chastity and giving the emperor a green belt was definitely a death sentence. Ping Fangyi didn't want to die. She didn't want to die in this lonely palace. She didn't want to become a wandering soul in this palace. Could it be that something happened while she was asleep? Otherwise, how could her clothes have left her body? She was envied. She didn't remember anything. Was she drugged? Ping Fangyi was so frightened that her face was distorted. She didn't understand who was afraid of her. What was the situation now? No one came to explain to her. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Ping Fangyi successfully scared herself. She slammed on the door and shouted hoarsely. However, no one looked at her. Even if the palace maids passed by this room, they hurriedly lowered their heads and walked away quickly. Ningxu had placed the empress child under his knee to raise. Previously, he was incomparably calm. He looked as if he could kill or cut him. However, when Ningxu wanted to take the child away, he instantly went crazy. He tightly hugged the child, looking as if he wanted to take the child down with him. Ningxu, what was the situation? It seemed like she was a human trafficker. This child was also the child of the client. Why did the empress have such an expression? This child was also the son of the first wife. It was fine for Ningxu to get close to him, but the empress, perhaps something had happened to this child in the previous life, or perhaps the person who entrusted this child did something to this child. Ningxu didn't insist on getting close to this little baby. She drooled and her saliva stretched out like a thread. It was boring to see the empress trembling with the child in her arms. The empress watched as Ningxu left. Her entire body seemed to have lost its strength. She hugged the child who was calling for his mother. The empress hugged the child tightly and cried. She did not want this child to be like in the previous life. This child was raised by the incapable ruler. Although he was made the crown prince, he scolded the child for every small mistake. This made the child more and more afraid of him. In the end, he was framed and became the dethroned crown prince. He died before the age of 20. He died trembling with fear. The fatuous ruler never knew how much his children feared him. He did things timidly, and lived in fear forever. In this life, the empress wanted to give the child what he wanted. She wanted him to be a crown prince, not a submissive crown prince. A child without a mother to protect him. She stayed in the cold palace and became the child's weakness. He did not have a prominent maternal family. Every step he took made him afraid. Mother. The child did not understand and sweetly called for his mother. The empress felt an indescribable sense of self-abandonment. She felt that her efforts were useless. Nothing had changed. The fate of the Shen family had not changed. The empress wanted to hang herself here. But if she died, the fate of the Shen family and the fate of her child would not change. She wanted to die but could not. This sense of helplessness and despair tortured her. She did not know what to do. Empress Shen broke down and grabbed her hair. The child seemed to feel her pain, despair, and helplessness. He cried as he wiped his tears. Mother, mother, I am afraid, don't be afraid. Mother will protect you. I will not let anyone hurt you. I will do anything for you, even if I have to give up my life. Her soul floated in the palace, watching everything that happened in the palace. She watched as the incapable ruler scolded her child. She watched as the child knelt on the ground and admitted his mistake, sobbing. His entire body was trembling with fear. She couldn't let her child fall into that situation again. She wanted to drag the incapable ruler down with her. If she died, Aunt Empress Dowager would definitely let this child ascend the throne because this child's body had the blood of the Shen family. Other than this child, the other children in the harem were all very young and did not have many children. This child was the only choice of the Empress Dowager. A ray of light suddenly flashed into the Empress's heart. It was like a bolt of lightning that lit up her heart. This was a way. She sacrificed herself to give her child a chance to survive. However, would this child also become a puppet emperor like the current emperor? Becoming a puppet emperor was better than having an emperor suppressing him every day and wanting to take his life at any time. The empress hugged the child tightly, almost sinking the child into her body. She made up her mind. Mother. The child didn't understand what she was saying at all. Xianxia naturally didn't know that Empress Shen had suffered so much. Being reborn meant that she had a chance to make a new choice in her life. She could avoid her previous mistakes. Perhaps in her previous life, Empress Shen had succeeded. That was why the person who entrusted her with the task offered his soul power to counterattack. A few days later, after Xianxia left court, the Empress was waiting for him at the entrance of Xuanda Hall. What's the matter? Empress Xianxia asked. Your Majesty. The Empress reached out and grabbed Xianxia's hand. Empress, for the sake of so many years of marriage, please let the Shen family go, okay? Xianxia. The Empress's attitude was really the same every day. Being held by the Empress's slightly trembling hand, Xianxia was really speechless. Is there anything else? I made some food for you, Empress. Have a taste. Empress Xianxia smiled gently. She was wearing a palace dress, graceful and luxurious. Her head ornament was dazzling and her face was powdered. Women doll themselves up for those who like them. If a woman didn't dress up for those who like her, then she was going to make a big move. Flaming red lips and eyeliner. That was definitely a sign of blackening. As far as the Empress was concerned, it was impossible for those who liked her. After all, she had given up on the person who entrusted her. So she was definitely going to make a big move. Xianxia pulled back his hand and said, I won't eat it. The Empress didn't care. She turned around and walked away gracefully. Xianxia patted her hand and watched her fingernails slowly turn black. Xianxia raised her hand and looked at it. Where did the Empress get so much poison? She was really drunk. Xianxia circulated her qi and pricked her finger. Black blood flowed out of the wound with a fishy smell. A black line appeared on Xianxia's wrist. It was poison. The black line was forced back. Xianxia was sweating all over. She asked Xiaolu to prepare water for her to wash up. The Empress was really determined to kill her. If one time didn't work, she would try twice. This time, she fed the poison with her body and sacrificed her own life to drag her down with her. The Empress left Xuanda Hall. Her lips were a little bruised. Even the bright red lipstick couldn't cover the bruise. The Empress endured the pain of her body and went to the Empress Dowager's palace. She said some specious words to the Empress Dowager who was cultivating her mind. The Empress Dowager had lived through all kinds of palace struggles. When she heard the Empress words that seemed to be her last words, she felt something was wrong and asked what had happened. The Empress naturally wouldn't say that she had killed her son. But after the Emperor died, she would also die. The Empress Dowager only said to take good care of her child. The Empress leaned against the wall, black blood flowing out of her mouth. She finally returned to her palace. She wiped the blood from her mouth and called the child over. She touched the child's face. The Empress's throat was sweet and she couldn't help but want to spit blood. She had the wet nurse take the child away. She couldn't let the child see his mother die. The Empress had been waiting for the news of the Emperor's death. But her life was slipping away. She didn't hear the death knell. Instead, in her hazy consciousness, she heard the arrival of the Emperor. The Empress' mind shook and she spat out a mouthful of black blood. She saw a figure slowly walk in and reach her bedside in a flash. Xianxia touched the Empress' hand and examined the Empress' black fingernails. Why can't you figure it out? Xianxia seemed to show off as he reached out his hand. The fingernails were light pink and had a healthy glow. It was clear that he hadn't been poisoned. The Empress' eyes widened as she looked at Xianxia's finger. Black blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Why? You killed Jin once. Shouldn't Jin be more alert? Even if you fed the poison with your body. The Empress smiled sadly and her eyes dimmed. She looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. Your Majesty, have you never had me in your heart? Even ordinary couples have times when they see each other as enemies, Xianxia said faintly. Your Majesty, do you see me as an enemy? No, you see me as an enemy. It was too late to talk about whether he had feelings for her or not. The Empress should have a good rest. Don't play with poison all day. Ningxu stood up and left. The Empress's death was delayed until the next morning. The funeral was very grand. The 3-year-old child didn't know what death was. He just cried and called for his mother. Ningxu held the child and looked at the Empress's coffin. He could vaguely see the Empress's soul circling around her. Tears of blood seemed to flow out of her eyes and she pounced on the child again. Ningxu chanted the Rebirth Sutra. A black hole appeared. The Empress's soul was very dim after her rebirth. It seemed that a gust of wind could blow it away. She probably couldn't even escape from the black hole. The Empress didn't think of entering the world of samsara until the black hole disappeared. Ningxu also gave up the idea of sending the Empress to the afterlife. The Empress's obsession was very strong. She didn't want to enter the black hole. Maybe she wanted to be reborn again. But with the Empress's soul power, it was basically impossible for her to be reborn again. Since she was willing to be buried in the palace, Ningxu would fulfill her wish. Even though the Empress's soul was hovering around Ningxu, she couldn't hurt Ningxu. Ningxu led the little prince into the Xuanda palace. The Empress's soul followed behind. Under the sunlight, her soul became more transparent. Ningxu smiled at where the Empress was standing. The Empress was very angry. She couldn't hurt the Emperor at all. This fatuous Emperor was protected by the astral wind. Why was such a fatuous Emperor protected by the heavens? It was unfair. He stepped on the bones of the Shen family and his hands were stained with blood. Why was such a person protected by the heavens? It was unfair. It was unfair. Looking at the child sitting on the lap of the incapable ruler, even if it was her soul, the Empress felt a heart-wrenching pain. She had worked so hard, why was it still like this? Her child died of depression, living in fear all day long. It was just that the client couldn't see it. If he knew that there was someone watching him every day, going to the toilet, pampering his concubines, attending court, and reviewing memorials, it would feel great. If he was right, the queen would soon disappear. If she couldn't enter the world of samsara, she wouldn't have a chance to start over. Ningxu wiped the child's saliva with a handkerchief and began to review the memorials. The client should have high hopes for this child. Your Majesty, Beauty Liang is waiting for your summons outside the hall, Xiaolu said. Ningxu nodded and let her in. Good Beauty saluted Ningxu politely. After saluting, she secretly looked at Ningxu. She seemed to be observing whether the emperor in front of her was a mission enforcer or a real emperor. Why are you looking at us? Ningxu asked. I have embroidered a pouch for your Majesty. It can calm your mind. Beauty Liang took out a very delicate pouch. It was obviously embroidered, but there was no extra thread. It was very delicate. It's very beautiful. It's good that your Majesty likes it. This time I came to thank your Majesty. What are you thanking me for? Everyone understood each other. Why did she say it out loud? Beauty Liang wanted to say something, but she stopped. The atmosphere was a bit stiff. Beauty Liang couldn't find a topic to talk about. She could only leave first. Ningxu sniffed the pouch. It was really a medicinal herb that could calm the mind. This mission enforcer knew medicine. It was very good. The more methods he had, the better he could protect himself. Who said that mission enforcers were definitely safe? Mission enforcers would also die miserably. Mission completed. Do you want to leave the mission enforcer's world? 2333's voice sounded. Ningxu nodded. He was thinking about whether to continue the mission or go back. After thinking about it, he decided to go back. After all, he had to repair the peerless martial arts and feed the world of reincarnation. There were too many things to do. He had to go back and finish them before proceeding to the next mission. Back in the system space, there was half a bottle of pure golden soul origin liquid on the table. Ningxu poured all the soul origin liquid on the world origin. As soon as the soul origin liquid touched the world origin, it was all absorbed by the peerless martial arts. Not a single drop was left. So greedy. After absorbing half a bottle of soul origin, the peerless martial arts didn't seem to have any changes. There were cracks all over it. It seemed that the cracks didn't decrease. Absorbing the soul origin liquid seemed to be useless. Xianxia touched the peerless martial arts in melancholy. He felt that repairing the world was still far away. Even if it was repaired, there was still a bomb inside. Even if it was repaired, who knows when the law of nothingness would swallow the world. Damn it. How could he get that beautiful star stone? This thing didn't seem to be circulating in the market anymore. It couldn't be bought. It didn't matter if it was expensive, as long as it was available. But for something like this that couldn't be bought with money, it was really miserable. Without the soul origin liquid, Xianxia had no choice. He took out some soul origin liquid and golden stones and let 2333 take them to the main system to purify. After feeding the peerless martial arts, Xianxia poured some soul power into the black hole to feed the world of reincarnation. He sent all the purified soul stones to the main system into the black hole. These souls couldn't be used by him. They were all given to the black hole. After dealing with the two gluttons, Xianxia began to absorb the soul power of this mission. It didn't take long for the soul power to be absorbed. Xianxia smacked his lips. Damn, this soul power was so little. It probably wasn't that the soul power was little, but that she saw too many soul stones. This bit of soul power was just too little. Xianxia stretched lazily and decided to take a look at the 9 Palace Mountains soul stone mine and mine there. Xianxia clicked on the video to see the situation of the client. The client went back and exiled the Shen family. Men, women, old, and young were all exiled. If they could live, they could live. If they couldn't, then forget it. The Empress was dead. The client focused on raising the stepson. The Empress Dowager's cough had almost recovered. But after the Shen family was exiled, her condition worsened. She was bedridden every day. The Emperor would visit the Empress Dowager every day. The Empress Dowager held the Emperor's hand and said that the Emperor was cruel. If he could imprison the Shen family, why did he exile them to a bitter cold place? The Emperor only asked the Empress Dowager to recuperate and didn't need to care about political affairs. As for the evil spirits in the harem, the dancing Pingfangi was banished to the cold palace. Lu Jiaoyi, who needed to care for the Emperor all day long, was also banished to the cold palace. The two of them were kept company together. The two of them suddenly came to the desolate cold palace. Both of them were stunned. They couldn't accept this fact. When someone looked at you, they would always use an "I know you the best" expression. Even the person couldn't see themselves clearly and understand themselves, let alone others. Lu Jiaoyi didn't do anything wrong, it was just that she always had an "I want to talk to you" expression that made people speechless. If you really lacked love and were lonely, couldn't the client find other ways? Why did she have to talk to you? As for Pingfangi, playing the mind game was originally exciting and dangerous. It was very likely that she would fail. Even an experienced driver would fail. If she lost, she could only accept it. If she could climb back up again, that was called skill. Xianxia closed the video and took a look at his own attributes. It had been a long time since he looked at the attribute panel. Recently, he had been on the battlefield and had used up all his faith. Name, Xianxia. Age, 27 level, Super Client Points card, 243, 10 million points for 1 point card. Soul, 18 life, 16 wisdom, 18 luck, 20 charm, 13 spirit, 21 martial strength, 19 aptitude, 19 faith, 18231 merit, 246169 soul strength, 81 plus 5 authorization ticket, none pure heart, none comprehended law, water law incarnation, constructed world, suspected to be the world of reincarnation tools, calm halo, heart calming pill, faith halo, amulet 4, upgraded amulet plus 2 honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate fighting technique, intermediate level poison technique, beginner level business management knowledge, beginner level code programming, beginner level lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner level cooking skill, intermediate level embroidery skill, trash hypnosis halo, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Qinshi's blessing, leader halo, grass blessing, lifelong best friend, meow meow meow's blessing, life-saving hand, Zhu Xunyang's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty in law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, cross-race communication, Bai Sanyang's blessing, brave heart, Wang Ying's blessing, bloodthirsty tyrant, and I Bingyan's blessing, fulfill the client's wish, seize power, mission completion rate, 100%. Mission rewards obtained, 15-point cards, 12 attribute points, 50% of soul power, 12030 faith power, including accumulated in previous worlds, 30 merit points, 40% of external soul power, 40% of soul source. Ningxu looked at his reward and saw that he only had a little over 10,000 faith power left. Ningxu was speechless. Damn, she only had this little bit of faith power left. War really burned money, not to mention that she still had some before collecting taxes. She had spent all of it. In any case, he had paid a huge price to keep his life. Ningxu 2333 asked, is it because the war is over? Will it not deduct more soul energy from the quest takers? Previously, the main system would take away 10% more soul energy, but now that the war was over, why was it only 50%? Ningxu exhaled, 2333, what did you say? I'm absorbing the power of the system. 2333 asked. I'm asking why is there so little soul energy this time? It was only 50%. Oh, it's an intermediate world. The client did not give up all of his soul energy, so your share is less. 2333 said and disappeared. Originally, Ningxu wanted to ask if there would be more soul energy after the war, but 2333 did not respond. Ningxu gave up on asking 2333 and directly opened the main system to ask if the main system would take an extra 10% of soul energy after the war. The main system simply replied with 2 words, no. Well, it was good that it wouldn't. Previously, the extra soul energy was probably collected to strengthen the soul army. Now that the war was over, the usual soul energy that the system took was enough. Ningxu did not know what other people's attribute panel looked like, but he felt that his attribute panel was very ugly. His attribute points were all 10 to 20 points. He did not know what the passing line was, but his attribute points did not pass. Ningxu casually added the attribute points. He felt that it was better to go mining. Maybe doing quests would be useful, but mining was a big matter. No one could stop Ningxu from earning money for milk powder. It would be better if there were star stones. Should he ask the silver-haired man again? Ningxu felt that it would be difficult for him to receive taxes from the silver-haired man. After all, he did not receive any taxes for 100 years. If he could not receive taxes from the silver-haired man in this life, what was the difference between life and a salted fish? Name, Ningxu age, 27 level, Super Quest Taker Contribution Card, 243, 10 million for 1 contribution card, soul points, 18 plus 2 health points, 16 wisdom, 18 plus 2 luck, 20 plus 2 charm, 13 plus 2 spirit, 21 plus 2 force, 19 plus 2 aptitude, 19 plus 2 faith, 18,231 plus 12030 merit, 246,169 plus 30,000 soul strength, 86 plus 4 authorization ticket, none pure heart, none comprehended law, water law incarnation, constructed world, suspected to be the world of reincarnation items, calm aura, calming pill, faith aura, amulet 4. Upgraded amulet plus 2 honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate fighting technique, intermediate level poison technique, beginner level business management knowledge, beginner level code programming, beginner level lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner level cooking skill, intermediate level embroidery skill, trash hypnosis aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Qinshi's blessing, leader aura. Grass's blessing, best friend for life, Meow Meow Meow's blessing, healer, Zhu blessing, founding lady, Chen Ermiai's blessing, lawful lady, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, transcending race communication, Bai Sanyang's blessing, brave heart, Wang Ying's blessing, bloodthirsty tyrant, and I Bingyan's blessing. The chat system beeped. Ningxu opened it and saw that it was a message from Mei Ziqing. He said that he had repaid 30,000 merit points and asked Ningxu to check. Ningxu looked at his balance and said that he had received it. Mei Ziqing, where have you been? Why haven't I seen you in Water City? I couldn't contact you either. Ning Shu, I went to hell on earth. Don't mention it. It was better not to talk about the war. Anyway, it was already over. Talking about it now would only cause panic. Besides, there was still a long time before the next war. The origin of the world and the fragments of the broken plane were things that the rats wanted. If they couldn't be given to the plane with living creatures, then they could use these things as replacements. The rats couldn't be eliminated. Their reproductive ability was heaven-defying. It was unrealistic to ask them not to eat the plane. She couldn't even pick up the fragments of the plane. She was speechless. It was because she wasn't strong enough. The fragments of the plane contained a lot of rules and information about the heavenly Tao. It would be good if she could learn something from the fragments. Mei Ziqing, I was wondering why I couldn't find you recently. Ning Shu, why are you looking for me? If you want to pay me back, just transfer the money to my identity card. Ning Shu, right, where's Xiaohua? Is Xiaohua back? Mei Ziqing. No, not at all. He hasn't shown up until now. I don't know where he went. I'm worried that Xiaohua might have been eaten. Ning Shu felt that this was possible. Xiaohua was naive and sweet, while Panchen was the big bad wolf. He would definitely sell Xiaohua. Xiaohua would help him count the money, and it was very likely that he was eaten. Even if he wasn't eaten, Xiaohua would probably be fooled by Panchen. Moreover, Xiaohua still had her 2 stones. Although they might not be the world's origin, it would be great if they could hatch something good. Ning Shu was worried that Xiaohua might have been eaten, let alone Mei Ziqing. Why did Mei Ziqing have so many worries for him? There were benefits to being alone. She coveted the warmth of having someone by her side, so she had to take on this responsibility. Ning Shu scratched his head and replied, it should be fine. Can you sense that he's still alive? He didn't believe that Mei Ziqing didn't put any tools on Xiaohua. Mei Ziqing, although I can sense it, it doesn't mean that he's still alive. Ning Shu couldn't comfort her and could only shrug. No matter what he said, it wouldn't be enough to comfort Mei Ziqing. After all, she wasn't the one who had to worry about Xiaohua. She couldn't empathize with Mei Ziqing. Ning Shu, the prices are normal now. There might be a lot of world's origin on the market. You can go look for it. The prices were high previously because all the resources had to be used in the war. There was also world's origin, which was something to be negotiated. Now that the war was over, there should be world's origin circulating on the market. Mei Ziqing nodded. Ning Shu felt that if Mei Ziqing wanted to successfully construct a world, he would have to be heavily in debt. After all, a world origin required a lot of money. Moreover, constructing a world required 7 world origins. Even if all 7 world origins were gathered, he might not be able to summon a living world. Perhaps you only created a space to store things, and not a plane that could give birth to living beings. In short, there was a lot of uncertainty in the process. He was not sure what problems had occurred in the process of the world's transformation, or if it had developed in a different direction, the outcome might have been completely different. This was a little king frustrating. Now, Mei Ziqing was burdened with debt and had to tighten his belt. He had to either spend time doing missions, searching world after world, or buy them with money. Thinking about how she had been looking for the world's origin, she had almost vomited. In the end, nearly half of the world's origin had been bought with money. Therefore, it was difficult to do anything without money. If one wanted to be strong, one had to have resources. Mei Ziqing also felt a lot of pressure. After chatting with Ning Shu for a while, he went offline, saying that he was going to do a mission and also look for the world source and Xiaohua. Perhaps he would meet the wanton and pretentious Xiaohua in a certain world. Ning Shu could only think that the probability of this was a little low. After all, there were billions of planes, and it just so happened to be in one world. Even if it was in one world, to meet it among billions of living beings, how low was the probability? It was negligible. Just as he was about to close the chat system, Xian sent a message, saying that the soul's origin had been sold. Should he transfer the money to her now? Some things were better explained in person. Ning Shu appeared in the city of water in a flash. When he arrived at the auction house, Xian was waiting for him. How much did you sell it for this time? Ningxu asked Tian. It was enough to have some money on him. Right now, the soul's origin was more important to repair the world. Not bad, 6 million faith power, see. Tian said. This is the money after the auction house takes a cut. Ningxu was very satisfied. 6 million faith power was enough for him to create a scene for a long time. Tian transferred the money to Ningxu and asked, City Lord, do you still have this? Ningxu shook his head. No. If the soul's origin was so cheap, it wouldn't be so precious. Tian said calmly, although it's not pure soul's origin, it seems to be selling well. The price is rising steadily. Many people have inquired. If City Lord still has it, Tian can help to hype it up. Ningxu wasn't tempted at all. He shook his head and said, no. What about the soul stones? The soul stones you brought over before? Tian asked. You didn't want them when I asked you before. Now you don't have them. Ningxu said, why didn't you say you needed them earlier? I took them all to the main system to purify. Now, there's nothing left. Tian's eyes swept across Ningxu's face. She tapped her finger on the table. Ningxu asked in boredom, do you have star stones? It's a shining, beautiful stone that can hold the law of nothingness. Speaking of the law of nothingness, Ningxu's intestines were in a knot. There's no such thing. Tian said, it's not available on the market. Ningxu was speechless. You can't buy it even if you have money. Do you have a better world carrier? Even if he didn't give up on the peerless martial arts, he could still make preparations. He could choose a carrier to transfer the law of nothingness out of the peerless martial arts and then send this world up for someone to deal with the law of nothingness. Ningxu felt like he was carrying a bomb every day. He didn't know when this bomb would explode and everything would be blown up. City Lord, what kind of carrier do you want? Tian asked. A carrier that can form a world will do. It was originally to transfer the law of nothingness. There is, but it might not be able to form a world. In fact, there are many carriers of worlds. A flower, a grain of sand, a mountain, a rock, a tree, a book. But not all of them can form a world, Tian said. What carrier do you have in your hands? Ningxu said, something that can at least form a space? I don't have it in stock. If you need a space, you might as well buy a ready-made space. This kind of space can't form a living world, Tian said. When Ningxu heard this, he felt that it was a good idea. Do you have a space? No. Ningxu's face was cold. Then what do you have? This kind of thing usually can't be sold. You want me to find it for you? Tian said. Ningxu nodded. Find it well. I definitely want a space. He transferred the bomb in the peerless martial arts. Tian nodded. After the matter was settled, Tian asked Ningxu what he needed. Ningxu said, I only want star stones. Tian was speechless. City Lord, you can look at the others. Ningxu shook his head. No need. He didn't listen to Tian's promotion. He didn't know what Tian was going to promote to him. Ningxu realized that his ears were a little soft. He definitely couldn't listen. After leaving the auction house, Ningxu went to the silver-haired man's consultation room. He knew that this was a scam, but he still walked in. This feeling was too good. However, it was okay to spend some money to answer the doubts in one's heart. Whether it was worth it or not depended on the person. Ningxu walked into the consultation room and sat down. He smelled the incense and waited for the man in the cheongsam to come out. The silver-haired man opened the curtain and came out with a book. He sat down and asked, What do you want to ask? I want to ask about the Starlight Stone. It's a stone that can hold the law of nothingness. Where can I find it? Ningxu asked. He didn't know how long the Starlight Stone could last after sacrificing 100 years of tax. The silver-haired man said, This thing is not a commodity, so it's not traded. Then how can I get it? Ningxu asked. The silver-haired man said, This thing won't be sold or traded. It has a greater use. Ningxu was very disappointed. If this starlight stone was slowly devoured by the law of nothingness, it would devour his world. He should wait for the space to come and quickly transfer the law of nothingness. His head hurt. Can't I get it? Ningshu asked. The silver-haired man said, no. Why? It has a greater use. This kind of thing can only be too little and not too much. Well, if he couldn't buy it or trade it, he could only rely on himself. He asked, where do you usually find this kind of thing? The silver-haired man said, this kind of thing grows where the plains meet. It's connected to the plains. Ningshu, I'll go. Can I go and dig it? Ningshu asked. If you can dig it too. The silver-haired man said, it has to withstand the huge pressure in the middle of the plains, the spatial wind, and the destruction of all kinds of nomological powers. Ningshu was expressionless. Of course, if you find out that you're digging it, this is illegal activity. The consequences won't be good. The silver-haired man said, this kind of stone is connected to the plains. If you dig it, what do you think will happen? It's like a string with beads. What will happen if the string breaks? Ningshu shook his head. I don't know. The silver-haired man glanced at Ningshu, but still explained, there will be planes that will break away from the sea of laws, wander around, and finally be destroyed. Ningshu was suddenly enlightened. Any other questions? The silver-haired man asked. Ningshu stroked his chin. Then let me ask a more personal question. Has your world been restored? I saw that several pages of your book were broken. The silver-haired man. Thank you for your concern, but no. Hearing that the silver-haired man did not fix the world, Ningshu felt much better. Finally, there was someone who was as miserable as her. Any other questions? The silver-haired man asked. Ningshu thought about it and asked, what are the chances of me transferring the law of nothingness to another space? Be more specific. Cough cough. Ningshu coughed and cleared his throat. He explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly, then asked, do you think it can be transferred to another space? In order to preserve the peerless martial art, Ningshu had already used up all his strength and resources. He did not use his soul for the peerless martial art. He did not use his soul power for the world of reincarnation. He did not need to eat or drink to feed his child. The silver-haired man frowned. He was clearly thinking. Ningshu did not disturb him. She waited at the side. Breathing in the fragrance, she felt a little sleepy. In the past, when she rested, she would always light some agarwood. Now, when she smelled it, she felt sleepy. What do you think? Ningshu asked. The silver-haired man cautiously said, combining your strength and the law of nothingness's strength, the chances of you successfully transferring the law of nothingness to another space is about 0. Ningshu wanted to smash his cup. This was a scam. The silver-haired man continued, as time passes, the law of nothingness will expand, and your strength may not be able to keep up with the expansion of the law of nothingness. Therefore, as time passes, the chances of you moving the law of nothingness will be negative. Ningshu, that meant it was impossible. If there was no way to move it, then what was the point of buying a space? It was a waste of money. The problem was that this bomb could not be removed. Did she have to keep it with her? F***ck, don't come near me. I even want to explode myself. Why do you keep such a dangerous thing with you? You can ask the main system to deal with it, the silver-haired man said. Ningshu scratched his head. So, did he have to hand this thing over again? Ningshu felt that the peerless martial art was really pitiful. I have already handed this thing over to the judges, and they returned it to me. At the same time, they took away 100 years' worth of taxes. He could not absorb it. I see. The silver-haired man did not say anything else. Any other questions? Ningshu shook his head. He was immersed in the sadness of not being able to move the bomb. Do you have the Mission Enforcer's Code of Conduct here? Give me a copy. Ningshu said. Sometimes, it was really inconvenient to ask 2333. If it was big or small, it was better to look at it himself and know what to do. Moreover, 2333 system would crash from time to time. She had no idea what he was doing. It was especially abnormal. Sometimes, he would not respond even when she shouted. She always felt that when 2333 was talking to her, in a place where she could not see, he would put on a cold face and occasionally act cute. Kiss, moi, horrifying, the silver-haired man frowned. If I remember correctly, you should be a super mission enforcer. Asking me for the mission enforcer's code of conduct, isn't this something that a newbie should know? Ning Shu, I asked for it on behalf of someone else. The silver-haired man did not say anything. He took out a book that was as thick as a dictionary. This is it. Ning Shu, so thick, what did it say? Ning Shu accepted the book. It was really heavy, but the name was the system's code of conduct. Was this book for the system to read? Ning Shu accepted the book. After thinking about it, there was nothing else to ask. So, he asked how much it was. A few questions and a code of conduct. A total of 100,000 merit points. The silver-haired man said. Ning Shu asked again, I really can't get the star stone. If you have the ability to dig it up and not get caught, then you have the ability. The silver-haired man said. Ning Shu. Ning Shu swiped his card and returned to the system space with the thick code of conduct. Then, he flipped through the code of conduct page by page. This book was for the system, and the system was responsible for explaining it to the mission enforcer. Ning Shu, 2333. Ning Shu flipped through the book page by page. Fortunately, with the increase in intelligence, he could now have a photographic memory. Rote memorization was still very impressive. Memorize it first. There were many things 2333 did not tell him. Maybe he felt that it was not important, but Ning Shu's heart was full of waves. She estimated that no newbie mission enforcer knew the code of conduct. How embarrassing. The reason why she thought of this was because 2333 was in a dead state at any time. So, if she encountered something that she could not explain, she had to rely on herself. Ning Shu flipped through the book page by page. It was very quiet in the system space, except for the occasional sound of the spirit fish swaying their tails. After flipping through the book, Ning Shu felt dizzy. It took him a while to feel better. Putting the book on the bookshelf, Ning Shu took some spirit liquid from the spirit pool and opened the black hole. He walked to the front of Nine Palace Mountain and went to the mine. Walking into the mine, the golden earthworm was staring at the pocket-sized baby in the bud. When it saw Ning Shu, it only glanced at him before looking away. Ning Shu poured the spirit liquid from the bottle around the golden thread grass and dripped some green liquid full of vitality into the soil. He won't mature so quickly. Follow me to mine. He should still need to eat a lot of soul origin, Ning Shu said to the golden earthworm. The golden earthworm looked at Ning Shu with two small eyes that couldn't be any smaller. Why do you have to follow me to mine every time? From the beginning, you broke into my territory and stole my soul stone. Now, you want to enslave me to do hard labor for you. What do I owe you? I swore that I would never be enslaved by two-legged monsters again. Risking self-destruction and polluting the entire mine as the price. Ning Shu looked at the golden earthworm. Just say that you were enslaved in the past. Yes, I was enslaved in the past. So, if anyone wants to enslave me again, I don't want this life. I'd rather die than force me. The golden earthworm revealed its sharp fangs. Black venom floated at the tip of its fangs. The pitch-black venom caused the leaves of the golden thread grass to wither a little. Seeing this, the golden earthworm quickly withdrew its fangs. Look at how excited you are. When did I say that I wanted to enslave you? You look too disgusting. Without you, I can still mine. It's just a matter of time. You're not that important in my heart. Ning Shu looked at the golden thread grass that was dripping with the green liquid. The golden earthworm stood up and looked at the baby in the bud. It revealed the gratified expression of an old father seeing his son. Who knew how he could make such an expression at such a young age? He never woke up? Ning Shu asked. No, I've been waiting for him to wake up. Then, I'll meet his gaze in the most perfect state, the golden earthworm said. Ning Shu was speechless. He really wanted to tell the golden earthworm the cruel truth. I found a danger zone. There should be some treasures there. Come with me, Ning Shu said. The golden earthworm chuckled. I've said it before. I won't let myself be enslaved again. Being locked up by a two-legged monster is very, very painful. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't bear to part with the soulstone mine here, I would really want to go out and bite a soul. If he wanted to tame it, he would have to beat it with a stick. This was an earthworm with a story. Ning Shu, someone like you wants to take revenge on society? Hurry up and leave. If you don't dare to go out, that's because you're a coward. There are many strong humans. Do you want to go? The mountain range that had been struck by lightning was too hard. It was better to let the golden earthworm drill into it and see if it could drill into the mountain range to take a look. As soon as she did, lightning struck her. No, the golden earthworm said without hesitation. The golden earthworm said without hesitation, what if we leave him here and he gets plucked? What if he gets eaten? What if something happens to him? Ning Shu, now it's like an old mother who can't leave her son. Ning Shu set up a barrier. Let's go. No one can break my barrier. I don't believe in the two-legged monster. Okay, let's go. There should be some treasures in that mountain range. The tribulation clouds didn't disperse for a long time and struck day and night. The two-legged monster looked back 3 times with every step. It followed behind Ning Shu, but it also wanted to see the treasure. It was so conflicted that it wanted to cut its own body in two. In the end, the two-legged monster really did it. It really cut its body in two. A head grew out of the other part, and there were golden horns on its head. Ning Shu turned around and saw the earthworm cutting itself in two. He was in a mess. Half of him was guarding the golden thread grass, and the other half was following behind her. Ning Shu looked at the golden earthworm's body. What are you playing at? I don't trust him. Ning Shu, it's true love. Ning Shu felt a little strange. If the earthworm knew that the child woke up twice, it would probably explode in anger. Ning Shu and the earthworm went to the place where lightning gathered. After Ning Shu left the world, Gu Yi's system felt less pressure. This was the suppression of power between systems. There were 3 systems in the palace. That was why Ping Fangyi's system ran away. We also left the mission. The mission enforcer has left. The real emperor is coming back. Change the enforcer back to avoid being recognized. The system said. Gu Yi nodded and said, okay. Looking at the embroidery in front of her, it's a pity that I embroidered a lot of things. I can't take them away. Gu Yi's soul appeared in the system space. Her soul wasn't strong. After completing a mission, her soul was a little dim. The system said, the mission this time wasn't good. The completion rate is only 80%. If this rate is too high, you will be in danger. Gu Yi's system space was empty. She sat on the ground and said to her system, I know. I will work hard. But you know that I don't like to be entangled with other men. So, don't arrange for me to do that kind of thing with other men. From the state of her soul, Gu Yi should be very young. Plus, her round face made her look even younger. Her hair was tied up in a bun. Looking at the bun, she was an unmarried woman. The system said, then I will try my best to be more considerate. But I hope that there will be fewer mistakes like the last mission. This is not a game. I hope you can be more serious. Our lives are tied together. I will work hard. Even if it's for you, I will make myself stronger. Gu Yi clenched her fist and said. That mission enforcer gave me a bad feeling. The system sighed. Its tone was a little sad. This was the first time Gu Yi heard the system say this. The system had always been calm and self-controlled. No matter what it did, it would always arrange the best plan and then she would carry it out. Although their cooperation wasn't perfect, Gu Yi worked hard to keep up with the system's footsteps. The system only had a series of numbers but no name. Gu Yi asked, System, what is your name? The system said, I don't remember. Why don't you remember? Gu Yi asked curiously. The past of the system will be erased. So pitiful. Then will there be a chance to remember the past? Gu Yi asked. Maybe there will be a chance, maybe there won't. There is no need to be obsessed with the past. Without memories, you will be reborn. You and I are the same. I won't be obsessed with remembering anything. Gui nodded and began to sit cross-legged to absorb the pure soul energy. The system space was silent. Ningxu dripped a few drops of emerald green liquid onto the golden earthworm and saw it lying on the ground. This time, the child did not open its eyes. It seemed to be in a deep sleep. Its body did not even move. It was curled up and did not seem to have any signs of life. Ningxu wanted to reach out and touch it, but it was only the size of a thumb. If he did not pay attention, he would crush it. Ningxu said to the earthworm, "You should keep an eye on it." "Why do I feel like something is wrong? It won't wake up or move." "It should not be so weak if it was not awake." The earthworm propped itself up and looked at the child in the bud. She did not know much about the golden earthworm and did not know what was going on with the child. She was not familiar with it and was a bit confused. It was nurtured by the soul origin, so it should not be so weak. Ningxu did not say anything. He left the mine and returned to the system space. He took out some soul stones and a bucket of soul origin liquid and asked 2333 to send it to the main system for purification. Such a big bucket of soul origin liquid must be very rich. If he sold it, how much could he sell it for? Ningxu seemed to see an endless stream of money. Unfortunately, he had to repair his world first. 2333 sent the soul origin liquid and soul stones away. Ningxu entered the ultimate martial arts world. He stood on the shore and looked at the rippling law of nothingness. The law of nothingness was very clear. It was said to be clear, but it was actually a little white. With such a bomb in the world, Ningxu sighed and threw a stone. When the stone fell in, it didn't even cause a splash. It only caused layers of ripples. If she jumped in, she would definitely die. She did not know if anyone had jumped over the law of nothingness. As for 2333's words, she could only say that she was skeptical. But if she jumped in, she would definitely die. Even the insect monster's strong defense could be swallowed. Devouring a soul like hers was not difficult at all. She could not get the star stone. According to the silver-haired man, star stones were not easy to get. Plus, there was an army of souls patrolling the billions of planes. Maybe they could get it. Ningxu sighed sadly. He looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. It was not the sky. It was like a layer of fog. If it wasn't for the law of nothingness, a world that had gathered all of its world origins might have already begun to slowly form a world. But there weren't so many ifs. Without the law of nothingness, it was possible that they would all end up dying on the battlefield. In order to save his life, he had sacrificed his peerless martial arts. Now that Ningxu had obtained a peerless martial art, he thought that it would be better if he didn't do any missions. Instead, he decided to comprehend the law of space. The law of space was very useful. Who knows, he might be able to sneakily steal star stones. Even if he couldn't pry open the star stones, he could still enter the second level of the Nine Palace Mountain. He wondered what surprises were waiting for him on the second level. After arriving at the space city, Ningxu wasn't in a hurry to enter the city. Instead, he wandered around the space. He wasn't in a hurry at all. In any case, he had plenty of time. If he couldn't get a flash of insight, then he could just accumulate time and comprehend something. He didn't have many things, but he had plenty of time. Ningxu shuttled through the kaleidoscope-like space. In his hands, he held the insights of the experts that he had bought from the auction. Although he couldn't understand them, he had a high-level game strategy in his hands. He was acting cool, and it gave him courage. He felt so awesome. Of course, Ningxu didn't comprehend anything until 2333 called him back. "You didn't do any missions?" Ningxu, Sigma, degree, 2333 had lived for so long that he couldn't even remember the days. "I didn't do any missions. You were the one who was teleporting." 2333, don't you know if you did any missions? Don't you have any F***king idea? I thought you went to do a mission. Why are you still here? Ningxu. I've always been here. After doing a lot of things, he went to mine again. So, after so long, you've only done one mission? 2333 was surprised. Ningxu. So, what are you thinking about every day? In the past, he could still put on a cold face and act cute in the dark. But now, he didn't even know what was going on. "Oh, you have to do a mission." Ningxu just rolled his eyes. He opened the exchange shop and exchanged for some fasting pills. "Then go do a mission." 2333 didn't say anything and sent Ningxu into the plane. He felt a sense of weightlessness. When his mind cleared, Ningxu found himself standing in a relatively narrow room in the form of a soul. There was a bed in the room, and a poster of a celebrity was pasted on the bedside. A 7 or 8-year-old girl was lying on the bed. Ningxu found a chair and sat down. Then, he began to receive the plot. This time, Ningxu's client was this little girl. She was 9 years old, and her identity was this family's adopted daughter. She had an older brother. Ningxu was very calm in the face of this situation. There were some situations where he couldn't enter the client's body. A body that was less than 14 years old, and a body that was seriously ill. The body was too small. If he squeezed into the body, it would cause wear and tear on the body. The body's lifespan would be greatly reduced. A seriously ill body couldn't withstand the soul coming and going. Fortunately, he had read the rules before and understood this situation. Otherwise, he would have to ask 2333 again. Ningxu began to receive the plot. This was a matter of etiquette, justice, integrity, and education. This girl, Tong Tong, was adopted. She was not related to this family by blood. Nominally, she was an adopted daughter. However, she might be a child bride prepared for their son. Moreover, what Tong Tong's adoptive father did to Tong Tong was beyond what a father should do. He always liked to touch Tong Tong. Because Tong Tong was adopted, she was afraid of being abandoned again. Therefore, psychologically speaking, she was at a disadvantage. Moreover, she needed to rely on her adoptive father's family for survival. Sometimes, she could only let her adoptive father do whatever he wanted. Tong Tong didn't understand what was wrong. She didn't understand that she was being molested. Also, her brother, who was in puberty, was very curious about a woman's body. Sometimes, he would let Tong Tong take off her clothes. No one educated Tong Tong. She vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she was suppressed by the pressure of survival and the fear of being abandoned. When Tong Tong was a little older, he finally did it. Ningxu furrowed her brows tightly. Tong Tong was still a young child. This was too much of a beast. This family was not particular. They allowed the child to be naked, especially the girl. There was also a mistress. The mistress of this family had a very low sense of existence. She either didn't know what her husband and son were doing to their adopted daughter, or she was blind and turned a blind eye. Ningxu leaned towards the latter. How could a woman not understand her own family's situation and not feel the family atmosphere? A girl who has no one to educate her, and because of her inner weakness, she can't refuse others to do bad things to her. Ningxu held his chin and looked at Tong Tong, who was sleeping on the bed, thinking about this task. He had to ensure that Tong Tong could survive after he left. Now Tong Tong didn't even have the ability to survive. In a big sense, this was the biggest reason why Tong Tong didn't dare to resist subconsciously. Secondly, this kind of thing couldn't be exposed. Tong Tong was just an ignorant girl. If she was exposed by the media, she would only be at a loss in the face of everyone's accusations. She might not even know what she did wrong. Without telling her right or wrong, she would suddenly have to face the eyes of everyone, and even the eyes of contempt. Ningxu was sitting on a chair in a red coat. The night was very dark, and he looked like a ghost. Ningxu looked at the alarm clock on the table. It was now the middle of the night. Ningxu rubbed his arms. He was not used to doing tasks in a soul state. Click. In the night, the sound of the doorknob turning was clearly heard. Ningxu turned his head and looked at the door. He saw a middle-aged man, who tiptoed in, then gently closed the door and walked to the bedside. He reached out and touched the quilt. Under the scan of his spiritual force, Ningxu clearly saw where he touched. So disgusting, Tong Tong, who was sleeping, was very uncomfortable. She turned over, but he squeezed onto the small bed and whispered to Tong Tong, "Daughter, Dad will accompany you." Ningxu, once a man becomes a beast, even a beast can't resist. Ningxu directly lifted the man off the bed with his spiritual force. Tong Punghai fell off the bed and his body hit the floor. With a thud, Tong Tong woke up from her sleep. Tong Tong rubbed her eyes and saw Tong Punghai on the ground. She touched her waist and quickly turned on the light. "Dad, why are you under the bed?" "Dad came to see if you kicked the quilt." Tong Punghai patted her and said, "Daddy accidentally fell." "Tong Tong, are you scared? Do you want Daddy to accompany you?" Ningxu made him slide his foot. This time, Tong Punghai fell to the floor with a plop, and even the floor shook twice. Tong Punghai was a plump and fat middle-aged man. He was a little bald, and his greasy hair was greasy even if he washed it every day. He looked like a disgusting middle-aged man. The weight of this fall was not light. The floor trembled twice, and the movement was very loud. "Dad." Tong Tong immediately lifted the blanket and got out of bed to help him. What made Ningxu feel uncomfortable was that Tong Tong was not wearing any clothes, even if it was close-fitting. Ningxu was speechless. The second fall was more serious, and Tong Punghai couldn't get up for a long time. "What's the matter now? What's going on?" Tong Punghai's wife's hair was loose. She was wearing cotton pajamas that had been washed into balls. Her blonde hair was curly. In fact, such a hairstyle made her face look even darker and more old-fashioned. "Help me, I can't get up," Tong Punghai said. Ding Chen glanced at the naked Tong Tong and said, "You go to bed first." "Okay, Mom." Tong Tong obediently climbed into bed and covered herself with the quilt. Ningxu watched from the side and felt that Tong Tong admired the couple very much. Whether this admiration was forced to survive or real feelings, it was destined that Tong Tong would be an obedient child in this family. What made Ningxu feel tricky was that Tong Tong didn't feel anything wrong with exposing her private parts in front of others. The existence of clothes was not only to keep warm, but also to cover the body. Unless there were some special customs, this could be done, but in the surrounding environment, Tong Tong's behavior was obviously inappropriate. Ding Chen supported Tong Punghai, whose waist was hurting, and walked away. She didn't ask why Tong Punghai was here, and just supported him back to the bedroom. Ningxu used his spiritual power to check. The two returned to the bedroom and lay down to sleep. During this time, Tong Punghai felt uncomfortable, so he asked Ding Chen to put a plaster on his back. When applying the plaster, Ding Chen muttered a few times, "It's dark." "What are you doing in Tong Tong's room?" "Tong Tong is our daughter. I just went to see if Tong Tong kicked the quilt." Tong Punghai frowned and said. Ding Chen didn't say anything. After applying the plaster, she went to sleep with her back facing Tong Punghai. This family was a bit strange. There wasn't much affection between the couple. They were just making do with each other, like a pool of stagnant water. As for the 15 or 16-year-old son, he was sleeping soundly. Such a big movement didn't wake him up. Ningxu crossed his legs and looked at Tong Tong on the bed. Now she was a spiritual body and couldn't see her. He had to let this little girl see him. Ningxu looked down at himself. He was wearing a red dress, a pale face, and no body. She would probably be scared out of her wits. Ningxu walked to the bed and drew a talisman on Tong Tong's forehead. This talisman could let Tong Tong see her. It could be said that she had opened her heavenly eye. In order to avoid seeing other floating souls, Ningxu added another talisman. This way, she could only see herself. Then Ningxu stretched and wandered around the whole house. This was a 90-square-meter house. In fact, it wasn't small, but he didn't know if it was because things were piled up in every corner. The whole house looked very cramped and the kitchen was greasy. The furniture and other things were old. It gave people the feeling that the lighting in the house was not good. It was really uncomfortable to look at. Ningxu returned to Tong Tong's room and sat in the room until dawn. He greeted Tong Tong, who had just woken up. "Hi." Tong Tong, who had just woken up, was very confused to see a woman appear in front of her. She rubbed her eyes. The woman was still standing in front of her. She was wearing a red dress. Her skin was pale and she was barefoot. Her long hair was tied up with a red rope around her ankles. It was a beautiful sister. Who are you? Why are you in my house? I'm lost. I can't find my way home, so I came to your house. Ningshu sat down and said to Tong Tong. Tong Tong looked confused. She didn't realize that Ningshu was the legendary ghost. Tong Tong, are you up? Brother will help you put on your clothes. A male duck's voice came from the door. Then, there was the sound of the door opening. Tong Tong looked anxious and shouted, Brother, wait. Then, she said to Ningshu, hide. What do you mean hide? A boy with a face full of pimples came in. He took the clothes from the bedside and asked Tong Tong to stand up and help her put on her clothes. Tong Tong looked confused. She was standing next to him. Why couldn't he see her? Ningshu felt that there was a problem with this family's education. Look at this boy Tong Tong, get up. Tong Liang lifted the blanket. Tong Liang lifted the blanket, and Tong Tong's body was exposed. Ningshu's frown didn't loosen, and he said to Tong Tong, you can't do this. A good girl needs to know how to protect herself. When Ningshu said that, Tong Tong's expression became even more horrified. She asked her brother, did you hear anything? Tong Liang was greedily looking at a woman's body. When he heard his sister's words, he said impatiently, what sound? There's no sound. As he said that, he wanted to help Tong Tong put on her clothes. Ningshu said, only you can hear my voice. Good girl, you can't do this. After all, she was naked in front of others, so Tong Tong didn't feel good. There was also an inexplicable embarrassment. She quickly pulled the blanket over her body and whispered to Tong Liang, brother, I can put it on myself. Tong Liang's expression was not good. He reached out to pull Tong Tong's blanket, but Tong Tong tugged at it. Brother, I can put it on myself. I've grown up. Tong Liang's face was full of acne. How can you be so ungrateful? I'm helping you put on your clothes, and you're still like this. Tong Tong helplessly tugged at the blanket and looked at Ningshu. Tong Liang comforted her in a soft voice, put on your clothes properly. Be good and I'll buy you ice cream. If you're not obedient, you're not a good child. Mom and Dad will throw you away. Tong Tong trembled. She was afraid that she would be abandoned. She immediately said, brother, don't throw me away. I'll be good. That's right. Tong Liang helped his sister put on her underwear. That wretched expression made Ningshu want to punch him in the face. No, he wanted to dirty his hands. Moreover, he couldn't create a violent female ghost in front of the little girl. It would hurt her family and even her, making the little girl afraid of her. This time, she was here to be an understanding sister. She had to be gentle, generous, beautiful, and dignified. Tong Tong's summer clothes were mostly skirts, and she only had a few pants. Some people's dirty thoughts could be exposed from their clothes, because skirts were convenient. Girls looked beautiful in skirts. Tong Liang helped his sister put on her clothes before leaving the bedroom in satisfaction. Tong Tong turned around and glanced at Ningshu, who was standing by the bed. She wanted to say something, but was pulled away by her brother. Ningshu watched silently, especially when he saw the way Tong Liang looked at the little girl. Sooner or later, he would dig those eyes out. Ding Chun was wearing pajamas and had prepared breakfast. Breakfast was steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and porridge. Tong Tong, come and sit with Daddy. Tong Punghai saw his adopted daughter and immediately waved at her. Ningshu followed him out of the bedroom and heard Tong Punghai emphasizing the word sit. Sit and do, even a ghost like her would be afraid of him. Tong Tong obediently sat next to Tong Punghai and called him father. Tong Punghai looked at Tong Tong kindly, but in Ningshu's eyes, Tong Punghai was disgusting no matter how he looked at him. Tong Punghai was a pervert, and this kind of thing was common. In some places, it was superstitious to do it with young girls to get promoted and get rich. From officials to businessmen, the thing they liked to do the most was to hurt girls who were not 15 or 16 years old. Some superstitious customs were too scary. Ningshu was quite suspicious of the Tong family's purpose in adopting Tong Tong. Come, eat more and go to school. If anyone bullies you in school, Daddy will stand up for you. Tong Punghai picked up a fried dough stick for his adopted daughter while his other hand touched between her legs, gently caressing her. Tong Tong felt uncomfortable, but she didn't dare to say anything. She turned around and saw Ning Shu standing not far away, looking at her with a pair of calm eyes. There was no expression, but Tong Tong felt very complicated. She couldn't describe what she was feeling, but under his gaze, she seemed to be experiencing something very embarrassing. Ning Shu, silly girl, don't give your body to others. But this silly girl didn't understand at all. Ning Shu rolled his eyes and knocked over the bowl of porridge in front of Tong Penghai. The whole bowl fell off the table and landed on Tong Penghai's crotch. The porridge had just been scooped up, and this time, it landed on his crotch. Tong Penghai was so shocked that he jumped up from the chair and quickly patted the boiling hot porridge. It was wet, and it looked like he had wet his pants. Probably because it was too hot, Tong Penghai directly took off his belt and pants, and then rushed into the bedroom to change his pants. When he came out again, he shouted at Ding Chun with a bad expression, "Can't you eat the porridge after it's cold? It's so hot, how can I eat it?" Ding Chun, of course, knew that her husband was venting his anger on her. She shouted irritably, "The bowl is in front of you, and who knows where your hands are? You can't even hold the bowl. Crazy." Tong Penghai seemed to have been stabbed in a sore spot. He didn't want to argue with his wife and sat down to eat again. This time, Tong Penghai didn't touch her again. Tong Tong held the chopsticks in one hand and put her left hand on her leg to press down her skirt. She was in a state of alert. Tong Liang didn't care about what was happening at the table. He swallowed his breakfast and didn't say anything about his parents' argument. However, if they continued to argue, Tong Liang would probably flip the table and shout that they were so annoying and that they didn't want to eat anymore. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes and looked at everything on the table. His eyes focused on Ding Chun. Ding Chun should be well aware of it, but she didn't say anything. She knew the behavior of her husband and son. She was a silent person, and her attitude towards Tong Tong was also indifferent. She didn't particularly love or mistreat Tong Tong. She was a silent and calm bystander. Maybe she was angry in her heart, but maybe there were various reasons that made her shut her mouth and choose to ignore it. However, if Tong Tong hurt her husband and son, Tong Tong would face difficulties and oppression from the mistress of the house. Moreover, Ding Chun would often warn Tong Tong that she shouldn't tell anyone about her family's affairs. Even if people asked, she should say that her parents were very good to her. So the situation of this family of three was really strange. It was indescribably oppressive. Tong Tong wanted to be an obedient child. Even if her adoptive father and brother did something strange to her, Tong Tong wouldn't say it, and she definitely wouldn't tell anyone at school. In fact, Ding Chun was actually quietly cleaning up the mess for her husband and son. Ning Shu grinned and finally looked at Tong Tong. This mission was actually not easy to do. After all, Tong Tong was too young. It was easier to impart her ideas. However, because she was too young, she didn't have the ability to survive. Of course, she could create any accident to kill Tong Penghai. However, if Tong Penghai died, or if the whole family died, then how would Tong Tong survive? If Tong Tong did something extreme, Tong Penghai would definitely abandon her. As for the public scrutiny, it was too late. Once the door was closed, no one would know what was going on in the family. Furthermore, he had pushed Tong Tong in front of everyone and made her receive strange looks. Tong Tong still had to go to school. At school, she would be ridiculed by the children. There was no benefit in exposing this matter. People were only interested in the drama for 3 days. After 3 days, they would completely forget about it. Other than being laughed at or called a beast, it was useless to Tong Tong. It couldn't solve the fundamental problem. "Tong Tong, are you done eating? Daddy will send you to school," Tong Penghai said to Tong Tong with a smile. If Tong Penghai was Tong Tong's biological father and there were no dirty things going on between them, perhaps Tong Penghai would be a very good father. However, this attentiveness was mixed with disgust. It was the attentiveness of a man to a woman. As for what was behind this attentiveness, everyone knew. Ding Chun's lips moved, but she didn't say anything in the end. She watched as Tong Penghai held Tong Tong's hand and walked out. "I'm leaving too." Tong Penghai's car was an old Santana. The car looked a little dirty. Tong Tong opened the door and wanted to sit in the back. Tong Punghai said to Tong Tong, sit in the front. Tong Tong was a little hesitant. Seeing her father's face darken, as if he was about to get angry, she quickly sat in the front passenger seat. Ningxu sat in the back and looked at the car. Anyway, there was something black in the car. He didn't know if it was chewing gum or snot. Even though he was in spirit form, Ningxu felt a little uncomfortable. Thinking back to how he had survived in the junkyard, this discomfort was directed at the owner of the car. Daddy, look, there's a sister in the back. Tong Tong pointed behind. What sister? Tong Punghai looked back at the back seat. There was no one. There's clearly a sister in a red dress sitting in our car. Tong Tong didn't understand. Why could she see the sister, but her parents and brother ignored her? There's no one. Don't talk nonsense. Tong Punghai was scared by Tong Tong's serious expression. Ningxu blinked at the puzzled Tong Tong. Only you can see me and hear my voice. I will stay by your side to protect you. Tong Tong still didn't understand and wanted to say something. Ningxu put his index finger to his lips and shook his head at Tong Tong. Tong Tong stopped talking, but she felt her father put his hand on her lap again. She was going into her skirt. With one hand on the steering wheel, Tong Punghai's other hand misbehaved. While driving multitasking. There were cameras everywhere on the road. Maybe they would capture it and seek excitement. Ningxu supported his chin with his hand and squinted his eyes. He began to evaporate the air around Tong Punghai's crotch area, evaporating the moisture in the air and raising the temperature of the air. Hiss. Tong Punghai suddenly felt extremely hot and painful. He couldn't help but want to cover it. Could it be that the bowl of porridge in the morning was too hot? It felt like his skin was about to peel off. Dad, what's wrong? Tong Tong's body leaned forward because of the sudden breaking. Seeing her adoptive father in pain, she asked anxiously. Tong Tong, go to school by yourself. Daddy has something to do. Tong Punghai felt that he had to go to the hospital. There must be blisters, and it was in that area. It was so embarrassing. Tong Tong was pushed out of the car with a confused face. She watched the car drive away and ate a mouthful of exhaust gas. Ningxu stood beside Tong Tong. Tong Tong turned to Ningxu and asked, are you an angel? Ningxu, have you ever seen an angel in a red shirt? She was afraid that he wasn't an angel, but a sinkhole. I am whatever you think I am, Ningxu said. Tong Tong asked as she walked to school, then do you have superpowers? Can you save the world? Can you make beautiful Barbie dolls? Ningxu. I can't do any of those things. Tong Tong looked at Ningxu's feet. Don't your feet hurt when you don't wear shoes? It's fine. Am I really the only one who can see you? Tong Tong reached out to touch Ningxu, but it felt like jelly. No, you can't see me. Look here, no one is looking at me, Ningxu said. Then why did you come to me? Tong Tong seemed to have found someone to talk to, and she chattered nonstop along the way. She seemed to have a lot of questions, and Ningxu answered them all. Tong Tong finally showed some of the youthful energy of a young girl. I'm going to school. Do you want to come with me? Tong Tong asked. Yes, I'll go with you. Ningxu wanted to get familiar with this little girl first, and then slowly influence her. If he started lecturing her like a teacher, she might not accept it. Then what should I call you? What's your name? Why can't people see you? Don't you have a family? Ningxu. Just call me Angel. Tong Tong didn't seem to realize that she was a ghost. Angel? Do you have wings? Ningxu. I'm a broken-winged angel. Tong Tong looked at Ningxu sympathetically. He was a quiet and obedient child at home, but now he was a lot more lively. Even though Tong Tong didn't understand some things, these things still left a shadow in her heart. When they arrived at school, Tong Tong looked at Ningxu reluctantly. I'm at school. You have to go. No one can see me. I'll go with you, Ningxu said. Is that really okay? Tong Tong smiled. Her fair face was very cute. Ningxu nodded and followed Tong Tong to the classroom. Then, Tong Tong began to clean the classroom with a broom. Tong Tong was only in the 4th grade. Fourth grade, a little boy walked to Tong Tong's side, lifted Tong Tong's skirt, and ran away. Then, he looked at Tong Tong with a smile. Tong Tong's face was bright red. She pressed down on her skirt with both hands. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and said to Tong Tong, "Pick up the broom and hit him." "I don't dare." When a girl encountered such a situation, her face would at most turn red. The little boy might be playing a prank. However, this world was too kind to the wicked and too cruel to the kind. Sometimes, they would rather everyone be afraid than be bullied by everyone. It was human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. It was the instinct of all living creatures to avoid harm. "Do you want him to lift your skirt every time?" Ningxu asked. "But I don't dare. The teacher will punish me. When I call my parents will be angry and abandon me." Tong Tong's face was very pale. She looked very scared. Ningxu smiled. "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Your parents won't abandon you. At least your father won't abandon you." Tong Punghai definitely wouldn't abandon Tong Tong. "But my brother always says that mom and dad are going to abandon me," Tong Tong said. "He's just scaring you. Pick up the broom and beat that naughty little fatty." "Why does he bully you every time?" "Because you never dare to fight back. If the teacher asks, just say that you saw a man touching a woman on the bus and everyone on the last bus beat him up," Ningxu said slowly. Tong Tong's head was spinning as she listened. A voice seduced her, making her feel both fear and yearning. She saw the boy standing at the door of the classroom, laughing at her. Tong Tong picked up the broom on the ground and rushed toward the boy at the door. The boy was a bit confused. He couldn't figure out what the girl was going to do. He just stood at the door and didn't move. Tong Tong picked up the broom and hit the boy a few times. The boy cried out and wanted to fight back. Perhaps because there was an angel protecting her, Tong Tong's heart was filled with unprecedented courage. She grabbed the broom and kept hitting the boy. The boy couldn't fight back at all and ran away. Tong Tong's face was red and her eyes were shining. Although she had done something bad, Tong Tong's heart was unprecedentedly happy and carefree. "Go and apologize to the teacher. After all, you did something wrong. Tell the teacher properly. Remember what I taught you before," Ningxu said. Once she heard the word teacher, Tong Tong instantly felt like a bucket of ice water was poured on her. She immediately shrank back. "It's okay. I'll go with you," Ningxu said calmly. After doing something bad, she still had to stand on the side of reason. Tong Tong put down the broom and went to the teacher's office. She hesitated at the door before going in. Ningxu stood behind the head teacher and taught Tong Tong word by word. Tong Tong stuttered. The head teacher heard the student talk about the bus incident. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She just said, "Fighting is wrong. If you encounter this kind of thing in the future, don't fight." "Okay, you can go." "Thank you." Tong Tong breathed a sigh of relief. The teacher didn't think much of it. She just felt that the student had done something wrong and hurried over to apologize. "In the future, when you go to school, wear pants if you can. You can wear skirts at home." The head teacher was a female teacher. She looked reasonable. "Oh, okay." After leaving the office, Tong Tong's entire body went limp. She said to Ningxu in disbelief, "That's it? I thought we were going to call our parents." "It's fine now." "Thank you, Angel." Ningxu smiled. For a brat like that, even if he told the teacher, it would be useless. He would still do what he wanted to do in private. After beating him up once, he would be scared and would not dare to do anything. If that did not work, he would beat him up again. It doesn't matter even if you call your parents. It was only Tong Tong who was scared and thought that he would abandon her. Tong Punghai had not achieved his goal and only had an extra pair of chopsticks at home. He would not abandon Tong Tong. Moreover, Tong Tong had been raised by him for so long that he could not bear to abandon her. The boy was hit by the broom first. Although it didn't hurt much, the broom was dirty. Tong Tong dared to hit him with it. The person who had been bullied by him dared to retaliate now, indicating that he was very angry. Then, he was called to the office and told that if he were to lift a female classmate's skirt in the future, his parents would have to write a self-reflection letter. The boy was very angry. After hitting him with the broom, he actually complained to the teacher. The boy now had a deep understanding of the saying, "The guilty party complains first." Angrily running to the classroom, Ningxu said to Tong Tong, "Smile, don't be weak." Tong Tong had no choice but to smile at the boy. However, because of her nervousness and timidity, her smile was a little twisted. In the boy's eyes, Tong Tong's smile was a fake one. It was quite ferocious. Could it be that she was possessed by a ghost? The boy bravely walked in front of Tong Tong. "You actually dared to complain to the teacher. If you have the guts, don't leave after school." Tong Tong's heart trembled. Ningxu looked at Tong Tong encouragingly. Tong Tong smiled. "Do you want me to hit you with the broom a few more times?" The boy resentfully returned to his seat and used his eyes to kill Tong Tong. Tong Tong smiled at Ningxu. Ningxu was bored to death. He sat by the window and watched Tong Tong go to class. She was learning some simple things. Ningxu simply lay down and slept. He didn't go to Tong Tong's side until the class was over. After the skirt-lifting incident, Tong Tong had become much closer to Ningxu. At home, her adoptive father and brother would touch her, but at school, every time her skirt was lifted, it would cause a roar of laughter. Even the female classmates would laugh at her. Tong Tong vaguely felt that there was something wrong with her father's actions, but she didn't have the courage to resist. Ningxu followed Tong Tong to the bathroom. Ningxu asked Tong Tong, "Do you know why there's a male and female bathroom?" "No." Tong Tong thought for a moment and said, "There's a difference between men and women." "Yes, there's a difference between men and women. Otherwise, men and women can use the same bathroom." Ningxu said, "Your body is your property. You have the right to use it. It's not something that others can profane." Tong Tong didn't say anything. Ningxu guessed that she didn't understand. Ningxu, who was accompanying her on the first day, felt very bored. After school, Ningxu asked Tong Tong, "Do you know where the nearest bookstore is?" "You?" "No, I'll show you." Tong Tong took Ningxu to a rental bookstore. It was a small bookstore. Most of the books were low-quality pirated books. The quality of the paper was very poor. The books were either bosom friends, youth pain in the ass, or love letters. Looking at the cover, it felt very erotic. Ningxu said, "There's no proper library." Ningxu felt that Tong Tong should know her body well. There were parts of her body that couldn't be exposed. "I don't know where the library is. Even if there is one, it should be very far away. I remember going there once. The teacher took us there by car," Tong Tong said. Okay, Tong Tong returned home. There was no one at home. Her mother, who was usually at home, wasn't there either. Ningxu guessed what had happened. Tong Penghai's fever was a bit serious. At most, there would be blisters. Ningxu knew the temperature. After all, it was impossible for a bowl of porridge to cause a large burn. "Do you want to eat something?" "I'll find something for you to eat," Tong Tong asked Ningxu. In other people's eyes, Tong Tong looked like a crazy person who was talking to the air. It was a bit scary. Ningxu shook his head. "I don't eat." "Then what do you eat?" Ningxu thought, "Soul, it would probably scare Tong Tong." Tong Tong saw that her family hadn't returned yet. She did her homework first. When she finished, she started to cook. Ding Chen came back after dark. She looked at Tong Tong and said, "Your father is in the hospital. What happened to Dad?" Tong Tong was surprised. He was fine when he sent her to school in the morning. Ding Chen didn't want to tell her daughter that there were blisters there. She might have trouble walking, and she couldn't wear pants. She might burst the blisters. Ding Chen was a bit confused. It was just porridge. How could it be so serious? Coincidentally, that area was scalded red and blistered. Tong Tong was a bit confused, but she still said, "Mom, I've already prepared dinner." Ding Chen ate some food and went to the hospital. She would be discharged tomorrow. "Dad, what's wrong with her?" Tong Tong asked Ningxu. In her impression, this angel with broken wings should know everything. Ningxu said, "She's just sick. You should eat." While they were talking, Tong Liang, whose face was full of pimples, came back. He was probably playing games outside and didn't come back until dawn. Tong Tong hurriedly told her brother that her father was sick and was in the hospital. Tong Liang just frowned and stared at Tong Tong without saying anything. He went into the room and closed the door. Tong Tong was a bit disappointed. She felt that she couldn't fit in with this family. She knew clearly that she was adopted and not her parents' biological child. Ningxu told Tong Tong to eat and went back to his room. He then locked the door. The moment she went back to her room, Tong Tong took off all her clothes. Ningxu didn't know what to say. You should wear clothes. Below your collarbone and below your navel are your private parts. You can't show them to others, Ningxu said. Wear a pair of hot pants and a t-shirt, Ningxu said. But Dad said that we can relax at home. There aren't so many rules. Also, Dad said that it's more comfortable to sleep with clothes off. Ningxu said. Then you still have to wear clothes. Tong Tong obediently took out the hot pants and t-shirt and put them on. Then she was about to sleep when she saw Ningxu standing by the bed. Why don't you come up and sleep too? Ningxu thought about it and squeezed onto the small bed. That night, Ningxu talked until his mouth was sore. He explained the differences between the sexes, the structure of the body, and how people were born. When it came to clapping for love, Ningxu explained in detail that certain behaviors between relatives were out of line and were not allowed. It wasn't just about ethics and morality. Even if they weren't biological children, it was also legal. This kind of union would produce deformed offspring. Furthermore, Tong Tong was young. It was simply destroying her body. Tong Tong's face turned pale. What about Dad? Yes. But what should I do? Tong Tong hugged herself and shivered. If I don't be a good child, Daddy won't want me anymore. At the end of the day, it was all about survival. If it wasn't for survival, everyone would want to live with dignity and dignity. However, reality couldn't be rejected or refuted. You have to wear clothes when you sleep, whether it's in the bedroom or the living room. Ningxu stroked Tong Tong's hair. You have to learn to protect yourself. Girls are always the ones who get hurt. When are you free? Go to the library and have a look. Ningxu felt that Tong Tong's situation was because she didn't have a family to teach her. Not only that, but they were also distorting Tong Tong's views. Which family's girl was 8 or 9 years old and didn't wear clothes? Kacha, kacha. There was the sound of the doorknob twisting. Tong Tong, why did you lock the door? Open the door. Tong Liang knocked on the door. Open the door. I want to come in. Tong Tong wanted to speak, but Ningxu covered her mouth. He scanned with his spiritual power and saw that Tong Liang at the door was a little excited. His breathing was rapid and his pants were pushed up. He was holding a phone in his hand. The pictures on the phone were of beauties wearing very little. It seemed that he was stimulated. Adolescent children couldn't stand stimulation. Don't open the door. This is your room, Ningxu said to Tong Tong. If Tong Tong opened the door, who knew what would happen tonight, especially when there were no parents at home. Boys at this age would secretly look at stimulating things from various sources, such as books, comics, and discs. Then, they lacked the right guidance. Tong Tong, open the door quickly. Tong Liang knocked on the door very loudly. Even if she was sleeping soundly, she would wake up. Tong Liang was so angry that he kicked the door with his feet and scolded, saying that he would throw Tong Tong away. Tong Tong hid in the quilt, trembling all over. She was very scared and almost begged Ningxu, open the door. Ningxu stared at Tong Tong. What do you think will happen if you open the door? There is no adult at home. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. With Tong Tong as a convenient tool, Tong Liang wouldn't let go of it. And Tong Tong was only 9 years old now. Her body was very young. And Tong Liang was not 18 years old yet. He was a minor. As for the legal punishment, Tong Liang was afraid of his brother outside and was afraid of being abandoned. He was also afraid of facing Ningshu's quiet and dignified eyes. He covered his head with the quilt and cried in the quilt. Tong Liang, who was at the door, saw that his sister refused to open the door. He had no choice but to shout that he would find the key and put it against the door. He would teach her a lesson when the time came. Tong Liang didn't look for the key. Instead, he went back to his room and did it himself. His face was full of pimples and was in a daze. Ningshu only felt disgusted. Sex was beautiful. It was an important ability for reproduction. It was accompanied by a few seconds of pleasure. Therefore, people developed all kinds of fetishes. Ningshu wanted to show this scene to Tong Tong, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Sometimes, you never know what you will face when you open a door. Maybe you know it, but you still want to open Pandora's box. The next morning, Tong Liang knocked on Tong Tong's door again. Tong Tong's eyes were red and swollen. She didn't sleep much last night. When Tong Liang knocked on the door, Tong Tong had already put on her clothes and found a pair of pants to wear. You put it on yourself? Tong Liang frowned. The pimples on his face were a little white. Ningshu was disgusted and eager to squeeze the pimples. I knocked on the door last night. Why didn't you open the door? Tong Liang asked unhappily. I didn't hear it. I fell asleep. Brother, what did you call me for? Tong Tong quietly moved away from her brother. Tong Liang didn't notice Tong Tong's distance. He irritably ordered Tong Tong, hurry up and cook. I'm hungry. Okay. Tong Liang kept staring at Tong Tong in the kitchen. Ningshu was puzzled. Tong Tong wasn't like the beautiful girl in the photo on Tong Liang's phone. She hadn't even started to develop yet, but he was staring at Tong Tong. Little boys like mature women, but Tong Punghai likes young women. Tong Tong cooked 2 bowls of noodles. Tong Liang ate and said to Tong Tong, don't lock the door at night. If there's a next time, I'll ask Dad to break the lock. Last night, Tong Liang's head was filled with blood. He went to knock on Tong Tong's door. When he calmed down, he felt both scared and angry. He was angry that the wretched girl locked the door. Don't close the door again, do you hear me? Tong Liang threatened Tong Tong. Or I'll throw you away. Yes, I won't lock the door again, Tong Tong said immediately. He wanted to pick the lock and throw her away. Tong Tong didn't know if it was true or not, but she was very scared. Tong Liang snorted. Ningshu watched from the side and didn't say anything. Tong Tong was too scared of being abandoned. She couldn't even think about whether it was true or not. Just a scare would make her like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. Obedience and fear that had lasted for so long could not be changed overnight. Ding Chen didn't educate Tong Tong. After all, Tong Tong wasn't her biological daughter. She didn't expect her to treat her well. It was probably because of her husband, so Ding Chen didn't say some things at all. Tong Liang was her son, but she didn't educate him. It was reasonable to say that boys should be taught by their father. But look at Tong Penghai's behavior. So, in this family, everyone knew. The only one who didn't understand should be Tong Tong. Ningshu felt that he should teach Tong Tong more about her ability to protect herself. For example, fighting skills, taekwondo, or how to protect herself when she was in danger. She should attack the opponent's weakness to survive. Tong Liang was so scared that he wouldn't dare to lock the door in the future. He hoped that a certain level of martial arts could increase his courage a little. As for Tong Punghai, who raised Tong Tong, he probably had a kind of attitude. He gave her food, clothes, and education. She was his everything. He could do anything for her. All of it. Tong Tong lowered her head and ate her noodles. Tong Liang finished a bowl of noodles and said to Tong Tong that he wanted to go to the hospital to see his father. Tong Tong only ate half a bowl. She could only leave the table and go with Tong Liang. Tong Tong looked back at Ningshu and found that Ningshu was following. This time, she was relieved. Tong Liang walked in front and impatiently asked her to hurry up. Ningshu glanced at Tong Liang. Now that Tong Liang was in his adolescence, he was a little impatient in everything he did. He looked like he was very arrogant at any time. In Ningshu's mind, boys at this age shouldn't be wearing white shirts. Their lips were starting to grow fluffy, but they were candid and looked full of vigor in white shirts. From Tong Liang, Ningshu only saw disgust. It was normal to be impulsive during puberty, and they would find other things to divert their attention. However, Tong Liang seemed to be addicted to it, addicted to sex. Now, he even wanted to set his sights on his little sister, a girl who was not even 14 years old. Tong Liang called to ask which hospital Ding Chun was in, and then took Tong Tong to take the bus. Ningshu stood beside Tong Tong and said, "You should learn something to protect yourself. If you're hurt, you might get pregnant." Tong Tong said, "Your life has just begun. You are still a flower bud that has yet to bloom into a beautiful flower. The flower of the motherland was pinched just like that." "I don't want to," Tong Tong shouted. The people in the bus stared at her in surprise. Tong Liang was a little disgusted by Tong Tong's embarrassment. He asked with a straight face, "What did you do? Are you crazy?" "Nothing. You're so weird. When we reach the hospital, you should also have your brain checked." Tong Liang didn't have much care for this little sister. Perhaps it was because he knew that this little sister was adopted, so he was more or less unscrupulous and didn't care about her feelings. Tong Tong lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked at him and shivered, afraid that she would be hurt, and afraid that she would be abandoned. Ningshu looked at the cars coming and going outside. All the entanglement and pain was because Tong Tong couldn't survive on her own. She had to rely on the Tong family to survive. However, relying on the Tong family might cause unavoidable harm to her life. Not to mention finding a man to marry and have children in the future. Once she was trapped and couldn't struggle out, Tong Punhai would never allow Tong Tong to be out of his control. The kindness of raising her had to be repaid with her body. He raised her and got her. There was nothing wrong with the logic. Tong Punhai had already regarded Tong Tong as his possession. Tong Tong was his. Therefore, if Tong Tong didn't resist, it was obvious what kind of existence she would become in the future. She would always be Tong Punhai's exclusive property without any room for resistance. If she resisted, she would definitely be suppressed and couldn't live a normal life for the rest of her life. Tong Tong couldn't live a normal life. Ningshu looked at Tong Tong with some melancholy. Earn money to support herself, go shopping, buy clothes, fall in love with the person she liked, and form a family. It was a very normal thing for ordinary people, but it was unattainable for Tong Tong. As long as Tong Tong had the ability to survive, she could leave this family in minutes. However, how could a 9-year-old child survive? Solving Tong Peng and Ningshu easily solved the problem. However, Tong Tong's survival would be a problem after she left. Tong Tong saw Ningshu staring at her with melancholy and wanted to cry even more. She got off the bus and said to Ningshu, "Am I very useless?" "No, it's not your fault," Ningshu said. It could only be said that Tong Tong was born in a quagmire. First, she was abandoned by her biological parents. Then, she was adopted by such a family. Sometimes, you wanted to break free from the quagmire, but you fell deeper and deeper. In the end, you couldn't move and were swallowed by it. You gave up struggling and accepted your broken fate. "Angel, what should I do? If I don't obey Dad, he will drive me away. But if I obey, I will be hurt. If I resist, Dad will still drive me away." Tong Tong asked confusedly, "Why does Dad treat me like this?" "Why? God knows why." It was a game for adults, but these adults stretched their hands to young children. Everyone had a demon living in their heart, and it was hard to say when this demon would rush out. When they arrived at the hospital ward, Tong Punhai was lying on the bed and Ding Chun was feeding him. When Tong Punhai saw Tong Tong, he was very happy. He quickly waved for Tong Tong to come over. Tong Tong looked at Ningshu. Ningshu nodded. Tong Punhai didn't dare to do anything in public. It should be known that Tong Punhai was very sanctimonious outside. He looked like a successful person. Tong Tong walked over. Tong Punhai grabbed Tong Tong's hand and asked her a few questions. He asked if Tong Tong had eaten at home, if she had slept well, if she missed her father, and so on. If he didn't know that Tong Tong was an adopted daughter, he would have to praise him for being such a good father. However, Tong Punghai only dared to hold her hand. He didn't dare to do anything in the hospital. /BK Tong Punghai asked Tong Tong to stay and take care of him. How could a child like Tong Tong take care of Tong Punghai? Tong Punghai even asked Tong Tong, "Tong Tong, are you willing to stay and take care of Dad?" Tong Tong could only accept Tong Punghai's request. Even if she felt that it was difficult, she would still nod and agree. Ding Chen frowned and said, "The horse is about to be discharged. Why do you want Tong Tong to stay here?" "I can't be careless with my injury, so I have to stay for a few more days," Tong Punghai said impatiently. Upon closer inspection, this impatient expression was very similar to Tong Liang's. Tong Punghai was probably tired of his wife and didn't want to divorce, so he dragged it on. Ding Chen was probably the same. There was no love between husband and wife. They could only muddle along and live peacefully. To be honest, the atmosphere between the couple made Ning Shu feel very depressed. They had been married for more than 10 years. They had lived half of their lives and the rest of their lives. Living together like this was really suffocating and terrifying. Although it was calm, there was no sign of life. Although it was calm, there was no pressure. There was no love between them. They could only muddle along and live their lives together. They were over 50 years old and didn't want to suffer anymore. At Ding Chen's age, if she divorced again, she would definitely be ridiculed. Moreover, she was no longer in her youth. If she wanted to marry again, she would probably have to choose the tallest person among the shorties. It was better to muddle along like this. How long had it been? If they were mission enforcers, they would have existed for even longer. There would also be a day when their love faded. However, mission enforcers' love faded. They could separate, but there wouldn't be so many obstacles and considerations like this. Reality was very helpless. Ding Chen knew her husband's behavior. She didn't stop him or say anything. She was probably afraid of causing trouble and making the whole family restless. When a woman reached this age, she could only show off her family, how much her husband earned, and how good her children's grades were. If these no longer existed, it would be a blow to a woman. She would lose all her face. Ding Chen's silence seemed to be normal. "It's not that serious. Go back and recuperate. It costs money to stay in the hospital for a day. There's no work. We don't have so much money to let you stay in the hospital leisurely," Ding Chen said. She split the money into 2 pieces. Ding Chen couldn't stand staying in the hospital when she could be discharged. "Okay, let's go," said. Tong Liang, on the other hand, didn't care about what was going on here at all. He sat on the chair and played with his phone. In this family, the father was kind and the son was not filial. Kinship seemed to be very indifferent. It was a depressing family. Ning Shu felt that there were many such families. Because of all kinds of realistic choices and compromises, they lived under the same roof, but it was unknown whether their hearts were the same. Tong Tong heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Finally, she didn't have to take care of her father in the hospital. She was willing to take care of her father, but when she held his hand and touched it, Tong Tong felt goosebumps all over her body. She already knew some things and knew that she couldn't do this, but she couldn't resist her father. Ning Shu was not optimistic about this at all. In the hospital, Tong Punghai might restrain himself a little, but at home, he did not know what would happen. Although the tool was damaged, he could still touch it. Ning Shu's face was cold as he sighed. Most likely, after they returned, Tong Punghai would still have to ask Tong Tong to take care of him. After the discharge procedures were completed, the family and Ning Shu went home. When they met acquaintances in the neighborhood, they only said that they were sick. It was a cold, so they went to the hospital to get a drip. They couldn't say that they were scalded. When they returned home, Tong Punghai said, "In the future, I will only bring the food to the table when it's cold. I will not be polite to anyone who brings hot food to the table." Tong Punghai needed someone to support him when he walked. He was afraid of rubbing his wound, so he opened his legs and swayed like a duck. He went back to his room and lay down to rest. "Tong Tong, pour a glass of water for Dad. Dad is thirsty." Tong Punghai shouted in the house. When they came back, Tong Liang hid in his room. Ding Chen took the basket and went out to buy groceries. Tong Tong had no choice but to pour water. When she reached the door, she was a little hesitant and said to Ning Shu, "I'm a little scared." She felt as if she was going to enter a demon's den and enter the mouth of a monster, never to come out again. "I'll go with you." Tong Tong carried the glass of water in. The curtains were drawn, so the room was a little dark. "Tong Tong, come quickly." Tong Punhai asked Tong Tong to feed him the water. "Ning Shu. 3 legs are injured, not a cripple." "Tong Tong, give Dad a massage." "Dad is in so much pain," Tong Punhai said. Tong Tong's hand trembled and the glass almost fell to the ground. Ning Shu laughed coldly and saw the confusion and fear on Tong Tong's face. Sometimes, he didn't know if it was lucky or not to let Tong Tong understand some things. If she didn't know, she would be confused and confused. If she knew, she would be even more confused. Ning Shu put his hand behind his back and snapped his fingers. It seemed that it wasn't painful enough and he still needed someone to rub it. Tong Punhai was just saying. It was scalded and blisters were painful. How could he let Tong Tong rub it? Hiss, it seemed that his pants had rubbed against a blister. It was so painful. "Dad, are you okay?" Tong Tong saw that Tong Punhai's face was pale and his face was twitching. She quickly asked. "Tong Tong, Dad is in so much pain. Blow on it for Dad." Tong Punhai gritted his teeth and said. Things like burns couldn't be healed in a short time. Tong Tong's eyes widened. "Dad, that's not good." "What's not good about it?" "This place is the same as the hands, the head, and the feet. They are all parts of the body. Blow on it for Dad." Tong Punhai said. "Ning Shu." It seemed that it wasn't too painful. Ning Shu snapped his fingers again and the blister burst. It was so painful that Tong Punhai gasped and his head was covered in sweat. Tong Tong was at a loss. She held the glass of water and stood by the bed in confusion. Ding Chen came back from grocery shopping and saw Tong Punhai in so much pain. She asked Tong Tong, "What happened?" Tong Tong was about to cry. "I don't know. Dad said it was very painful." "Did you touch his wound?" Ding Chen's face was a little gloomy. "No, Mom. I didn't touch Dad. I just gave Dad some water." "Okay, you can go out. Your dad has blisters. Don't touch him, okay?" Ding Chen asked Tong Tong to go out. Tong Tong hurried out. Ning Shu stayed in the room for a while. He saw Ding Chen applying medicine for Tong Punhai, but Tong Punhai was in a lot of pain. Ding Chen's tone was a little resentful. "Why don't you behave at a time like this? Why don't you send Tong Tong away? Where are you going to send her? She's already part of our family." "She's registered," Tong Punhai said sternly. His face was twisted with pain and anger. /BK End of chapter 2335. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.